This is Audible.
A Brief Introduction by Edwin Robert Bevan. Arian, known to the Romans as Flavius Arianus, of Nicomedia in Bithynia, Greek historian and philosopher, was born about AD 96 and lived during the reigns of Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, and Marcus Aurelius. In recognition of his abilities, he received the citizenship of both Athens and Rome. He was greatly esteemed by Hadrian, who appointed him governor of Cappadocia from 131 to 137, in which capacity he distinguished himself in a campaign against the Alani. This is the only instance before the 3rd century in which a first-rate Roman military command was given to a Greek. Arian spent a considerable portion of his time at Athens, where he was archon in 147 and 148. With his retirement or recall from Cappadocia, his official career came to an end. In his declining years he retired to his native place, where he devoted himself to literary work. He died about 180. His biography by Dio Cassius is lost. When young, Arian was the pupil and friend of Epictetus, who had probably withdrawn to Nicopolis when Domitian expelled all philosophers from Rome. He took verbatim notes of his teacher's lectures, which he subsequently published under the title of The Dissertations, in 8 books, of which the first 4 are extant and constitute the chief authority for Stoic ethics, and the Enchiridion of Epictetus, a handbook of moral philosophy, for many years a favorite instruction book with both Christians and pagans. It was adapted for Christian use by St. Neilus of Constantinople in the 5th century, and Simplicius around 550 wrote a commentary on it which we still possess. The most important of Arian's original works is his Anabasis of Alexander, in 7 books, containing the history of Alexander the Great from his accession to his death. Arian's chief authorities were, as he tells us, Aristobulus of Cassandreia and Ptolemy, son of Lagus, afterwards king of Egypt, who both accompanied Alexander on his campaigns. In spite of a too indulgent view of his hero's defects and some over-credulity, Arian's is the most complete and trustworthy account of Alexander that we possess. The one glaring instance of Arian's misplaced credulity is his quotation of a letter purporting to be from Alexander to Cleomenes, satrap of Egypt. It says that in return for the proper care of Hephaestion's shrines, Cleomenes will be granted immunity for all offences past or future. In the form here given, however, this letter is certainly a forgery, as there is a reference to the Pharos lighthouse, which was built 80 years after Alexander had died, and he could not possibly have known anything of it. Arian's style is simple, lucid, and manly. He was called Xenophon the Younger, from his imitation of that writer, and he even speaks of himself as Xenophon. Alexander III, known as the Great, was born in 356 BC and died in 323 BC. He was the king of Macedon, the son of Philip II of Macedon and Olympias, an Epirot princess. His father was preeminent for practical genius, his mother a woman of half-wild blood, weird, visionary, and terrible. And Alexander himself is singular among men of action for the imaginative splendors which guided him, and among romantic dreamers for the things he achieved. He was born in 356 BC, probably about October. The court at which he grew up was the focus of great activities, for Philip, by war and diplomacy, was raising Macedon to the headship of the Greek states, and the heir was charged with great ideas. To unite the Greek race in a war against the Persian Empire was set up as the ultimate mark for ambition, the theme of idealists. The great literary achievements of the Greeks in the 5th century lay already far enough behind to have become invested with a classical dignity. The meaning of Hellenic civilization had been made concrete in a way which might sustain enthusiasm for a body of ideal values, authoritative by tradition. And upon Alexander, in his 14th year, this sum of tradition was brought to bear through the person of the man who, beyond all others, had gathered it up into an organic whole. In 343 or 342, Aristotle came to Pella at Philip's bidding to direct the education of his son. We do not know what faculty the master thinker may have had for captivating this ardent spirit. At any rate, Alexander carried with him through life a passion for Homer, however he may have been disposed to grayer philosophic theory. But his education was not all from books. The coming and going of envoys from many states, Greek and Oriental, taught him something of the actual conditions of the world. He was early schooled in war. At the age of 16, he commanded in Macedonia during Philip's absence, and quelled a rising of the hill tribes on the northern border. In the following year, 338, he headed the charge which broke the sacred band at Chaeronea. Then came family dissensions, such as usually vex the polygamous courts of the East. In 337, Philip repudiated Olympias for another wife, Cleopatra. Alexander went with his mother to her home in Epirus, and though he soon returned and an outward reconciliation between father and son was contrived, their hearts were estranged. The king's new wife was with child. Her kinsmen were in the ascendant. The succession of Alexander was imperiled. Some negotiations which Pixodarus, the satrap of Caria, opened with the Macedonian court with a view to effecting a marriage alliance between his house and Philip's, brought Alexander into fresh broils. In 336 BC, while celebrating at Aigi the marriage of his daughter to Alexander I of Epirus, Philip was suddenly assassinated in the presence of a great concourse from all the Greek world. It is certain that the hand of the assassin was prompted by someone in the background. Suspicion could not fail to fall upon Alexander, among others, but guilt of that sort would hardly be consistent with his character as it appears in those early days. Alexander was not the only claimant to the vacant throne, but recognized by the army, he soon swept all rivals from his path. The newly born son of Philip by Cleopatra and Alexander's cousin, Amyntas, were put to death, and Alexander took up the interrupted work of his father. That work was on the point of opening its most brilliant chapter by an invasion of the great king's dominions. The army was concentrated, and certain forces had already been sent on to occupy the opposite shore of the Hellespont. The assassination of Philip delayed the blow, for it immediately made the base, Macedonia, insecure, and in such an enterprise, plunging into the vast territories of the Persian Empire, a secure base was everything. Philip's removal had made all the hill peoples of the north and west raise their heads and set the Greek states free from their fears. It is at this point that our story begins. Alexander the Great by Arian. Translated by Aubrey de Selencourt. Book 1. Wherever Ptolemy and Aristobulus in their histories of Alexander, the son of Philip, have given the same account, I have followed it on the assumption of its accuracy. Where their facts differ, I have chosen what I feel to be the more probable and interesting. There are other accounts of Alexander's life, more of them indeed, and more mutually conflicting than of any other historical character. It seems to me, however, that Ptolemy and Aristobulus are the most trustworthy writers on this subject, because the latter shared Alexander's campaigns, and the former, Ptolemy, in addition to this advantage, was himself a king, and it is more disgraceful for a king to tell lies than for anyone else. Moreover, Alexander was dead when these men wrote, so there was no sort of pressure upon either of them, and they could not profit from falsification of the facts. Certain statements by other writers upon Alexander may be taken to represent popular tradition. Some of these, which are interesting in themselves, and may well be true, I have included in my work. If anyone should wonder why I should have wished to write this history when so many other men have done the same, I would ask them to reserve judgment until he has first read my predecessor's work, and then become acquainted with my own. Philip of Macedon died when Pythodilus was archon at Athens. He was succeeded by his son Alexander, then about 20 years of age. The story goes that Alexander, upon his succession to the throne, went into the Peloponnese, where he assembled all the Greeks in that part of the country, and asked them for the command of the campaign against Persia, which they had previously granted to Philip. The only people to refuse his request were the Spartans, who declared that the tradition of their country forbade them to serve under a foreign commander. It was their prerogative to lead others. At Athens, too, there was a certain amount of trouble, but resistance collapsed the moment Alexander approached, and he was granted even greater honors than his father Philip before him. This settled, he returned to Macedonia and prepared for his Asian campaign. The following spring he marched towards Thrace, having learned that the Triballi and Illyrians were up to mischief. The territories of these two peoples bordered upon Macedonia, and since his expedition would take him so far from home, he did not think it wise to leave them in his rear unless they were first thoroughly crushed. Starting from Amphipolis, he entered the territory of what are known as the Free Thracians, leaving Philippi and Mount Orbelus on his left. Then, crossing the Nestus, he reached Mount Hymus, according to all accounts, in 10 days. Here, where the lower slopes of the mountain rise through a narrow defile, he was met by a large force of natives under arms, and the Free Thracians, who had occupied the high ground which he would have to pass, with every intention of stopping his advance. They had collected a number of carts, which they intended to use, if they were hard-pressed, as a sort of defensive palisade, with the further idea of sending them crashing down upon the Macedonian phalanx as the men were climbing the steepest part of the slope. Their hope was that the impact of the vehicles would cause damage to the enemy troops in proportion to the closeness of their order. Alexander had now to consider how to cross the ridge with least loss, for cross it he must, as there was no way round. His orders were that those sections of the heavy infantry which had room enough were to break formation when the carts came tearing down the slope, and so let them through. Any sections, on the other hand, which were caught in the narrow pass, were to form in the closest possible order, such men as were able, lying prone on the ground with shields locked together above their bodies, so as to give the heavy wagons, as they careered down the hill, a chance to bounce over the top of them without doing any harm. Alexander accordingly gave his orders, and the result was what he expected. Those who had room left a space between their ranks, and as for the rest, the carts passed harmlessly over their locked shields. There were no casualties. The wagons had been the most serious cause of apprehension. So, when they proved ineffectual, the Macedonian troops plucked up their courage, raised a cheer, and charged. Alexander brought his archers across from the right wing to a more convenient position in front of the main body of his troops, and instructed them to meet with a volley any attack the Thracians might make. He himself took charge of his personal guard, and the other guards' regiments, together with the Agrianes, and moved across to the left. Then the archers checked the Thracian attacks, and the infantry battalions, moving up to close quarters, had no difficulty in dislodging the inadequately armed and equipped enemy. Indeed, even before the troops under Alexander on the left wing came into contact with them, they flung down their arms and fled down the mountainside. Some 1,500 were killed, but only a few captured, for most of them were too quick and knew the country too well to fall into their enemies' hands. The women, however, who had followed the fighting men, were all taken, together with the children and all the gear and stores. The booty was sent back to the coastal towns with orders to Lysanias and Philotas to dispose of it, and Alexander crossed the ridge. He then proceeded across the Hymus range to the Trebalians, and arrived at the river Lyginus 3 days' march on this route from the Danube. His movements had been known for some time to Sirmus, the king of the Trebalians, who had taken steps accordingly, sending the women and children on to the Danube with orders to cross over to an island in the river called the Pine Tree. The neighboring Thracians had also taken refuge on this island upon Alexander's approach, together with Sirmus himself and his personal entourage, though the majority of the Trebalians hurriedly retreated to the river from which Alexander had started the previous day. The moment the news of the Trebalians' move reached him, Alexander set off to engage them. He turned in his tracks, retraced his steps, and found them already occupied in pitching camp. The tribesmen, caught napping, prepared to fight in the shelter of the wood by the river, and Alexander, forming his infantry in column, advanced against them with orders to the archers and slingers to proceed in front at the double, and discharge their missiles, in the hope of drawing the enemy from the shelter of the wood into open ground. The tribesmen, once they felt the effect of the missiles, came surging forward to get to grips with the lightly armed Macedonian archers, whereupon Alexander, having succeeded in drawing them out of the cover, ordered Philotas to attack their right wing, which was well ahead of the rest of them, with the cavalry from Upper Macedonia. At the same time, he instructed Heraclides and Sopolis to advance against the enemy's left with the cavalry from Botiaia and Amphipolis. The main body of infantry, preceded by the rest of his cavalry, he led against the enemy's center. The Trebalians held their own while the fighting was at long range, but once they had felt the weight and drive of the Macedonian infantry in close order, and the cavalry, instead of shooting at them, had actually begun to ride them down in a fierce assault all over the field, they broke and ran in an endeavor to make their escape through the wood to the river. 3,000 were killed. Only a few of these too were taken alive, because the wood along the river bank was very thick, and there was not enough daylight left for the Macedonians to finish the job properly. According to Ptolemy, the Macedonian losses were 11 men from the cavalry and about 40 from the infantry. 3 days after the battle, Alexander reached the Danube. This river is the largest in Europe. It drains a greater tract of country than any other, and forms the frontier to the territories of some very warlike tribes. Most of them are of Celtic stock. Indeed, the source of the river is in Celtic territory, the most remote being the Quadi and the Marcomanni. Then, flowing east, it passes through the country of the Iazyges, a branch of the Sauromati, of the Geti, the Immortals, of the Sauromati themselves, and finally of the Scythians, where it reaches the end of its course and debouches through 5 mouths into the Black Sea. On the river, Alexander found warships awaiting him. They had come up across the Black Sea from Byzantium. He manned them with heavy infantry and archers, and, sailing for the island to which the Trebalians and Thracians had fled for refuge, attempted to force a landing. Circumstances, however, were against him. The ships met with resistance at every point where they tried to run ashore. They were few in number and not strongly manned. In most places the island shore was too steep for a landing, and the current, sweeping past it through the narrows, was strong and very awkward to deal with. Alexander accordingly withdrew the ships and determined instead to cross the river and attack the Geti, who lived on the further side. A large force of them, some 4,000 cavalry and more than 10,000 on foot, was already assembled on the river bank, evidently prepared to resist a crossing, and the sight of them was one reason for his change of plan. Another was the fact that the idea of landing on the further side of the Danube suddenly seemed attractive. He joined the fleet in person, having left instructions for the tents under which the men bivouacked to be filled with hay, and for all available dugouts to be collected. There were a great many of these boats in the neighborhood, for they are used by the natives for fishing, and for visiting neighboring tribes up the river, and, fairly generally, for plundering expeditions. As many as possible of them were collected, and the troops, or as large a part of them as was practicable with this sort of transport, were ferried across. Actually, the number which crossed with Alexander was about 1,500 cavalry and 4,000 infantrymen. The crossing took place at night, and the landing on the riverbank was more or less concealed by a tract of land in which the grain stood high. Just before dawn, Alexander moved forward through the grain field, having given orders that the infantrymen should lead the way to the open ground, clear of crops, beyond, carrying their spears parallel with the ground and obliquely to their line of march, to flatten the grain as they advanced. The mounted troops followed the infantry through the cornfield, but once they were out in clear ground, Alexander took charge of them and led them over to the right wing, at the same time ordering Nicanor to proceed with the infantry in close formation on an extended front. The very first cavalry charge was too much for the Geti. The crossing of the Danube, greatest of rivers, so easily accomplished by Alexander in a single night, without even a bridge, was an act of daring which had shaken them profoundly. And added to this there was the violence of the attack itself, and the fearful sight of the phalanx advancing upon them in a solid mass. They turned and fled to their town, which was about 4 miles from the river. But as soon as they saw that Alexander, with his mounted troops ahead, was pressing on along the river bank to avoid ambush or encirclement, they abandoned the town, which had few defences, and taking with them as many women and children as their horses could carry, continued their flight into uninhabited country, as far from the river as they could go. Alexander took the town, together with anything of value which the Geti had left behind. This material was removed to the base by Meleager and Philip, after which the town was razed to the ground, and Alexander offered sacrifice on the banks of the Danube to Zeus the Saviour and Heracles, not omitting the river himself, for allowing the passage. The same day he led his whole force back to camp, safe and sound. At this point Alexander was visited by envoys from Sirmus, the king of the Tribalians, and from the various other independent tribes along the Danube. The Celts from the Adriatic Sea also sent representatives, men of haughty demeanour and tall in proportion. All professed a desire for Alexander's friendship, and mutual pledges were given and received. Alexander asked the Celtic envoys what they were most afraid of in this world, hoping that the power of his own name had got as far as their country, or even further, and that they would answer, "You, my lord." However, he was disappointed, for the Celts, who lived a long way off in country not easy to penetrate, and could see that Alexander's expedition was directed elsewhere, replied that their worst fear was that the sky might fall on their heads. Nonetheless, he concluded an alliance of friendship with them, and sent them home, merely remarking under his breath that the Celts thought too much of themselves. He then made for the territory of the Agrianes and Paiones, where a message reached him that Clitus, the son of Bardilis, was in revolt, and had been joined by Glaucius, the prince of the Talantians, and further, that the Autariates intended to attack him on the march. For these reasons, Alexander thought fit to get on the move without delay. Longarus, king of the Agrianes, who had made no secret of his respect for Alexander even in Philip's lifetime, had already been on an embassy to him in person, and on the present occasion attended him with his bodyguard, the finest and best-equipped troops he possessed. Hearing that Alexander wanted to know who the Autoriates were and what their strength was, he advised them to think no more about them, as they were the least warlike tribe in that part of the country. He offered to keep them occupied by invading their territory himself, and, with Alexander's consent, actually did so, causing severe losses. For these services, Longarus received from Alexander every mark of honor, including such presents as are considered in the Macedonian court to be of the highest value. Alexander also promised that if Longarus visited him at Pella, he would give him his sister Kina in marriage. Longarus, however, after his return home, fell ill and died. Alexander now proceeded along the river Arigon on his way to Pelium, a town which had been occupied by Clitus as the most defensible in the district. Arriving there, he halted by the river Iordicus with the intention of making his assault the following day. The town was ringed with commanding heights, thickly wooded, which were held by Clitus's troops, who were thus enabled, in the event of an assault, to attack the Macedonian forces from every side. Glaucius, the king of the Taulantians, had not yet come upon the scene. Alexander, however, lost no time, and the enemy, on his approach to the town, having sacrificed 3 boys, 3 girls, and 3 black rams, made a movement as if with the intention of engaging the Macedonians at close quarters. But no sooner had the latter come within striking distance than they abandoned their defensive positions, strong though they were. The bodies of the victims they had sacrificed were found still lying where they fell. Alexander now shut them up in the town, and taking up a position close to the walls, proposed to establish a blockade. But on the following day, Glaucius appeared with a large force. As a result of this, Alexander abandoned his project of taking the town, for his own force was comparatively small. Many fine fighting men had withdrawn within the walls, and many more, under Glaucius's command, would be ready to attack him should he make an attempt upon the defences. Accordingly, he dispatched Philotas on a foraging expedition with the baggage animals and a small squadron of mounted troops to act as guard. The movement did not escape Glaucius. He went forward to the attack, and seized the high ground which ringed the stretch of country where Philotas and his men intended to collect their forage. The danger which threatened both the mounted troops and the pack animals should they be overtaken by darkness was reported to Alexander, who at once marched to their rescue with a force composed of the Agrianes, the archers, and the guards, and a squadron of cavalry, 400 strong. His remaining troops he left near the town, for had he withdrawn his entire force, the enemy who were shut up within it might well have broken out and joined Glaucius. Glaucius, however, abandoned his position on the high ground as soon as he saw Alexander coming, and Philotas's party returned to camp in safety. Nevertheless, it still seemed that the forces under Glaucius and Clitus had caught Alexander in an awkward position. They held the commanding heights strongly, both with mounted troops and with other detachments armed with javelins and slings, in addition to a considerable force of heavy infantry. Those at present confined within the town were all ready to attack the moment Alexander withdrew, and the country through which the withdrawal would have to be made was in the nature of a narrow wooded pass, with the river on one side and a lofty range with precipitous foothills on the other, so that it would hardly be practicable for his army to get through even 4 abreast. Such being the situation, Alexander drew up the main body of his infantry in mass formation, 120 deep, posting on either wing 200 cavalrymen, with instructions to make no noise, and to obey orders smartly. Then he gave the order for the heavy infantry first to erect their spears, and afterwards, at the word of command, to lower the mast points as for attack, swinging them again at the word of command, now to the right, now to the left. The whole phalanx he then moved smartly forward, and, wheeling it this way and that, caused it to execute various intricate movements. Having thus put his troops with great rapidity through a number of different formations, he ordered his left to form a wedge, and advanced to the attack. The enemy, already shaken by the smartness and discipline of these maneuvers, abandoned their position on the lower slopes of the hills without waiting for the Macedonians to come to grips with them. Thereupon Alexander called on his men to raise the war cry and clash their spears upon their shields, with the result that the din was altogether too much for the Taulantians, who hastily withdrew to the town. A small party of enemy troops was still in possession of a hill by which Alexander would have to pass. He gave orders accordingly to the companions and the men of his personal guard to prepare for action and ride to the attack. Their instructions were that if the enemy, who had occupied the hill, should hold their ground, half their number should dismount and fight on foot in close support of their mounted comrades. The hill, however, was not held. The enemy, as a result of this movement of Alexander's, abandoned it, and went off at a tangent towards the mountains. Alexander, with the companions, then occupied the hill, sent for the Agrianes and archers, a force of some 2,000 men, and ordered the guards to cross the river, followed by the other Macedonian units, and on reaching the further side, to form up towards the left in order to present a solid front to the enemy immediately they were across the river. Meanwhile, he kept a careful watch from the hill upon any movement the enemy might make. Seeing the Macedonian troops crossing the river, the natives moved down from the high ground with the intention of falling upon Alexander's party, which would form the rear of the army as it withdrew. And Alexander countered by a rapid sally of his own, while the main body of his infantry, coming to the attack through the river, raised the war cry. The enemy, under the combined onslaught, broke and fled, and Alexander ordered the Agrianes and archers to advance at the double to the river. He himself was the first across, and, setting up his artillery on the river bank, he gave orders for every sort of missile it would take to be discharged at long range against the enemy, whom he could see pressing hard upon those of his own troops who were bringing up the rear. The archers, too, who were already part way over, were ordered to shoot from midstream. Glaucius's men refused to venture within range, and the Macedonians got across safely, without a single casualty during the process of withdrawal. 3 days later, information came in that the troops under Clitus and Glaucius were encamped without adequate precautions. No regular sentries had been posted, and no palisade or trench constructed for their protection. Their line, moreover, was perilously extended. Alexander at once took advantage of this carelessness, which was due, presumably, to the assumption that he had retreated in panic. Under cover of darkness he took the guards, the Agrianes, the archers, and the troops of Perdiccas and Cinos back across the river, with orders to the rest of the army to follow. The moment was ripe for attack, so without waiting for the entire force to concentrate, he sent into action the Agrianes and the archers, who made a surprise assault on a narrow front, a formation likely to fall with greatest effect upon the enemy at his weakest point. Some they killed in their beds, others they took without difficulty as they tried to escape. Many were caught and killed on the spot, many more as they fled in panic and disorder. Not a few were captured alive. The pursuit was pressed as far as the mountains in Taulantian territory. None escaped, except at the cost of throwing away their weapons. Clitus's first move was to the town. Later he set fire to it, and made his way to the Taulantians, where he sought refuge with Glaucius. Meanwhile, events were taking place in Thebes. Certain persons, with a view to overthrowing the government, had invited a number of political exiles to return. These men, having slipped into the city during the night, had seized and murdered Amyntas and Timaulus, two of the men who were holding the Cadmea, and had no suspicion of any danger outside. They then presented themselves in the assembly, and incited the Thebans to rebel against Alexander, making great play with the grand old words liberty and autonomy, and urging them at long last to throw off the burden of the Macedonian yoke. They made their appeal more attractive to the Thebans in general by insisting that Alexander had died in Illyria, which was, as it happened, a common rumor at the time, and fairly widely disseminated, because he had been long absent without communicating with them. In these circumstances they did what most of us do, and, being ignorant of the truth, persuaded themselves into believing what they wished to believe. The news of these events caused Alexander considerable concern. For a long time past he had had doubts about Athens, and now had come this attempt from Thebes. He could not but take it seriously, for the danger clearly was that the spirit of disaffection might spread to the Spartans, who already, in any case, silently resented Macedonian control, and to other states in the Peloponnese, and even to the Aetolians, who were by no means to be trusted. He therefore decided to act, and, proceeding by way of Iordaia and Elimiotis and the mountain ranges of Stymphaia and Paravaia, arrived within 7 days at Pellina in Thessaly. 6 days later he entered Boeotia, and the news that he had passed the gates did not reach the Thebans until his whole force was at Onchystus. Even then the organizers of the revolt continued to maintain that Alexander was dead. An army under Antipater, they declared, had arrived from Macedonia, and anyone who reported that Alexander himself was in command, they met with an angry denial. If it was Alexander at all, they insisted, it was another Alexander, Europus's son. The following day, Alexander left Onchystus and marched to Thebes. He halted by the enclosure of Iaulis, waiting there in order to give the Thebans time to think things over, in case they should change their minds and decide to treat with him. Nothing, however, was further from their thoughts than coming to terms or yielding a single inch. On the contrary, their mounted troops and a considerable force of light infantry made a rapid sortie and attacked the outposts of the Macedonian army with missile weapons at long range, and not altogether without effect. Alexander ordered out parties of light infantry and archers to check them, which they did without difficulty, though they had already advanced almost within striking distance of his main position. Next day he moved round with his entire force to the gates which led to Eleutherae and Attica. Here, still refraining from an assault upon the city's defences, he took up a position not far from the Cadmea to provide support for the Macedonians who were holding it. The Thebans had ringed it with a double palisade, and were watching it closely so that no outside help could reach the besieged garrison, or any sudden attack from within interfere with their own operations against their enemies elsewhere. Alexander, however, made no move, but continued to wait, for he still hoped to remain on terms with the Thebans and to avoid action against them. In these circumstances, all who had their city's interest most at heart were anxious to approach Alexander and gain from him a general pardon for the revolt. But the exiles and the party responsible for their recall, especially as some of them were officers of the Boeotian Confederacy, refused to recognize the possibility of humane treatment by Alexander, and urged war by every means in their power. But still Alexander waited, and did not attack. Ptolemy, the son of Lagus, states in his account of these operations that Perdiccas, who as officer in charge of the guard, was posted with his own battalion not far from the enemy's palisade, began the assault on his own initiative, and without waiting for the word of command from Alexander. forcing a breach in the palisade, he burst in upon the Theban advanced troops, followed by Amyntas, the son of Andromenes, who, with his own troops, which formed a part of the same contingent, moved forward immediately that he saw Perdiccas had got inside. It was to prevent them from being cut off and being placed at the mercy of the Thebans that Alexander ordered a general advance, sending his archers and the Agrianes through the breach in the palisade, but still keeping his personal guard and the remainder of the guards outside. Perdiccas was wounded while he was trying to break through the second palisade. He was carried back to the base, but the wound was serious, and it was only with difficulty that his life was saved. His men, joined by Alexander's archers, boxed the Thebans up in the sunken road which runs down by the Heracleum, pressing on them hard so long as they retreated towards that temple. But the moment came when they returned to face their pursuers with a yell of rage, and then it was the Macedonians who gave ground. About 70 of the archers were killed, together with their commander, Eurybotus the Cretan. The rest hurriedly sought the protection of Alexander's guard and the remainder of the guards. The sight of his men in full retreat, with the Thebans straggled out in chase of them, soon brought a counterblow from Alexander, who launched an infantry attack in close order, and drove the enemy inside the city gates. The rout became a panic, so much so, indeed, that they failed to shut the gates behind them in time. The result was that the men of the Macedonian army closest on their heels passed with them, in the general scramble, inside the fortifications, which the need for so many advanced posts had left undefended. One party, joining up with the garrison of the Cadmea, passed thence by way of the Amphium into the actual town, while the troops by the walls, which were already held by the men who had got in during the rout, swarmed over the top and made at the double for the market square. For a short time the Theban armed forces stood firm by the Amphium, until, attacked from every side by the Macedonians, with Alexander himself apparently ubiquitous in the field, they broke. Their mounted troops, forcing a way through the streets, fled to the open country, and the infantry endeavored to save their skins as best they could. In what followed it was not so much the Macedonians as the Phocians, Plataeans, and men from other Boeotian towns who, in the lust of battle, indiscriminately slaughtered the Thebans, who no longer put up any organized resistance. They burst into houses and killed the occupants. Others they cut down as they attempted to show fight. Others, again, even as they clung to temple altars, sparing neither women nor children. The violence of the action, the size and importance of the fallen city, above all, perhaps, the unexpectedness of the event, both to victors and vanquished, all made the horror of this disaster to men of Grecian blood hardly less shattering for the rest of Greece than for those who were actually involved. The Sicilian expedition, measured merely by the number of dead, brought a comparable disaster to Athens. But that, it must be remembered, took place far from home. The army which perished was not a native army, but consisted largely of troops from allied states. Athens herself remained untouched, still able to hold out for a number of years against Persia and the Spartan confederacy. And for all these reasons her defeat in Sicily did not bring to Athens the same sense of overwhelming calamity, or to the rest of Greece a comparable thrill of horror. Again, the defeat at Aegospotami was at sea, and though Athens by that defeat suffered humiliation in the destruction of her long walls, the surrender of the greater part of her navy, and the loss of her empire, she nevertheless retained her hereditary form of government and quickly recovered her former strength. Indeed, the long walls were rebuilt, her sea power was regained, and she was actually able, subsequently, to reverse the position and save from great danger those very Spartans who had once been so formidable and had come so near to destroying her. The Spartans themselves, after the defeats at Leuctra and Mantinea, were shaken rather by the unexpectedness of the disaster than by the magnitude of their losses, and it was the strangeness of the sight when the Boeotians and Arcadians under Epaminondas launched their attack upon Sparta, much more than the immediacy of the danger that struck terror into them and their allies. Again, the capture of Plataea cannot be considered a major disaster, for the town was a small one, and as most of its people had already fled to Athens for refuge, very few were taken when it fell. And lastly, the capture of Melos and Scione was hardly more important. They were merely island communities, and their destruction, though a disgrace to its perpetrators, could scarcely be called a severe shock to Greece as a whole. With Thebes, on the contrary, it was a different matter. The lack of planning, the rapid movement of events which led to the revolt, the suddenness and ease with which the city fell, the slaughter, so appalling and so inevitable where men of kindred stock are paying off old scores, the complete enslavement of a city preeminent in Greece for power and military prestige, were, not unnaturally, all put down to the wrath of God. People felt that Thebes, at long last, had been punished for her treachery. She had paid the penalty for her betrayal of Greece in the Persian War, her capture of Plataea during the truce, the merciless enslavement of its population, and the massacre for which she alone was responsible, of men who had surrendered not to her but to Sparta, and the devastation of a countryside in which the united armies of Greece had driven back the Persian invader. And lastly, for the murderous malignancy she showed towards Athens when she voted in favor of the suggestion put forward by the Spartan Confederacy that the people of Athens should be sold into slavery. Everyone now declared that the calamity had been preceded by many warning signs from heaven, signs ignored at the moment, but remembered now, long afterwards, and clearly proved by the event to have been prophetic of the coming doom. The allied troops who took part in the fighting were entrusted by Alexander with the final settlement of the fate of Thebes. They decided to garrison the Cadmea, but to raze the city itself to the ground. All its territory but the places hallowed by religious associations was to be divided among the allies. The women, the children, and all the men who survived were to be sold into slavery, the only exceptions being priests or priestesses, and such as had either personal ties with Alexander or Philip, or official connections with Macedon. It is generally believed that Alexander's reverence for Pindar induced him to spare the poet's house, and all his living descendants. In addition to this, the allies determined to rebuild and fortify Orchomenus and Plataea. When the news of the Theban debacle became generally known, the Arcadians, who had started out in order to assist in the rising, condemned to death those of their compatriots who had urged them to do so. The Eleans granted a pardon to their political exiles, simply because they were on good terms with Alexander. The various branches of the Aetolians all sent representatives to beg forgiveness on the ground that they had supported the revolt only because of the news from Thebes. In Athens, the arrival of Theban refugees, straight from the fighting, coincided with the celebration of the great mysteries. The shock of the news induced the Athenians to cut short the ceremony, and begin at once to get all movable property into the city from the surrounding country. The assembly was convened, and on the motion of Demades, 10 men, all known to be on particularly friendly terms with Alexander, were sent to him to represent the city's attitude, and to assure him, somewhat unseasonably, that the Athenian people rejoiced to see him safely returned from Illyria and the Triballians, and thoroughly approved his punishment of the Thebans for their revolt. Alexander's reply to these representations was in general friendly enough. He did, however, demand, in a letter to the Athenians, the surrender of Demosthenes and Lycurgus, and, in addition, of Hyperides, Polyeuctus, Chares, Charidemos, Ephialtes, Diotimos, and Moerocles, all of whom he held responsible for the defeat at Chaeronea, and for certain errors in policy detrimental to Philip's interest and his own, subsequently committed upon Philip's death. He declared, moreover, that these men were as responsible for the rebellion as were the Thebans themselves, who had actually carried it out. The Athenians, instead of giving the men up, sent again to Alexander and begged him to relent, which he did, perhaps out of regard for Athens, perhaps simply because he was in a hurry to proceed with his Asian campaign, and unwilling to leave behind him in Greece any cause for mistrust. He did, however, give orders that one of the men whose surrender he had unsuccessfully demanded, Charidemus, should be exiled. The sentence was carried out, and Charidemus took refuge in Asia at the court of Darius. Alexander now went north again to Macedonia, and offered to Olympian Zeus the form of ceremonial thanksgiving which had been in use since the time of Archelaus. He also celebrated the Olympian Games at Aigi, and, according to some accounts, held games in honor of the Muses. During the ceremonies, a report came from Pieria that the statue of Orpheus, son of Iagrus of Thrace, had been constantly sweating, a phenomenon which was variously interpreted by the seers. One of them, however, Aristander of Telmesus, told Alexander that he had no cause for alarm. It merely signified that the writers of odes and the epic and melic poets had hard work coming to celebrate Alexander and his exploits in verse and song. At the start of the next campaigning season, Alexander left Antipater in charge of affairs in Macedonia and Greece, and made for the Hellespont with a force composed of not much more than 30,000 infantry, including light troops and archers, and over 5,000 cavalry. His route lay past Lake Kerkenitis, in the direction of Amphipolis and the mouth of the Strymon, which he crossed, and proceeded by way of Mount Pangaeum towards Abdera and Maronea, two Greek settlements on the coast. Continuing from there to the Hebrus, which he also crossed without difficulty, he marched through Paitica and across the river Melas to Sestus, which he reached 20 days after leaving home. At Elias, he offered sacrifice upon the tomb of Protesilaus, who was supposed to have been the first man of Agamemnon's army to set foot upon the soil of Asia when the Greeks sailed against Troy. His purpose in performing the ceremony was to ensure better luck for himself than Protesilaus had. The task of getting the mounted troops and most of the infantry across the Hellespont from Sestus to Abydos was entrusted to Parmenio, and the crossing was carried out in 160 triremes and a large number of merchant vessels. It is generally believed that Alexander sailed from Elias to the Achaean harbor, himself at the helm of the admiral's ship, and that halfway over he slaughtered a bull as an offering to Poseidon, and poured wine from a golden cup into the sea to propitiate the Nereids. There is a further tradition that, fully armed, he was the first to leave the ship and set foot upon the soil of Asia, and that he built an altar on the spot where he left the shore of Europe, and another where he landed on the other side of the strait, both of them dedicated to Zeus, the lord of safe landings, Athena, and Heracles. Once ashore, he travelled inland to Troy, and offered sacrifice to Athena, patron goddess of the city. Here he made a gift of his armour to the temple, and took in exchange, from where they hung on the temple walls, some weapons which were still preserved from the Trojan War. These are supposed to have been carried before him by his bodyguard when he went into battle. He is also said to have offered sacrifice to Priam on the altar of Zeus Hersias, to avert his anger against the family of Neoptolemus, whose blood still ran in his own veins. At Troy, his sailing master, Menetius, crowned him with gold, as did Chares the Athenian, who came from Sigeum with a number of others, either Greeks or natives. One account says that Hephaestion laid a wreath on the tomb of Patroclus. Another that Alexander laid one on the tomb of Achilles, calling him a lucky man, and that he had Homer to proclaim his deeds and preserve his memory. And well might Alexander envy Achilles this piece of good fortune, for in his own case there was no equivalent. His one failure, the single break, as it were, in the long chain of his successes, was that he had no worthy chronicler to tell the world of his exploits. No prose history, no epic poem was written about him. He was not celebrated, even in such choral odes as preserve the name and memory of Hiero, or Gelo, or Pharaoh, or many other men not in the same class as Alexander, with the result that the wonderful story of his life is less familiar today than that of the merest non-entities of the ancient world. Even the march of the 10,000 under Cyrus against Artaxerxes, the fate of Clearchus and his fellow prisoners, and the return under Xenophon's command to the sea are, thanks to Xenophon's history, much better known than the grand achievements of Alexander. Yet, unlike Xenophon, Alexander did not hold a mere subordinate command. He was not defeated by the Persian king, or victorious only over the force which tried to stop his march to the sea. On the contrary, there has never been another man in all the world, of Greek or any other blood, who by his own hand succeeded in so many brilliant enterprises. And that is the reason why I have embarked upon the project of writing this history, in the belief that I am not unworthy to set clear before men's eyes the story of Alexander's life. No matter who I am that make this claim, I need not declare my name, though it is by no means unheard of in the world. I need not specify my country and family, or any official position I may have held. Rather, let me say this, that this book of mine is, and has been from my youth, more precious than country and kin and public advancement. Indeed, for me it is these things, and that is why I venture to claim the first place in Greek literature, since Alexander, about whom I write, held first place in the profession of arms. From Troy, Alexander marched to Arisbe, where his entire force had taken up its position after crossing the Hellespont. Next day he proceeded to Percote, and the day after passed Lampsacus and halted by the river Proctius, which has its source in Mount Ida, and flows into the sea which connects the Black Sea with the Hellespont. From there his route led past Coloni to Hermotus. On the march he had scouts ahead of the army, under the command of Amyntas, son of Arrhabaeus, with the squadron of companion cavalry from Apollonia under Socrates, son of Sathon, and 4 squadrons of what were known as advanced scouts. The town of Priapus, which lay on his route, surrendered to him, and he sent a party under Panagoras, son of Lycagoras, one of his companions, to take it over. The Persian forces were commanded by Arsames, Rheomithres, Pertines, and Niphates, in association with Smithridates, the satrap of Lydia and Ionia, and Arsaces, the governor of northern Phrygia. They had taken up a position near the town of Zalaia with the Persian cavalry and the Greek mercenary troops. On receiving the report that Alexander had crossed into Asia, they met to discuss the situation. Memnon of Rhodes advised against risking an engagement. The Macedonian infantry, he pointed out, was greatly superior in numbers. Alexander was present in person, while Darius was not. It would be better, therefore, to proceed at once to burn all growing crops, trample down and destroy grass and horse feed, and even gut the towns, to prevent Alexander, by lack of supplies, from remaining in the country. Arsaces, however, is said to have replied to this proposal that he would not consent to the destruction by fire of a single house belonging to any of his subjects. The other commanders supported him, no doubt because they had their suspicions of Memnon, and guessed that he was afraid of losing the position he held from Darius if fighting started too soon. Alexander, meanwhile, was advancing in battle order upon the river Granicus. His infantry was massed in 2 groups, both wings protected by cavalry, while all transport had orders to follow in the rear. The reconnaissance parties were under the command of Hegelokos, with the lancers and about 500 light troops. Just short of the river, the scouts galloped back to report that the Persian army had taken battle positions on the further bank, whereupon Alexander gave all necessary orders in preparation for an engagement. Parmenio, however, was opposed to this, presenting himself before Alexander. "My lord," he said, "in my view, our best plan in the present situation is to halt here, on this side of the river. The enemy infantry is heavily outnumbered by ours, and I do not think they will run the risk of remaining so close to us throughout the night. So, if they withdraw, we can get across at dawn, without opposition. Indeed, we shall be over before they have a chance of getting into position to meet us. But to attempt the crossing in the present circumstances would, I think, be a grave risk. We cannot manage the crossing in line, on a broad front, because in many places the river is obviously deep, the banks very high, and here and there almost sheer. We should have to cross, therefore, in column, and in loose order at that, with the result that their massed cavalry will be upon us just as we are struggling out of the water, and at the greatest possible disadvantage. A failure at the outset would be a serious thing now, and highly detrimental to our success in the long run." Alexander had his answer. "Yes, Parmenio," he said, "but I should be ashamed of myself if a little trickle of water like this," a very derogatory way of referring to the Granicus, "were too much for us to cross without further preparation, when I had no difficulty whatever in crossing the Hellespont. Such hesitancy would be unworthy of the fighting fame of our people, and of my own promptitude in the face of danger. Without doubt, it would give the Persians added confidence. Nothing has yet happened to them to cause them alarm, and they would begin to think they were as good soldiers as we are." Without further delay, he sent Parmenio to take command of the left wing, and himself moved over to the right. Command of the right had already been given to Philotas, Parmenio's son, with the companion cavalry, the archers, and the Agriane spearmen. Amyntas, son of Arabeus, was attached to him with the lancers, the Paeonians, and Socrates' squadron. On the left of these divisions were the guards' battalions, commanded by Parmenio's son Nicanor. Next came the infantry battalions of Perdiccas, son of Orontes, of Chinos, son of Polemocrates, of Amyntas, son of Andromenes, in that order. Finally, the troops under Amyntas' son Philip. The advanced position of the left wing was held by the Thessalian cavalry under Callas, son of Harpalus, and these were supported, in the following order, by the allied cavalry under Philip, son of Menelaus, and the Thracians under Agathon. Immediately on their right was infantry, the battalions of Craterus, Meleager, and Philip, extending to the center of the army as a whole. The Persians had about 20,000 cavalry, and nearly the same number of foreign mercenaries fighting on foot. But from the river the ground rose steeply, and they had taken up a position with their mounted troops along the bank on a very broad front, and with the infantry in the rear. At one point on the river bank they had massed their squadrons in strength, for here it was that, threatening their left, they could see Alexander himself, an unmistakable figure in magnificent armor, attended by his suite with an almost ecstatic reverence. There was a profound hush as both armies stood for a while motionless on the brink of the river, as if in awe of what was to come. Then Alexander, while the Persians still waited for the crossing to begin, that they might fall upon his men as they were struggling up the further bank, leapt upon his horse, and called upon his bodyguard to follow, and to play the man. His orders were that Amyntas, son of Anabasis, should lead off into the water with the advanced scouts, the Paeonians, and 1 infantry company, preceded by Ptolemy, son of Philip, with Socrates' squadron, which was the leading cavalry squadron for that day. Then he himself, at the head of the right wing of the army, with trumpets blaring and the shout going up to the god of battle, moved forward into the river. He kept his line oblique to the pull of the current as the troops went over, to prevent a flank attack as they emerged from the water, and to enable him to engage the enemy with a front as solid as he could make it. The leading files under Amyntas and Socrates were met as they gained the river bank by volleys of missiles from the Persians, who kept up a continuous fire into the river, both from their commanding position on the high ground above, and also from the comparatively flat strip right down by the water's edge. A hand-to-hand struggle developed, the Macedonian mounted troops trying to force their way out of the water, the Persians doing their utmost to prevent them. Persian lances flew thick and fast. The long Macedonian spears thrust and stabbed. In this first onslaught, Alexander's men, heavily outnumbered, suffered severely. Their foothold was insecure, and down there in the water they had to contend with an enemy in a strong position on the bank above them, not to mention the fact that they met there the fine flower of the Persian horse, with Memnon and his sons braving the fortune of battle in its midst. The first to engage the Persians were cut down and died a soldier's death, though some of the leading troops fell back upon Alexander, who was now on his way across. Indeed, he was almost over at the head of the army's right wing. A moment later he was in the thick of it, charging at the head of his men straight for the spot where the Persian commanders stood, and the serried ranks of enemy horse were thickest. Round him a violent struggle developed, while all the time, company by company, the Macedonians were making their way over the river, more easily now than before. It was a cavalry battle with, as it were, infantry tactics. Horse against horse, man against man, locked together. The Macedonians did their uttermost to thrust the enemy once and for all back from the river bank and force him into open ground, while the Persians fought to prevent the landings or hurl their opponents back into the water. Things soon turned in favor of Alexander's men. Their experience and the weight of their attack began to tell, added to the advantage of the long cornel wood spear over the light lances of the Persians. During the fight, Alexander's spear was broken. He called on Aretis, one of his grooms, for another, but Aretis was himself in difficulties for the same reason, though still fighting gallantly enough with the remaining half of his weapon. Showing it to Alexander, he called out to him to ask someone else, and Demaratus the Corinthian, one of Alexander's personal bodyguard, gave him his spear. The fresh weapon in his hand, he caught sight of Mithridates, Darius's son-in-law, riding with a squadron of horses in wedge formation far ahead of the main body. Instantly he galloped out in front of his men, struck Mithridates in the face with his spear, and hurled him to the ground. Rosakis then rode at Alexander with his scimitar, and aiming a blow at his head, sliced off part of his helmet, which nevertheless dulled the full force of the impact. A moment later, Alexander was on him, and he fell with a spear thrust through his cuirass into his breast. Now Mithridates had his scimitar raised, ready for a blow at Alexander from behind. But Clytus, son of Dropidas, was too quick for him, and severed his shoulder, scimitar and all. Meanwhile, Alexander's party was being steadily reinforced by the mounted troops, as one after another they succeeded in getting out of the river and joining him. The Persians were now in a bad way. There was no escape for horse or rider from the thrust of the Macedonian spears. They were being forced back from their position, and, in addition to the weight of the main attack, They were suffering considerable damage from the lightly armed troops who had forced their way in among the cavalry. They began to break just at the point where Alexander in person was bearing the brunt of things. Once the centre had failed to hold, both wings of the Persian cavalry broke too, and the rout was complete. About 1,000 were killed. Not more, because Alexander soon checked the pursuit of them in order to turn his attention to the foreign mercenaries, who had remained in their original position, shoulder to shoulder. Not, indeed, from any deliberate inattention of proving their courage, but simply because the suddenness of the disaster had deprived them of their wits. Ordering a combined assault by infantry and cavalry, Alexander quickly had them surrounded and butchered to a man, though one or two may have escaped notice among the heaps of dead. About 2,000 were taken prisoner. Among the killed were the Persian commanders Nephates, Patines, and Spithridates, satrap of Lydia, Mithrobuzanes, governor of Cappadocia, Mithridates, son-in-law of Darius, Arbupales, son of Darius and grandson of Artaxerxes, Pharnaces, brother of Darius's wife, and Omares, commander of the foreign contingent. Arsaces escaped to Phrygia, where he is said to have died by his own hand, because the Persians held him responsible for the defeat. The Macedonian losses were small. About 25 of the companion cavalry were killed during the first assault. Their statues in bronze now stand at Dium, executed on Alexander's instructions by Lysippus, who had been chosen from a number of competitors to make statues of Alexander. Rather more than 60 of the other mounted troops were killed, and about 30 infantrymen. By order of Alexander, all the dead were buried with their arms and equipment on the day after the battle, and their parents and children were granted immunity from local taxes and all forms either of personal service or dues payable on property. For the wounded, he showed deep concern. He visited them all and examined their wounds, asking each man how and in what circumstances his wound was received, and allowing him to tell his story and exaggerate as much as he pleased. He also gave rites of burial to the Persian commanders and the Greek mercenaries who fell fighting in the enemy's ranks. The Greek prisoners he sent in chains to hard labor in Macedonia, as a punishment for contravening the resolution of the League of Corinth by fighting in a foreign army against their own countrymen. As an offering to the goddess Athena, he sent to Athens 300 full suits of Persian armor, with the following inscription: Alexander, son of Philip, and the Greeks, except the Spartans, dedicate these spoils taken from the Persians who dwell in Asia. Alexander appointed Callas to the satrapy previously held by Arsaces, with orders to maintain the taxes at the same level as before. All natives who came out of hiding in the hills and surrendered, he allowed to return to their homes. To the people of Zelaya, he gave a free pardon, because he knew that they had fought with the Persians only under pressure. He sent Parmenio to take over Dascylium, and this was done without trouble, as the gods had abandoned the town. His next objective was Sardis. He was still some 8 or 9 miles away when he was met by Mithridates, the officer in command of the inner fortress. With him were the leading men of the town, who had come to surrender it to Alexander, while Mithridates did the same for the fortress and the treasure. Alexander halted on the Hermus, a river about 2.5 miles from Sardis, and sent on Amyntas, son of Andromenes, to take over the fortress. Mithridates he kept with his own suite, treating him in a way suitable to his rank, while the people of Sardis and the other Lydians he permitted to observe the old customs of their country, and gave them their freedom. While he was in Sardis, he went up into the Acropolis, where the Persian garrison was stationed, and saw at a glance that this fortress, built as it was on a lofty and precipitous hill, and defended by a triple wall, was an extremely strong position. It occurred to him to build here a temple and altar in honor of Olympian Zeus, and while he was considering the best site, a summer storm, breaking suddenly with violent thunder and a fall of rain over the palace of the Lydian kings, persuaded him that Zeus himself had indicated the spot where his temple should be raised. So he gave his orders accordingly. He left Pausanias, one of his companions, in charge of the fortress, and made Nicias responsible for the organization and payment of the tribute. The governorship of Lydia and the other territory, formerly controlled by Spithridates, was given to Asander, son of Philotas, with an adequate force of light infantry and mounted troops. Callas and Alexander, son of Aeropus, were sent to Memnon's part of the country with the Peloponnesians and most of the other allied troops, with the exception of the Argives, who were left in Sardis to garrison the fortress. Meanwhile, news of the cavalry engagement had reached Ephesus. The mercenaries who formed the garrison of the town seized 2 warships and made their escape, accompanied by Amyntas, son of Antiochus, who had left Macedonia in order to avoid Alexander. He had not, to be sure, anything to complain of in Alexander's treatment. He merely disliked him, and was disinclined to be made uncomfortable by his presence. Alexander took 3 days to reach Ephesus. On his arrival, he recalled everyone who had been expelled for supporting him, stripped the small governing clique of its power, and restored democratic institutions. All dues previously paid to Persia he transferred to the temple of Artemis. The people of the town, freed from the fear of their political masters, were eager to put to death the man who had been responsible for calling in Memnon, and everybody else who had either ransacked the temple or helped to smash up the statue of Philip which stood there, or break open in the public square the tomb of Heropaithus, the liberator. They dragged from the temple and stoned to death Surfax and his son Pelagon, and all his nephews. Alexander, however, was well aware that the Ephesian populace, given the chance of continuing the hunt for guilty men and indulging its lust for revenge, would, out of personal hatred or greed, kill many who were innocent as well, firmly called a halt, with the result that his popularity never stood higher than it did on this occasion by his handling of the situation at Ephesus. During the same period, representatives came from the towns of Magnesia and Tralles to offer their submission. He accordingly dispatched Parmenio with a force consisting of 2,500 allied foot, 2,500 Macedonians, and about 200 companion cavalry, giving instructions for a similar force under Alcimachus, son of Agathocles, to proceed to the Aeolian towns and all the Ionian ones still subject to Persia. Throughout the country he dispossessed the ruling cliques and established popular government in their place, allowing every community to enjoy its own laws and customs and discontinue payment of the taxes it had previously paid to the Persians. Meanwhile, he remained in Ephesus, offered sacrifice to Artemis, and held a ceremonial parade of his troops, fully equipped and in battle order. On the following day he marched for Miletus, with a force made up of all the infantry not otherwise engaged, the archers, the Agrianes, the Thracian cavalry, the royal squadron of the companion cavalry, and 3 other squadrons. What is known as the outer city fell into his hands without a blow, as the garrison had withdrawn, whereupon he called a halt, and proposed to establish a blockade of the inner defences, where Hegesistratus, who had been entrusted by Darius with the defence of the town, was still hoping to hold out. This officer had, some time before, written to Alexander to offer submission, but the proximity of the Persian fleet had subsequently encouraged him to make an effort to save the city for his masters. Nicanor, however, was too quick for him. He brought the Greek fleet to Miletus 3 days ahead of the Persians, and anchored, with 160 ships, at Lade, the island just off the town. The Persians had missed their opportunity. and the commanders, as soon as they found that Nicanor's fleet had put in at Lode before their arrival, brought their own ships to anchor under Mount Mycale. Alexander had indeed already made sure of Lade not only by anchoring his fleet there, he had also put ashore on the island his Thracian contingent and some 4,000 other mercenary troops. The Persians had about 400 ships, but Parmenio, in spite of their numerical superiority, urged Alexander to engage. He did undoubtedly believe that a sea fight would go in favor of the Greeks, but the real reason for his confidence was a sign from heaven. An eagle which had been seen on the beach just astern of Alexander's ships. He pointed out that a victory in present circumstances would be of great strategic advantage, while a defeat would not be very serious, as Persia in any case had command of the sea. He was fully prepared, he said, to go aboard himself and share the perils of the day. Alexander replied that Parmenio was mistaken, and that he had wrongly interpreted the omen. In the first place, it was absurd to rush blindly into a naval engagement against greatly superior forces, and with an untrained fleet against the highly trained Cyprian and Phoenician crews. The sea, moreover, was a tricky thing. One could not trust it, and he was not going to risk making a present to the Persians of all the skill and courage of his men. As to defeat, it would be very serious indeed, and would affect profoundly the general attitude to the war in its early stages, above all by encouraging the Greeks to revolt the moment they got news of a Persian success at sea. Secondly, having given his reasons for not risking an engagement, he went on to say that his interpretation of the omen was different from Parmenio's. The appearance of the eagle was, without doubt, a favorable sign. But the fact that it had been seen on shore surely indicated that it was his army, not his navy, which would render the Persian fleet powerless. He would, as it were, win his sea battle from the land. At this juncture, a distinguished Milesian named Glaucippus appeared before Alexander with a proposal from the people of the town and the foreign mercenaries who were chiefly responsible for guarding it in the Persian interest. This was that they were willing to grant free use of their harbours and free entry within their walls to Alexander and the Persians alike, and that on these terms the siege should be raised. Alexander's reply to this suggestion was to order Glaucippus to get back to his friends at the double, and tell them to be ready to defend themselves at dawn next morning. He then proceeded to order up his siege engines. The walls were bombarded at close range, long stretches of the fortifications breached with battering rams. He then brought his men up, to be ready to get a foothold at any point where the defences were sufficiently gapped or weakened to allow an entry, while the Persians at Mycale were so near that the progress of operations against their friends was almost visible to their eyes. When Nicanor's men in Lode saw that Alexander's assault had begun, they got their ships under way, and rowing along shore, made for the harbour at Miletus, where they brought up in the narrowest part of the entrance each vessel close aboard its neighbour, so that the harbour was effectively closed to the Persian fleet, and the Milesians could no longer hope for assistance from that quarter. The Milesians and the mercenary troops in the town were already hard-pressed by Alexander's attack, and now, at this fresh development, some of them plunged into the sea and paddled themselves over on their upturned shields to an islet, it has no name, just off the town, while others made a desperate effort to escape in boats before the Macedonian warships arrived. But they were too late, and were caught at the harbour entrance. Most of them, however, were killed within the walls. The town was now in Alexander's hands, and his next move was to turn his attention to the men who had escaped to the little island. Its shore was steep, and landing on it would be much like scaling a wall. So to facilitate the operation, he had scaling ladders fixed in the bows of his ships. When, however, he saw that the fugitives were preparing to fight to the death, he was moved to pity by their courage and loyalty, and refrained from action on condition of their serving in future under his own command. They were Greek mercenaries, about 300 in number. All the Milesians who had not been killed when the town was taken, he let go free. The Persians continued for a while to use Mycale as a base for annoying the Greek fleet at Miletus. Every day they made a movement towards it in the hopes of provoking a conflict. At night they remained in their station, which was not, however, a comfortable one, because they were obliged to water their ships from the Meander, which was a long way off. Alexander, still keeping the fleet on guard in the harbour to prevent the Persians from forcing an entrance, sent Pelotus round by land to Mycale with the mounted troops and 3 companies of infantry, with orders to stop the Persians getting ashore. The result was that lack of water and other supplies reduced the Persian crews to what was, to all intents and purposes, a state of siege. So they sailed for Samos, filled up there with whatever they needed, and returned to Miletus. Off the harbour they took up battle stations with the main body of their fleet, hoping to lure the Macedonians out into deep water, while 5 of their ships carried on into the sheltered water between Ladi and the Macedonian position on shore. There was a chance, they thought, of surprising Alexander's ships with no one aboard, because they had been told that most of the crews had gone off on various jobs, such as collecting firewood, or foraging, or fetching supplies. Some of the men were actually away, but there were enough left on duty for Alexander, when he saw the 5 enemy vessels approaching, to man 10 of his own, and send them out on the instant with orders to ram. The 5 Persians found the hostile approach of the Greek ships by no means according to plan. At first sight of them, still some way off, they put about and hurried back to rejoin the fleet. One of them, manned by Iasians, was a slow ship and failed to get away. She and her crew were taken, but the other 4 kept ahead of the pursuers and safely rejoined the fleet. As a result of this episode, the Persian fleet left Miletus, with nothing to show for the time it had spent there. Alexander now decided to disband his fleet. He had not at the moment the money for maintaining it. He knew that it was no match for the Persian navy, and he had no wish to subject any part of his strength, in ships or men, to the risk of disaster. Moreover, now that his army was master of the continent, he was well aware that a fleet was no longer of any use to him. By seizing the coastal towns, he could reduce the Persian navy to impotence, for they would then have no port on the Asian coast which they could use, and no source of replacement for their crews. Here, then, was the point of his interpretation of the omen of the eagle. It meant that he would conquer the ships from the land. Having settled affairs at Miletus, he started for Caria on a report that the Persians were in Halicarnassus with a considerable force of native and mercenary troops. The towns which lay upon his route surrendered without resistance, but on arriving at Halicarnassus, he took up a position rather more than half a mile from the town in expectation of a long siege. For, apart from the natural strength of the place, due to its geographical situation, any deficiencies in the means of assuring its safety had long before been supplied in person by Memnon, who had already been appointed by Darius, controller of Lower Asia, and commander of the whole fleet. A powerful force of Persian troops and mercenaries had been left to garrison the town, and the presence of warships in the harbour meant that the sailors too could lend a helping hand should the need for action arise. On the first day, Alexander moved up towards the fortifications on the side of the town which faces Mylassa. As he approached the gates, the defenders made a sortie and flung weapons at long range. A counter-attack by Alexander's men checked them without difficulty, and they were driven back within the walls. A few days later, with a force consisting of the guards, the companion cavalry, and the infantry battalions commanded by Amyntas, Perdiccas, and Meleager, supported by the Agrianes and archers, Alexander moved round to the part of the town which faces Myndus, his intention being to reconnoitre the state of the defences in that sector, in the hope of finding that they offered an easier approach. There was also, he thought, a chance that by an unexpected raid he might take Myndus, the possession of which would greatly facilitate the siege of Halicarnassus. The plan was all the more attractive because some people in Myndus had suggested that they might open their gates to him if he came under cover of darkness. He accordingly took them at their word, and approached the town about midnight. There was, however, no sign of surrender. Alexander, who had expected the place to be betrayed into his hands, was not prepared for a siege. He had brought with him neither rams, nor artillery, nor ladders. Nevertheless, ill-equipped as he was, he ordered the Macedonian infantry to advance and begin sapping operations. They destroyed one fort, but its fall did not leave the wall defenceless. The troops in the town put up a vigorous resistance, and, with the help of strong reinforcements which arrived by sea from Halicarnassus, successfully frustrated the surprise attack. Alexander, accordingly, forced to withdraw with his object unaccomplished, turned his attention once more to the siege of Halicarnassus. To enable him to bring into position his siege engines, the towers from which to bombard the defenders of the wall, the artillery and battering rams for breaching the defences, Alexander began by filling in the trench, about 45 feet wide and 23 feet deep, which had been dug outside the town. The work was done without difficulty, and the towers soon brought into position. After dark, a party of Halicarnassians made an attempt to set fire to the Macedonian siege artillery, including the towers, which were either already in position or about to be brought up. But the Macedonians on guard duty, with the help of others who were awakened by the noise during the action and joined them, had little trouble in driving them back within the town's defences. They lost 170 men, including Neoptolemus, who, among others, had deserted to Darius. He was the son of Arrhabaeus and brother of Amyntas. Alexander's losses were about 16 killed and 300 wounded, the comparatively large number of the wounded being due to the fact that the attack took place in the dark, when it is more difficult to defend oneself. A few days after this incident, 2 Macedonian infantrymen of Perdiccas's battalion were drinking together in their tent, and telling each other what stout fellows they were. As they warmed up with the drink, each bragging as hard as he could go, it soon developed into a competition between the pair of them, until at last they seized their weapons, and, without any serious intention of risking their lives in a fight, but simply to prove to each other what mighty fellows they were, they sallied out on their own to attack the wall of the town on the high ground facing Mylassa. Some soldiers in the town saw the foolish pair coming, and promptly went for them. But the Macedonians killed those who came near, and hurled missiles at those who remained at a distance, although the Halicarnassians outnumbered them, and the lie of the land was greatly in their favour, since they could both shoot and move forward to the assault from high ground. More men from Perdiccas's battalion soon came hurrying to meet this threat, and on the other side, reinforcements from the town. There was a sharp struggle, until once again the Macedonians succeeded in driving the attacking force back within their gates. Indeed, the town itself was very nearly taken. The walls, at the moment, were inadequately defended, and the collapse of 2 towers, together with the intervening stretch of wall, would have offered an easy entrance had the assault been made in strength. Moreover, a 3rd tower had been badly damaged, and might easily have been brought down by mining. But before anything could be done, the men in the town made good the breach in their defences by building, from inside, a crescent-shaped wall of brick, and many hands made light work of it. On the following day, Alexander brought up his siege artillery to attack it, and his move was promptly countered by a party from the town. Their object was to set fire to his assault machines, and they succeeded in burning a part of the screen near the walls, and of one of the wooden towers, though everything else was saved by the men under Philotas and Hellanicus, who were on guard there. During the raid, Alexander appeared upon the scene in person, and the result was that the raiding party dropped their firebrands, most of them throwing away their weapons as well, and beat a hurried retreat into the town. In spite of this setback, in the first phases of the ensuing struggle, the defenders had the advantage. Their position on the higher ground was a commanding one. The troops, forming a screen in front of Alexander's assault machines, could be met by volleys of missiles, not only in the direct line of their advance, but also from the flanks, where they could be enfiladed from the towers still standing on both sides of the breach in the original wall. Indeed, as they approached the newly built section, they could be shot at practically from the rear as well. A few days passed before Alexander renewed his assault on the new brick wall inside the town. This time he took personal charge of the operation. His move was met by a counter-attack in full force from the town, by one division at the breach in the wall, where Alexander was, and by another at the Tripolum, or Triple Gate, where the Macedonians least expected it. Flaming brands and other inflammable material were flung at the assaulting machines to set them alight and spread the blaze. But the men under Alexander's immediate command made a strong counter-attack. The catapults mounted on towers kept up a continuous pressure by hurling heavy stones. Javelins flew thick and fast, and the defenders of the town were without difficulty beaten back and forced to withdraw once more within their defences. The attempt had been a bold one, carried out with a considerable force, and their losses were, in proportion, heavy. Some were killed in hand-to-hand fighting with the Macedonians, others among the debris of the breached wall. They could not get through because the gap was too narrow for such a press of men, and they could not get over because the fallen blocks of stone were an almost insuperable impediment. The force which had made its sortie at the Tripolum was met by Ptolemy, captain of the royal guard, with the troops under Adius and Timander, supported by light infantry. These had no greater trouble than the others in repelling the attack from the town. Like that of their comrades, the retreat of this force too was disastrous, for as they withdrew across a narrow bridge over the dike, the bridge collapsed under the excessive weight. Many were flung into the dike, and were either trampled to death by their comrades, or shot from above by the Macedonians. But the worst slaughter was at the gates of the town, which were shut too soon in blind fear of letting in the Macedonians on the heels of the fugitives. In this way, the defenders shut out large numbers of their friends, who were cut down by the Macedonians right under the walls. Once again, the town was almost in Alexander's hands, but even in this extremity he wished to save it, if only the people gave any sign of willingness to come to terms. So he called off the assault. In this action, Halicarnassus lost about 1,000 men, Alexander about 40, among whom were Ptolemy, captain of the royal guard, Clearchus in command of the archers, Adius, a Chiliarch, or battalion commander, and other well-known Macedonians. The Persian commanders, Orontobates and Memnon, now met to discuss the situation. It was clear that in present circumstances it would not be possible to hold out much longer. Part of the wall was already gone, other parts were seriously damaged, and in the recent sorties they had lost heavily, many men having been either killed or put out of action by wounds. Accordingly, somewhere near midnight they had the magazines set on fire, together with the wooden tower which had been constructed as a counter to the enemy assault machines. The houses near the wall were also fired, while flames from the fiercely burning tower and magazines were spread by the wind to other buildings, which were soon ablaze as well. Their own surviving forces withdrew to the Arconisi, an island stronghold, and the high ground known as Salmakis. These events were reported to Alexander by some Halicarnassians who had deserted after the fighting. Accordingly, as the fire was still spreading before his eyes, he ordered up his Macedonian divisions, in spite of the fact that it was nearly midnight, with instructions to kill every man they could catch in the act of setting fire to buildings. Any of the townspeople found indoors were, on the contrary, to be rescued from the conflagration. Daylight revealed the occupation by the Persians and their mercenaries of Salmakis and the Arkonisi. Alexander, however, decided not to lay siege to these strongholds, because in addition to the fact that they would be awkward to take and much time would be wasted, he knew that with the town itself already in his hands, they would not bring him any great advantage. So he buried the men killed in the night's fighting, ordered the troops in charge of the assault engines to move them to Tralles, and then razed the town to the ground. To garrison the place, together with the rest of Caria, he left a force of 3,000 infantry, mercenaries, and about 200 mounted troops under their commander Ptolemy. Then he made his preparations to move on into Phrygia. He appointed Hecatomnus's daughter, Ada, to the governorship of Caria as a whole. This woman was the wife of Hydrius, and also his sister, a relationship in accordance with Carian custom. Hydrius, on his deathbed, had bequeathed her his power, government by women having been a familiar thing in Asia from the time of Semiramis onward. She was subsequently deposed by Pixodorus, who seized power, and was succeeded after his death by his son-in-law Orontabates, who had been appointed to the position by a warrant from the king. Ada, meanwhile, remained in control of Alinda only, one of the more strongly defended places in Caria, and when Alexander invaded Caria, she presented herself before him, surrendered the town, and offered to adopt him as her son. Alexander did not refuse the offer. He restored Alinda to her, and when, with the fall of Halicarnassus, he found himself master of Caria, he put the whole country under her control. A number of the Macedonians serving in the campaign had been married just before the expedition started. Feeling that some consideration was due to these men, Alexander dismissed them from Caria and sent them home to spend the winter with their wives. They were put in charge of Ptolemy, son of Seleucus, an officer of the royal guard, and of 2 other officers of high rank, Caenas, son of Polemocrates, and Meleager, son of Neoptolemus, both chosen because they too were newly married men. The officers' instructions were to raise levies of both horse and foot on as large a scale as possible on their rejoining the army with the party in their charge. No act of Alexander's ever made him better beloved by his native troops. At the same time he sent Cleander, son of Polemocrates, to raise troops in the Peloponnese, while Parmenio was dispatched to Sardis with a force consisting of a regiment of the Companions, the Thessalian cavalry, the other allied contingents, and the baggage wagons. His orders were to proceed from Sardis to Phrygia. Alexander himself marched for Lycia and Pamphylia to establish control of the coast, and so immobilize the enemy's fleet. On the way, the first place he took was the fortified town of Hypana. It was held by a mercenary garrison, but on the offer of a truce they abandoned the citadel and marched out to surrender. There was no battle. On entering Lycia he took over Telmissus, the people agreeing not to resist him, after which he crossed the Xanthus, and accepted the surrender of Pinara, Xanthus, Patara, and about 30 smaller places. It was now midwinter, and Alexander's next move was into what is known as Mileus, which actually belongs to Greater Phrygia, but was reckoned at that period by order of the Persian king as part of Lycia. Here he was met by representatives from Phaselis, bringing him a gold crown and offers of friendship, and similar offers also reached him from the greater part of Lower Lycia. Alexander, in reply, instructed the envoys from Phaselis, as well as those from Lycia, to surrender their towns to the proper authorities, which was duly done in every case. Soon afterwards he went in person to Phaselis, and helped the people of the town to reduce a fortress which the Pisidians had built nearby, as a base from which to annoy them. And annoy them they did, men at work on the land often suffering severely from their raids. Before he had finished with Phaselis, a report reached him of the intended treachery of Alexander, son of Aeropus. This man was one of his companions, in close contact with the king, and also at the time in command of the Thessalian cavalry. He was also a brother of Hieromenes and Arrhabaeus, both of whom had been involved in the murder of Philip. On the occasion of his father's murder, Alexander, in spite of the fact that the evidence against his namesake looked black, did not prosecute the charge because he had been among the first to support him on Philip's death, accompanying him into the palace, armed like his master. Subsequently, Alexander had given him an honorable position in his personal suite, sent him to direct operations in Thrace, and finally appointed him to the command of the Thessalian cavalry in place of Callas, who had been transferred to a provincial governorship. The plot was revealed to Alexander in the following way. Amyntas, who had deserted to the Persians, brought Darius certain written proposals from this fellow Alexandros, as I shall now call him. Thereupon Darius sent down to the coast a trusted member of his suite, named Sisinnes, ostensibly on a visit to Artaxerxes, the satrap of Phrygia, but in reality to get into contact with Alexandros and promise him the throne of Macedonia and 1,000 talents of gold if he succeeded in assassinating the king. Sisinnes, however, fell into Parmenio's hands, revealed the purpose of his mission, and was sent on under guard to Alexander, to whom he repeated his story. Alexander called a meeting of his friends to discuss the situation, and the members of the companions most closely in his confidence expressed the opinion that it was a mistake in the first place to have put an untrustworthy officer in command of the best cavalry regiments, and that he should now be summarily disposed of, before he became hand-in-glove with the Thessalians and plotted rebellion. Moreover, an ominous event had added to their anxiety. For it so happened that while Alexander, during the siege of Halicarnassus, was taking his siesta, a swallow flew round and round over his head, twittering loudly in a way that seemed to express unusual alarm, and kept settling on various parts of his bed. Alexander was too tired to wake up properly, but the noise the bird made disturbed him. So with his hand he tried to shoo it gently away, but without success. For, far from being scared off by the touch of Alexander's hand, it came and perched on his head, and refused to budge until he was fully awake. Convinced that the incident was not without significance, Alexander reported it to the soothsayer Aristander of Telmissus, who declared that it portended a friend's treachery, and in addition that the plot would be revealed, for swallows are domestic birds, friendly to man and exceedingly talkative. This clearly corroborated Sisinnes' story, so the king sent Alexander's son Amphoterus, he was brother to Craterus, to Parmenio, accompanied by some natives of Perga, to act as guides. To avoid recognition on the journey, Amphoterus wore native dress and succeeded in reaching Parmenio without detection. He had no written instructions, for Alexander felt that in an affair of this sort it would be dangerous to commit anything to writing. He merely delivered a verbal message, as directed. In this way, Alexandros was arrested and put into custody. Alexander now left Phaselis. Part of his forces he dispatched over the mountains towards Perga, along tracks made for him by the Thracians, to facilitate what was otherwise a long and difficult journey. He himself marched with his picked troops along the coast, a route which is practicable only in northerly winds. During southerlies, the beach is impassable. It had been blowing hard from the south before he started, but, by the grace of God, as both he and his staff felt, the wind went round into the north, and made the passage quick and easy. Advancing from Perga, he was met by plenipotentiaries from Aspendus, who offered to surrender the town, but begged at the same time that no garrison should be put in. As to the garrison, they got what they asked for. But Alexander demanded that the town should contribute 50 talents towards the man's pay, and hand over all the horses bred there as tribute to Darius. Both demands were agreed to, and the envoys returned home. The next objective was Sidon, a town whose people came originally from Kyme in Aeolia. There is a tradition among them that when the first settlers from Kyme sailed thither and landed from their ships to found a new home, they promptly forgot their native Greek and began to talk in a foreign tongue, not the language spoken by the people of those parts, but an entirely new dialect of their own. And from then on the men of Sidon had remained foreigners, distinct in speech as in everything else from their neighbours. Alexander left a party of men to occupy Sidon, and then proceeded to Cilium, a fortified town garrisoned by mercenaries and native troops. He was unable, however, to take this place by assault, without regular siege operations, and this fact, combined with the report which he had received during his march, determined him to return to Aspendus. The report stated that the people of Aspendus had backed out of their agreement. They were refusing to hand over the horses to the proper authorities and to pay them money. Moreover, they had taken their movable property inside the town's defences, shut their gates against Alexander's men, and were at work upon all necessary repairs to their walls. The main part of the town of Aspendus is built upon a very steep and easily defended hill, the base of which is washed by the river Eurymedon. There were also a number of houses on the level ground round this central stronghold, all of them enclosed within a wall of no great height. This wall, together with all houses on the flat ground, which seemed impossible to hold, was abandoned by the people of the place the moment they were aware of Alexander's approach. They hurriedly withdrew, and took refuge within the fortified centre of the hill. Alexander, as soon as he reached the town, led his men inside the outer wall, now defenceless, and took up his quarters in the deserted houses. The shock of Alexander's presence, and the sight of his army surrounding them, were too much for the people of the town. They sent their spokesman to him, and begged to be allowed their original terms. Alexander, however, in spite of the fact that the position of Aspendus was obviously a strong one, and he was not himself prepared for a protracted siege, refused the request. He demanded, in addition to the horses they had previously agreed to hand over, 100 talents instead of the original 50, and the surrender as hostages of the leading men of the community. Further, they were forced to obey the governor appointed by himself, to pay an annual tribute to Macedon, and submit to an inquiry into the rightful ownership of the land, which they were accused of holding by force, when it was really the property of their neighbours. When this was settled to his satisfaction, Alexander moved on to Perga, and thence by a route which led past Telmissus to Phrygia. The people of Telmissus are an Asiatic race of Pisidian blood. The town stands on a lofty and precipitous height, and the road which leads past it is an inconvenient one, because a ridge runs right down to it from the town above, breaking off short with the road at the bottom, while opposite to it, on the other side, the ground rises again in an equally steep ascent. The two cliffs make a sort of natural gateway on the road, so that quite a small force can, by holding the high ground, prevent an enemy from getting through. and this is precisely what the Telmesians did. They marched out with every available man and occupied the heights on either side of the road. Alexander accordingly gave the order to halt at once, convinced that when the enemy saw his men taking up a position for the night, they would no longer hold the road in force, but withdraw the majority of their troops into the town nearby, leaving only a small party on the hills to keep a watch. His guess proved right. The main body retired, and only the outposts remained. Alexander then promptly moved to the attack with a force consisting of the archers, the javelin battalions, and the more mobile infantry. The small force on the hills, unable to withstand the weight of his missiles, abandoned the position, and Alexander moved on through the narrow passage and took up a fresh position near the town. It was at this juncture that representatives from the large town of Selga sought an interview with Alexander. The people of this place, too, are Pisidians, Asiatics, and are good soldiers. They were old enemies of Telmesis, and their object in sending to Alexander was to offer him their support. Alexander accepted the offer, and from that moment found them trustworthy in every respect. Concluding that it would not be possible to reduce Telmesis without a long siege, he now proceeded to Sagalassus, another place of some size, belonging like Telmesis to people of Pisidian blood. The Pisidians are all fine soldiers, but the Sagalatians were conspicuous even among a nation of fighters. On this occasion they occupied the high ground in front of the town, a position no less good for defensive action than the wall itself, and there awaited the Macedonian assault. On the right wing of the attacking force, Alexander had the Guards division under his personal command. In touch with them were the infantry battalions, forming the whole center of the line, and commanded by the various officers whose turn of duty happened to fall upon that day. Command of the left he assigned to Amyntas, son of Anabasis. In advance of the right wing he stationed the archers and the Agrianes, while his left was screened by the Thracian javelin battalions under Sitalces. Cavalry was useless, as the nature of the ground was unsuitable for it. The enemy were reinforced by troops from Telmesis, who had come to offer assistance. When Alexander's troops had reached the steepest part of the ascent towards the Pisidians' position on the hill, they were attacked on both wings by small parties of men, who took advantage of the difficult ground to slip in where they best could, and the enemy had least chance to retaliate. In this they were partially successful, while the archers who were leading the assault, and were moreover only lightly protected, were forced to retreat. The Agrianes, however, yielded nothing, encouraged no doubt by the fact that the Macedonian infantry divisions were already coming up, with Alexander in full view at the head of them. A hand-to-hand struggle ensued. The Pisidians, who had no defensive armor, found themselves matched with fully equipped heavy infantry, with the result that they suffered severe losses and, finally, broke. About 500 were killed. Prisoners were few because their light equipment and knowledge of the country made escape easy, while the Macedonians, for their part, with their heavy gear and lack of local knowledge, were none too eager to pursue them. Nonetheless, Alexander hung on to the fugitives and stormed the town. Cleander, who commanded the archers, was killed during these operations, as were about 20 others. Alexander then proceeded against the other Pisidian communities. Some of their fortified places he took by assault. Others surrendered to him without resistance. His next move was into Phrygia. His route lay past Lake Ascania, a lake from which the people of the neighborhood collect natural salt, so that they have no need to depend on supplies from the sea. 5 days later he was at Kyllini. The town of Kyllini has a lofty central stronghold, sheer all round, and this was garrisoned by 1,000 Carian troops and 100 Greek mercenaries, who took their orders from the Persian governor of Phrygia. The garrison sent Alexander an offer to surrender the town, provided that no reinforcements arrived on a certain day on which they had agreed to expect them, which date they specified. And it seemed better to Alexander to accept this arrangement than to attempt the reduction by siege of such an unassailable position. Accordingly, he left a force of some 1,500 men to watch the town, and after a wait of 10 days marched for Gordium. Before he left, he appointed Antigonus, son of Philip, to the governorship of Phrygia, promoting Balacrus, son of Amyntas, to the command of the allied contingents in his place. To Parmenio he sent orders to meet him at Gordium with the troops under his command, and the orders were duly carried out. The recently married Macedonians who had been sent home on leave also rejoined at Gordium with a force of freshly levied troops, 3,000 Macedonian infantry and about 300 horse, 200 Thessalian horse, and 150 men from Elis, under their own commander, Alcaeus. The whole force was commanded by Ptolemy, son of Seleucus, Cenas, son of Polemarchus, and Meleager, son of Neoptolemus. Gordium is in Hellespontine Phrygia. The town stands on the river Sangarius, which rises in Phrygia and runs through Bithynian Thrace into the Black Sea. During his stay there, Alexander was visited by envoys from Athens with the request for the liberation of Athenian prisoners of war who had been captured on the Granicus fighting for Persia, and were at that time in Macedonia under close confinement, with the other 2,000 prisoners. But for the moment, at any rate, the request was not granted, and the envoys were forced to return with their mission unfulfilled. For Alexander felt that, with the war against Persia still on his hands, it would be dangerous to relax his severity towards anyone of Greek nationality who had consented to fight for Asia against his own country. Nevertheless, he did tell the Athenian envoys that they might approach him again on the matter when circumstances were favorable. Book 2. After the events just related, the island of Chios was betrayed into the hands of Memnon, whom Darius had made supreme commander of the Persian navy and responsible for the defense of the whole Asiatic coast. The object of Memnon's move was the hope of diverting the war to Greece and Macedonia. He then sailed to Lesbos and made himself master of all the towns in the island, except Mytilene, the inhabitants of which refused to treat with him. He accordingly made a landing at Mytilene and blockaded it with a double stockade carried right to the sea on both sides. In addition to this, he constructed 5 blockhouses and was thus enabled to control the island without difficulty. Part of his fleet guarded the harbor. Other ships he sent to the promontory of Sigrium, the usual landing place for merchantmen from Chios, Carystus, and Malea, and was thus able to keep a watch on the coast and prevent any help from reaching Mytilene by sea. Before his work was completed, however, he fell sick and died. And his death was the most serious setback which Persia received during this period of the war. Memnon, on his deathbed, and pending a further decision by Darius, had handed over his command to his nephew, Anabasis, Artabazus' son, and he and Autophrodates vigorously prosecuted the siege. The people of Mytilene, finding themselves cut off on the landward side and blockaded by a powerful fleet, sent to Pharnabazus and agreed, first, to get rid of the mercenary troops sent to fight for them by Alexander, Secondly, to rescind the pact they had made with him, and enter into alliance with Darius according to the terms of the peace of Atalsatos. And lastly, to allow their exiles to return and resume possession of half their original property. Such were the terms of the agreement. But Pharnabazus and Autophrodates, once they had got inside the town, brought in a garrison under the command of Lycomedes of Rhodes, and put one of the exiled party, named Diogenes, in general control with autocratic powers. At the same time, they enforced the contribution of a sum of money, extorting a part of it from the wealthier men, and raising the remainder by a general levy, after which Pharnabazus set sail for Lycia with the mercenary troops, while Autophrodates proceeded to the other islands. Meanwhile, Darius sent Thermondus, son of Mentor, to fetch the mercenaries which were in Pharnabazus' charge, and to order Pharnabazus himself formally to take over Memnon's command. The mercenaries were accordingly transferred to Thermondus, and Pharnabazus sailed to rejoin Autophrodates and the fleet. On his arrival, they first dispatched 10 ships under a Persian named Datames to the Cyclades Islands, and then sailed with the squadron 100 strong for Tenedos, where they brought up in what is known as North Harbour. They then sent a demand to the islanders for the abrogation of their agreements with Alexander and the Greeks, and the observance of the terms of the peace of Antalsados, which they had concluded with Persia. The people of Tenedos would have liked nothing better than to remain on good terms with Alexander and the Greeks. But, in the circumstances, they were forced to believe that their only hope of safety lay in accepting Persia's terms. Even Hegelocus was a broken reed, for though he had had orders from Alexander once again to get a fleet together, he had not yet raised a sufficient force to give any prospect of speedy relief. One might say, therefore, that Tenedos was scared into surrender by Pharnabazus and his men against the true wishes of the people. About this time it so happened that Proteus, son of Andronicus, upon orders from Antipater, had assembled a number of warships from Euboea and the Peloponnese, to afford protection to the Greek coast and the islands in the event of a Persian attack by sea, which report said was not unlikely. Information reached Proteus that Datames had brought up off Sifnos with a squadron of 10 ships, so with 15 of his own he sailed at night for Chalcis on the Euripus. It was dawn when he reached the island of Sifnos, and throughout the day he remained there at anchor in order to get more definite information about the 10 enemy ships, and also to give himself the chance of attacking their Phoenician crews with more devastating effect during the hours of darkness. As soon as all doubt about Datames' presence at Sifnos was removed, he made sail just before dawn, while it was still dark, delivered a surprise attack, and captured 8 of the 10 ships, together with their crews. Right at the start of the encounter with Proteus's squadron, Datames slipped away with the remaining 2 vessels, and succeeded in rejoining the rest of the fleet. Now to return to Alexander, at Gordium. Upon reaching this place, he was irresistibly impelled to visit the palace of Gordius and his son Midas, high up on the Acropolis, in order to inspect the famous wagon of Gordius, and the knot with which its yoke was fixed. There was a story about this wagon, widely believed in the neighborhood. Gordius, so went the tale, lived in Phrygia in the ancient days. He was poor, and had but 2 yoke of oxen, and a small plot of land to till. With 1 pair of oxen he ploughed, with the other he drove his wagon. One day when he was ploughing, an eagle perched on the yoke of his plough, and stayed there until the oxen were loosed, and the day's work done. Gordius was troubled, and went to the seers of Telemesus, to consult them about what this sign from heaven might mean. For the people of Telemesus were skilled in interpreting God's mysteries, and their women and children, as well as their men, inherited the gift of divination. Near a village belonging to these people, he fell in with a girl who was drawing water. He told her of the eagle, and she, in reply, being herself sprung from a line of seers, advised him to return to the place where he had seen the sign and offer sacrifice to Zeus the king. Gordius urged her to go with him and show him the form the sacrifice should take, and he performed it as she directed, and afterwards married her, and they had a son, whose name was Midas. Now, when Midas had grown to be a fine and handsome man, there was trouble and strife among the Phrygians, and an oracle told them that a wagon would bring them a king who would put an end to their quarrels. While they were still debating what to do about these things, Midas, with his father and mother, drove up in the wagon and came to a stop at their place of meeting. Taking this to be the fulfillment of the oracle, the Phrygians decided that here was the man whom the god had foretold that a wagon would bring. So they put Midas on the throne, and he made an end of their trouble and strife, and laid up his father's wagon on the Acropolis as a thank-offering to Zeus the king for sending the eagle. There was another traditional belief about the wagon. According to this, the man who undid the knot which fixed its yoke was destined to be the Lord of Asia. The cord was made from the bark of the cornel tree, and so cunningly was the knot tied that no one could see where it began or where it ended. For Alexander, then, how to undo it was indeed a puzzle, though he was none the less unwilling to leave it as it was, as his failure might possibly lead to public disturbances. Accounts of what followed differ. Some say that Alexander cut the knot with a stroke of his sword and exclaimed, "I have undone it." But Aristobulus thinks that he took out the pin, a sort of wooden peg, which was driven right through the shaft of the wagon and held the knot together, and thus pulled the yoke away from the shaft. I do not myself presume to dogmatize on this subject. In any case, when he and his attendants left the place where the wagon stood, the general feeling was that the oracle about the untying of the knot had been fulfilled. Moreover, that very night there was lightning and thunder, a further sign from heaven. So Alexander, on the strength of all this, offered sacrifice the following day to the gods who had sent the sign from heaven, and proclaimed the loosing of the knot. Next day he started for Ancyra in Galatia, where he was met by a deputation of Paphlagonians, who expressed a wish to be on terms of friendship with him, offering the submission of their people, and begging him not to march his troops into their territory. Alexander, in reply, instructed them to take their orders from Callas, the governor of Phrygia, and then proceeded to Cappadocia, where he received the submission of all territory bounded by the river Halys, and also of a large tract to the west and north beyond it. Then, leaving Sabictus as governor of Cappadocia, he advanced to the Cilician gates. When he reached the position where Cyrus had once encamped in the campaign with Xenophon, he found the gates strongly held. So he left Parmenio there with the heavy infantry, and marched under cover of darkness to the gates with the guards and Agrianes, with the intention of delivering a surprise attack upon the defending force. Actually, his approach was observed, but the bold move was none the less successful, for the knowledge that Alexander was coming upon them in person was too much for the enemy, who abandoned their posts and fled. At dawn the following morning he passed the gates with all his men and entered Cilicia, where a report reached him that Arsames had abandoned his original intention of holding Tarsus for Persia. Now, it appeared, having learned that Alexander had passed the gates, he meant to give up the town, and the townspeople were consequently afraid that he might strip the place before he left. Alexander, accordingly, brought up his cavalry and the most mobile of his light infantry with all possible speed, with the result that Arsames, the moment he was aware of his rapid approach, did not stop to plunder the town, but got out as fast as he could and made his way to the court of Darius. About this time, Alexander had a bout of sickness. The cause of it, according to Aristobulus's account, was exhaustion, but others say that he plunged into the river Kidnus for a swim, as he was sweating with heat and could not resist the pleasure of a bathe. The Kidnus runs right through Tarsus, and as it rises in Mount Taurus and flows through open country, its waters are clear and cold. The result was that Alexander was seized by a convulsion, followed by high fever and sleepless nights. All his doctors but one despaired of his life. But Philip of Acarnania, who attended him, and was not only a trusted physician, but a good soldier as well, proposed to give him a purgative. Alexander consented to take it, and just as Philip was preparing the draught, Alexander was handed a note from Parmenio. "Beware of Philip," the note read. "I am informed that he has been bribed by Darius to poison you." Alexander read the warning, and, with the paper still in his hand, took the cup of medicine, and then passed the note to Philip. Philip read it, and while he was reading, Alexander swallowed the dose. It was immediately clear that there was nothing wrong with Philip's medicine. He showed no alarm at Parmenio's warning, but simply advised Alexander to continue to follow his instructions, for, if he did, he would recover. The dose had its due effect, and brought relief, and from that moment Philip knew that Alexander was his faithful friend. It was evident also to everyone else about his person, both that he was firm in his refusal to suspect treachery in friends, and could look unmoved upon death. He now dispatched Parmenio to the other gates, which stand on the boundary between Cilicia and Assyria. Parmenio's orders were to seize and hold the pass with the troops entrusted to him, the allied infantry, the Greek mercenaries, the Thracians under Sitalces, and the Thessalian cavalry. Alexander himself, leaving Tarsus after Parmenio had gone, in one day's march reached Anchialus, a town supposed to have been built by Sardanapalus, the Assyrian. It is clear from the extent of the surrounding walls and the solidity of their foundations that it was originally a large town and grew to great importance. Close to the walls was the tomb of Sardanapalus, supporting a statue of him in the attitude of a man clapping his hands with an inscription in Assyrian characters. According to the Assyrians, the inscription was in verse, but whether verse or not, the general sense of it was this: Sardanapalus, son of Anakindraxes, built in one day Tarsus and Anchialus. O stranger, eat, drink, and play, for everything else in the life of a man is not worth this. And by this was to be understood a clap of the hands. They also said that play was something of a euphemism for the original Assyrian word. From Anchialus, Alexander proceeded to Soli, where he installed a garrison and imposed upon the town a fine of 200 talents of silver for its support of the Persian cause. Then, with 3 battalions of Macedonian foot, the Agrianes, and all his archers, he marched against those of the Cilicians who were holding the hills. Some he drove from their positions, others surrendered, and within a week he was back in Soli, where the news reached him that Ptolemy and Asander had won a victory over the Persian commander Orontobates, who was holding the Acropolis in Halicarnassus, together with the towns of Mindus, Caunus, Thera, and Callipolis, and had also taken possession of Kos and Triopium. According to the dispatch, Orontobates had been defeated in a great battle. He had lost some 700 of his infantry and 50 of his mounted troops, with at least 1,000 prisoners. To celebrate this success, Alexander offered sacrifice to Asclepius, and held a ceremonial parade of all his troops, followed by a torch race and games, which included contests in music and verse as well as athletics. The town of Soli he permitted to retain its own popular government. He then started for Tarsus and gave orders for the cavalry to proceed under the command of Philotas across the plain of Alea to the river Paramus. With the infantry and the royal squadron of horse, he then went to Megassus, whence, after offering sacrifice to the local Athene, he proceeded to Mallus, where he performed all proper ceremonies in honor of the demigod Amphilochus. In this latter place he found political troubles in progress, and settled them, remitting the tribute which the town paid to Darius on the ground that Mallus was a colony of Argus, and he himself claimed to be descended from the Argive Heraclidae. He was still at Mallus when a report reached him that Darius and the whole Persian army were at Soki, a place in Assyrian territory about 2 days' march from the Assyrian gates. He at once called a meeting of his staff and told them this important news. They urged unanimously an immediate advance. Alexander thanked them and dismissed the meeting, and on the following day moved forward with the evident intention of attack. 2 days later he was past the gates. He took up a position near Meriandrus, and during the night there was a storm of such violent wind and rain that he was compelled to remain where he was, with no chance of breaking camp. Meanwhile, Darius had no apparent intention of making a move. He had chosen for his position a part of Assyria where the country was flat and open, good for cavalry action, and suitable for maneuvering the vast numbers under his command. Amyntas, son of Antiochus, a deserter from Alexander's army, urged him not to move from such favorable ground, for plenty of space was precisely what the Persian army most needed, its numbers and equipment being what they were. Darius took Amyntas's advice, but later, when there was still no sign of Alexander, who had been held up at Tarsus by his illness, and again at Soli for nearly as long by the grand parade and religious ceremonies he held there, and finally by his expedition against the hill tribes of Cilicia, he began to have his doubts. Moreover, Darius was always ready to believe what he found it most agreeable to believe, and on this occasion flattering courtiers, such as always are and always will be the bane of kings, had persuaded him into thinking that Alexander no longer wished to advance further into Asia. In fact, that the news of his own approach was the cause of Alexander's hesitation. First one, then another of them, blew up the bladder of his conceit by saying that the Persian cavalry would ride over the Macedonian army and trample it to pieces. Only Amyntas opposed them, persistently affirming that Alexander would seek out Darius in any place where he knew him to be, and urging him not to shift his ground. But the worst counsel prevailed, because it told him what, at the moment, he liked to hear. More than that, there was surely some supernatural power which led Darius to take up a position where he could get little advantage either from his cavalry or his superiority in numbers of men and weight of missiles, a position where he had no chance of dazzling the enemy with the splendor of his great host, but was doomed to make a present of easy victory to Alexander and the Macedonians. Destiny had decreed that Macedon should wrest the sovereignty of Asia from Persia, as Persia once had wrested it from the Medes, and the Medes in their turn from the Assyrians. Darius now moved. He crossed the high ground by what are called the Ammanian Gates, the pass across Mount Amanus, and, making for Issus, established himself without being perceived in Alexander's rear. Once in possession of Issus, he mutilated and put to death every Macedonian he found there as unfit for service, and on the following day moved on to the river Panarus. Alexander, not trusting the report that Darius was in his rear, dispatched a party of his companions in a galley with orders to sail back to Issus and find out for themselves whether or not it was true. The coast by Isis is deeply indented, and this fact enabled the party in the galley the more easily to see what they wished to see, that the Persians were there. So, back they went to Alexander with their news. Darius was indeed at hand. Alexander now sent for his infantry and cavalry commanders and all officers in charge of allied troops and appealed to them for confidence and courage in the coming fight. "Remember," he said, "that already danger has often threatened you, and you have looked it triumphantly in the face. This time the struggle will be between a victorious army and an enemy already once vanquished. God himself, moreover, by suggesting to Darius to leave the open ground and cram his great army into a confined space, has taken charge of operations in our behalf. We ourselves shall have room enough to deploy our infantry, while they, no match for us either in bodily strength or resolution, will find their superiority in numbers of no avail. Our enemies are Medes and Persians, men who for centuries have lived soft and luxurious lives. We of Macedon for generations past have been trained in the hard school of danger and war. Above all, we are free men, and they are slaves. There are Greek troops, to be sure, in Persian service, but how different is their cause from ours. They will be fighting for pay, and not much of it at that. We, on the contrary, shall fight for Greece, and our hearts will be in it. As for our foreign troops, Thracians, Paeonians, Illyrians, Agrianes, they are the best and stoutest soldiers in Europe, and they will find as their opponents the slackest and softest of the tribes of Asia. And what, finally, of the two men in supreme command? You have Alexander, they, Darius." Having thus enumerated the advantages with which they would enter the coming struggle, Alexander went on to show that the rewards of victory would also be great. The victory, this time, would not be over mere underlings of the Persian king, or the Persian cavalry along the banks of Granicus, or the 20,000 foreign mercenaries. It would be over the fine flower of the Medes and Persians, and all the Asiatic peoples which they ruled. The great king was there in person with his army, and once the battle was over, nothing would remain but to crown their many labors with the sovereignty of Asia. He reminded them, further, of what they had already so brilliantly accomplished together, and mentioned any act of conspicuous individual courage, naming the man in each case and specifying what he had done, and alluding also, in such a way as to give least offense, to the risks to which he had personally exposed himself on the field. He also, we are told, reminded them of Xenophon and his 10,000, a force which, though not to be compared with their own, either in strength or reputation, a force without the support of cavalry, such as they had themselves, from Thessaly, Boeotia, the Peloponnese, Macedon, Thrace, and elsewhere, with no archers or slingers except a small contingent from Crete and Rhodes hastily improvised by Xenophon under pressure of immediate need, nevertheless defeated the king of Persia and his army at the gates of Babylon, and successfully repelled all the native troops who tried to bar their way as they marched down to the Black Sea. Nor did Alexander omit any other words of encouragement, such as brave men about to risk their lives might expect from a brave commander. And in response to his address, his officers pressed forward to clasp his hand, and, with many expressions of appreciation, urged him to lead them to battle without delay. Alexander's first order was that his men should eat, while at the same time he sent a small party of mounted men and archers to the narrow pass by the shore to reconnoitre the road by which he would have to return. Then, as soon as it was dark, he moved off himself with the whole army to take possession once more of that narrow gateway. About midnight the passage was secured. For the remainder of the night he allowed his men to rest where they were on the rocky ground, with outposts to keep exact and careful watch, and just before daylight next morning moved forward from the pass along the coast road. The advance was in column so long as lack of space made it necessary, but as soon as the country began to open up, he gradually extended his front, bringing up his heavy infantry a battalion at a time, until he was moving in line with his right on the base of the hills and his left on the sea. During the advance, the mounted troops were kept in the rear, but as soon as open ground was reached, Alexander ordered battle stations. The 3 battalions of the Guards, under Parmenio's son Nicanor, was sent to the right wing on the nearby rising ground, with Caenus's battalion on their left in close touch with Perdiccas's men, the whole forming a line from right wing to center, the position of the heavy infantry. On the extreme left were stationed Amyntas's troops, and in touch with them and working towards the center, first Ptolemy's battalion, then Meleager's. Command of the infantry on the left was given to Craterus, of the left wing as a whole to Parmenio, whose orders were on no account to leave a gap between his extreme left and the sea, for if he did, they might well be surrounded, as the numerical superiority of the enemy would certainly enable them to outflank the Macedonians. When Darius received the report that Alexander was moving forward to the attack, he sent some 30,000 mounted troops and 20,000 light infantry across the river Panaurus, to give himself a chance of getting the main body of his army into position without molestation. His dispositions were as follows. In the van of his heavy infantry were his 30,000 Greek mercenaries, facing the Macedonian infantry, with some 60,000 Persian heavy infantry, known as Kardakis. To support them, half on each of their flanks. These troops were drawn up in line, and the ground would not admit of a greater number. Hard on the rising ground on his left and facing Alexander's right was another division about 20,000 strong, some portions of which actually worked round to Alexander's rear. For the hills on their left receded to some distance, so as to form a sort of bay, the further shore of which, so to put it, curved round back again, bringing the sections which were posted close under the hill to the rear of Alexander's right wing. In the rear of the Greek mercenaries and the Persians supporting them on either flank was the remainder of Darius's army, a great mass of light and heavy infantry. These were organized according to the countries of their origin, and drawn up in greater depth than was likely to prove of much service. Mere numbers made this unavoidable. Indeed, it is on record that the army as a whole was some 600,000 strong. As soon as Alexander found the ground in front of him opening out a little more, he brought his cavalry, the Thessalian and Macedonian divisions, together with the companions, up from the rear to the right wing under his own personal command, and at the same time sent the Peloponnesian troops and other allied divisions round to Parmenio on the left. Darius, immediately his main infantry force was in position, recalled by signal the mounted troops which he had sent across the river to cover the movement, and ordered the greater number of them over to his right to threaten Parmenio on the seaward side, where the ground was rather more suitable for cavalry maneuver. Some, however, he sent to the opposite flank under the hills, though, as lack of space at that end of the line made them obviously useless, he soon recalled nearly all of them and ordered them round to the right flank. Darius himself took the center, the traditional position of the Persian kings. The general principle of the Persian order of battle has been explained by Xenophon. Nearly all the Persian cavalry had now been transferred to a position on the seaward side facing Alexander's left, and opposing them he had nothing, except the Peloponnesians and other allied cavalry. To meet this threat he sent his Thessalian cavalry with all speed to their support, with instructions to conceal their movement from the enemy by passing in the rear of the massed infantry battalions. At the same time, at the other end of the line, he threw forward his advanced scouts under Protomachus's command, together with Paeonians under Ariston and the archers under Antiochus. The Agrianes under Attalus, supported by a few units of mounted troops and archers, were ordered out towards the high ground at an angle to his main line of advance, thus splitting the right wing of the army into two separate prongs, one designed to engage Darius and the main body of the Persians on the further side of the river, the other the units which had worked round to the hill in the Macedonian rear. In the van of the infantry on the Macedonian left were the Cretan archers and the Thracians under Sitalces, with the cavalry of the left wing in advance of them. All units had a proportion of foreign mercenaries assigned to them. Observing a certain weakness on his right, and also the danger of being outflanked at that end of his line, Alexander withdrew from the centre 2 squadrons of the companions, namely that from Anthemus commanded by Peroedas, and the so-called Lugian squadron under Pontodanus, son of Cleander, and ordered them over to the right, with every precaution to conceal their movement. At the same time, he further strengthened his right by a contingent of Agrianes and Greek mercenaries which he drew up in line, and so outflanked the Persian left. The Persians on the hills had made no aggressive move. Indeed, when Alexander ordered a raid upon them by a small party of the Agrianes and archers, they had been easily dislodged from their position and had sought safety higher up the mountainside, so that Alexander decided that he could use the men originally intended to deal with them to strengthen his main attacking force. 300 mounted men were sufficient to keep an eye on the fugitives. For a while, Alexander's advance was slow and deliberate. Every now and then he ordered a halt, giving the impression that time was on his side. Darius made no move as yet to attack, but kept his men in their original dispositions on the river bank. In many places the bank was steep, and in sections of it which seemed less easy to defend, he had strengthened with a stockade, at once by this precaution making it clear to Alexander's men that he was a craven spirit. The 2 armies were now almost within striking distance. Alexander rode from one end of his line to the other with words of encouragement for all, addressing by name with proper mention of rank and distinctions, not the officers of highest rank only, but the captains of squadrons and companies. Even the mercenaries were not forgotten, where any distinction or act of courage called for the mention of a name. And from every throat came the answering shout, "Wait no longer! Forward to the assault!" The Persian army was in full view. Still, however, Alexander moved forward in line at a deliberate pace, for a too rapid advance might have thrown the line out of dressing, and caused a break somewhere. But once within range of missiles, Alexander, at the head of his own troops on the right wing, rode at a gallop into the stream. Rapidity was now all in all. A swift attack would shake the enemy, and the sooner they came to grips, the less damage would be done by the Persian archers. Alexander's judgment was not at fault. The Persian left collapsed the very moment he was on them, a brilliant local success for the picked troops under his personal command. In the centre, however, things did not go so well. Here, some of the troops had broken away towards the right, and left a gap in the line, and in contrast with Alexander, who had so swiftly crossed the stream, and was already in close combat, compelling the Persian left to withdraw, the Macedonian centre was much slower off the mark. In a number of places, moreover, the steep banks of the stream prevented them from maintaining a regular and unbroken front, and the result was that Darius's Greek mercenaries attacked precisely at that point in the line where the gap was widest. There was a violent struggle. Darius's Greeks fought to thrust the Macedonians back into the water and save the day for their left wing, already in retreat, while the Macedonians, in their turn, with Alexander's triumph plain before their eyes, were determined to equal his success and not forfeit the proud title of invincible, hitherto universally bestowed upon them. The fight was further embittered by the old racial rivalry of Greek and Macedonian. It was in this phase of the battle that Ptolemy, son of Seleucus, and about 120 Macedonians of distinction met a soldier's death. Alexander's victorious right wing, seeing the Persians opposite them already in flight, now swung left towards the center, hard-pressed as it was by Darius's Greeks. They forced them back from the river, and then, outflanking the broken enemy left, delivered a flank attack on the mercenaries, and were soon cutting them to pieces. The Persian cavalry, facing Alexander's Thessalians, refused, once the battle had developed, to remain inactive on the further side of the stream, but charged across in a furious onslaught on the Thessalian squadrons. The cavalry action which ensued was desperate enough, and the Persians broke only when they knew that the Greek mercenaries were being cut off and destroyed by the Macedonian infantry, and that Darius himself was in flight. That was the signal for a general rout, open and unconcealed. The horses with their heavily equipped riders suffered severely, and of the thousands of panic-stricken men who struggled in hopeless disorder to escape along the narrow mountain tracks, almost as many were trampled to death by their friends as were cut down by the pursuing enemy. The Thessalians pressed the pursuit without mercy, and the Persian losses in both arms, infantry, and cavalry were equally severe. The moment the Persian left went to pieces under Alexander's attack, and Darius in his war chariot saw that it was cut off, he incontinently fled. Indeed, he led the race for safety. Keeping to his chariot as long as there was smooth ground to travel on, he was forced to abandon it when ravines and other obstructions barred his way. Then, dropping his shield and stripping off his mantle, and even leaving his bow in the war chariot, he leapt upon a horse and rode for his life. Darkness soon closed in, and that alone saved him from falling into the hands of Alexander, who, while daylight held, relentlessly pressed the pursuit. But when there was no longer light enough to see what he was coming to, he turned back, but not without taking possession of Darius's chariot together with his shield, mantle, and bow. In point of fact, his pursuit would have been more rapid had he not turned back at the moment when his line of heavy infantry broke in the first stage of the battle. He had then waited until he saw that both the Greek mercenaries and the Persian cavalry had been forced back from the river bank. Among the Persian dead were Arsaces, Rheomithres, and Artaxerxes, all three of whom had served as cavalry officers at the Battle of the Granicus. Also Sabaces, governor of Egypt, and Bubaces, another person of distinguished rank. Of the common soldiers, something like 100,000 were killed, including over 10,000 of the cavalry. Ptolemy, son of Lagus, who was serving with Alexander at this time, says in his account of the battle that the Macedonians in their pursuit of Darius actually crossed a ravine on the bodies of the Persian dead. Darius's headquarters were stormed and captured. His mother was taken, together with his wife, who was also his sister, and his infant son. In addition to these, 2 of his daughters fell into Alexander's hands with a few noble Persian ladies who were in attendance upon them. The Persian officers had sent their gear and womenfolk to Damascus, and Darius too had sent thither most of his treasure and the various paraphernalia which the luxurious life of a great king seems to require, even on campaign, so that a mere 3,000 talents were found at his headquarters. In point of fact, however, the treasure at Damascus too was seized not long afterwards by Parmenio, who was ordered there for the purpose. Such, then, was the result of the Battle of Issus, fought in the month of November, during the archonship of Nicocrates at Athens. Alexander had been hurt by a sword thrust in the thigh, but this did not prevent him from visiting the wounded on the day after the battle, when he also gave a splendid military funeral to the dead in the presence of the whole army, paraded in full war equipment. At the ceremony, he spoke in praise of every man who by his own observation or from reliable report he knew had distinguished himself in the fighting, and marked his approval in each case by a suitable reward. He appointed Balacrus, son of Nicanor, a member of the royal guard, as governor of Cilicia, promoting Menes, son of Dionysius, to fill the place thus left vacant, and Polysperchon, son of Simmias, was promoted to command the battalion of Ptolemy, son of Seleucus, who had been killed. The people of Soli still owed 50 talents of the fine imposed upon them, but he cancelled the debt and returned their hostages. His sympathy was extended, moreover, even to Darius's mother, wife, and children. According to some accounts, on the night when he returned from the pursuit, he heard, upon entering Darius's tent, which had been set aside as his own special portion of the spoils of war, the confused sound of women's voices raised in lamentation somewhere close at hand. He asked who the women were, and why they should be in a tent so close to him. "Sire," he was told, "they are Darius's mother and wife and children. They know that you have his bow and his royal mantle, and that his shield has been brought back, and they are mourning for his death." Alexander at once sent Leonatus, one of his companions, to tell them that Darius was alive. His mantle and weapons he had left as he fled for safety in his war chariot, and these, and nothing else, had fallen into Alexander's hands. Leonatus entered their tent, gave the message about Darius, and added that Alexander wished them to retain all the marks, ceremonies, and titles of royalty, as he had not fought Darius with any personal bitterness, but had made legitimate war for the sovereignty of Asia. This is the account given by Ptolemy and Aristobulus. There is also another story to the effect that Alexander, on the following day, entered the tent accompanied only by Hephaestion, and that Darius's mother, in doubt, owing to the similarity of their dress, which of the two was the king, prostrated herself before Hephaestion, because he was taller than his companion. Hephaestion stepped back, and one of the queen's attendants rectified her mistake by pointing to Alexander. The queen withdrew in profound embarrassment, but Alexander merely remarked that her error was of no account, for Hephaestion, too, was an Alexander, a protector of men. I record this anecdote not as necessarily true, though it is credible enough. If such were indeed the facts, I cannot but admire Alexander, both for treating these women with such compassion, and for showing such respect and confidence towards his friend. If the story is apocryphal, it was at least inspired by Alexander's character. Thus he would have acted, thus he would have spoken, and on that account I admire him no less. Meanwhile, Darius, with a few followers, made the best of his escape throughout the night, and with the coming of daylight was joined as he went along by parties of survivors, Persians or mercenaries, until he had in all a body of some 4,000 men. With these he pressed on with all speed towards Thapsacus and the Euphrates, with the intention of putting the river between himself and Alexander as soon as he could. 4 men who had deserted to Darius, Amyntas, son of Antiochus, Thermondus, son of Mentor, Aristomedes of Pherae, and Bianor the Acarnanian, fled to the hills with the 8,000 troops under their command, and reached Tripolis in Phoenicia. Finding hauled ashore there the ships which had brought them from Lesbos, they launched as many as they thought would serve their purpose, burnt the rest as they lay in the yards to delay the pursuit, and sailed first for Cyprus and thence to Egypt, where, not long afterwards, Amyntas was killed by the Egyptians for meddling in what did not concern him. All this time, Anabasis and Autophrodates had been hanging about in Chios. Now, after garrisoning the island, they dispatched a part of their fleet to Kos and Halicarnassus, and themselves put to sea with the 100 fastest ships they had. At Siphnos they were met by the Spartan king Agis, who, with a single trireme, had come to raise money for the war, and to ask that as many ships and men as possible should be sent to him in the Peloponnese. It was at this moment that the news of the Battle of Issus came. The effect of it was shattering. Anabasis, fearing defeat might lead to trouble in Chios, at once sailed for the island with 12 ships and 1,500 of the mercenaries, while Agis dispatched Hippias to Taenarum to deliver to his brother Agesilaus the 10 ships and 30 talents of silver which he had received from Autophrodates, adding instructions that he should tell Agesilaus to pay the seamen in full and sail immediately to secure Crete. Agis himself remained for a time in the islands, but subsequently joined Autophrodates at Halicarnassus. Leaving Menon, a son of Cardaemus, as governor of lowland Syria, with the allied cavalry to keep the country under control, Alexander marched for Phoenicia. On the way thither he was met by Straton, the son of Gerostratus, who was the prince of Aradus and its neighboring peoples. Gerostratus himself had sailed from Autophrodates, as had the other petty kings of Phoenicia and Cyprus, so it was left to Straton to present himself before Alexander and to crown him with a gold crown, yielding him the sovereignty of the island of Aradus, together with the large and prosperous town of Marathus on the mainland opposite, and Sigon, Mariame, and everything else under his control. While Alexander was at Marathus, envoys from Darius came with a request for the release of his mother, wife, and children. They also brought a letter from him, of which the substance was as follows. Philip and Artaxerxes were on terms of friendship and alliance, but upon the accession of Artaxerxes' son, Arses, Philip was guilty of unprovoked aggression against him. Now, since Darius's reign began, Alexander has sent no representative to his court to confirm the former friendship and alliance between the two kingdoms. On the contrary, he has crossed into Asia with his armed forces and done much damage to the Persians. For this reason, Darius took the field in defense of his country and of his ancestral throne. The issue of the battle was as some god willed. And now Darius the king asks Alexander the king to restore from captivity his wife, his mother, and his children, and is willing to make friends with him and be his ally. For this cause he urges Alexander to send to him in company with Meniscus and Arsemas, who have brought this request, representatives of his own, in order that proper guarantees may be exchanged. Alexander, having written his reply, ordered Therasippus to accompany Darius's envoys on their return, giving him strict instructions to deliver the letter to Darius, but to discuss no question whatever which might arise from it. This was Alexander's letter. Your ancestors invaded Macedonia and Greece, and caused havoc in our country, though we had done nothing to provoke them. As supreme commander of all Greece, I invaded Asia because I wished to punish Persia for this act, an act which must be laid wholly to your charge. You sent aid to the people of Perinthus in their rebellion against my father. Ochus sent an army into Thrace, which was a part of our dominions. My father was killed by assassins whom, as you openly boasted in your letters, you yourselves hired to commit the crime. Having murdered Arses with Bagoas's help, you unjustly and illegally seized the throne, thereby committing a crime against your country. You sent the Greeks false information about me in the hope of making them my enemies. You attempted to supply the Greeks with money, which only the Spartans were willing to accept. Your agents corrupted my friends and tried to wreck the peace which I had established in Greece. Then it was that I took the field against you, but it was you who began the quarrel. First I defeated in battle your generals and satraps. Now I have defeated yourself and the army you led. By God's help, I am master of your country, and I have made myself responsible for the survivors of your army who fled to me for refuge. Far from being detained by force, they are serving of their own free will under my command. Come to me, therefore, as you would come to the Lord of the continent of Asia. Should you fear to suffer any indignity at my hands, then send some of your friends, and I will give them the proper guarantees. Come then, and ask me for your mother, your wife, and your children, and anything else you please, for you shall have them, and whatever besides you can persuade me to give you. And in future, let any communication you wish to make with me be addressed to the King of all Asia. Do not write to me as to an equal. Everything you possess is now mine. So, if you should want anything, let me know in the proper terms, or I shall take steps to deal with you as a criminal. If, on the other hand, you wish to dispute your throne, stand and fight for it, and do not run away. Wherever you may hide yourself, be sure I shall seek you out." Such were the terms of Alexander's answer. When he learned that money and other valuables sent by Darius to Damascus in charge of Cophin, son of Artabazus, had been seized and removed, together with all the Persians left to guard them, he instructed Parmenio to see that the whole treasure was taken back to Damascus for safekeeping. The envoys from Greece, who had visited Darius before the battle, had also fallen into Parmenio's hands, and these Alexander ordered should be sent to him. They were Euthycles from Sparta, Thalyskis, son of Ismenias, and Dionysodorus, the Olympic victor, from Thebes, and Iphicrates, son of the distinguished general of the same name, from Athens. The 4 men were duly brought before Alexander. Thessalyscus, son of Ismenias, and Dionysodorus, the Olympic victor, from Thebes, and Iphicrates, son of the distinguished general of the same name, from Athens. The 4 men were duly brought before Alexander. Thessalyscus and Dionysodorus, in spite of, or perhaps because of, the fact that they were Thebans, he at once dismissed. He was sorry for Thebes, and could not but feel that, as she had been reduced to slavery by a Macedonian army, her people had done nothing very reprehensible in sending to Darius. After all, they were only looking for what help they could get from Persia for themselves and their country. So he was inclined to take a lenient view of both these men. All the same, he privately declared that he released Thessalyscus out of respect for his family, which was one of the noble families of Thebes, and Dionysodorus because of his success at the Olympic Games. Iphicrates from affection for Athens and the memory of his father's fame he retained in his personal suite, treating him with every mark of honor, and when he fell ill and died, sent his bones to his relatives in Athens. Euthycles, on the contrary, represented a city then bitterly hostile to him, and for that reason, and because he was unable to produce any reasonable claim to clemency, Alexander kept him for the time being under open arrest. Later, however, in the full tide of his success, he let Euthycles go free as well. Alexander now resumed his advance from Marathus. Byblus and Sidon both surrendered to him, the people of Sidon, who hated Darius and the Persians, actually inviting him to enter the town. He then proceeded in the direction of Tyre, and was met on the way by representatives from the town, who had been sent by its government to say that they had determined to abide by any instructions Alexander might give. The envoys were men of the best families in Tyre, and included the son of the Tyrian king Azamilcus, who himself was at sea with Autophrodates. Alexander thanked them for their communication, and directed them to return to Tyre, and tell their people that he wished to enter the town and offer sacrifice to Heracles. I must mention in this connection that there is in Tyre the most ancient temple of Heracles known to man. This is not the Argive Heracles, Alcmena's son, for Heracles was worshipped in Tyre many generations before Cadmus came from Phoenicia to Thebes, and became the father of Semele, who bore Dionysus to Zeus. Dionysus would seem to be in the third generation from Cadmus, through Polydorus and Labdacus, while the Argive Heracles was probably in the line of Oedipus, son of Laius. The Egyptians also worship a Heracles, but not the Heracles of Tyre or Greece. According to Herodotus, he is regarded by the Egyptians as one of the 12 gods. Similarly, the Athenians worship a Dionysus who was the son of Zeus and Kore, and it is to him, not to the Theban Dionysus, that the Iacchus hymn is sung during the celebration of the mysteries. I think that the Heracles who is honored at Tartessus by the Iberians, where are the so-called Pillars of Heracles, is the Tyrian Heracles, because Tartessus is of Phoenician origin, and Heracles' temple there and the ritual of sacrifice performed in it are both in the Phoenician tradition. Moreover, according to the chronicler Hecataeus, Geryones, whose oxen the Argive Heracles was sent by Eurystheus to fetch to Mycenae, had no connection with Iberia, nor was Heracles sent to some island or other called Eurythia, beyond the straits. It is much more likely that Geryones was a mainland prince somewhere in the region of Ambracia and Amphilochia, and that Heracles' task, and no small one either, was to steal the oxen from there. I know for myself that this region still, today, contains excellent pasture and produces cattle of high quality, and it is likely enough that Eurystheus was not unaware of the reputation of these mainland cattle and of the name of the prince who ruled in those parts. But he would surely not have known the name of the Iberian king right away there in the remotest corner of Europe, or have had any idea whether or not there were good cattle in that distant land. Indeed, to make such an improbable story hang together, one would have to make a myth of it, and drag in the goddess Hera, and say that it was she who told Heracles the secret through the mouth of Eurystheus. It was then to this Tyrian Heracles that Alexander expressed a wish to offer sacrifice, and the envoys reported his request to the people of the town. In general, they were willing enough to accede to Alexander's wishes, but there was one thing which they firmly refused to do, and that was to admit any Persian or Macedonian within the walls of the town. This, they felt, was not only the most dignified attitude at the present juncture, but would also be the most likely to ensure their future safety, as the outcome of the war was not yet by any means assured. The decision was duly reported to Alexander, who was very angry. He dismissed the envoys, and at once called a meeting of his companions and other officers of all ranks, and addressed them in the following words: "Friends and fellow soldiers, I do not see how we can safely advance upon Egypt so long as Persia controls the sea, and to pursue Darius with the neutral city of Tyre in our rear, and Egypt and Cyprus still in enemy hands, would be a serious risk, especially in view of the situation in Greece. With our army on the track of Darius, far inland in the direction of Babylon, the Persians might well regain control of the coast, and thus be enabled, with more power behind them, to transfer the war to Greece, where Sparta is already openly hostile to us, and Athens, at the moment, is but an unwilling ally. Fear, not friendliness, keeping her on our side. But with Tyre destroyed, all Phoenicia would be ours, and the Phoenician fleet, which both in numbers and quality is the predominant element in the sea power of Persia, would very likely come over to us. The Phoenician seamen, ships' crews, or fighting men, once their towns are in our hands, will hardly endure to face the perils of service at sea for the sake of others. The next step will be Cyprus. It will either join us without trouble on our part, or be easily taken by assault. Then, with the accession of Cyprus and the united fleets of Macedon and Phoenicia, our supremacy at sea would be guaranteed, and the expedition to Egypt would thus be a simple matter. And finally, with Egypt in our hands, we shall have no further cause for uneasiness about Greece. We shall be able to march on Babylon with security at home, with enhanced prestige, and with Persia excluded not only from the sea, but from the whole continent up to the Euphrates. Alexander had no difficulty in persuading his officers that the attempt upon Tyre must be made. He himself had further encouragement by a sign from heaven, for that very night he dreamed that as he was approaching the walls of the town, Heracles greeted him and invited him to enter. The dream was interpreted by Aristander as signifying that Tyre would be taken, but with much labor, because labor was characteristic of all that Heracles had himself accomplished. However, dreams or no dreams, it was obvious enough that the siege of Tyre would be a tremendous undertaking. The town was an island, and surrounded by strong and lofty walls, and, as things then were, with Persia in command of the sea, and the Tyrian fleet still strong, any attack by sea would have been unlikely to succeed. In spite of all difficulties, however, Alexander's decision to attack it was accepted. His plan was to construct a mole across the stretch of shallow water between the shore and the town. Inshore there are patches of mud with little water over them, the deepest part of the channel, about 3 fathoms, being close to the town. There was an abundant supply of stones, which they used for the foundation of the mole, and plenty of timber, which they packed down on top. It was an easy matter to drive piles into the mud, which itself acted as binding material to keep the stones in place. The men worked with as good a will as their commander, for Alexander was always on the spot, giving precise instructions as to how to proceed, with many a word of encouragement, and special rewards for conspicuously good work. Little difficulty was encountered in constructing the inshore portion of the mole, because the water was shallow and there was no opposition. But as they got out into the deeper water near the town, and within range of missiles from the lofty walls, their troubles began. The men were in working dress and not equipped for battle, and the Tyrians used their superiority at sea to make constant raids on various points along the mole, thus rendering the continuation of the work impossible. To counter these raids, the Macedonians built 2 towers on the mole, which was now of considerable length, and mounted artillery on them. They faced the towers with skins and hides to prevent damage from incendiary missiles, and at the same time to afford some protection against arrows for the men working on them, hoping also that the Tyrian crews who attempted to harass the men on the moles might be attacked by missiles from the towers and driven off without difficulty. The Tyrians, however, soon had their answer. They filled a cattle boat with dry brushwood and various sorts of timber which would burn well, set up twin masts in her bows, and as far as they could, raised her bulwarks all round in order to make her hold as much inflammable material as possible, including pitch, sulphur, and anything else which would burn fiercely. Across the twin masts they rigged a yard, double the usual length, and slung from it cauldrons full of any material which could be poured or flung on the fire to increase its fury, and finally heavily ballasted the vessel aft in order to lift her bows as high as possible. Then, having waited for a fair wind, they passed hawsers to a number of triremes and towed her stern first to the mole. Near the 2 towers they started the fire, and the crews of the triremes pulled with all their might until they flung the blazing cattle boat on the edge of the mole. Before she struck, the men in her leapt overboard and swam to safety. The towers were soon caught in a furious blaze. The yards burned through and collapsed, pouring into the fire the contents of the cauldrons which had been designed to increase its intensity. The triremes lay to near the mole, their crews shooting continually at the towers, so that no one could get near them with anything to extinguish the flame. Then, once the towers were well alight, the Tyrians in the town came swarming out, leapt into boats which they ran upon the mole at various points, and soon succeeded in wrecking the palisade built to protect it, and in setting fire to all the war engines which had so far escaped the blazing cattle-boat. The result of all this was that Alexander gave orders for work to start again on the mole from the inshore end. It was to be made broader in order to give space for more towers, and the engineers were to set about the construction of fresh engines. In the meantime, he himself, with his guards and Agrianes, moved off for Sidon, in order to assemble there all the warships he possessed. For clearly, as long as the Tyrians were masters of the sea, the siege of Tyre would be no easy matter. Meanwhile, Gerostratus and Aeneas, upon receiving a report that Aratus and Byblos were in Alexander's hands, left the fleet which was under Autophrodates' command, and sailed with their own contingents to join Alexander. The Sidonian warships accompanied them, so that Alexander received a reinforcement of about 80 Phoenician vessels. About the same time he was joined by the patrol ship from Rhodes, and 9 other vessels, 3 from Soli and Malus, 10 from Lycia, and a 50-oared galley from Macedon under the command of Proteus, son of Andronicus. Shortly afterwards, the alarming news of Darius's defeat at Issus, added to the fact that all Phoenicia was in Alexander's hands, induced the Cypriot kings to sail for Sidon with their fleet of some 120 ships. Alexander was aware that it was by necessity rather than choice that all of them had used their naval strength in support of Persia, and was quite willing, in consequence, to overlook the past. While the war engines were still under construction and the fleet was being put into order for active service, Alexander, with some squadrons of cavalry, the guards, the Agrianes, and the archers, made an expedition to Mount Antilobanus in Arabia. Within 10 days he made himself master, either by force or agreement, of the country in that neighborhood, and returned to Sidon, where he found that Cleander, son of Polymocrates, had arrived from the Peloponnese, with about 4,000 Greek mercenary troops. Once the fleet was fully mobilized, he embarked an adequate number of fighting men for the task in hand, on the assumption, that is, that in the coming engagement close fighting would be the order of the day rather than naval tactics. The fleet then sailed for Tyre in close order, with Alexander himself on the right wing to seaward, supported by the Cypriot kings and all the Phoenicians, with the exception of Nitagerus, who, with Craterus, was in command of the left. It had been the intention of the Tyrians to offer battle if Alexander attacked by sea. Now, however, the situation was very different. Here was a much more powerful fleet than they had expected in their ignorance of the fact that all the ships of Cyprus and Phoenicia had joined Alexander. The fleet had lain to at sea a little way off the town as a challenge to battle. And now, when the challenge was not answered, it was coming on again in close order and at full speed. In these circumstances, therefore, the Tyrians decided not to risk an engagement. Instead, they blocked their harbor entrances with as many ships as there was room for, and kept guard there to prevent the enemy fleet from coming to anchor in any of them. On the refusal of the Tyrians to accept his challenge, Alexander continued his course towards the town. He did not intend to force an entry into the harbor on the Sidon side of the island, because the entrance was narrow and blocked by a number of warships lying bows on to an approaching enemy. In spite of this, however, the Phoenicians rammed head-on the 3 outermost vessels and sank them, their crews swimming to safety on the friendly shore. After this incident, the fleet brought up inshore, not far from the mole, where there seemed to be shelter. Next day, Alexander gave orders for the blockade of the town. The Cyprian contingent, under its commander, Andromachus, was to take station off the northern harbor, facing Sidon, and the Phoenicians off the southern harbor on the other side of the mole, where his own quarters were. By this time, Alexander had assembled a considerable body of workmen from Cyprus and various parts of Phoenicia, and many war engines had been constructed. Some were mounted on the mole, others on the transport vessels which he had brought from Sidon, others, again, on the slower-sailing triremes. When all was ready, they were ordered forward into action, not those on the mole only, but also those from the ships which were lying off the walls of the town at various points, and already beginning the assault. On the battlements overlooking the mole, the Tyrians erected wooden towers for defensive action, and every threat from Alexander's artillery, wherever it might be, they met with missile weapons, using fire arrows against the ships with such effect that their crews were afraid to approach within range. The walls of the town opposite the mole were about 150 feet high, and proportionately thick, strongly built of large stone blocks cemented together. There was a further reason why it was difficult for the Macedonian transports and triremes to work in close to the town with their artillery, and this was the fact that blocks of stone, in large numbers, had been thrown into the water, and obstructed their advance. Alexander determined to remove them, but the task proved a difficult one, not only because the men had only the unsteady ship's decks to work from, but also because the Tyrians in certain specially armored vessels kept driving athwart the bows of the Macedonian triremes and cutting the anchor cables, so that it was impossible for them to remain in their station. Alexander, in reply, filled a number of 30-oared galleys with similar defensive armor, and moored them broadside on, ahead of the triremes' anchor ropes, to repel the Tyrian attacks. But the Tyrians, not to be outdone, sent down divers to cut the cables as before. Then the Macedonians substituted chain for rope, and against that, at any rate, the divers were useless. Finally, from the mole, they managed to pass ropes around the blocks of stone and to haul them out, after which they lifted them with cranes and dropped them again into deep water, where they were not likely to cause any further obstruction. Once the water by the wall was clear of obstacles, the ships could lie there, close in, without much difficulty. The Tyrians, now in serious trouble, decided to attack the Cyprian contingent, which was blockading the northern harbour. Some time previously they had rigged sails across the harbour entrance to act as a screen, behind which they could man their vessels unobserved. And now, about midday, when the crews of the Greek ships were dispersed upon whatever job they happened to have in hand, and Alexander usually left the fleet on the other side of the town to withdraw to his quarters, they completed their preparations. Having manned 3 quinqueremes, 3 quadraremes, and 7 triremes with picked crews, their smartest seamen, their best-armed marines, specially selected for their courage in naval warfare, they slipped quietly out of harbour in single file. No one called the time to the men at the oars. They rowed in silence until just before they turned to come within sight of the Cyprians, when with a hearty shout and cheers of mutual encouragement they laid to their oars and bore down upon the enemy at their best speed. It so happened that though Alexander had retired to his quarters that day, he had not taken his customary rest, but had almost immediately returned to the fleet. The Tyrian surprise proved successful. Some of the blockading squadron they found without a single man aboard. Others were being manned under difficulties with whoever was available at the last moment, with the enemy's battle about in their ears and the attack imminent. And the result was that Nitagoras' quinquereme was rammed and sunk at the first encounter. The ships commanded by Androcles of Amathus and Pasicrates of Curium suffered the same fate. The rest of the squadron was driven ashore and broken up. As soon as it was reported to Alexander that the Tyrian triremes had been out, he ordered most of the ships on the south side of the town, the instant that each could be got ready for action, to lay to off the south harbour entrance, in order to prevent another sortie. Then, with his quinqueremes and the 5 or 6 triremes, which had been smartest in getting their crews aboard, he sailed round to the north side of the town in search of the Tyrian squadron which had made the attack. When the Tyrians on the battlements saw what was happening, and that Alexander in person was with the enemy squadron, they shouted a warning to the men in their own ships to get back into harbour, and, when the din and clatter of action made their shouts inaudible, tried signals of various sorts to indicate the necessity of withdrawing to shelter. The Tyrian crew saw Alexander's ships coming. They put about and made for the harbour, but too late. A few managed to get in time, but most of them were rammed. Some were put out of action, and one quinquereme and one quadrireme were captured right at the harbour entrance. Loss of life was not severe. The men on board, once they knew their ships were done for, swam off into the harbour and escaped without difficulty. All hope of protection by the fleet was now gone, and this was the moment when the Macedonians began to bring their artillery into action. From the mole, the siege engines could make little impression because in that sector the city wall was too strong. Another attempt was made on the north side, where a number of ships with artillery aboard were brought into action, but their success was no greater. Alexander, accordingly, turned his attention to the southern sector of the defences, feeling methodically for a weak spot, and it was here that he had his first success. A considerable length of the wall began to give under the assault, and an actual breach was made, though not a large one. Alexander then made a tentative attack, a probing movement, not much more, in point of fact, than the throwing of a bridge across the breach. The movement was easily repulsed. 3 days later, when Alexander had the weather he wanted, he addressed some words of encouragement to his officers and ordered the ship-borne artillery into action. Great damage was done to the defences, and as soon as he thought that a breach of sufficient breadth had been made, he withdrew the artillery carriers and ordered up 2 other vessels equipped with gangways, which he proposed to throw across the breach. One of these vessels, commanded by Admetus, was taken over by a battalion of the guards, and the other by Kynas's battalion of heavy infantry. Alexander himself was with the guards, ready to mount the breach wherever it was practicable. Some of his triremes he ordered round to the 2 harbours, on the chance that they might succeed in forcing an entrance while the enemy's attention was engaged in trying to repel the assault elsewhere. Other vessels, which had archers on board, or carried ammunition for the artillery, were instructed to cruise round the island, and, wherever they could, close in with the wall, lying off, but within range if it so happened that to get close in was impossible, so that the defenders might be threatened from every point, and caught, as it were, in a ring of fire. No sooner were Alexander's ships in under the city wall and the gangways lowered than the men of the guards sprang upon them, and pressed powerfully forward into the breach. In the ensuing action, Admetus played a soldier's part, and Alexander himself was in the thick of it, fighting like the rest, and ever on the watch for any act of conspicuous courage in the face of danger among his men. The section of the defences where Alexander had chosen to take personal command was, in fact, the first to fall. The attacking force were no longer faced by a sheer and precipitous ascent, but had, for the first time, firm ground under their feet, and succeeded in consequence in driving the defenders from their position without difficulty. Admetus, leading the assault and calling to his men to follow, was killed by a spear thrust while still upon the shattered wall. But Alexander, hot on his heels, seized the breach, and having established control of some of the towers, together with the sections of wall connecting them, passed on through the battlements towards the royal quarters, this way appearing to offer the most practicable descent into the town. Meanwhile, the operations of the fleet had been no less successful. The Phoenicians, who were lying off the southern harbour, smashed a way in through the defensive booms, and made short work of the shipping inside, ramming some vessels where they lay afloat, and driving others ashore. And the northern harbour, which was not even protected by booms, presented no difficulty to the Cyprians. They sailed straight in, and quickly gained control of that portion of the town. The main body of the Tyrian defenders abandoned the wall once they saw that it was in the enemy's hands, and withdrew to the shrine of Agenor, where they turned to face the Macedonians. Alexander and the guards were soon upon them. Some fell fighting, others fled with Alexander in pursuit. The troops from the harbour were masters of the town. Caenus's battalion was already in. The slaughter was terrible, for the Macedonians, sick as they were of the length of the siege, went to work with savage ferocity. There was another reason, too, which roused them to rage. The Tyrians had taken some prisoners on their way from Sidon. These men they had subsequently dragged up onto the battlements, cut their throats in full view of the Macedonian army, and flung the bodies into the sea. The Tyrian losses were about 8,000. The Macedonians in the actual assault lost Admetus, who was the first person to mount the breach, and died as a soldier should, and 20 men of the guards who were with him. In the siege as a whole they lost about 400. Azamilcus, the king of Tyre, together with the dignitaries of the town and certain visitors from Carthage who had come to the mother city to pay honor to Heracles, according to an ancient custom, had fled for refuge to Heracles' temple. To all of these Alexander granted a free pardon. Everyone else was sold into slavery. In all, including native Tyrians and foreigners taken in the town, some 30,000 were sold. After the victory, Alexander offered sacrifice to Heracles and held a ceremonial parade of his troops in full battle equipment. The fleet also took part in the review in the guards' honor, and there were athletic contests in the temple enclosure, and a torch race. The piece of siege artillery which had made the breach was dedicated in the temple, and the Tyrian ship sacred to Heracles, which had been captured in the naval action, was also solemnly presented to the god. There was an inscription on the vessel composed either by Alexander himself or someone else. In any case, it is not worth remembering, so I have not thought fit to record it here. In this way, then, Tyre was taken. The year was that of the archonship at Athens of Anabasis, and the month August. While Alexander was still occupied with the siege, he was visited by envoys from Darius, who, in the king's name, offered a sum of 10,000 talents in exchange for his mother, wife, and children. They further proposed that all the territory west of the Euphrates, right to the Aegean Sea, should belong to Alexander, who should seal his bond of friendship and alliance with Persia by marrying Darius's daughter. These proposals were made known at a meeting of Alexander's personal advisers, and Parmenio, according to all reports, declared that were he, Alexander, he would be happy to end the war on such terms, and be done with any further adventures. "That," replied Alexander, "is what I should do were I Parmenio. But since I am Alexander, I shall send Darius a different answer." And send it he did. He had no need, he wrote, of Darius's money, nor was there any call upon him to accept a part of the continent in place of the whole. All Asia, including its treasure, were already his property, and if he wished to marry Darius's daughter, he would do so, whether Darius liked it or not. If, moreover, Darius wanted kindliness and consideration at his hands, he must come to ask for it in person. Upon receiving this reply, Darius abandoned all thought of coming to terms, and began once more to prepare for war. Alexander's next objective was Egypt. All of what is known as Syrian Palestine, except the town of Gaza, had already accepted Alexander's control. The master of this stronghold, however, a eunuch of the name Batis, refused to join him. He had raised a force of mercenary Arab troops, and for some time past had been laying in stores sufficient for a protracted siege, and that, added to his confident belief that the town was too strongly defended ever to be taken by assault, induced him to refuse Alexander's admission. Gaza is about 2.5 miles from the sea, The approach to it from the coast is over deep sand, and the sea offshore is all encumbered with shoals. It was a large town, standing high on an eminence and encircled by a strongly built wall. The last town on the edge of the desert as one travels south from Phoenicia to Egypt. Once within striking distance, Alexander took up a position opposite that section of the defences which seemed most open to assault, and ordered the assembly of his siege engines. His engineers expressed the opinion that the mound, or artificial eminence on which the town stood, was so high that it would not be possible to carry it by assault. Alexander, however, was firm in his belief that the greater the difficulty, the more necessary it was to take it. For a success so far beyond reason and probability would be a serious blow to the morale of the enemy, while failure, once Darius and the Greeks got to know of it, would be an equally serious blow to his own prestige. The plan of campaign was to enable the siege engines to be brought to bear upon the defences by ringing the town with a raised earthenwork up to the level of their base, and mounting the engines upon it. The work was concentrated chiefly upon the southern sector, where the wall appeared more vulnerable than elsewhere, and, when a sufficient height had been reached, the engines were mounted and prepared for action. At this moment, Alexander, the ceremonial wreath upon his head, was on the point of offering, according to precedent, the first victim of the sacrifice, when a bird of prey flew over the altar and dropped upon his head a stone which it was carrying in its talons. And when Alexander asked Aristander what the omen might mean, "Sire," the seer replied, "you will capture the town, but today you must take care for your own safety." Alexander accordingly kept out of range for a while, close to where his artillery was posted. Before long, however, the defenders of the town made a sortie in strength. The Arab troops endeavored to set fire to the siege engines, and heavy attacks with missile weapons delivered from their commanding position almost succeeded in thrusting the Macedonians back down the earthenwork they had raised. At the sight of this reverse, Alexander forgot the seer's prophetic warning. Maybe he deliberately ignored it. Perhaps the excitement of action put it out of his mind. In any case, at the head of his guards, he hurried to the support of the Macedonians at the very point where they were hardest pressed. For them, at any rate, his help was just in time. He saved them from being driven ignominiously from their position on the earthwork. But in the action, a missile from a catapult pierced his shield and corselet and penetrated his shoulder. Aristander, then, had been right. He had foreseen the wound. Alexander was delighted, for he believed that the other prophecy would also be fulfilled, and that the town would fall. Meanwhile, the wound was serious, and did not easily yield to treatment. The artillery, which had been instrumental in the capture of Tyre, had already been sent for, and now arrived by sea. Alexander gave orders for the raised earthwork, 2 furlongs broad and 55 feet high, to be carried right round the town. The artillery was assembled, mounted on the earthwork, and brought into action. Long stretches of the wall suffered heavy damage. Saps were dug at various points, the earth being removed unobserved by the enemy, until in many places the wall, having nothing to support it, collapsed and fell. Pouring in volleys of missile weapons, the Macedonians were soon in control of a wide sector, thrusting the defenders back from the towers. 3 assaults the men of Gaza bravely resisted, in spite of heavy casualties in dead and wounded. But at the 4th, Alexander brought into action the main body of his heavy infantry on all sides of the town. The wall, already undermined, was battered down or widely breached where the artillery had already done its work, so that it was now an easy matter to get ladders onto the shattered defences and thus force an entry. Once the ladders were in position, every Macedonian soldier who had any claim to courage vied with his fellows to be the first man up. The honour fell to Neoptolemus, one of the companions, and an Aeacid by blood. Hot on his heels came battalion after battalion, led by their officers, and no sooner had the leading sections penetrated the defences than they smashed down all the gates they could find and cleared an entrance for the whole army. The defenders, though the town was taken, still stood shoulder to shoulder and fought to the last. Every one of them was killed at his post. Their women and children were sold as slaves. People from neighboring tribes were settled in the town, and Alexander used it as a blockhouse for possible future operations. Book 3. Alexander now made for Egypt, which was the original object of his southerly march, and a week after leaving Gaza arrived at Pelusium, where the fleet which had accompanied him, coasting along from Phoenicia, was already at anchor. Mazaches, the Persian governor of Egypt under Darius, had no native troops under his command, and this, added to the report of the Battle of Issus and of Darius's ignominious scramble for safety, and the fact that Phoenicia, Syria, and most of Arabia were already in Macedonian hands, induced him to receive Alexander with a show of friendship, and to offer no obstacle to his free entry into Egypt and its cities. Alexander garrisoned Pelusium, and after giving orders to the fleet to proceed up the Nile to Memphis, set out northward along the east bank of the river, and, crossing the desert, arrived at Heliopolis. All the country along his route he secured without any native opposition. From Heliopolis he crossed the river to Memphis, where, among the other gods, he offered a special sacrifice to Apis, and held games with both athletic and literary contests. The most famous performers in Greece came over to take part. From Memphis he sailed down the river again with his guards and archers, the Agrianes and the royal cavalry squadron of the companions, to Canobus, when he proceeded round Lake Mareotis, and finally came ashore at the spot where Alexandria, the city which bears his name, now stands. He was at once struck by the excellence of the site, and convinced that if a city were built upon it, it would prosper. Such was his enthusiasm that he could not wait to begin the work. He himself designed the general layout of the new town, indicating the position of the market square, the number of temples to be built, and what gods they should serve, the gods of Greece and the Egyptian Isis, and the precise limits of its outer defences. He offered sacrifice for a blessing on the work, and the sacrifice proved favourable. A story is told, and I do not see why one should disbelieve it, that Alexander wished to leave his workmen the plan of the city's outer defences, but there were no available means of marking out the ground. One of the men, however, had the happy idea of collecting the meal from the soldiers' packs and sprinkling it on the ground behind the king as he led the way. And it was by this means that Alexander's design for the outer wall was actually transferred to the ground. The soothsayers pondered the significance of this, especially, of course, Aristander of Telmesus, who had the reputation of having already proved a true prophet to Alexander on many occasions, and their conclusion was that the new town would prosper, and that amongst its blessings the chief would be the fruits of the earth. Meanwhile, Hegelochus arrived in Egypt by sea with the news that Tenedos, which had been forcibly annexed by Persia, had now revolted and come over to Macedon. Chios, too, in spite of the puppet government introduced by Autophrodates and Pharnabazus, had invited the Macedonians in. Pharnabazus had been captured in the island together with Aristonicus, the master of Methymna. The latter had entered the harbour at Chios with 5 pirate chasers, not being aware that it was already in Macedonian hands, and misled by the statement of the man in charge of the defences that the vessels inside were Pharnabazus's fleet. All the pirate crews had been killed then and there. but he was bringing Aristonicus to Alexander, together with Apollonides, Basinus, Megarius, and everyone else who had taken part in the original revolt of the island and had unlawfully seized control of its affairs. He further reported that he had taken the control of Mytilene from Chares, and that the other Lesbian towns had consented to support him. Amphiterus had been dispatched with 60 ships to Kos at the invitation of its people. Indeed, he had himself visited Kos and found it already in Amphiterus's hands. All the other prisoners he brought with him, with the exception of anabasis, who had given his guards the slip in Kos and escaped. Alexander sent the political bosses back to the towns in which they had exercised their power, to be dealt with by the people on the spot as their fancy took them. The Chians with Apollonides he sent to Elephantine in Egypt under regular guard. After these events, Alexander suddenly found himself passionately eager to visit the shrine of Ammon in Libya. One reason was his wish to consult the oracle there, as it had a reputation for infallibility, and also because Perseus and Heracles were supposed to have consulted it, the former when he was sent by Polydectes to slay the Gorgon, the latter during his journeys in Libya and Egypt in search of Antaeus and Busiris. But there was also another reason. Alexander longed to equal the fame of Perseus and Heracles. The blood of both flowed in his veins, and just as legend traced their descent from Zeus, so he, too, had a feeling that in some way he was descended from Ammon. In any case, he undertook this expedition with the deliberate purpose of obtaining more precise information on this subject, or at any rate to say that he had obtained it. He began his journey, according to Aristobulus's account, by marching 200 miles along the coast to Paritonium. The country through which he passed was uninhabited, but not waterless. At Paritonium, he turned south towards the interior, where the oracle of Ammon was situated. The way to it is across the desert, most of it sandy and waterless. Fortunately for Alexander, there was much rain. The god's own gift, as he supposed. Now it happens that a southerly wind in those parts buries the track deep in sand, so that it is impossible to see it. Travellers lose their bearings like sailors at sea. There are no marks along the track, no hill, no tree, no eminence of solid earth thrusting up through the sand to enable the wayfarer to set his course, as seamen do by the stars. In fact, the guides were lost, and Alexander's army was going astray. In this dangerous situation, however, the god had another gift to give. According to Ptolemy, son of Lagus, 2 snakes led the army, hissing as they went, and Alexander told his guides to trust in Providence and follow them. This they did, and the snakes led the way both to the oracle and back again. There is a commoner version of the story recorded by Aristobulus. According to this, Alexander's guides were 2 crows, which flew along in front of the army. In any case, I have no doubt whatever that he had divine assistance of some kind, for what could be more likely? But precisely what form it took we shall never know because of the disparity in the various records. The shrine of Ammon is surrounded on all sides by a waterless desert of sand, but in the midst of this waste there is a small plot of ground 5 miles wide at its broadest point, and thickly planted with fruit trees, olives, and date palms. This, the actual site of the temple, is the only spot in the surrounding desert which has any moisture. Dew falls, and there is a spring, quite unlike other springs elsewhere. Its water at midday is cold to the taste, and still more so to the touch. Nothing could be colder. But as the sun goes down and evening draws in, it gets warmer and continues to rise in temperature until midnight, when it reaches its peak. After midnight it cools again, and by dawn it is already cold, though coldest, as I have said, at noon. The same changes in temperature are repeated every day in a regular cycle. Natural salt is also mined in this region. Some of it is taken to Egypt by priests of the temple, who, before they begin their journey, pack it in palm leaf baskets, and then carry it as a present, sometimes to the king. The salt is in large grains, some of which have been found to be more than 3 fingers broad, and it is as clear as crystal. The Egyptians and other people who are particular about religious observance use it for their sacrifices in preference to sea salt, because of its greater purity. It was with deep admiration that Alexander surveyed the temple and its site. He put his question to the oracle and received, or so he said, the answer which his heart desired. Then he began his return journey to Egypt, following, according to Aristobulus, the same route as before. Ptolemy, son of Lagus, states that he took a different route and went direct to Memphis. At Memphis he was visited by a number of deputations from Greece, and not a man of them did he send away without a favorable answer to his requests. He was joined here by a force of 400 Greek mercenaries sent by Antipater under the command of Menidas, son of Hagasander, and 500 Thracian cavalry commanded by Asclepiodoros, son of Eunuchus. Here, too, he offered sacrifice to Zeus the king, and held a ceremonial parade of his troops in battle order, followed by games with athletic and literary contests. He reorganized the country politically, appointing Doloaspis and Ptaisis, both Egyptians, as provincial governors, each to control one half of the country. But as Ptaisis declined the appointment, the whole was taken over by Doloaspis. To command the garrisons at Memphis and Pelusium, respectively, he posted 2 of his companions, Pantaleon of Pydna and Polemon of Pella, son of Megacles. Lycidas, a Greek from Aetolia, was given the charge of the mercenaries. Other appointments were that of Eugnostus, son of Xenophontes, a member of the companions, to be secretary of foreign troops, and of Aeschylus and of Ephippus of Colchis, to superintend the work of the 2 latter men. The governorship of the neighboring country of Libya was given to Apollonius, son of Carinus, and of Arabia by Hieropolis, to Cleomenes of Naucratis. The latter was instructed to permit the existing nomarchs, or district governors, to carry on as before, except for the collection of tribute, which they, in their turn, were ordered to pay him. Posestus, son of Marcatus, and Balacrus, son of Amentos, were posted to the command of the troops to be left in Egypt, and Polemon, son of Theramenes, to the command of the fleet. Leonatus, son of Onassus, was taken into the king's personal bodyguard in place of Arebus, who had died. Antiochus, the commander of the archers, had also died, and a Cretan named Ombrion was appointed to succeed him. Colonus took over the allied infantry in place of Balacrus, who was to remain in Egypt. Alexander was deeply impressed by Egypt, and it is generally supposed that the potential strength of the country, which was greater than he expected, induced him to divide the control of it among a number of officers, as he judged it to be unsafe to put it all into the hands of one man. No doubt the Romans took a leaf from Alexander's book when they decided to keep Egypt under strict surveillance, and never to send a senator there as proconsul, but always a man from the class of equites, or knights. At the first sign of spring, Alexander left Memphis, crossing the Nile by a bridge which had been built for him over the river and all its canals, and marched for Phoenicia. At Tyre he found the fleet awaiting him, and here, once again, he did honor to Heracles by religious celebrations and games. While he was in Tyre, the Athenian state galley arrived with Diaphontus and Achilles on board, and indeed her entire crew, being all free citizens, were members of the deputation. Approaching Alexander, these men achieved all the objects of their mission, the most important of which was the return of the Athenian prisoners of war taken at the Battle of the Granicus. News now came that things were on the move in the Peloponnese, and Amphoterus was sent with instructions to support all the Greek communities in that part of the country, which had sound views on the Persian War and did not take their orders from Sparta. Phoenicia and Cyprus were to furnish 100 ships for the Peloponnese, in addition to the fleet which was being dispatched with Amphoterus. The time had now come to be on the march again, inland, for Thapsacus and the Euphrates. Before starting, he entrusted Kyrannus of Borea with the collection of tribute in Phoenicia and Philoxenus in Asia west of Taurus. Both these men had been in charge of the money actually with Alexander on campaign, and their office was now taken over by Harpalus, son of Machatus, who had recently been recalled from exile. Harpalus had twice fled the country. The first time was when Philip was still on the throne of Macedon, and he was then driven into exile for his loyalty to Alexander. Ptolemy, son of Lagus, Nearchus, son of Androtimus, Erigaius, son of Laricus, and his brother Laomedon, all shared the same fate for the same reason. For the fact was that at that period Alexander incurred Philip's suspicion when the king married Eurydice in open contempt of Alexander's mother Olympias. These men were recalled from exile after Philip's death and raised by Alexander to important offices. Ptolemy was enrolled in the king's bodyguard. Harpalus, whose health was not good enough for active service, was given control of the treasury. Eurygaius, the command of the allied cavalry, and his brother Laomedon, who happened to be as fluent in the Persian language as in Greek, was put in charge of prisoners of war. Nearchus was appointed governor of Lycia and the neighboring territory as far as Mount Taurus. However, shortly before the Battle of Issus, Harpalus was persuaded by a scoundrel named Tariscus to desert, which they both did. Tariscus made his way to Alexander of Epirus in Italy, where he died, and Harpalus took refuge in the Megarid. In spite of this conduct, Alexander urged him to return, assuring him that he would in no way suffer for his desertion. Nor, indeed, did he. On the contrary, Alexander restored him to the control of the treasury. Finally, Alexander sent Menander, one of his companions, as governor to Lydia, appointing Clearchus to succeed to his command of the mercenaries. The governorship of Syria was given to Asclepiodorus, son of Eunuchus, in place of Arimus, who, in Alexander's opinion, had scamped his work of supplying and equipping the troops for their march into the interior. Alexander reached Thapsacus in August during the archonship of Aristophanes in Athens. 2 bridges were already across the river. For some time previously, Mazias, under orders from the Persian king, had been guarding the approaches to the river with a force of 3,000 mounted troops, 2/3 of them Greek mercenaries, and for this reason the Macedonians had not carried their bridge right to the further bank, lest the enemy should attack it at their end. Mazias, however, no sooner got wind of Alexander's approach than he made off at his best speed with all his men, whereupon the 2 bridges were promptly completed, and Alexander was able to use them to get his army across. Thence he proceeded north and east, keeping the Euphrates and the Armenian mountains on his left, through Mesopotamia. For once across the river, he preferred not to follow the direct route to Babylon, as by this other route, supplies of all sorts, including fodder for the horses, would be more readily available. Other needs for man and beast could be supplied by the country through which they passed, and, furthermore, the heat would be less intense. During the march, some prisoners were taken, men from Darius's army who had gone off on reconnaissance. They reported that Darius had taken up a position on the Tigris, and intended to resist any attempt by Alexander to cross it. The force under his command greatly exceeded in numbers what he had had at the Battle of Issus. Alexander's reply to this news was to push on for the Tigris at all speed. However, upon reaching it, he found neither Darius nor the guard he had left there. So he crossed without opposition, except from the current, which was swift and made the operation a difficult one. Once over the river, he gave his men a rest. While the troops were resting, there was an almost total eclipse of the moon, and Alexander offered sacrifice to moon, sun, and earth, the three deities supposed to be concerned in this phenomenon. The opinion of Aristander, the seer, was that the moon's failure was propitious for Alexander and the Macedonians, and that the coming battle would be fought before the month was out. He concluded, moreover, that the sacrifices portended victory. Alexander now continued his advance through Etruria, keeping the Tigris on his right and the mountains of Gordien on his left. 4 days after the crossing of the river, a report came in from his scouts that enemy cavalry had been sighted in open ground, but their numbers could not be accurately estimated. Alexander, accordingly, before advancing further, made the necessary dispositions for an engagement, and immediately afterwards more scouts rode in. These had had a better view of the enemy force, and declared their belief that it was not above 1,000 strong, whereupon Alexander rode for it at the gallop with the royal squadron, 1 squadron of companions, and the Paeonian Rangers. The main body of the army was ordered to follow at its own pace. The sight of Alexander's rapid approach was too much for the Persian cavalry, who incontinently fled, with Alexander in hot pursuit. Most of them got away, but a few, whose horses could not stand the pace, were killed, and a few others were taken alive, horses and all. From these prisoners they learned that Darius was not far off, with a powerful force. Darius's army had been reinforced by the Sogdians, the Bactrians, and the Indian tribes on the Bactrian border, all under the command of Bessus, satrap of Bactria. Their lead had been followed by certain contingents of the Saki, a branch of the Asiatic Scythians, who, though they owed no allegiance to Bessus, were in military alliance with Persia. These troops were mounted archers, and were commanded by Mauakes. The Arakotians and the Indian hillmen were commanded by Barsayantes, satrap of Arachosia. The Arians by their satrap, Satabazanes. The Parthians, Hyrcanians, and Tapurians, all mounted troops by Phrataphernes. The Medes, to whom were attached the Cadusians, Albanians, and Saracenians by Atropates. All contingents from the neighborhood of the Persian Gulf by Ocondobates, Ariobazanes, and Oxenes. The Euxians and Susiani by Oxothres, son of Abuletes. The Babylonians, to whom were attached the Sitacinians and Carians by Bupares. These Carians had previously been settled after a mass transference of population. The Armenians by Orontes and Mithraustes. The Cappadocians by Ariases. The lowland and Mesopotamian Syrians by Mazias. Darius's total force was estimated at 40,000 cavalry, 1,000,000 infantry, 200 scythe chariots, and a few elephants. The Indian troops from the hither side of the Indus had about 15 of them. This was the army which had taken up a position under Darius at Gaugamela, near the river Bumodus, about 75 miles from Arbela. The country where it lay was level and open, all places where a broken surface might obstruct the movement of cavalry having been worked on some time previously by the Persian troops, so that all of it was now good going for both chariots and cavalry. The reason for this precaution was the fact that it had been urged upon Darius that much of his trouble at the Battle of Issus had been due to lack of space to maneuver in. An explanation which Darius was very ready to accept. On receiving this information from the Persian prisoners, Alexander stayed where he was for 4 days to rest his men after their march. He fortified his camp with a ditch and palisade, as he proposed to leave the pack animals there, together with all troops unfit for service, while he himself led to battle the remainder, burdened with nothing but their weapons. The order to fall in was given, and at night, about the second watch, the advance began, so timed as to engage the enemy at dawn. The report that Alexander was on the move soon reached Darius, and he too ordered his men to battle stations. Meanwhile, Alexander was drawing nearer, his troops ready to engage. But the opposing armies were still 7 miles apart, and had not yet seen each other, as each was screened by a ridge of high ground. Past the crest of the ridge, just as he was beginning the descent, Alexander had his first sight of the enemy, about 4 miles away. He gave the order to halt, and sent for his officers, his personal staff, generals, squadron commanders, and officers of the allied and mercenary contingents, to consult upon the plan of action. The alternatives were either to advance at once with the main corps of infantry, as the majority urged him to do, or to accept the advice of Parmenio, and stay where they were long enough to enable a careful reconnaissance of the ground to be made. For there might well be reasons for caution. Country among enemies thoroughly at home and surrounded by friends, and of those enemies not a few would be the prisoners of war, who might well attack them at night, even after an indecisive victory, not to mention a defeat. These arguments were sound enough, and I therefore commend Alexander's decision, and approve, no less, his resounding claim to act openly. During the night, Darius's army kept the same dispositions as on the previous day, the reason for maintaining battle stations being their fear of a night attack, added to the fact that their position had no regular defense works. One thing, at this critical moment, told against the Persians more than anything else: their protracted stand under arms, and the consequent fear, natural enough when lives are at stake, but on this occasion rendered less bearable by the fact that it did not come, as it were, in a flash from the moment's crisis, but had been brooded on hour after hour, until their spirit was sapped. We are informed by Aristobulus that Darius's written orders for the disposition of his troops came into Greek hands after the battle. We know, consequently, what his order of battle was. On his left was the Bactrian cavalry, supported by the Da'i and Aracocians. In touch with them were mixed Persian cavalry and infantry, followed by Susian and then by Cadusian contingents. These units composed the left wing of the army as far as the center. On the right were the contingents from lowland Syria and Mesopotamia and the Medes. Then in touch with these were the Parthians and the Saki, then the Tapurian and Hyrcanian contingents. Lastly, next to the center, the Albanians and Circassians. In the center, with Darius himself and his kinsmen, were the royal Persian bodyguard with the golden apples on their spear butts, the Indians, the so-called stateless Carians, and the Mardian archers. Euxians, Babylonians, troops from the Persian Gulf, and Sitacinians were drawn up in depth behind them. In advance of the left wing, facing Alexander's right, were the Scythian cavalry, about 1,000 Bactrians and 100 scythe chariots. The elephants and 50 war chariots were posted in close support of the royal squadron of the king's cavalry. In advance of the Persian right were 50 scythe chariots and the Armenian and Cappadocian cavalry. The Greek mercenaries, the only troops likely to be a match for the Macedonian infantry, were drawn up facing them in 2 sections, one on each side of Darius and his Persian guard. On the right wing of Alexander's army was the companion cavalry, led by the royal squadron, under the command of Clytus, son of Dropidas. In touch with them and working towards the center were the squadrons under the following officers and in the following order: Glaucius, Ariston, Sopolis, son of Hetmodorus, Heraclides, son of Antiochus, Demetrius, son of Althemenes, and Meleager. Finally, there was the squadron commanded by Hegelochus, son of Hippostratus. Parmenio's son, Philotas, was general officer in command of the companions. Of the infantry, the shock troops of the guards were posted in closest touch with the infantry, and were supported on their own left by the other guards units under the command of Nicanor, son of Parmenio. Next to them was the battalion of Caenas, son of Polymocrates, followed, working towards the left, by the units commanded respectively by Perdiccas, son of Orontes, Meleager, son of Neoptolemus, Polysperchon, son of Simmias, and Amyntas, son of Andromenes, the last being commanded by Simmias, as Amyntas had been sent to Macedonia to recruit. The left of the Macedonian infantry line consisted of the battalion of Craterus, son of Alexander, who commanded all the infantry in that sector. In touch with him were the allied cavalry units under Arigeus, son of Larichus, supported by the Thessalian cavalry commanded by Philippus, son of Menelaus. The Thessalian cavalry extended to the left wing of the army, the whole of which was under the general command of Parmenio, son of Philotas. Close about this officer were grouped the mounted troops of Pharsalus, the finest and most numerous unit of the Thessalian cavalry. Such was the disposition of Alexander's front line, in addition to which he posted reserve formations in order to have a solid corps of infantry to meet a possible attack from the rear. The officers of the reserve had orders, in the event of an encircling movement by the enemy, to face about and so meet the threatened attack. One half of the Agrianes, commanded by Attalus and in touch with the royal squadron on the right wing, were, together with the Macedonian archers under Brisson, thrown forward at an oblique angle in case it should suddenly prove necessary to extend or close up the front line of infantry, and in support of the archers was the so-called Old Guard of mercenaries under Cleander. In advance of the Agrianes and archers were the advanced scouts and the Paeonians, commanded by Aretes and Ariston. The mercenary cavalry, commanded by Menidas, were posted right in the van. The position, in advance of the royal squadron and other units of the companions, was occupied by the other half of the Agriane contingent, and of the archers, supported by Balacrus's spearmen, who stood facing the Persian scythe chariots. Menidas had orders to wheel and attack the enemy in the flank, should they attempt an outflanking movement. So much for Alexander's right. On his left, forming an angle with the main body, were the Thracians under Sitalces, supported first by the allied cavalry under Kieranus, and secondly by the Odrysian cavalry under Agathon, son of Tyrrhemus. Right in the van of this sector was the foreign mercenary cavalry commanded by Andromachus, son of Hieron. The Thracian infantry had orders to stand guard over the pack animals. The total strength of Alexander's army was 7,000 cavalry and about 40,000 foot. The two armies were now close together. Darius and his picked troops were in full view. There stood the Persian royal guard, the golden apples on their spear butts, the Indians and Albanians, the Carians and the Mardian bowmen, the cream of the Persian force, full in face of Alexander as he moved with his royal squadron to the attack. Alexander, however, inclined slightly to his right, a move which the Persians at once countered, their left outflanking the Macedonians by a considerable distance. Meanwhile, in spite of the fact that Darius's Scythian cavalry, moving along the Macedonian front, had already made contact with their forward units, Alexander continued his advance towards the right until he was almost clear of the area which the Persians had leveled during the previous days. Darius knew that once the Macedonians reached rough ground, his chariots would be useless. So he ordered the mounted troops in advance of his left to encircle the Macedonians right under Alexander and thus check any further extension in that direction. Alexander promptly ordered Menidas and his mercenary cavalry to attack them. A counter-attack by the Scythian cavalry and their supporting Bactrians drove them back by weight of numbers. Whereupon Alexander sent in against the Scythians Ariston's Paeonian contingent and the mercenaries. This stroke had its effect, and the enemy gave ground. But the remaining Bactrian units engaged the Paeonians and the mercenaries, and succeeded in rallying the fugitives. A close cavalry action ensued, in which the Macedonians suffered the more severely, outnumbered as they were, and less adequately provided with defensive armor than the Scythians were, both horses and men. Nonetheless, the Macedonians held their attacks, and by repeated countercharges, squadron by squadron, succeeded in breaking the enemy formation. Meanwhile, as Alexander moved forward, the Persians sent their scythe chariots into action against him, in the hope of throwing his line into confusion. But in this they were disappointed, for the chariots were no sooner off the mark than they were met by the missile weapons of the Agrianes and Balacras's javelin throwers, who were stationed in advance of the companions. Again they seized the reins and dragged the drivers to the ground, then surrounded the horses and cut them down. Some few of the vehicles succeeded in passing through, but to no purpose, for the Macedonians had orders, wherever they attacked, to break formation and let them through deliberately. This they did, with the result that neither the vehicles themselves nor their drivers suffered any damage whatever. Such as got through were, however, subsequently dealt with by the royal guard and the army grooms. Darius now brought into action the main body of his infantry, and an order was sent to Aretes to attack the Persian cavalry, which was trying to outflank and surround the Macedonian right. For a time, Alexander continued to advance in column. Presently, however, the movement of the Persian cavalry, sent to the support of their comrades who were attempting to encircle the Macedonian right, left a gap in the Persian front. And this was Alexander's opportunity. He promptly made for the gap, and with his companions and all the heavy infantry in this sector of the line, drove in his wedge, and raising the battle cry, pressed forward at the double, straight for the point where Darius stood. A close struggle ensued, but it was soon over. For when the Macedonian horse, with Alexander himself at the head of them, vigorously pressed the assault, fighting hand to hand and thrusting at the Persian forces with their spears, and the infantry phalanx in close order and bristling with pikes added its irresistible weight, Darius, who had been on edge since the battle began, and now saw nothing but terrors all around him, was the first to turn tail and ride for safety. The outflanking party on the Macedonian right was also broken up by the powerful assault of Aretes and his men. On this part of the field the Persian rout was complete, and the Macedonians pressed the pursuit, cutting down the fugitives as they rode. But the formation under Simmias, unable to link up with Alexander to join in the pursuit, was forced to stand its ground and continue the struggle on the spot, a report having come in that the Macedonian left was in trouble. At this point, the Macedonian line was broken, and some of the Indian and Persian cavalry burst through the gap and penetrated right to the rear where the Macedonian pack animals were. There was some hard fighting. The Persians set about it with spirit, most of their adversaries being unarmed men who had never expected a breakthrough. At any rate, here, where the phalanx was of double strength, moreover, the prisoners joined in the attack. However, the officers in command of the reserves on this sector, the moment the situation was clear, faced about according to orders, and appeared in the Persian rear. Many of the Persians, as they swarmed around the baggage trains, were killed. Others did not stay to fight, but made off. Meanwhile, the Persian right, not yet knowing that Darius had fled, made a move to envelop Alexander's left, and delivered a flank attack on Parmenio. The Macedonians being caught, as it were, between two fires, Parmenio sent an urgent message to Alexander that his position was desperate, and that he needed help. Alexander at once broke off the pursuit, wheeled about with his companions, and charged with the Persian right at the gallop. Coming first into contact with those of the enemy cavalry who were trying to get away, he was soon heavily engaged with the Parthians, some of the Indians, and the strongest and finest cavalry units of Persia. The ensuing struggle was the fiercest of the whole action. One after another, the Persian squadrons wheeled in file to the charge. Breast to breast, they hurled themselves on the enemy. Conventional cavalry tactics, maneuvering, javelin throwing, were forgotten. It was every man for himself, struggling to break through as if in that alone lay his hope of life. Desperately and without quarter, blows were given and received, each man fighting for mere survival, without any further thought of victory or defeat. About 60 of Alexander's companions were killed. Among the wounded were Caenis, Menidas, and Hephaestion himself. In this struggle, Alexander was once again victorious. Such Persians as managed to fight their way through galloped off the field to save their skins. Alexander was now on the point of engaging the Persian right, but his help was not needed, as in this sector the Thessalian cavalry had fought hardly less magnificently than Alexander himself. The Persians were already in retreat by the time he made contact with them, so he turned back and started once more in pursuit of Darius, continuing as long as daylight served. Parmenio, in chase of his own quarry, was not far behind him. Once across the Lycus, Alexander halted for a brief rest for men and horses, and Parmenio went on to take possession of the Persian camp and all its contents, baggage, elephants, and camels. Allowing his troops to rest till midnight, Alexander then pressed on to Arbela, in the hope that he might catch Darius there and seize his treasure, and all the other stuff with which a king of Persia takes the field. But though he reached this place on the following day, after a chase since the battle of some 75 miles, he failed to find Darius, who, in his efforts to escape, had kept going without a single break. His treasure, however, and all his valuables, fell into Alexander's hands, including his chariot, shield, and bow, all captured for the second time. Alexander's losses in this battle amounted to about 100 men killed. Over 1,000 horses, nearly half of them belonging to the companions, perished either from wounds or from exhaustion in the pursuit. The Persian losses were reckoned at about 300,000 dead, a figure greatly exceeded by the number of prisoners. The elephants and such war chariots as escaped destruction were also captured. Such was the end of the Battle of Gaugamela, fought in the month of October during the archonship at Athens of Aristophanes. Aristander had foretold that before the month which saw the moon's eclipse was over, the battle would be fought and Alexander would win it. He was a true prophet. Upon leaving the field, Darius made straight for Media by way of the Armenian mountains. With him was the Bactrian cavalry, which had been posted at his side during the fight, and certain Persians, his kinsmen, and a small number of the royal guard. He was joined on the way by about 2,000 foreign mercenary troops under the command of Paron of Phocis and Glaucus of Aetolia. The reason why he made for Media was his belief that Alexander, once the battle was over, would take the road to Susa and Babylon, which was a fairly easy one for his transport. Moreover, all that part of the country was inhabited, and, which was more important, Babylon and Susa were obvious prizes for a victorious army. The route to Media, on the other hand, was an awkward one for a large force. Darius's guess was right, for Alexander did, in point of fact, make straight from Arbela to Babylon. Not far from the city, which he took the precaution of approaching in battle order, he was met by the people of the place, who, with their priests and magistrates, came flocking out to bring him various gifts, and to offer to put the city, with the citadel and all its treasures, into his hands. He marched in accordingly, and instructed the people to restore the temples which had been destroyed by Xerxes, in particular the temple of Bel, the god held by the Babylonians in the greatest awe. He appointed Mazias to the governorship of the city. Apollodorus of Amphipolis was put in command of the troops to be left there, and Asclepiodorus, son of Philo, was entrusted with the collection of tribute. Mithridates, the man who had surrendered to Alexander the inner defences of Sardis, was sent as governor to Armenia. It was here in Babylon that Alexander came into contact with the Chaldeans. In all matters of religious ceremonial, he took their advice, offering sacrifice to Bel in particular, according to their instructions. His next objective was Susa. He was met on the way there by the governor's son and a messenger with a letter from Philoxenus, whom he had sent to Susa immediately after the battle. The letter stated that the people of Susa had opened their gates, and that all the treasure was secured. The march from Babylon took 20 days, and the treasure which Alexander took over upon entering the city amounted to 50,000 talents of silver, in addition to other valuables formerly in possession of the king. Nor was this by any means all that Susa yielded, for there also fell into Alexander's hands all the treasures which Xerxes had brought there from Greece, among them bronze statues of Harmodius and Aristogeiton. These statues Alexander sent back to Athens, where they now stand in the Kerameikos, on the way to the Acropolis opposite the Matroon, and not far from the altar of the Eudaimonia. This altar stands on the level ground, as everyone knows who has been initiated into the mysteries of the two goddesses at Eleusis. Here in Susa, Alexander offered the traditional sacrifices, and celebrated games and a torch race. Before leaving, he appointed a Persian named Abuletes as governor of the province, made Mazarus, one of the companions, garrison commandant of the city, and promoted Archelaus, son of Theodorus, general of the forces. Before setting out for the province of Persia, he set Menes to the coast as governor of Syria, Phoenicia, and Cilicia, giving him 3,000 talents of silver, with instructions to pay over to Antipater as much of that sum as he should need for the expenses of the Spartan war. Here, too, he was joined by Amyntas, son of Andromenes, with the fresh troops from Macedonia, both horse and foot. The former he attached to the companion cavalry, and distributed the latter according to nationality among the various infantry units. He also, this was an innovation, formed 2 companies in each cavalry squadron, and put them under the command of such officers of the companions who had distinguished themselves. He then set out for the province of Persia, and, after crossing the Tigris, entered the territory of the Euxines, a part of whom, those namely who occupied the plains and owed allegiance to the Persian satrap, surrendered to Alexander. The hill tribes, on the contrary, who had never recognized Persian dominion, sent a message to Alexander to the effect that they would not allow him or his army to pass through into Persia, unless they first received what they always used to receive from the Persian king, whenever he chanced to come that way. Alexander dismissed the messengers with an invitation to meet him at the pass, the control of which also gave them, or so they supposed, the control of the route into Persia. At the pass, he declared he would give them what they asked for. Then, with a force consisting of his personal guard, the remainder of the guards, and about 8,000 other troops, and with a party of guides from Susa, he set out under cover of darkness by a route no one would be likely to expect him to take. The going was rough and difficult, and within a single day he swooped down on the villages, carried off a great deal of plunder, and killed a number of the villagers before they could rise from their beds. The rest escaped to the hills. He then hurried on to the pass, where the Euxians counted upon meeting him with all the force they could muster to receive payment of the customary dues. Craterus, meanwhile, had been sent in advance to seize the high ground, to which the Euxians would in all probability try to make their escape when they found themselves hard-pressed. Alexander's advance was rapid and unhesitating. He seized the pass before the natives could reach it, and from this commanding position began in battle order to move down to the attack. So swiftly had he acted that the Euxians were taken hopelessly by surprise. Robbed of the position in which their chief advantage lay, they made no attempt at resistance, but incontinently fled. Some were killed as they tried to get away, and many more on the rough and precipitous mountain track. Most of them, however, managed to reach the hills, where they perished at the hands of Craterus and his men. Such were the dues paid by Alexander to the Euxians. They had hard work, moreover, in persuading him to allow them to keep possession of their territory upon payment of an annual tribute. Ptolemy, son of Lagus, states that Darius's mother begged Alexander on their behalf to let them remain in their old homes. The tribute was assessed at 100 horses a year, 500 mules, and 30,000 sheep. The Euxians possessed no money and no arable land, being for the most part herdsmen. After this, Parmenio was given orders to proceed by the main road into Persia with the Thessalian cavalry, the allied and mercenary contingents, all the other more heavily armed units, and the baggage trains. Alexander himself, at the head of a force consisting of the Macedonian infantry, the companion cavalry, the Agrianes archers, and advanced scouts, set off with all speed through the hills. At the Persian gates he encountered Ariobarzanes, the satrap of the province, who had already built defences across the pass, and with a force of about 40,000 foot and 700 horse, had taken up a position there to prevent Alexander from getting through. Alexander checked his advance, but on the following day moved to the assault of the pass. It proved a hard task, as the enemy were in a commanding position, and the ground was far from favourable to an attacker. They suffered severely from missiles hurled or catapulted from above, and Alexander was compelled to make a temporary withdrawal to his original position. His prisoners, however, undertook to show him another way round by which he could reach the further side of the pass. The track he was to follow was, he understood, a rough and narrow one. So he instructed Craterus to remain behind with his own and Meleager's battalion, a few archers, and about 5,000 mounted troops, and to attack the defences of the pass as soon as he was sure that the advanced party were safely round to the further side, and were actually approaching the Persian position. The timing of this movement would cause no difficulty, as he would get a signal from the trumpeters. Alexander moved off under a cover of darkness, and, after a march of some 12 miles, detached a force consisting of the guards, Perdiccas's battalion, the most lightly armed of the archers, the Agrianes, the royal squadron of the companions, and one double squadron of cavalry. With these troops he then made a turning movement, and, still guided by the prisoners, went straight for the pass. Amyntas, Philotas, and Chinos had orders, meanwhile, to take the remainder of the troops down the hills, and to bridge the river, which would have to be crossed before entering the province of Persia. The track Alexander had to follow was still a rough and difficult one. However, he lost no time, taking most of it at the double. He was on top of the first enemy outpost before daylight, overwhelmed it, and most of the second as well. Nearly all the men in the third got away. Not, however, back to the army, which they made no attempt to rejoin, but in panic flight to the hills, so that Alexander was enabled just before dawn to make a surprise attack on Ariobarzanes' main position. As he fell upon the trench, the trumpets sounded, and Craterus accordingly immediately moved to the assault of the outer defences on the other side. The enemy were properly caught. Making no attempt at resistance, they would have fled for their lives had it been possible. But the Macedonians were all round them, on one side Alexander pressing his attack, on the other Craterus and his men rapidly thrusting forward, so that most of them had no option but to turn back to the inner defences in the hope of saving themselves there. But these defences, too, were already in Macedonian hands, for Alexander, having foreseen how things would go, had left Ptolemy there with 3,000 infantrymen, who, in some close fighting, cut the greater part of the enemy to pieces. A few escaped, but in their desperate efforts to avoid destruction, leapt to their death over the edge of the cliffs. Ariobarzanes and a few mounted men got clear away into the hills. Alexander now pressed on with all speed to the river. It was already bridged, and the army crossed without difficulty. Thence he marched to Persepolis with such rapidity that the garrison had no time to plunder the city's treasure before his arrival. He also captured the treasure of Cyrus I at Pasargadae. He appointed Phraseortes, son of Rheomithras, to the governorship of Persepolis. He burnt the palace of the Persian kings, though this act was against the advice of Parmenio, who urged him to spare it for various reasons, chiefly because it was hardly wise to destroy what was now his own property, and because the Asians would, in his opinion, be less willing to support him if he seemed bent merely upon passing through their country as a conqueror, rather than upon ruling it securely as a king. Alexander's answer was that he wished to punish the Persians for their invasion of Greece. His present act was retribution for the destruction of Athens, the burning of the temples, and all the other crimes they had committed against the Greeks. My own view is that this was bad policy. Moreover, it could hardly be considered as punishment for Persians long since dead and gone. Having learned that Darius was in Media, Alexander made that country his next objective. Darius had decided, in the event of Alexander's stopping in the neighborhood of Susa and Babylon, to remain in Media and to watch for any new move which he might make. If, on the other hand, Alexander advanced directly to attack him, he proposed to withdraw up country to Parthia and Hyrcania, and on to Bactria, scorching the earth as he went in order to impede any further advance by his enemy. His women and covered wagons and such other gear as he still had with him he sent to the pass known as the Caspian Gates, while he himself held on in Ecbatana with such troops as he had managed, in the circumstances, to get together. It was the report of this which induced Alexander to start for Media without delay. On the way he invaded and subdued the Paraitaki, and left as governor there Oxothres, son of Abuletes, the governor of Susa. Then a report reaching him that Darius, who had been reinforced by troops from Scythia and Cadusia, had determined upon risking another encounter, he proceeded in full battle order with the main body of his army, leaving the baggage trains to follow on with their guards and all the rest of the stores. Within 12 days he was in Media, where he learned that no Scythian or Cadusian reinforcements had reached Darius. His army was too weak to risk a battle, and he had determined upon a further withdrawal. Alexander accordingly increased the speed of his advance. About 3 days' march from Ecbatana, he was met by Bisthenes, son of Ochus, Darius's predecessor on the throne, and was informed by him that Darius had already been in retreat for 5 days. He was taking with him his treasure from Media, amounting to 7,000 talents, and had a force of 3,000 cavalry and about 6,000 infantry. At Ecbatana, Alexander dismissed his Thessalian cavalry and the other allied contingents, and ordered them back to the Aegean. The agreed amount of pay was settled in full, with a sum of 2,000 talents added by Alexander as gratuity. Any man who wished on his own account to continue his service as a paid soldier was to have his name entered on the payroll, and a considerable number thus voluntarily enlisted. The remainder were put under the command of Epochilus, son of Polyides, with orders to march back to the Aegean. They were given a mounted guard, as the Thessalians had sold their horses. Instructions were added that when they reached the coast, Menes should attend to their transport by sea to Euboea. Parmenio was ordered to transfer the captured Persian treasure to the citadel at Ecbatana, and hand it over for safekeeping to Harpalus, who had been left in charge of it with a guard of 6,000 Macedonians, a few light troops, and some cavalry. Parmenio was then to proceed through Cadusia to Hyrcania with the mercenaries, the Thracians, and all cavalry units except those of the companions. Clitus, the commander of the royal squadron, who had been left behind on the sick list in Susa, was ordered, as soon as he should arrive in Ecbatana, to start for Parthia with the Macedonian troops which had been left to guard the treasure. Alexander himself also proposed to make for Parthia. Without delay, Alexander's march began, its objective Darius. His force consisted of the companion cavalry, the advanced scouts, the mercenary cavalry under Arrhigaeus's command, the Macedonian heavy infantry, all of it except those sections detailed to guard the treasure, the archers, and the Agrianes. So rapid was the march that many of the men, unable to stand the pace, dropped out, and a number of horses were worked to death. But Alexander pressed on regardless of loss, and in 11 days reached Ragi, a day's march, at this speed, from the Caspian gates. Darius, however, had already passed through. Many of Darius's men had deserted during the course of his retreat, and dispersed to their homes, and a considerable number had surrendered to Alexander, who now, abandoning hope of overtaking Darius, halted for a 5 days' rest. He appointed to the governorship of Media a Persian named Oxydates, a man who had been arrested by Darius and confined in Susa, a circumstance which induced Alexander to trust him. Then he moved on towards Parthia. At the end of the first day's march, he halted close to the Caspian gates. On the second day he passed through, and advanced to the limit of cultivated land. Then, on a report that the country beyond was uninhabited, he dispatched Caenus with a party of mounted troops and a few infantrymen to forage for supplies. At this juncture, two important persons in Darius's army, Bagasstanes, a Babylonian nobleman, and Antabellus, one of Mazias's sons, sought an interview with Alexander. Admitted to his presence, they reported that Darius had been forcibly seized and put under arrest by Nabazanes, commander of the cavalry which had accompanied his retreat, Besus, satrap of Bactria, and Barsaentes, satrap of Arachosia and Dragiana. Instantly Alexander was on the march again, with greater rapidity than ever. He did not even wait for Caenus's foraging party, and the only troops he took with him were the companions, the advanced scouts, and a picked body of the toughest of his light infantry. His other men he put under Craterus's command, with orders to follow on at their own pace. His own force carried nothing but their weapons and 2 days' rations. Marching all night and half the following day, he stopped at noon for a brief rest. Then he was off again, and after a second all-night march, reached at daybreak the camp where Bagasstanes had been before his visit. It was empty. The enemy had gone. He learned, however, that the story of Darius's arrest was true. He was being taken off in a covered wagon, and Bessus had assumed power in his place. Bessus had received the royal salute from the Bactrian cavalry, and all the Persians who had been with Darius on his retreat except Artabazus and his sons, and the Greek mercenaries, who remained loyal. These, unable to prevent what had taken place, had left the main road and made for the hills on their own, refusing to take any part in the action of Bessus and his supporters. Darius's captors had determined to hand him over if they heard that Alexander was after them, and thus get favorable terms for themselves. If, on the other hand, there should be no pursuit, they proposed to muster as large a force as they could and unite in preserving their power. For the time being, Bessus was in command, as he was related to Darius, and also because it was in his province that this daring act had taken place. The news made it plain to Alexander that he must continue to press his pursuit without a moment's delay. His men and horses were both pretty well exhausted already by their unremitting exertions, but Alexander drove them forward nonetheless, and after covering a great deal of ground during the night and the following morning, reached about noon a village where Darius and his captors had stopped the previous day. Learning that they had resolved to continue their journey by night, he asked the natives of the place if they knew a shortcut by which he could catch up with them. They said they did, but the way was through uninhabited country, and there was no water. But no matter. Alexander at once ordered them to act as guides. He knew that the pace would be too much for his infantry. So he dismounted about 500 cavalrymen, and mounted in their place the toughest and fittest officers of his infantry and other units, ordering them to keep their own arms and equipment. Nicanor and Attalus, who commanded respectively the guards and Agrianes, were instructed to take the remainder of the force by the way already followed by Bessus and his party. They were to proceed as lightly equipped as was possible, and the rest of the infantry were to follow in their regular formation. Alexander himself then started off again at dusk with all the speed he could make, and, covering some 50 miles in the course of the night, came up with the Persians just as dawn was breaking. They were straggling along unarmed. Only a few made any offer of resistance. Most of them incontinently fled the moment they saw it was Alexander himself who was upon them. Those who attempted to fight also made off after losing a few men. Bessus and his friends did not at once abandon the attempt to get Darius away in the wagon, but when Alexander was close upon them, Nabazanes and Basayantes struck him down and left him, and made their escape with 600 horsemen. The wound proved fatal, and Darius died shortly afterwards, before Alexander could see him. Alexander sent Darius's body to Persepolis to be buried in the royal tombs, like the kings before him. He appointed a Parthian named anabasis as governor of Parthia and Hyrcania. He was one of Mazaki's party who had surrendered Egypt to Alexander. Tlepolemus, son of Pythophanes, one of the companions, was given a post to assist him in keeping an eye on things in the two provinces. Such was the end of Darius. He died in July, during the archonship of Aristophon in Athens. In military matters he was the feeblest and most incompetent of men. In other spheres his conduct appears to have been moderate and decent, though the truth may well be that, as his accession to the throne coincided with the declaration of war by Macedon and Greece, he had no opportunity to play the tyrant. In the circumstances, being himself in greater peril than his subjects, he could hardly have treated them with the usual cruelty of an oriental despot, even had he wished to do so. His life was an unbroken series of disasters from the moment of his accession to the throne. He was immediately faced by the defeat of his satraps and their mounted troops on the Granicus, The loss of Ionia and Aeolus swiftly followed, with the two Phrygias, Lydia, and all Caria except Halicarnassus. Soon afterwards, Halicarnassus too was gone, and the whole coast as far as Cilicia. Then came his own defeat at Issus, and the bitter sight of his mother, wife, and children as prisoners in enemy hands. The loss of Phoenicia and Egypt was followed by the debacle at Arbela, his own shameful flight from the field, and the destruction of the mightiest army of the whole East. Then, a homeless fugitive in the land he once ruled, ruthlessly betrayed by his own guards, a monarch in chains contemptuously smuggled away from the scene of his former glory, he was finally murdered by the treachery of those most bound in duty to serve him. Such was the unhappy life of Darius. Dead, he was more fortunate, for he was buried in the royal tomb. His children were given by Alexander the same upbringing and education they would have had if he had still been king. And his daughter became Alexander's wife. He was about 50 when he died. The troops left behind during the pursuit of Darius now rejoined, and Alexander advanced into Hyrcania, a country which lies on the left of the road to Bactria. One side of it is bounded by high wooded hills. On the other, the plains extended to the Caspian Sea. He chose this route because of a report that it was the way taken by Darius's mercenaries and their escape to the mountains of Tapuria, and also because he intended to subdue the Tapurian people. Dividing his force into three, he took charge of the largest and most mobile section himself, and proceeded by the shortest but most difficult road. Craterus was sent against the Tapurians with his own and Amyntas's contingent, some of the archers, and a small group of mounted men, while Erigius had orders to take the mercenaries and the rest of the cavalry by the better, though longer, route, accompanied by the baggage wagons and non-combatant units. Alexander halted after crossing the first range of hills, and then went on with the guards, some of the archers, and the most mobile of the Macedonian infantry. The going was rough and difficult. As he proceeded, he left parties of men to guard the tracks at dangerous points, to prevent the possibility of his own troops, who were coming along behind, being set upon by the enemy who held the hills. Once through the pass with his archers, he halted on level ground by a small river. While he was there, Narbazanes, commander of Darius's cavalry, Phrataphernes, satrap of Hyrcania and Parthia, and other high-ranking Persian officers came and gave themselves up. Alexander stayed 4 days in camp at this spot. By that time all the men left behind on the march had rejoined. Most of them came through safely, though the Agrianes, who formed the rear guard, had been attacked by the hill tribes. However, their long-range fighting was too good for the enemy, who had the worst of it, and withdrew. On the march again, Alexander now advanced to Zadrakata, a town in Hyrcania, where he was rejoined by Craterus's division. They had not encountered Darius's mercenaries, but had managed to take over all the territory through which they had marched, either by force or surrender. Erigius also rejoined at this point with the baggage wagons and gear. Shortly afterwards, Anabasis came over to Alexander with 3 of his sons, Cophin, Ariobarzanes, and Arsames. With them were delegates from the mercenary troops who had served under Darius, and Autophrodates, the satrap of Tapuria. Autophrodates was permitted to retain his satrapy, and Artabazus and his sons, not only because of their rank, but especially because of their loyalty to Darius, were kept in close attendance upon his person, and treated with every mark of respect. The Greek delegates asked for terms for all Greek mercenaries now prisoners of war. This, however, Alexander categorically refused. Greek soldiers, he maintained, who fought for Persia against their own country, were little better than criminals, and had acted contrary to the resolutions of the Greeks. Far from agreeing upon terms, he gave orders that they should all put themselves into his hands, to be dealt with as he saw fit, or, if they preferred, to take whatever measures they could for their own safety. They chose the former alternative, and at the same time asked for an officer to give the prisoners safe conduct. The number of prisoners was reckoned to be about 1,500. Alexander sent them Artabasis and Andronicus, the son of Agerus. He now marched for Mardia, his force consisting of the guards, the archers, the Agrianes, the battalions of Cinus and Amyntas, of the companions and the mounted javelin men, a brigade of which had by now been formed. He overran the greater part of Mardia, and the people of the province suffered severely. Many were killed either attempting to escape or, in some cases, offering resistance, and many prisoners were taken. Mardia is a rugged and difficult country. Its people, although poor, are sturdy fighters, and it was many years since an invader had set foot upon their soil. They had not the least apprehension of an attack by Alexander, especially as he already appeared to have bypassed their territory. So for these reasons they were caught off their guard even more than they would otherwise have been. Many of them did succeed in escaping to the mountains, which are very lofty and precipitous in this part of the world, confident that there, at least, Alexander would not come after them. However, he did. So they had nothing for it but unconditional surrender. The spokesmen who brought the offer of surrender were allowed by Alexander to return to their people, and Autophrodates was made governor of the province, as well as of Tapuria. Returning to the spot whence he had started upon his expedition to Mardia, Alexander found the Greek mercenaries awaiting him. Dropidas, the Athenian, and the Spartans Callicratidas, Pausippus, Monimus, and Onomus, envoys from Greece on their way to Darius's court, had also arrived. They were all arrested. The envoys from Sinope were dismissed, as Sinope was not a member of the League of Corinth, and the fact that, as Persian subjects, they were sending a delegation to the Persian king seemed to Alexander reasonable enough. Of the other Greeks, those who had been serving with the Persians before the conclusion of the peace and alliance with Macedon were also dismissed, as was Heraclides, the delegate from Chalcedon. The remainder were ordered to serve under Alexander at the same rate of pay. Andronicus was made their commander. It was he who had brought them to Alexander, and he had made it clear that he considered the safety of his men a matter of the first importance. This business completed, Alexander went on to Zandracata, the chief town of Hyrcania, and site of the royal palace. He remained there 15 days, sacrificed to the gods in accordance with custom, celebrated games, and then moved on by way of Parthia to the frontiers of Aria. At Susia, a town in this province, he was visited by the satrap Satabazanes, whose office he confirmed, sending Anasippus, one of the companions, to accompany him on his return with about 40 mounted javelin men. This force was to enable him to set guards to save the people of Aria from molestation at the hands of the troops passing through. About this time some Persians came with a report that Bessus was proclaiming himself king of Asia. He was wearing the royal mantle and the cap with the point erect, in royal fashion, and had changed his name to Artaxerxes. He already had with him the Persian troops who had escaped into Bactria, besides a considerable number of the Bactrians themselves, and was expecting reinforcements from Scythia. Alexander marched at once for Bactria with his whole force, which had now reassembled, and was met there by Philip, son of Menelaus, who had come from Media with the mercenary cavalry under his own command, the Thessalian volunteers, and Andromachus's contingent of foreign troops. Parmenio's son, Nicanor, the commander of the guards, had already died of sickness. On the way to Bactra, news came in that Satabazanes, satrap of Aria, had murdered Anabasis and the 40 men with him. He was arming the Arians and concentrating them at Artacoana, where the palace was, and had resolved, as soon as he should learn that Alexander had put sufficient space between them, to join Bessus with the force at his disposal and assist him in attacking the Macedonians wherever an opportunity should present itself. Alexander changed his plans accordingly. Leaving Craterus in command on the spot, he took the companions, the mounted javelin men, the archers, the Agrianes, and Amyntas's and Kinos's battalions, and marched with all speed against Satabazanes and the Arians, reaching Artacoana after covering some 75 miles in 2 days. The rapidity of the march took Satabazanes completely by surprise, and he fled as soon as he heard that Alexander was coming. A few horsemen got away with him, but the majority of his men, once they too knew that Alexander was approaching, had deserted immediately the attempt to escape began. All who had had any hand in the revolt, or had left their villages at the time of its occurrence, were rapidly hunted down and rounded up in various places. Some were killed, others sold into slavery. Arsaces, a Persian, was appointed to the governorship of Aria. The troops left in charge of Craterus now rejoined Alexander, and, marching for Zorangia, he arrived at the town where the palace was situated. This region was then under the control of Barsayantes, one of the conspirators who had fatally wounded Darius during the attempt to get him away. And when he learned of Alexander's approach, he fled for refuge to the Indians west of the Indus. But they arrested him and sent him back to Alexander, who had him executed for his treachery to Darius. It was here, too, that Alexander learned of Philotas's plot against his life. According to Ptolemy and Aristobulus, information of what was going on had come to his ears before, while he was in Egypt, but he had refused to believe it. For Philotas had long been his friend. He had trusted him, and had also bestowed the highest honors upon his father, Parmenio. Ptolemy's account of what now occurred is this. Philotas was brought before the Macedonians to stand his trial. Alexander made his accusation in no uncertain terms, and Philotas answered the charge. Then the persons who had reported the affair came forward, with various irrefutable proofs of his own guilt and that of his fellow conspirators, of which the most damning was that he admitted knowledge of a plot against Alexander but had said nothing about it, in spite of the fact that he was in the habit of visiting Alexander's tent twice a day. Thereupon he was shot by the Macedonians, and the others, who were concerned in the conspiracy, shared the same fate. Parmenio was executed as well. Polydamas, one of his companions, was sent to him with a letter from Alexander addressed to Cleander, Sitalkes, and Manidas, 3 generals in Media who had been posted to the army which Parmenio commanded. It was they who put him to death. The reason for Parmenio's execution may have been that Alexander could not believe that he had no share in his son's conspiracy. On the other hand, even granting his innocence, his living on after his son's execution was already in fact a danger. For he was a man of immense prestige. He had great influence not only with Alexander himself, but also with the army, and not alone with the Macedonian units, but also with the mercenary soldiers, whom, so often by Alexander's orders and with Alexander's approbation he had led on special missions, or in the ordinary course of duty. It is said that Amyntas, son of Andromenes, and his brothers Polemon, Attalus, and Simmias were brought to trial at the same time for complicity in the plot against Alexander, on the grounds of the closeness of their association with Philotas. Most people were the more inclined to believe in their guilt because Polemon deserted to the enemy when Philotas was arrested. In any case, Amyntas stood his trial with his other 2 brothers, and after making a vigorous defense, was acquitted. whereupon he immediately asked permission of the court to go and find his brother and bring him back. Permission was granted, and he started out the same day, returning later with Polemon. This was a strong additional proof of Amyntas's innocence. Soon after, however, during the siege of some village or other, he died of a wound from an arrow, so that all the benefit he got from his acquittal was death without dishonor. In view of these events, Alexander split the companions into two separate divisions, and appointed, respectively, Hephaestion, son of a Mentor, and Clytus, son of Dropsydus, to command them. The reason for this step was that he did not think it advisable that one man, even a personal friend, should have control of so large a body of cavalry, especially as the companions were the most famous and formidable of all his mounted troops. This done, he proceeded to the territory of the Ariaspians. This, by the way, was their original name. Later they came to be known as the Benefactors, in recognition of the help they gave Cyrus, son of Cambyses, in his expedition to Scythia. These people Alexander treated with every courtesy. He honored them for the service rendered to Cyrus in the old days, and also for the fact, which he observed for himself, that their political institutions were different from those of other tribes in that part of the world. Like the best of the Greeks, they claimed to know the distinction between right and wrong. He accordingly allowed them to retain their freedom, and offered to give them as much of their neighbors' territory as they wanted, and they asked only for a small slice. There Alexander sacrificed to Apollo, and arrested one of his personal guards, named Demetrius, on suspicion of complicity in Philotas's plot. Ptolemy, son of Lagus, was appointed in his place. These difficulties settled, Alexander advanced against Bessus in Bactria. On the way to Bactria, he subdued the Drongi, the Gedrosians, and the Aracosians, appointing Menon as governor of Arachosia. In fact, he got as far as the neighboring Indian tribes. The march was all the way through deep snow, and his men suffered severely from exhaustion and lack of supplies. A report came in that Satybazanes, having entered Aria with a force of 2,000 cavalry, which he had received from Bessus, the Arians had again revolted. Alexander accordingly sent the Persian officer Anabasis there, accompanied by Ergius and Caranus, two of the companions, with further orders to Phritophernes, the satrap of Parthia, to assist them in dealing with the Arians. The troops of Ergius and Caranus fought a brisk engagement with Satybazanes, the Persians holding their ground until Satybazanes, in hand-to-hand fight with Ergius, was struck in the face with a spear and killed. Then they broke and fled in confusion. Alexander's route now led him to the Indian Caucasus. Here he founded a city and named it Alexandria. Then, after the traditional religious observances, he crossed the Caucasus range. A Persian called Proexes was made governor of the district, and Niloxenus, one of the companions and son of Satyrus, was appointed overseer and left there with a body of troops at his disposal. According to the testimony of Aristobulus, the Caucasus range is as lofty as any in Asia, and most of it, at any rate on its hither side, is barren. It extends for a very great distance, so far indeed that the Taurus range, which forms the boundary of Cilicia and Pamphylia, is supposed to be part of it, as are other great mountains distinguished from it by various names according to the countries in which they are situated. Here, that is, in the Indian Caucasus, nothing grows, to quote Aristobulus once more, except silphium and terebinth. Nevertheless, the region was by no means sparsely inhabited. Large numbers of sheep and other cattle grazed there, for sheep like silphium, and if they smell the plant in the distance, make straight for it and bite off the flower, and even grub up and eat the root. For this reason, the people of Cyrene keep their flocks as far away as they can from the places where silphium grows. Sometimes they fence the ground to keep the sheep out, should they approach, so valuable is this plant to them. Bessus did his utmost to prevent Alexander from advancing further. He had with him, besides the Persians who had taken part in the arrest of Darius, about 7,000 Bactrians and the Da'i from the hither side of the Tanais, and with these troops he proceeded to lay waste the country round the foothills of the Caucasus, in the hope that if all crops and everything edible between Alexander and himself were destroyed, Alexander would be halted by sheer lack of supplies. The hope, however, was vain. Alexander, in spite of everything, continued to advance. Snow and privation made it a laborious task, but they could not stop him. When the report reached Bessus that Alexander was already close at hand, he crossed the Oxus in boats, which he then burned, and withdrew to Nautaka and Sogdiana. He was accompanied by troops of Spitamenes and Oxyates, together with the mounted troops of Sogdiana and the Da'i from the Tanais. The Bactrian cavalry dispersed to their homes as soon as they knew that Bessus had made up his mind to avoid a conflict. At Dropsaka, Alexander halted to rest his men, and then went on to Aornos and Bactra, the two chief towns of Bactria. Both of them were surrendered without resistance. He left a garrison in Aornos under the command of Archelaus, son of Androcles, one of the companions. From the rest of Bactria he met with little opposition, and appointed the Persian officer anabasis as governor of the district. His next objective was the river Oxus. The source of the Oxus is in the Indian Caucasus. It is greater than any other Asian river reached by Alexander's army, except the rivers of India, which are the greatest in the world. It empties itself into the Caspian Sea in Hyrcania. At Alexander's first attempt to cross it, it seemed an impossible task. It was about 6 furlongs wide and much deeper than its breadth would lead one to expect. The combination of a rapid current and a sandy bottom made it impossible to drive piles securely into its bed. They could get no grip on the soft sand and were quickly loosened by the force of the stream. Moreover, timber was scarce, and it seemed a great waste of time to go far afield in search of enough to construct a bridge. Accordingly, Alexander had all the hides collected which served the men for tents, and gave instructions that they should be filled with chips and other dry rubbish, and then tied up and carefully sewn to make them watertight. When they were filled and sewn, there were enough of them to get the men across in 5 days. Before the crossing, Alexander sent home all Macedonians whose age rendered them no longer fit for service, and also the Thessalian volunteers who had remained with the army. He sent Stasinor, one of the companions, to Aria with orders to put Arsaces, the satrap, under arrest for suspected treason, and to take over the governorship in his place. Once over the river, he pressed on with all speed to where Bessus and his army were reported to be. Meanwhile, a message arrived from Spitamenes and Dataphernes to the effect that if a body of troops, not necessarily a large one, under command of an officer were sent them, they would arrest Bessus and hand him over to Alexander. In fact, they already had him under open arrest. On receipt of this message, Alexander slackened the speed of his advance, halting frequently, and ordered Ptolemy, son of Lagus, to go on ahead with forced marches and make contact with the Spitamenes and Dataphernes with the least possible delay. He was to take with him a force consisting of 3 regiments of the companions, all the mounted javelin men, Philotas's infantry battalion, 1 regiment of the guards, all the Agrianes, and half the archers. With these troops, Ptolemy covered in 4 days a distance which would normally take 10, and reached the spot where Spitamenes' men had bivouacked on the preceding day. There he learned that Dataphernes and Spitamenes were in 2 minds about the surrender of Bessus, so leaving his infantry with instructions to follow in marching order, he rode off with his cavalry to a village not far away where Bessus and a few soldiers were. Spitamenes had already left the place, he and his men feeling the actual betrayal of Bessus to be too much for their conscience. The little settlement was fortified, more or less, having an outer wall with gates in it. Ptolemy cordoned it off with his mounted troops and announced to the Persians inside that if they gave Bessus up, they would be allowed to go without molestation. He was accordingly admitted, whereupon he seized Bessus and again withdrew, sending off a messenger to ask Alexander how he wished to be brought into his presence. Alexander replied that he must be stripped of his clothes and led in a dog collar and made to stand on the right of the road along which he and his army would pass. The order was obeyed, and when Alexander saw him there, he stopped his chariot and asked him why he had treated Darius, his king, kinsman, and benefactor, so shamefully, first seizing him, then hurrying him off in chains, and finally murdering him. Bessus answered that the decision to do what he had done was not his alone. Everyone close to Darius at that time had shared in it, and their object was to win Alexander's favor and so save their lives. At this, Alexander ordered him to be scourged. At every lash a crier was to repeat the words of reproach he had himself used as he asked the reason for his treachery. After this humiliating punishment, he was sent away to Bactra to be executed. The foregoing account of the fate of Bessus is Ptolemy's. Aristobulus states that he was brought along on Ptolemy's behalf and handed over to Alexander by Spitamenes and Datafernes. He confirms the details of the stripping and the dog collar. Many of Alexander's horses had died of exhaustion in the long climb over the Caucasus, and during the marches to and from the Oxus. He therefore brought his cavalry units up to strength with fresh horses taken from the neighboring country, and then marched for Maracanda, the royal city of Sogdiana, moving on thence to the Tanais. Like the Oxus, this river too, according to Aristobulus the natives call it the Oryxates, rises in the Indian Caucasus and flows into the Caspian Sea. It can hardly be the Tanais which the historian Herodotus describes as the eighth of the Scythian rivers, having its source in a great lake and flowing into a greater, called Myotis. This other Tanais is regarded by some as the boundary between Asia and Europe, on the supposition that from this corner of the Black Sea, Lake Myotis and the river flowing into it actually divide Asia from Europe in the same way as the straits between Gadara and the nomad Libyans divide Libya from Europe, and in the same way, presumably, as Libya is divided from the rest of Asia by the Nile. It was on this river, call it Tanais or Jaxartes, that a party of Macedonians, foraging for supplies, was cut up by natives. After their attack, the tribesmen, who were some 30,000 in number, withdrew to a position in the hills, where the ground was not only excessively broken, but as steep as a cliff on every side. Nonetheless, Alexander, with his most mobile troops, moved to the assault. Again and again the Macedonians struggled for a foothold on the precipitous ascent, but without success. The missiles of the natives drove them back. Many were wounded, including Alexander himself, who was shot through the leg with an arrow and had the fibula broken. But despite every obstacle, he at length took the place. Some of the enemy were killed by his troops, and many others leapt to death over the edge of the cliffs. Of their 30,000, not more than 8,000 escaped with their lives. Book 4. A few days after the events previously recorded, Alexander was visited by a deputation from the tribe known as the Abian Scythians. Homer, by the way, mentioned these people with approval, calling them the most righteous of mankind. They are Asiatics, and have kept their independence, thanks, as much as anything, to their poverty and fair dealing. Another deputation came from the European Scythians, the most numerous of all the European peoples. Alexander instructed certain officers of the companions to return with the delegates, ostensibly to conclude formally a pact of friendship with their country, though his actual purpose was rather to gather information about Scythia, its geographical peculiarities, the customs of its people, their numbers, and military equipment. It was his intention to found a city on the Tanais and to name it after himself. The site, he considered, was a good one. A settlement there would be likely to increase in size and importance, and would also serve both as an excellent base for a possible future invasion of Scythia, and as a defensive position against raiding tribes from across the river. Without doubt, both its numbers and the splendor of its name would one day turn the new settlement into a great city. Meanwhile, however, the native tribes along the Tanais took the offensive. They seized and killed the Macedonian garrisons in their towns, and began to look to their safety by strengthening their own defenses. They were joined in this hostile move by most of the people of Sogdiana, who were incited to it by the party which had arrested Bessus, and these in their turn drew into the movement some of the Bactrians as well. The reasons for it may have been simply fear of Alexander. On the other hand, they may have justified the movement by the fact that Alexander had issued an order for the leading men of the country to meet for a conference at Zaryaspa, the capital, an order which might well conceal some sinister purpose. The report of the revolt led to immediate countermeasures. Each section of infantry was ordered to prepare a definite number of scaling ladders, and Alexander himself at once moved forward to Gaza, the nearest of the native settlements to his own position. There were, according to report, 7 of these towns in which the natives had shut themselves up. At the same time he sent Craterus to Chiropolis, the largest of the 7, and now occupied by the greatest number of natives. His instructions were to take up a position close to the town, surround it with a ditch and stockade, and then assemble such siege engines as might suit his purpose, in order to concentrate the defenders' attention upon himself and his troops, and thus prevent them from sending assistance to their friends elsewhere. Arrived at Gaza, Alexander ordered an immediate assault with scaling ladders on every side of the town's defences, which consisted of an earthen wall of no great height. As the infantry moved forward, the slingers, archers, and javelin throwers poured their missiles into the defenders on the wall, and at the same time the catapults went into action. Under the storm of missiles, the wall was soon cleared. The ladders were fixed and the Macedonians were up in a moment. All males in the town were killed, by Alexander's orders. The women and children were treated as prizes of war, and carried off with anything else of value. Then, without delay, Alexander proceeded to the next settlement, took it the same day, and in the same manner, and dealt with the inhabitants with the same severity. Thence he went on to the third, and on the day following took this too at the first assault. While the infantry was engaged in these operations, the cavalry was dispatched to the next 2 towns, with orders to take strict measures to prevent any of the people there from getting away. For it was likely enough that when they learned of the fall of the neighboring towns and of Alexander's impending approach, they would scatter in flight, and pursuit might be impossible. Alexander's guess was right, and the dispatch of the cavalry came in the nick of time. For the men in the 2 settlements which had not yet fallen, as soon as they saw the smoke rising from the settlement nearest to them, and got direct news of its capture from a few survivors, in a confused and desperate attempt to get out in time, ran straight into the cordon of mounted troops and were nearly all killed. 5 of the 7 towns were thus taken in 2 days, and their women and children sold into slavery. Alexander then moved on to the largest of the 7, Chiropolis. This place had been founded by Cyrus, and it was defended by a loftier wall than the other towns. Moreover, the natives who had shut themselves up in it were more numerous and the best fighters of the district, so its capture presented the Macedonians with a much tougher problem. Alexander's first move was to order up the siege engines, intending to batter the defences and force an entrance through the breaches, as and wherever they were made. But he soon observed something which induced him to change his tactics. A stream ran through the town, but there was water in it only in winter. Now it was dry, and in each of its several channels, at the points where they emerged, its bed was below the base of the surrounding wall, leaving just enough room for men to crawl through and so get into the town. Alexander, therefore, while the enemy's attention was engaged by the siege engines and the attempted assault within their sector, ordered the guards, the archers, the Agrianes, and his personal guard to hold themselves in readiness, and himself, with a few men only, crept, unobserved by the dried-up watercourse, under the wall, into the town. Once inside, he broke open the nearest gates and admitted the rest of the troops without difficulty. The enemy saw that the town was already taken. Nonetheless, they turned to fight and fell furiously upon Alexander's men. Alexander himself received a violent blow from a stone upon his head and neck. Craterus was wounded by an arrow, and many other officers were hurt. But in spite of strong opposition, they cleared the center of the town, while at the same time the assault on the outer defenses was equally successful. The defenders were all driven off, and the wall was taken without further resistance. The enemy force in this town amounted to about 15,000 fighting men. Of these, in the first phase of the operations, about 8,000 were killed. The rest took refuge in the central fortress. Alexander stationed troops all round the fortress and kept a close watch on the fugitives. After one day, they surrendered for lack of water. The seventh town was taken without trouble. In this case, however, accounts differ. Ptolemy says they surrendered, Aristobulus that the place was stormed and everyone in it massacred. Ptolemy also states that Alexander distributed the prisoners among the various units of his army, with orders that they should be kept bound, and under constant supervision all the time he should remain in that part of the country. Not one, in fact, who had taken part in the revolt was to be allowed his liberty. About this time, a force of Asian Scythians arrived at the Tanais. Most of them had heard that some of the tribes beyond the river had declared their hostility to Alexander and intended to join in an attack upon the Macedonians in the event of a serious rising. A report also came in that Spitamenes was blockading the troops which had been left behind in the fortress of Maracanda. To meet this situation, Andromachus, Menedemus, and Caranus were dispatched with a force consisting of 60 companions, 800 of Caranus's mercenaries, and some 1,500 mercenary infantry. Pharnukes, the interpreter, was attached to the troops. He was a Lycian, thoroughly familiar with the language of this part of the country, and had often shown a skillful touch in dealing with the natives. Alexander spent 20 days on the work of fortifying the site of his proposed new town and arranging for the settlement there of any Greek mercenaries and neighboring tribesmen who expressed a wish to avail themselves of the opportunity, and also of a number of Macedonians no longer fit for active service. To mark the occasion, after his customary religious observances, he held games with athletic and equestrian contests. Meanwhile, the Scythians made no move to leave the Tanais. The river was not broad at that point. They could be seen shooting arrows into the water, and heard calling out in their barbarous way, insulting remarks to Alexander, and boasting that he would never dare to lay a finger upon men like them, or if he did, that he would soon find out the difference between Scythians and Asiatic savages. To Alexander, such an exhibition was most annoying, so he proposed to cross the river and deal with them as they deserved. The skin floats were being prepared for the crossing when he found that the omens at the preliminary sacrifice were against him. In spite of his vexation, he nevertheless made the best of it and abandoned the enterprise. The Scythians, however, continuing their insufferable behavior, he sacrificed again. But this time, too, Aristander the seer declared that the omens portended danger. Thereupon Alexander replied that it was better to face the worst of perils than for the conqueror of nearly all Asia to make himself ridiculous to a pack of Scythians, as Darius, the father of Xerxes, had done long ago. Nonetheless, Aristander refused to misinterpret the divine prediction merely because Alexander wished it otherwise. When all the skin floats were ready and the army in full equipment drawn up on the riverbank, the catapults, at the word of command, opened up on the Scythians who were riding along the edge of the water on the further side. Some of them were hit. One was pierced through both shield and breastplate and fell dead from his horse. The Scythians were taken completely aback by the long range of the catapults, and that, together with the loss of a good man, induced them to withdraw a short distance from the river. Whereupon Alexander, seeing their consternation, ordered the trumpets to sound, and himself led the way over the water, followed by his men. First to be put ashore were the archers and slingers, who were then ordered to open up on the enemy to prevent them from closing on the main infantry units before the mounted troops were all safely over. Then, as soon as every man was across in the army massed on the riverbank, a regiment of mercenaries and 4 squadrons of lancers were ordered forward to lead the attack. The Scythians met the challenge. Their numbers were, for the moment, superior. They made circles round the small attacking force, shooting as they rode, and then galloped off to a safe distance. At this, Alexander ordered an advance by a mixed force consisting of the cavalry together with the archers, the Agrianes, and the other light troops under Balacrus, and when they were almost within striking distance, gave the word for 3 regiments of the companions and all the mounted javelin men to charge, while he himself, at the head of the remaining cavalry, came on at the gallop with his squadrons in column. This effectually put a stop to the enemy's circling movements. The Macedonian cavalry, with the light troops mixed with it in close support, was now right on top of them, and it was no longer possible for them to repeat their former maneuver without the certainty of destruction. Indeed, from this moment they were well and truly beaten. In their attempt to get away, about 1,000 were killed, including Satraces, one of their commanders, and some 150 were made prisoner. The rapid pursuit in the great heat was exhausting. Every man suffered acutely from thirst, and Alexander himself, as he rode, was forced to drink whatever water he could find. Unfortunately, it was not pure, and gave him a severe attack of dysentery. This proved the salvation of some, at any rate, of the Scythians, for had not Alexander had this trouble, I do not think a single one of them would have escaped with his life. Alexander did, in fact, become very seriously ill and was carried back to camp. So Aristander was a true prophet after all. Not long after this, Alexander was visited by an embassy from the Scythian king. Its purpose was to offer an explanation of what had occurred, and to make it clear that the recent incident was merely a casual raid by a pack of brigands, and in no sense the deliberate policy of the Scythian state. The king, moreover, was willing to carry out such instructions as Alexander might give him. Alexander returned a polite answer, for the situation was an awkward one. Clearly, it was his duty to continue the campaign if he distrusted the protestations of the king, but at the same time the moment was not propitious for doing so. The Macedonian garrison, beset in the fortress at Maracanda, in reply to an attempted assault by Spitomenes, made a successful sortie, killing a number of the enemy without loss to themselves. They then resumed their position in the fortress. Then, when it was reported to Spitamenes that the troops which Alexander had dispatched to the town were already near, he abandoned his siege and withdrew to the capital of the district. Pharnaces and the officers with him, pressing on with all speed with the intention of getting him right out of the country, followed his withdrawal towards the frontier of Sogdiana, and in the course of the pursuit came to blows with the nomad Scythians. This wholly unpremeditated action had serious consequences, for Spitamenes, having now an accession to his force of some 600 Scythian mounted men, was emboldened by this unexpected assistance to stand and take the offensive. He took up a position on level ground near the Scythian desert. Then, at the approach of the Macedonians, with whom he had no intention of risking a close engagement, he dispatched his cavalry to gallop round the Macedonian infantry formations, discharging their arrows as they rode. Pharnaces' men attempted to charge, but to no purpose. The enemy, on their swifter horses, were out of range in a moment. Their horses, moreover, were fresh, while those of Andromachus's men were in poor condition from long, forced marches and inadequate feeding. The Macedonians tried now to stand their ground, now to withdraw, but all to no effect. In either case, the weight of the Scythian cavalry was too much for them. Many were wounded, some killed, until finally the officers formed the men into a square and withdrew to the river Polytimetus. Near the river there was a little wood which would give some cover against the enemy's arrows, and at the same time enable them to make better use of their own infantry. Coronis, who was in command of the cavalry, without a word to Andromachus of his intention, attempted to cross the river to get his men and horses into safety. The infantry, without orders, promptly followed suit, scrambling down the steep bank into the water in a panic-stricken and disorderly rabble. The Scythians soon turned this fatal error to their own advantage. Galloping up from all directions, they plunged into the stream. Some rode hard on the heels of the Macedonians already across and trying to get away. Others confronted the fugitives in mid-stream and dragged them down, or flung themselves upon those not yet in the water, while all the time, from the flanks, showers of arrows were poured in. The Macedonians were helpless, and all who survived took refuge on a small island in the river. But this did not save them, for Spitamenes' cavalry and the Scythians surrounded the island and shot them down to a man. The few prisoners taken were promptly butchered. Aristobulus's account of this disaster is somewhat different. According to him, most of the Macedonian force was caught and destroyed by an ambush. The Scythians had concealed themselves in a park, and fell unexpectedly on the Macedonians when they were already engaged. This happened to be the moment when Pharnaces was offering to surrender his command to the Macedonian officers who had been sent with him on the expedition, on the ground that he was ignorant of military tactics and had been sent by Alexander not to command troops in battle, but to establish relations with the natives, while the others, unlike him, were true-born Macedonians and companions of the king. But Andromachus, Coronis, and Menedemus refused to accept the command, partly to avoid the responsibility of a personal decision not covered by Alexander's explicit orders, and partly because, in the present dangerous situation, they did not wish to incur individual blame in the event of defeat, much less to expose themselves to the general charge of inferior leadership. It was in this situation, when everything was at sixes and sevens, that the Scythian attack occurred, with results so disastrous that only about 40 of the cavalry and 300 infantrymen escaped with their lives. News of the debacle caused Alexander great distress, and he determined to march with all speed against Spitamenes and the tribesmen with him. Accordingly, with half the companion cavalry, all the guards, the Agrianes, the archers, and the most active of the infantry units, he proceeded towards Maracanda, whither he knew that Spitamenes had returned and was again besieging the garrison in the fortress. In 3 days he covered about 185 miles, and at dawn on the 4th was close to the town. At the report of his approach, Spitamenes and his men abandoned the town and fled. Alexander followed in close pursuit, passing the scene of the battle, where he paused to give such burial to the dead as circumstances permitted. At the edge of the desert, he turned back and began the work of systematic destruction. A number of natives had fled for refuge to the forts, and on a report that they had joined in the attack on the Macedonians, he had them all butchered. He covered in this way the whole region watered by the Polytimetus. The country is desert beyond the spot where the Polytimetus disappears. For disappear it does, in spite of the fact that it is a river of some size. It vanishes into the sand. The same phenomenon can be observed with other rivers in this part of the world, rivers, too, of considerable volume, not mere streamlets such as dry up in the summer. The Apadus, for instance, which flows through Mardia, and the Arias, from which country of Aria takes its name, and the Etamandrus, which runs through the country of the benefactors. All these are larger than the Peneus in Thessaly, which reaches the sea through the pass of Tempe. The Polytimetus is much larger than the Peneus. Having brought these operations to an end, Alexander went to Zariaspa, where he stayed for the worst of the winter. He was visited there by Phrataphernes, satrap of Parthia, and Stasinor, the officer who had been sent to Aria to arrest Arsaces. They brought Arsaces with them under close guard, and also Barzines, who had been appointed to the satrapy of Parthia by Bessus, and a number of other prisoners, all men who had assisted Bessus in his movement to depose Darius. At about the same time, Epocillus, Menodos, and Ptolemaeus, general of the Thracians, returned from their mission of escorting to the coast the allies and the treasure sent with Menes. Alexander was also joined in Zariaspa by Asander and Nearchus with a force of Greek mercenaries, and by further reinforcements from the coast in charge of the satrap of Syria, also named Bessus, and of Asclepiodorus, the provincial governor. Alexander had Bessus brought before a full meeting of his officers, and accused him of treachery to Darius. He then gave orders that his nose and the tips of his ears should be cut off, and that thus mutilated he should be taken to Ecbatana to suffer public execution before his own countrymen, the Medes and Persians. I do not myself approve the excessive severity of this punishment, for mutilation of that sort is, I think, a barbarous custom. I admit, moreover, that Alexander came to allow himself to emulate Eastern extravagance and splendor, and the fashion of barbaric kings of treating their subjects as inferiors. Regrettable, too, was the assumption by a descendant of Heracles of Median dress in place of what Macedonians have worn from time immemorial, and the unblushing exchange of his familiar headgear, so long victoriously worn, for the pointed bonnet of the vanquished Persians. I have no praise for such conduct, but in my opinion, at least the splendid achievements of Alexander are the clearest possible proof that neither strength of body, nor noble blood, nor success in war even greater than Alexander's own, not even the realization of his dream of circumnavigating Libya and Asia and adding them both to his empire, together with Europe too, that none of these things, I say, can make a man happy, unless he can win one more victory in addition to those the world thinks so great, the victory over himself. In connection with this, I may as well relate here an incident which actually took place a little later. I mean the death of Clytus, son of Dropides, and its effect upon Alexander. The Macedonians used to celebrate a festival in honor of Dionysus, and it was Alexander's custom to offer sacrifice each year on the sacred day. The story is that on this particular occasion, Alexander, for some reason best known to himself, sacrificed not to Dionysus but to Castor and Polydeuces, the Dioscuri. There had been some pretty heavy drinking, another innovation. In drink, too, he now tended to barbaric excess, and in the course of talk the subject of the Dioscuri came up, together with the common attribution of their parentage to Zeus instead of to Tyndareus. Some of the company, the sort of people whose sycophantic tongues always have been and always will be the bane of kings, declared with gross flattery that, in their opinion, Polydeuces and Castor were not to be compared with Alexander and his achievements. Others, being thoroughly drunk, extended the invidious comparison to Heracles himself. It was only envy, they maintained, which deprived the living of due honor from their friends. Now, Clytus for some time past had quite obviously deprecated the change in Alexander. He liked neither his move towards the manners of the East nor the sycophantic expressions of his courtiers. When, therefore, he heard what was said on this occasion, he too had been drinking heavily, he angrily intervened. It was intolerable, he declared, to offer such an insult to divine beings, and he would allow no one to pay Alexander a compliment at the expense of the mighty ones of long ago. Such a compliment was not for his honor, but for his shame. In any case, he continued, they grossly exaggerated the marvelous nature of Alexander's achievements, none of which were mere personal triumphs of his own. On the contrary, most of them were the work of the Macedonians as a whole. Alexander was deeply hurt, and I, for my part, feel that Clytus's words were ill-judged. In view of the fact that most of the party were drunk, he could, in my opinion, have quite well avoided the grossness of joining in the general flattery simply by keeping his thoughts to himself. But there was more to come, for others of the company, hoping in their turn to curry favor with Alexander, brought up the subject of Philip, and suggested, absurdly enough, that what he had done was, after all, quite ordinary and commonplace. At this, Clytus could control himself no longer. He began to magnify Philip's achievements and belittle Alexander's. His words came pouring out. He was by now very drunk indeed, and among much else he taunted Alexander with the reminder that he had saved his life when they fought the Persian cavalry on the Granicus. "This is the hand," he cried, holding it out with a flourish, "that saved you, Alexander, on that day." Alexander could stand no more drunken abuse from his friend. Angrily he leapt from his seat as if to strike him, but the others held him back. Clytus continued to pour out his insulting remarks, and Alexander called for the guard. No one answered. "What?" he cried. "Have I nothing left of royalty but the name? Am I to be like Darius, dragged in chains by Bessus and his cronies?" Now nobody could hold him. Springing to his feet, he snatched a spear from one of the attendants and struck Clytus dead. Accounts of this incident differ. Some authorities say it was not a spear, but a pike. Aristobulus does not mention the occasion of the drinking bout. According to him, Clytus need not have been killed but for his own action, for when Alexander sprang up, enraged to kill him, Ptolemy, son of Lagus, a member of the king's personal guard, hurried him out of the door and over the wall and ditch of the fortress. However, he did not stay there, but went back to the banquet room and met Alexander just at the moment when he was calling his name. "Here I am, Alexander," he cried, and as he spoke, the blow fell. Personally, I strongly deprecate Clitus's unseemly behavior to his sovereign, and for Alexander I feel pity in that he showed himself on this occasion the slave of anger and drunkenness, two vices to neither of which a self-respecting man should ever yield. But when the deed was done, Alexander immediately felt its horror, and for that I admire him. Some have said that he fixed the butt of the pike against the wall, meaning to fall upon it himself, because a man who murdered his friend when his wits were fuddled with wine was not fit to live. Most writers, however, say nothing of this. They tell us that Alexander lay on his bed in tears, calling the name of Clitus and of his sister Lanice, who had been his nurse. "Ah," he cried, "a good return I have made you for your care. Now I am a man. You have lived to see your sons die fighting for me, and now, with my own hand, I have killed your brother." Again and again he called himself the murderer of his friends, and for 3 days lay without food or drink, careless of all personal comfort. One result of these painful events was that soothsayers began to suggest that the god Dionysus was angry because Alexander had failed to offer him sacrifice. And when at last he was, with difficulty, persuaded by his friends to take food and attend in some measure to his bodily needs, he did offer the neglected sacrifice. Doubtless he was not unwilling that what had happened should be attributed rather to the wrath of God than to his own wickedness. Here again I have nothing but admiration for him. He made no attempt to justify his crime. He never added to his guilt by becoming champion and advocate in his own defense. He quite simply admitted that, being no more than human, he had done wrong. There is a story that Alexander sent for the sophist Anaxarchus, in the hope he might give him comfort, and was still on his bed, bewailing his fate when he came in. Anaxarchus laughed. "Don't you know," he said, "why the wise men of old made justice to sit by the side of Zeus? It was to show that whatever Zeus may do is justly done. In the same way, all the acts of a great king should be considered just, first by himself, then by the rest of us." This was some consolation, at any rate for a time, though in my opinion he did Alexander a wrong more grievous than his grief, if he seriously, as a philosopher, put forward the view that a king need not act justly, or labor to the best of his ability to distinguish between right and wrong. If he really meant that whatever a king does, by whatever means, should be considered right. In this connection, it is widely believed that Alexander wished people to prostrate themselves in his presence. This was due partly to the notion that his father was not Philip but Ammon, and partly to his growing admiration, expressed also by the change in his dress and in the general etiquette of his court, of Median and Persian extravagance. There were plenty of people, moreover, who, to flatter him, submitted to this servile behavior. Anaxarchus the sophist was one of the worst, and the Argive poet Agis. There was one man, however, who did not approve of these innovations. This was Callisthenes of Olynthus, a pupil of Aristotle. Thus far I agree with Callisthenes, but he was a somewhat tactless man, and his remark, if it has been rightly reported, that without the history he was writing, Alexander and his work would be forgotten, was, I feel, most unfortunate. He used to declare that he had come not in the hope of honor for himself, but merely to spread Alexander's fame throughout the world, adding that if Alexander was destined to have a share of divinity, it would not be owing to Olympias's absurd stories about his birth, but to the account of him which he would himself publish in his history. According to another anecdote, Callisthenes was once asked by Philotas who he thought was held in the greatest honor by the Athenian people. "Harmodius and Aristogiton," Callisthenes replied, "because they killed one of the tyrants and abolished irresponsible government." "And do you think," Philotas went on, "that a tyrannicide could find asylum in any Greek community he liked to choose?" "Even if no one else would have him," said Callisthenes, "he would be safe in Athens, for the Athenians once fought for the children of Heracles even against Eurystheus, who was at that time absolute master of Greece." I will now relate a widely accepted story about Callisthenes' opposition to Alexander in this matter of prostration. Alexander had arranged with the sophists and the Persian and Median noblemen at his court that the subject should be brought up one day at a party. The discussion was begun by Anaxarchus, who declared that Alexander had a better claim upon them to be considered divine than Dionysus or Heracles. The reason for this was not merely his brilliant and successful career, but also the fact that neither Dionysus nor Heracles was connected with Macedon. Dionysus belonged to Thebes, and Heracles to Argos. The latter's only connection with Macedon was through Alexander, who had his blood in his veins. This being so, there would be greater propriety in the Macedonians paying divine honors to their own king. In any case, there was no doubt that they would honor him as a god after he had left this world. Would it not, therefore, be in every way better to offer him this tribute now, while he was alive, and not wait till he was dead and could get no good of it? Those who were, so to put it, in the know, expressed their approval of what Anaxarchus said, and were only too willing to begin prostrating themselves forthwith. But the Macedonians, or most of them, who were present, strongly dissented, and said nothing. Suddenly Callisthenes intervened. "For my part," he said, "I hold Alexander fit for any mark of honor that a man may earn. But do not forget that there is a difference between honoring a man and worshipping a god. The distinction between the two has been marked in many ways. For instance, by the building of temples, the erection of statues, the dedication of sacred ground. All these are for gods. Again, for gods, sacrifices offered and libations are poured. Hymns are composed for the worship of gods, while panegyrics are written for the praise of men. Yet, of all these things, no one is so important as this very custom of prostration. Men greet each other with a kiss, but a god, far above us on his mysterious throne, it is not lawful for us to touch, and that is why we proffer him the homage of bowing to the earth before him. Again, for the worship of gods, we perform the ceremonial dance and sing the song of praise. There is nothing surprising in this, for even the gods are worshipped by varying forms of ceremonial. And heroes and demigods, remember, have, again, their own peculiar and quite different rites. It is wrong, therefore, to ignore these distinctions. We ought not to make a man look bigger than he is by paying him excessive and extravagant honor, or, at the same time, impiously to degrade the gods, if such a thing were possible, by putting them in this matter on the same level as men. Suppose some fellow or other, by some quite unjustified vote or show of hands, were brought to enjoy royal honors. Would Alexander tolerate it? Of course he would not. By the same reasoning, there are much better grounds for the gods' resentment against men who invest themselves with divine honors, or allow other people to do it for them. Now, Alexander deserves his reputation of being incomparably the bravest of the brave, the most kingly of kings, the worthiest to command of all commanders. And you, Anaxarchus, you who are admitted to Alexander's presence for the express purpose of instructing him in the truth, you, above all people, should have been the first to speak as I am speaking. You should have stopped the mouth of anyone who dared argue on the other side. To take the lead in the way you did was a disgraceful thing. You ought to have remembered that you are not the attendant and adviser of Cambyses or Xerxes, but of Philip's son, a man with the blood of Heracles and Aeacus in his veins, a man whose forefathers came from Argos to Macedonia, where they long ruled, not by force, but by law. Again, not even Heracles was accorded divine honors by the Greeks while he was alive, nor when he was dead either, until the command to do so was given by an oracle of Apollo at Delphi. Well, here we are in a foreign land, and if for that reason we must think foreign thoughts, yet I beg you, Alexander, to remember Greece. It was for her sake alone, that you might add Asia to her empire, that you undertook this campaign. Consider this, too. When you are home again, do you really propose to force the Greeks, who love their liberty more than anyone else in the world, to prostrate themselves before you? Or will you let the Greeks off and impose this shameful duty only on the Macedonians? Or will you make a broad and general distinction in the matter, and ordain that barbarians only should keep their barbarous manners, while Greeks and Macedonians honor you honorably, as a man, according to the traditions of Greece? It is said that Cyrus, son of Cambyses, was the first man to receive the homage of prostration, and that this humiliating custom thereafter became an accepted thing in Persia. So be it. Nonetheless, you must remember that the great Cyrus was cured of his pride by a tribe of Scythians, poor men, but free. That Darius was humbled by Scythians too, as Xerxes was by Athens and Sparta, and Artaxerxes by the 10,000 of Clearchus and Xenophon. And now Alexander has robbed another Darius of his pride, though no man has yet bowed to the earth before him. This speech vexed Alexander profoundly, but not the Macedonians, who found what he said very much to their mind. Alexander was aware of this, and told the Macedonians accordingly to forget the matter. The need to prostrate themselves would not in future arise. For a moment there was silence. Then the senior Persian officials rose from their seats, and one by one grovelled on the floor before the king. Leonatus, a member of the companions, thought one of them bungled his bow, and burst out laughing at his attitude, which was indeed hardly dignified. Alexander was angry, but his anger passed, and he was afterwards willing to make friends again. One more story on this subject is on record. Alexander sent round a golden loving cup, passing it first to those with whom the agreement about the act of prostration had been made. The first to drink rose from his seat, prostrated himself, and then received a kiss from Alexander. The rest followed suit, but Callisthenes, when his turn came, first drank, then rose to his feet, and then, without prostrating himself, walked up to Alexander and offered to kiss him. Alexander, at the moment, was talking to Hephaestion, and did not trouble to observe whether or not Callisthenes had properly performed the act of obeisance. But one of the companions, Demetrius, son of Pythonax, mentioned the fact that he had omitted to do so before going up for his kiss. Thereupon Alexander refused to allow him to kiss him, "Well then," Callisthenes exclaimed, "I must go back to my place one kiss the poorer." In my opinion, all these stories are deplorable insofar as they reflect upon Alexander's growing arrogance and Callisthenes' bad manners. It is enough, I think, once a man has consented to enter a king's service, that he should exalt his master as much as he can, while at the same time preserving a decent modesty in his own behavior. And for that reason I feel that Alexander was not unjustified in being angry with Callisthenes, both for his absurd conceit, and for letting his tongue run away with him. And this, I imagine, is why credit was so readily given to the story that Callisthenes had a hand in the plot which was laid against Alexander by his young attendants, or indeed that he was actually the prime mover of it. It was Alexander's father, Philip, who first instituted the custom of making the adolescent sons of Macedonian nobles personal attendants upon the king. These boys were entrusted with the general care of his person, and also with the duty of guarding him when he was asleep. When he went riding, they would receive the horses from the grooms, lead them up and assist him to mount in the Persian manner, and share with him the friendly rivalry of the hunt. One of these boys was named Hermolaus. He was the son of Sopolis, and was supposed to be interested in philosophy, an interest which brought him into close touch with Callisthenes. Now, the story is that during a hunt, Alexander was charged by a boar, and before he could strike, was forestalled by Hermolaus. Who himself struck the boar and killed it. Alexander was furious at missing his chance, and ordered Hermolaus to be whipped in front of the other boys, and then took his horse from him. Bitterly hurt by this high-handed treatment, Hermolaus told Sostratus, son of Amyntas, and his bosom friend, that life would not be worth living till he had had his revenge for this brutal insult, and Sostratus, who adored him, was easily persuaded to take a hand in planning it. The two boys then obtained the support of Antipater, son of Asclepiodorus, a former governor of Syria, and of 3 others: Epimenes, son of Arceus, Anticles, son of Theocritus, and Philotas, son of a Thracian named Carsis. It was agreed between them that, when Antipater's turn of night duty came round, they should murder Alexander in his sleep. It so happened that on the night in question, Alexander sat up drinking until dawn. This may have been pure chance, though Aristobulus has a different explanation. According to him, there was a certain Syrian woman with the gift of second sight who kept following Alexander about. He and his friends used to laugh at her. But as time went on, and everything she foretold in her trances turned out to be true, Alexander began to feel differently. He no longer found her a figure of fun, but let her come to him whenever she wished, by day or night, and on many occasions allowed her to watch over him while he slept. This woman, in one of her prophetic trances, met him as he was coming away from his potations. She begged him to go back and drink the night out, and Alexander, convinced that there was something more than human in the warning, took her advice. So the boy's plot fell through. Epimenes, one of the guilty ones, also, like Hermolaus, had a bosom friend, Charicles, son of Menander, and to him on the following day he told the whole story. Charicles told Epimenes' brother Eurylochus, who went to Alexander's tent and passed everything on to Ptolemy, son of Lagus, of the king's guard, who, in his turn, told Alexander. Alexander ordered the arrest of all the boys whose names were given him by Eurylochus. Questioned under torture, they admitted their guilt, and at the same time implicated certain others as well. Aristobulus declares, and Ptolemy supports him, that the boys said that Callisthenes had urged them to commit the crime. Most authorities, however, have no mention of this. They merely suggest that Alexander was ready enough to believe the worst about Callisthenes, first because he already disliked him, and secondly because of his close association with Hermolaus. In some writers, moreover, we find the story that Hermolaus, when he was brought to stand his trial, openly confessed his guilt, declaring that it was no longer possible for an honorable man to endure Alexander's inhuman arrogance, and then went on to give a list of his crimes: the lawless killing of Pelotus, the still more arbitrary execution of his father Parmenio, and the other officers who were put to death on the same occasion, the murder in his cups of Clitus, his assumption of Persian dress, the duty of prostration he had planned, and was still planning, to impose, his heavy drinking, and his drunken sleeps. What he desired was to free himself and the Macedonians from evils such as these, which were no longer to be borne. Hermolaus and the other boys arrested with him were then stoned to death on the spot. Callisthenes' fate is variously reported. Aristobulus writes that he was dragged about in chains wherever the army went, till his health broke and he died. According to Ptolemy, he was first tortured and then hanged. So we see that even the most trustworthy writers, men who were actually with Alexander at the time, have given conflicting accounts of notorious events with which they must have been perfectly familiar. Many other details of this affair have been handled by other writers too, in a most confusing and contradictory manner. So I can do no better than leave the story as I have told it. I have indeed anticipated events a little, but I do feel that, for the purposes of my narrative, the story of Hermolaus is closely connected with the story of Alexander and Clitus. So, for that reason, I have related it here as an immediate sequel. Alexander was now for the second time visited by envoys from the European Scythians, who arrived in company with the envoys he had himself sent to Scythia. The reigning king of Scythia at the time of their dispatch had died. He had been succeeded by his brother, and the purpose of the present embassy was to express the willingness of Scythia to accede in every point to Alexander's instructions. They brought as presents from the king such things as are reckoned most valuable in their country, and communicated to Alexander their king's desire to cement the friendship and alliance between their countries by giving him his daughter in marriage. Should Alexander be unwilling to marry the Scythian princess, the king was nonetheless anxious to do the next best thing, and to give as brides to his most trusted officers the daughters of the governors and other personages of rank in Scythian territory. He would, moreover, visit Alexander in person, if he were called upon to do so, and thus be enabled to take his instructions from Alexander's own lips. About the same time, the king of the Chorasmians, Pharasmanes, arrived at the court with 1,500 mounted troops. He told Alexander that his territory had common frontiers with the Colchians and the Amazon women, and that if Alexander should ever contemplate an invasion of those countries with the object of reducing the various peoples in that part of the world as far as the Black Sea, he was willing to act as his guide, and to provide all the necessary supplies for his army. To the envoys from Scythia, Alexander gave a polite and suitable reply. He had no need, he said, of a Scythian marriage. He thanked Pharasmanes for his offer and concluded a pact of friendship with him, adding that an expedition to the Black Sea was not at the moment convenient. And before dismissing him, he put him in touch with anabasis, the Persian, to whom he had given charge of affairs in Bactria, and also with the various governors of the neighboring provinces. His own thoughts were at present occupied with India, and he pointed out that once India was his, he would be master of all Asia, after which his intention was to return to Greece and to make from thence an expedition to the Black Sea region by way of the Hellespont and the Propontis, with all his land and sea forces combined. Pharasmanes, therefore, would oblige him if he deferred the fulfillment of his offer until that occasion should arise. Alexander now returned to the Oxus. His intention was to proceed to Sogdiana, as a report had come in that many of the people there were refusing to obey the governor he had appointed and had shut themselves up in the forts. While he was in camp on the Oxus, a spring of water and another of oil quite near it came up from the ground close to his tent. Ptolemy, son of Lagus, was informed of this remarkable event, and Ptolemy told Alexander, who, to mark his sense of its miraculous nature, offered sacrifice according to the form prescribed by his soothsayers. Aristander declared that the spring of oil was a sign of difficulties to come and of eventual victory. 4 officers, Polysperchon, Attalus, Gorgias, and Meleager, were left in Bactria with instructions to destroy all natives who had refused submission and to keep a sharp lookout for any further trouble. And Alexander himself, after crossing into Sogdiana, divided his remaining strength into 5, 1 division to be commanded by Hephaestion, another by Ptolemy, son of Lagus, a third by Perdiccas, a 4th by Kinos and Anabasis. The 5th he took over himself, and proceeded with it in the direction of Maracanda, while the other 4 commanders carried out offensive operations as opportunity offered, storming the forts where some of the native tribesmen were trying to hold out, or receiving the voluntary surrender of others. The greater part of Sogdiana was covered by these operations, and when the whole force was reunited at Maracanda, Alexander sent Hephaestion to plant settlements in the various towns, and at the same time dispatched Kinos and Anabasis to Scythia, where Spitamenes, according to report, had taken refuge. Meanwhile, Alexander, with the remainder of his forces, marched against those parts of Sogdiana which were still in rebel hands, and had no difficulty in subduing them. Spitamenes, while all this was going on, had made his way with a number of fugitives from Sogdiana to that branch of the Scythian people known as the Massagetai, and there they got together 600 native horsemen and presented themselves at one of the forts in Bactria. Neither the garrison nor its commander had expected any hostile move. Spitamenes took them by surprise, killed the men, and captured their officer, whom he kept under guard. This success emboldened him, a few days later, to approach Zariaspa. They did not venture an assault upon the town, though they rounded up a lot of livestock, and carried it off as booty. A few men of the companion cavalry had been left behind sick in Zariaspa, and among them were Sophocles' son Pytho, who had charge of all arrangements for the king's personal comfort in that town, and the harp player Aristonicus. These 2 had sufficiently recovered to ride and bear arms when the Scythian raid occurred, so as soon as they knew of it, they got together about 80 mounted men, mercenaries left to garrison the town, and with them and a few of the king's boy squires rode out to the attack. The Scythians were taken by surprise, and the first charge was successful. They recovered all the stolen cattle and killed a number of the men who were driving them off. But as they were struggling back to the town, in a more or less go-as-you-please fashion, Spitamenes and his Scythians caught them in an ambush. 7 of the companions were lost, and 60 mercenaries. Aristonicus, too, was killed, having fought, however, not like a harpist, but like a man. And Pytho was wounded and taken prisoner. As soon as he got the news of this action, Craterus lost no time in marching against the Massagetai, who withdrew hastily towards the desert when they observed his approach. Craterus followed them up, and not far from the edge of the desert made contact with them and another force of their mounted troops over 1,000 strong. A sharp engagement ensued in which the Macedonians were victorious. The Scythians lost 150 mounted men. The rest of them got safely away into the desert, Craterus finding it impracticable to continue his pursuit. About this time, Anabasis asked to be relieved of the governorship of Bactria on account of his age. Alexander granted his request, and appointed Amyntas, son of Nicolaus, in his place. He left Chinos in that part of the country with a force consisting of his own and Meleager's battalions, about 400 companions, all the javelin men, and such troops from Bactria and Sogdiana as were attached to Amyntas. His instructions were that they should all take their orders from Chinos, and winter in Sogdiana, partly as a precautionary measure, and partly on the chance that they might succeed in laying a trap for Spitomenes, should he be riding around in the neighborhood in the course of the winter. When Spitomenes found that the whole country was held by Macedonian garrisons, and that there was little likelihood of escape for himself or his men, he determined to make a move against Chinos in the hope of making a better fight of it in that part of the country. At Bagi, a stronghold of Sogdiana on the Massagettian frontier, they had no difficulty in inducing a force of some 3,000 Scythian mounted troops to join them in a raid on Sogdiana. These Scythians are always ready at a word to take part in any fighting which may be going on. Their extreme poverty might be reason enough, but in addition to that, they have no towns, no settled homes, and consequently no cause to fear the loss of what is dearest to them. Learning of the approach of Spitomenes' cavalry, Chinos went out to meet them. There was a vigorous engagement, in which the Macedonians were successful. Over 800 enemy horsemen were killed, while Chinos' losses amounted to about 25 mounted men and 12 infantrymen. While Spitomenes was trying to make his escape, he was deserted by most of the Bactrians and such troops from Sogdiana as were still with him. All these surrendered to Chinos. The Massagettai marked their defeat by plundering the baggage trains of their late companions in battle, and then made off with Spitomenes for the desert. But no sooner had they learned that Alexander, too, was on the move towards the desert, than they cut off Spitomenes' head, and sent it to him, in the hope that by this friendly act they might keep him from molesting them. Meanwhile, Alexander was rejoined at Nautaca by Chinos and Stasanor, satrap of Aria, and also by the troops under the command of Craterus and Phrataphernes, satrap of Parthia. These officers had successfully carried out all Alexander's instructions. As it was now midwinter, Alexander rested his men at Nautaca, and dispatched Phrataphernes to fetch Autophrodates, the satrap of Mardia and Tapuria, who on a number of previous occasions had ignored Alexander's orders to come and report himself. He sent Stasanor to take over the governorship of the Drongi, and Atropates to replace Oxodates in Media, as the latter appeared to be unreliable. Mazias, the governor of Babylon, being reported dead, Stamenes was sent to succeed him. Sopolis, Epocilus, and Manados were ordered home to Macedonia to fetch reinforcements. News had come in that a large number of the natives had taken refuge on the rock of Sogdiana, and among them the wife and daughters of Oxyates the Bactrian, who had himself refused to submit to Alexander, and had chosen this refuge for his family in the belief that the rock was impregnable. It was the last stronghold of Sogdiana. Should it fall, there would be nothing left for those who still hoped to offer resistance. To the rock, therefore, Alexander advanced at the beginning of spring. He found on a near approach that it rose sheer on every side against attack. The natives had provisioned it for a long siege, and deep snow on its summit caused the double disadvantage of making the ascent more awkward for the Macedonians and of ensuring the defenders an unlimited supply of water. Nonetheless, Alexander determined on assault. In point of fact, the reason for his determination was something the natives had said, an offensive bit of bragging which made him angry and put him on his mettle. He had called on them to discuss terms, and offered to allow them to return unmolested to their homes on condition of surrendering the stronghold. But their answer to the offer was a shout of laughter. Then, in their barbaric lingo, they told Alexander to find soldiers with wings to capture the rock for him, as no other sort of person could cause them the least anxiety. As a result of this, Alexander proclaimed that he would give a prize of 12 talents to the first man up, and of 11 to the second, and 10 to the third, and so on to the 12th, who would receive 300 gold darics. The men were keen enough already, but this proclamation was an added spur. There were some 300 men who in previous sieges had had experience in rock climbing. These now assembled. They had provided themselves with small iron tent pegs, which they proposed to drive into the snow, where it was frozen hard, or into any bit of bare earth they might come across, and they had attached to the pegs strong flaxen lines. The party set off under cover of darkness to the steepest part of the rock face, which they knew was least likely to be guarded. Then, driving their pegs either into bare ground or into such patches of snow as would seem most likely to hold under the strain, they hauled themselves up, wherever each could find a way. About 30 lost their lives during the ascent, falling in various places in the snow. Their bodies were never recovered for burial, but the rest reached the top as dawn was breaking, and the summit of the rock was theirs. Then, in accordance with Alexander's orders, they signaled their success to the troops below by waving bits of linen, and Alexander sent a crier to shout the news to the enemy's advanced posts that they might now surrender without further delay, as the men with wings had been found, and were already in possession of the summit. And as the crier gave them this information, Alexander pointed to his men, where they stood on top of the rock. The unexpectedness of the sight was a severe shock to the natives. Indeed, they were so much alarmed by the handful of Macedonian troops they could actually see that, imagining a larger force, and fully armed at that, must be in possession, they surrendered. Many women and children were among the prisoners, notably the wife and daughters of Oxyates. One of these daughters was named Roxanne. She was a girl of marriageable age, and men who took part in the campaign used to say she was the loveliest woman they had seen in Asia, with the one exception of Darius's wife. Alexander fell in love with her at sight, but captive though she was, he refused, for all his passion, to force her to his will, and condescended to marry her. For this act I have on the whole more praise than blame. As for Darius's wife, said to be the most beautiful woman in Asia, either he felt for her no desire, or, if he did, he controlled it, in spite of the fact that he was both young and on top of the world, a combination of circumstances which leads most men to all sorts of excess. But he respected her, and let her alone. In this he showed great restraint, and also no doubt a quite natural anxiety to be well spoken of. There is a story about Darius that shortly after the Battle of Issus, the eunuch who had charge of his wife succeeded in making his way to him. Darius's first question was whether his mother, wife, and children were still alive, and hearing that they not only were, but were also addressed by the title of princess, and treated with as much ceremony as when he was on the throne, he proceeded to inquire if his wife still preserved her chastity. "She does," replied the eunuch. "And has Alexander offered her no violence, no insult?" "My lord," exclaimed the eunuch with an oath, "your wife is as you left her, and Alexander is the best of men, and the least ready to yield to temptation." Darius raised his hands to heaven in prayer. "My Lord Zeus," he cried, "to whom it is given to order the affairs of kings in this world, keep safe for me now the empire over the Medes and Persians, even as you once gave it to me. But if it is no longer your will that I be king of Asia, then entrust my throne, I pray, to no man but Alexander." Thus even enemies are not indifferent to honorable deeds. When Oxyates learned that his daughters were prisoners, the further intelligence that Alexander was interested in Roxanne emboldened him to present himself, and Alexander, as was only proper in these happy circumstances, treated him with all respect. With the capture of the rock, the operations in Sogdiana were successfully concluded, and Alexander's next move was to the territory of the Paraitaki, where a large force of natives were said to be holding another rock fortress, the Rock of Corienes. Corienes himself, with many others of eminence in the country, had taken refuge there. This rock, some 12,000 feet high and about 7 miles in circumference, rose sheer on every side. There was only one way up, by a narrow and difficult track hewn out of the rock face and, consequently, awkward to ascend even in single file and without opposition. The fortress was further defended all round by a deep ravine, so that any attempt to assault it would have to be preceded by the labor of filling this up, to enable the attack to be launched from level ground. However, the reckless courage engendered by success had by this time brought Alexander to believe that there was no place where he might not set his foot, and no fortress which could hold out against him. So, despite the difficulties, he set to work. Felling some of the lofty pine trees which grew in large numbers round the base of the hill, he had ladders constructed to enable his men to descend into the ravine, which would have been impracticable by any other means. Alexander personally superintended the work during the day, half his men being on duty. At night the other half came on, divided into 3 shifts, under the respective command of his guards, Perdiccas, Leonatus, and Ptolemy, son of Lagus. It was such an awkward spot to work in, and the work itself so hard, that about 30 feet was all they could manage in a daylight shift, and rather less at night, though the entire army was employed. The method they used was to climb right down to the narrowest part of the ravine, and drive in stakes properly spaced to carry the load to be laid on them, which consisted of wattles, as in bridge building, bound firmly together, with a layer of soil on top. In this way the troops would be enabled to get to the base of the rock across level ground. In its early stages the enemy contemptuously ignored the whole thing as a hopeless undertaking. But as the work proceeded, arrows began to find their mark. All attempts to dislodge the Macedonians by missile attacks from above proved abortive, and the work continued in perfect security under the protection of screens. Faced by this unexpected situation, Court lost his nerve, and sent a messenger to Alexander with a request that Oxyates should be allowed to come to him. Alexander agreed, and Oxyates urged Corienes to give up the stronghold and surrender to Alexander. Against Alexander and his men no place in the world, he declared, was impregnable. On the other hand, should the question of a loyal and friendly agreement arise, he had nothing but praise for Alexander's sense of honor and justice. Of this there were many examples if proof were wanted, and not least the treatment he had himself received. Corienes allowed himself to be persuaded. He came to Alexander, together with some of his kinsmen and friends, and received from him a kindly assurance of friendship. Alexander kept him at his side, and told him to send back to the fortress with a demand for its surrender certain of the men he had brought down with him. The troops holding out there duly surrendered it, and Alexander himself subsequently ascended the rock, out of curiosity to see it, with a party of some 500 guards. Coriolanus he treated with the utmost consideration, actually putting the control of the rock into his hands, and letting him continue to administer the same territory as before. The winter had brought Alexander's men considerable distress, as much snow had fallen during the course of the siege, and supplies were short. Coriolanus, however, offered a gift of 2 months' rations for the whole army. From his stores on the rock he distributed grain, wine, and dried meat, so much for each tent or mess, and declared that even so he had not used a 10th part of what had been laid in for the siege. Alexander's respect for him was much increased by this, for it clearly indicated that the surrender had been a matter not of necessity, but of deliberate policy. Alexander's next move was for Bactra. Craterus, with a force consisting of 600 companions, his own and Alcetus's infantry battalions, and those commanded by Pelasperchon and Attalus, was ordered to march against Catanes and Astanes, the last two in the territory of the Paraitaki, to be still refusing submission. There was a sharp clash, in which Craterus was victorious. Catanes was killed in action, and Astanes was taken prisoner and brought to Alexander. Of the native forces under their command, about 120 cavalrymen were killed and 1,500 infantry. After this success, Craterus proceeded with his men to join Alexander in Bactra. It was in Bactra that Alexander had his unpleasant experience with Callisthenes and the boys. Towards the end of spring, Alexander began his march for India, leaving Amentos in Bactria with a force of 3,500 mounted troops and 10,000 infantry. He crossed the Indian Caucasus, and in 10 days reached Alexandria, the town he had founded in the territory of the Parapamisidae during his first expedition into Bactria. The governor, whom he had appointed on that occasion, he dismissed for incompetence, and increased the population of the settlement by the addition of families from the neighborhood, and such of his own men as were unfit for service. Nicanor, one of the companions, was put in control of the actual settlement, and Teriaspes was made governor of the territory of the Parapamisidae, and of the rest of the country as far as the river Cofin. Then, by way of Nicaea, where he offered sacrifice to Athene, Alexander marched for the Cofin, having first sent instructions to Taxiles and the Indians west of the Indus to meet him at whatever time each might find it convenient. Taxiles and the other chiefs obeyed the summons, bringing with them the sort of presents which are most valued in their country, and offering to give Alexander the 25 elephants they had with them. Alexander now divided his force. Hephaestion and Perdiccas, with the battalions of Gorgias, Clitus, and Meleager, half the companions, and all the mercenary cavalry, were ordered forward to Pusilautis, in the direction of the Indus. Their instructions were to take over, either by force or agreement, all places on their march, and on reaching the Indus, to make suitable preparations for crossing. Taxiles and the other Indian chiefs were sent with them, and Alexander's orders were duly carried out when the force arrived at the river. Astes, the governor of Pusilautis, caused some trouble, but lost his life in the process, and involved in his own ruin the town in which he had attempted to hold out. It was taken by Hephaestion after a 30 days' siege. After Astes's death, Sangias was put in control of the town. He had deserted Astes some time previously and joined Taxiles, a circumstance which enabled Alexander to trust him. Alexander's next objective was the territory of the Aspasians, Gorians, and Assacianians. The force he took with him consisted of the guards, all the companion cavalry not at the moment serving under Hephaestion, the so-called foot companions, the archers, the Agrianes, and the mounted javelin men. The route, which followed the river Coes, was rough and mountainous, and the crossing of the river was no easy task. Once over, he ordered the main body of the infantry to follow at their own pace, and himself, with the mounted troops and about 800 Macedonian foot, whom he also mounted, still carrying their infantrymen's shields, pressed on with all speed, following a report that the natives thereabouts had taken up defensive positions either in the hills or in such towns as were strong enough to offer a chance of resistance. Attacking the first of these towns, which lay on his route, he had no trouble in driving in the force which was stationed outside, and compelling the men to take refuge within the defences. But during the operation he was wounded in the shoulder by a missile which pierced his corselet. The wound was not serious, as the corselet prevented the missile from going right through his shoulder. Ptolemy, son of Lagus, and Leonatus were also hurt. Alexander then took up a position opposite the section of the town's defences which appeared most promising for an assault, and moved forward at dawn the following day. There was a double ring of defence works round the town, and the outer one, which was carelessly constructed, was forced by the Macedonians without trouble. At the second, the enemy maintained a brief resistance, but once the ladders were in position and the defenders began to suffer losses from the missile weapons concentrated upon them, they abandoned the town and made a dash for the hills. Some were killed as they were trying to get away, and all prisoners were butchered by the Macedonians in revenge for the wound they had given Alexander. The greater number, however, escaped to the hills, which were not far off. Alexander razed the town, and moved on to another, Andaca, which was surrendered to him. Craterus and the other infantry commanders were left in the districts to organize affairs as the situation demanded, and to reduce any other towns which refused submission, while Alexander himself continued his advance with the guards, the archers, the Agrianes, Caenuses and Attalus' battalions, the picked cavalry squadron, and some 4 regiments of the other mounted companions, and half the mounted archers. His route lay towards the river Euaspla, and after a long march he reached on the second day the town where the governor of the Aspasians was. The natives were no sooner aware of his approach than they fired the town, and made their escape to the hills, with Alexander's men in hot pursuit all the way. Many were cut down before the rough hill country enabled them to shake off their pursuers. During the pursuit, Ptolemy, son of Lagus, actually spotted the chief of the Indians of this district. He had already reached a hill and was trying to get away with some of his guards. Ptolemy, though he had a much inferior force, nevertheless rode for him, but it was too steep and too rough going for his horse, so he dismounted, gave it to a man to lead, and continued to chase the Indian on foot. Seeing him coming, the Indian and his guards turned to face him. They met, and the chief struck Ptolemy in the breast with his long spear, which pierced his corselet, but did not penetrate his body. With a blow clean through the Indian's thigh, Ptolemy laid him flat and began to strip him, whereupon his guards, seeing that their chief was down, turned and fled. Other Indians, however, on the neighboring hills, grieved at the sight of their leader's body being carried off by the enemy, came hurrying down, and a fierce struggle ensued over the corpse. By then Alexander and his cavalrymen, now dismounted, were not far from the hill. They joined in the melee, and finally succeeded in driving the Indians into the hills, and getting possession of the body. Having crossed the range, Alexander came down at a settlement called Arrhagium. He took the place, though it had been burnt and deserted by the inhabitants. He was rejoined there by Craterus and his troops, all his instructions having been successfully carried out. It occurred to him that the site of Arrhagium had much to recommend it, so he ordered Craterus to fortify the place and settle in it any of the natives in the vicinity who were willing to go there, and such of his own men as were unfit for service. That done, he moved on towards the region where report had it that most of the native forces had concentrated, with an eye to their own defence, and came to a halt at the foothills of a range of mountains. While he was encamped at this spot, Ptolemy, who had been sent foraging and had gone ahead of the army with a small party to reconnoitre, reported that he had seen the enemy campfires, and that they were more numerous than their own. Alexander received this report with some skepticism, convinced as he was that the number of campfires was a ruse. He determined, therefore, to advance. Part of his force he left where they were at the foot of the mountains, and himself moved forward with a body of troops which he thought sufficient to meet the situation, according to the report he had received. As soon as they got a close view of the fires, he split his force into three, putting one section, consisting of the units of Attalus and Balacrus, under Leonatus, a member of his personal guard. Another, consisting of 1/3 of the guards, the units of Philip and Philotas. 2 regiments of archers, the Agrianes, and half the cavalry under Ptolemy, son of Lagus, while the 3rd section he took charge of in person and advanced with it to where the natives appeared to be concentrated in the greatest numbers. The Indians were rendered confident both by their numbers and by their positions, which was a commanding one. So when they saw the Macedonians coming, contemptuous of their apparently inadequate strength, they began to leave the high ground and advanced to meet them. A fierce battle followed, the result of which, however, was not long in dispute where Alexander's section was concerned. Ptolemy's section did not wait to be attacked on the level ground. The natives held a hill, and Ptolemy pressed forward in column to what appeared the best point for assault. He then surrounded the hill, leaving a gap in his line for the enemy to get through, should they wish to make their escape. Here, too, there was a hard struggle, for the Indians' position itself presented a tough problem, and they happened to be much the best and most courageous fighters of all the tribes in that part of the country. Nonetheless, they too were driven from their hill, while the 3rd section, under Leonatus, was equally successful. According to Ptolemy's account, the total number of prisoners was over 40,000, and more than 230,000 oxen were taken. Alexander picked out the finest of them, as they seemed to be of uncommon size and beauty, and expressed a wish to send them to Macedonia to work on the land. From there he marched to the territory of the Asakenians, who were reported to be prepared for resistance with 2,000 cavalry, over 30,000 infantry, and 30 elephants at their disposal. His force consisted of the companions, the mounted javelin men, the battalions of Chinos and Polysperchon, the 1,000 Agrianes, and the archers, while Craterus, who by now had completed the fortification of the town, the settlement of which he had been left to organize, brought along for him the more heavily armed units and the siege engines, in case of need. Alexander's route lay through the country of the Guraians. The country which gives the district its name proved difficult to cross, being both deep and rapid, and the large round stones with which its bed is strewn gave a treacherous foothold. Nonetheless, the native troops, when they saw Alexander coming, had no heart to stand massed to meet him, but broke up and straggled away in groups to their various towns, where they proposed to defend themselves and to save their homes, if they could. Alexander's first move was against Massaga, the largest town in this neighborhood. On his approach to the walls, the natives were so confident in the effectiveness of some 7,000 mercenary troops from the interior of India, whom they had in their pay, that they advanced at the double as soon as they saw the Macedonian army begin to take up its position. It was clear to Alexander that the fight would take place close to the town. He determined, therefore, to draw the enemy on, in order to ensure that if they were repulsed, as he was certain they would be, they would not have a short and easy way of retreat within the protection of their walls. Accordingly, the moment he saw them come pouring out of the town, he gave the order for withdrawal to a piece of high ground rather less than a mile from the position he had originally intended to take up. This apparent sign of defeat put fresh fire into the enemy, and in a disorderly rabble they came charging on. But as soon as his men were within range of their arrows, Alexander gave the signal to face about, and brought the phalanx at the double to meet them. The first to go into action were the mounted javelin men, the Agrianes, and the archers, and while they were engaged, Alexander steadily advanced at the head of his infantry. The Indians were badly shaken by this unexpected reversal, and in the close fighting which ensued they broke and withdrew to the town. About 200 of them were killed, and the rest shut themselves up within their defences. Alexander advanced his infantry close under the walls, and an arrow shot from them wounded him slightly in the ankle. The following day he brought his machines into action and had no difficulty in making a breach. The Macedonians tried to force their way through, but as the Indians offered stout resistance, the assault was temporarily called off. The day after that the attack had more power behind it. A wooden tower was brought up. From it the archers shot with greater effect, and that, added to the weight of the missiles from the catapults, did much to keep the defenders within bounds. Even so, the Macedonians were unable to force their way in. On the third day Alexander once more brought his infantry into action, and from one of the siege engines threw a bridge across the breach in the wall. Over this he led his guards, the unit which, by the same tactics, had helped him to the capture of Tyre. The men, their blood being up, pressed forward in great numbers, but their weight was too much for the bridge, which broke under them and let them down. At this the enemy, with a shout of triumph, poured in a hail of missiles, stones from the wall, arrows, or anything else they had or could lay their hands on, while others rushed out through the little gates between the towers and rained blows upon the Macedonians before they could recover themselves. At this juncture, Alexander sent Alcetus with his battalion to pick up the wounded, and to recall the men who were still engaged. On the fourth day of the battle, the procedure was repeated. Another engine was brought into action, and another bridge laid. So long as their chief survived, the Indians fought with great courage. But when he was killed by a missile from a catapult, what with their own losses in the 4 days' continuous siege, and the large numbers of men wounded or put out of action, they sent to Alexander to ask for a truce. For him it was a pleasure to save the lives of such brave men, and he agreed with the Indian mercenaries that they should serve under himself as a part of his own army. These troops accordingly marched with their arms out of the town, and went into camp by themselves on a hill facing the Macedonian position. Their intention was not what Alexander expected, for, having no desire to fight against other Indians, they meant to desert under cover of night and disperse to their homes. Their purpose, however, was reported to Alexander, and that same night he stationed his whole force in a ring round the hill, caught the Indians in a trap, and butchered them. He then seized the town, now undefended. Asakinas's mother and daughter were among the prisoners. During the operation as a whole, Alexander's losses amounted to about 25 men. From Massaga, Alexander sent Kinas to Bazira, on the supposition that the people of that town, when they learned of the fate of Massaga, would surrender to him. At the same time, Attalus, Alcetus, and Demetrius, the cavalry commander, were dispatched to Ora, with instructions to blockade it with a ring wall pending his own arrival. The Indians in Ora made a sally against Alcetus's troops, but were repulsed without difficulty, and forced to withdraw within the wall again. At Bazira, meanwhile, Kinas was unsuccessful. The natives there were encouraged to resist by the natural strength of the town's position. It stood very high, and was well fortified on every side, and showed no sign of surrender. Alexander started for Bazira as soon as he learned of this check. He was diverted, however, by a further report that some of the Indians of the neighborhood, upon instructions from anabasis, were preparing to make their way secretly into Ora. So he made Ora his first objective, sending an order to Quinas to construct a blockhouse outside Basira, garrison it sufficiently to prevent the people of the town from making free use of the surrounding country, and then join him with the remainder of his troops. When the Indians in Basira saw the greater part of Quinas's forces moving off, they were not unnaturally contemptuous. The Macedonians, evidently, were no match for them. So out they all came, and a brisk engagement ensued. During the course of it, about 500 of the Indians were killed, and more than 70 captured. The remainder withdrew within the town. After this incident, the garrison of the blockhouse took still stronger measures to bar access to the surrounding country. The siege of Ora gave Alexander very little trouble. In fact, he took the place at the first assault, including the elephants which had been left there. The news from Ora soon persuaded the Indians at Basira that their position was hopeless. At midnight they abandoned the town. The other Indians of the district all followed their example. Without exception they left their towns and fled for refuge to what was known as the Rock of Aornos. This rock is a really tremendous thing, and the story goes that Heracles himself, the son of Zeus, was unable to capture it. Personally, of course, I should not like to state categorically that the Theban, or the Tyrian, or the Egyptian Heracles did in fact go to India. I incline to fancy that he did not. For it seems to me that people like to make difficulties look much more difficult than they really are, and to this end start a legend about Heracles' failure to overcome them. That, at any rate, is my opinion about this rock. The name of Heracles was introduced simply to make the story more impressive. The circumference of Aornos is said to be about 25 miles, and its height, not including the peaks, nearly 8,000 feet. There is only one way up it, a difficult path hewn from the rock. On the summit there is an abundant supply of pure water from a spring. It comes streaming out, and also woodland, and enough good arable land to keep 1,000 men busy. The description of this remarkable place awakened in Alexander a passionate desire to capture it, and the story about Heracles was not the least of his incentives. Ora and Massaga he converted into blockhouses for keeping order in the neighborhood. Basira was fully fortified. Hephaestion and Perdiccas, having fortified and garrisoned another town, called Orubatis, started for the Indus, where they set about the construction of the bridge according to Alexander's orders. Nicanor, one of the companions, was appointed governor of the territory west of the Indus. On his march to Aornos, Alexander started in the direction of the Indus. The town of Pusilautis, which stood not far from the river, he took over by surrender, and garrisoned with Macedonian troops under the command of Philip. A number of other small places on the river also fell into his hands. He was accompanied on his march by the chiefs of the district, Cophias and Asagites. Arrived at Imbolima, a town close to Aornos, he detached a portion of his forces under the command of Craterus, with orders to lay in supplies of all kinds in sufficient quantity for a long period of time, as his intention was to use the town as a base from which he could, by a protracted siege, little by little break the resistance of the Indians on Aornos, should it prove impossible to take the rock by assault. Then, with the archers, the Agrianes, Quinos's battalion, the best armed and most active of the other infantry units, 200 companions and 100 mounted archers, he moved on towards the rock. Before the day was over, he halted in what he judged to be a convenient spot, and on the morrow advanced a little further, then halted again. While he waited there, some natives sought an interview with him. They put themselves into his hands, and then declared that they would guide him to the most vulnerable point of the rock, and from there he would be able to secure a valuable offensive position without difficulty. Alexander accepted the offer, and ordered Ptolemy, son of Lagus, of his personal guard, with the Agriones, the other light-armed units, and a picked company of guards, to go with the guides, seize the position they mentioned, make sure to secure it strongly, and inform him by signal in the event of his success. The rough track made difficult going, but Ptolemy, unperceived by the enemy, reached the position and occupied it. He at once proceeded to secure it by a ditch and stockade, and raised a fire signal on an eminence where Alexander would be sure to see it. Alexander did see it, instantly, and on the following day began his own advance, but, meeting resistance from the enemy and great difficulty from the broken ground, achieved, for the time being, nothing. The Indians no sooner perceived that Alexander's offensive was getting nowhere than they turned their attention to Ptolemy. They moved to the attack, and there was a fierce struggle, the Indians doing all they could to tear down the stockade, while Ptolemy fought to maintain his hold. The weight of the Macedonian missiles overpowered the Indians, who at nightfall were forced to withdraw. Wishing to get a message through to Ptolemy, Alexander chose as his messenger one of the Indian deserters, a trustworthy fellow with the further recommendation of an intimate knowledge of the locality. Under cover of darkness he sent this man with a letter containing instructions to Ptolemy not to rest content with holding the position he had occupied, but to take the offensive. His attack, moreover, should be simultaneous with his own, so that the Indians would be caught between two fires. Next day at dawn, Alexander moved. He marched for the track by which Ptolemy had made his secret ascent, in the belief that if once he could get through and join Ptolemy, what remained to do would be comparatively easy. All went according to plan. There was a hard struggle lasting until noon, the Macedonians trying to force their way up, and the Indians doing what they could to stop them by all the missiles they could muster. Company by company, the Macedonians pressed relentlessly up the slope, the leading files pausing till their companions below could join them. And at last, just as the light was going, they managed to get through and made contact with Ptolemy. The whole force, now united, then moved forward to the assault of the actual rock. The assault, however, proved abortive, and for what remained of the day, nothing else was accomplished. The following dawn, Alexander issued an order for every man to cut 100 stakes. This was done, and he then began the construction of an extensive earthwork to reach from his present position on the crest of the hill across to Aornos itself. From the top of this, he judged that the defenders of the rock would be within range both of arrows and of catapults. Every man set to and took a hand, while Alexander himself kept an eye upon things, and was as quick to punish shoddy work as to praise what was well and truly done. During the first day, the earthwork was carried forward about 200 yards. By the second, slingers and catapults operating from the portion already completed were able to check enemy raids on the men still working. Within 3 days the entire space was filled. Then on the 4th day, a small party of Macedonians stormed and secured another height, of no great extent, the summit of which was level with the rock, and Alexander promptly began to extend the earthwork in this direction, in order to make it run, without a break, right up to this new position. The seizure of this second height was an act of daring, wholly beyond the Indians' experience. They were badly shaken, and when they saw the earthwork completed and continuous, they abandoned any further hope of resistance, and sent an offer to Alexander to surrender the rock upon terms. They expected to be able to protract the discussion of terms throughout the day, and their plan was to slip away during the night and disperse to their various homes. Alexander, however, was informed of their intention. Giving them plenty of time to get away and to remove the pickets which were stationed all round the rock, he waited till the actual withdrawal began. And then, with a party of 700 of the guards and his personal guard, moved forward to that part of the rock which was now undefended. He was himself the first to set foot upon it, and his men followed, hauling each other up. At a given signal they turned upon the retreating Indians and killed many of them as they tried to escape. Others, in sudden desperation, flung themselves over the cliffs. Thus Alexander was left in possession of the rock which had baffled Heracles himself. Upon it he offered sacrifice, and then garrisoned it with troops under the command of Sisacotus, an Indian who some time previously had deserted to Bessus in Bactria, and had subsequently taken service under Alexander after his conquest of Bactria, and proved himself highly trustworthy. Leaving Aornos, Alexander entered the territory of the Assassinians on the strength of a report that Assakinus's brother, with his elephants and a large number of natives, proposed to defend themselves in the mountains there. The town of Dirta he found empty and abandoned, as was the country in the immediate neighborhood, and the day after his arrival there he detached Nearchus with the light-armed units, and the Agrianes, and Antiochus with his own regiment of guards, and 2 others, and sent them out to reconnoitre. Their orders were also to capture and question any natives they could lay hands on, and in particular to get what information they could about elephants, as this interested him more than anything. He now marched for the Indus. It was difficult country, and troops went on ahead to make a practicable route. A few natives were captured, and from them he learned that the Indians of the district had fled to Abasares, leaving their elephants where they were to feed by the river. He ordered the men to take him to the elephants. Many Indians hunt elephants, and Alexander greatly liked to have elephant hunters in his retinue. On this occasion, too, he went hunting with his guides. 2 of the beasts in the course of the hunt jumped over a cliff and were killed, but the rest were caught. They permitted riders to mount them and were attached to the army. There was a wood by the river, and as the timber was of good quality, Alexander had it felled and boats built. The boats were taken downriver to the bridge, the construction of which Hephaestion and Perdiccas had some time ago completed. Book 5. In the country on Alexander's route between the river Cophon and the Indus lay the city of Nysa, supposed to have been founded by Dionysus at the time of his conquest of the Indians. Nobody knows, however, who this Dionysus was, nor the date of his invasion of India, nor where he started from, and I myself should hardly care to say if this Theban deity marched with his army against the Indians from Thebes or from Tmolus in Lydia, or how it was that after passing through the territories of so many warlike peoples unknown to the Greeks of that date, he fought and conquered only the Indians. However, one should not inquire too closely where ancient legends about the gods are concerned. Many things which reason rejects acquire some color of probability once you bring a god into the story. The people of Nysa, upon Alexander's approach, sent their chief Akuphis to him, accompanied by 30 of their most distinguished men, with instructions to ask him to leave their city to its god. The story is that when they entered Alexander's tent, they found him sitting there, dusty and travel-stained, still wearing his equipment, his helmet on his head, and a spear in his hand. The sight of him sitting thus surprised them so much that they prostrated themselves upon the ground, and for a long time spoke never a word. At last, however, Alexander bade them get up and not be alarmed, whereupon Akufis addressed him in the following words. "Sire, it is the request of the people of Nysa that you show your reverence for Dionysus by leaving them free and independent. For when Dionysus, after his conquest of the Indians, was on his way homeward towards the Grecian Sea, he founded this city as a memorial of his long journey and his victory, leaving to inhabit it those of his men who were no longer fit for service, who were also his priests. He did but as you have done. For you too founded Alexandria in the Caucasus, and Alexandria in Egypt, and many other cities as well, and will found yet more hereafter, in that you will have surpassed the achievements of Dionysus. Dionysus named this city Nysa, and this land Nicaea, in memory of his nurse who bore that name, and to the mountain near the city he gave the name Merus, or the thigh, because legend has it that he grew in the thigh of Zeus. Ever since that time Nysa has been free. We who live in it have made our own laws, and obeyed them as good men should. If you wish for a proof that Dionysus was our founder, here it is. This is the only place in India where ivy grows." Alexander found what Akufis said highly agreeable. He would have liked very much to believe the old tale about Dionysus's journey and his foundings of Nysa, for then he would have had the satisfaction of knowing that he had already penetrated as far as Dionysus did, and would presently advance yet further. He felt, moreover, that his Macedonian troops would consent to share his hardships a little longer, if they knew they were in competition with Dionysus. Accordingly, he granted to the people of Nysa the continuance of their freedom and autonomy. He inquired about the nature of their institutions, and on being told that the government was aristocratic in form, he expressed approval and asked that 300 of their mounted troops should be sent to join him, together with 100 men chosen from the most distinguished in the governing class, which also happened to consist of 300 men. Akufis, whom Alexander appointed governor of Nicaea, was to select them. Akufis is said to have smiled at this request, and on being asked by Alexander what it was that amused him, the story goes that he replied, "But how, my lord, do you suppose that a city can lose 100 good men and still be well governed? If you have our interest at heart, we will indeed send for the 300 cavalrymen, and more if you want them. But instead of the 100 able and distinguished citizens whom you ask me to select, take, I beg you, double the number of the inferior sort, so that when you come again to visit us, you may find us well governed, as we are now." Alexander acceded to the request, which he thought a sensible one. He repeated his order that Akufis should send the cavalrymen to accompany him, but neither the select 100 nor any substitutes for them. Akufis, however, sent him his son and grandson. There was a certain spot which the people of Nysa were very proud of because of its connections with Dionysus. Alexander was extremely anxious to visit it. He longed to go with the companion cavalry and his guard of infantry to Mount Merus, and see with his own eyes the ivy and laurel which grew there in such abundance, the groves of various trees which covered it, and the dense woodland full of game of all kinds for hunting. Accordingly they went, and the Macedonians were delighted with the ivy, which they had not seen for so long. There is none in India elsewhere, not even in districts where the vine grows, and at once eagerly set themselves to make wreaths of it, which they put on their heads while they sang songs of praise to Dionysus, and called upon him by his many names. Alexander offered sacrifice on the sacred spot, and made merry with his friends. And there is a story, which you may believe if you like, that a number of distinguished most Macedonian officers, once the ivy crown was on their heads and the god invoked, were possessed by his spirit, and with cries of "Oi, oi!" lost their wits in the true Bacchic frenzy. These tales, however, you may believe or not, as you think fit. Personally, I do not completely accept the view of Eratosthenes of Cyrene, who tells us that everything attributed by the Macedonians to the divine influence was grossly exaggerated in order to please Alexander. For instance, there is the case of the cave in the territory of the Parapamisadi. According to Eratosthenes, the Macedonians saw this cave, and on the strength of some local legend, which they may well have invented, put it about that it was the cave where Prometheus was hung in chains when the eagle used to come to feed on his guts, and that Heracles came thither to kill the eagle and set Prometheus free. So that by means of this tale the Macedonians transferred Mount Caucasus from Pontus to the far east, fixing it in India, in the country of the Parapamisadi, and gave the name Caucasus to what was in reality the Parapamesus range, simply to flatter Alexander by the inference that he had crossed the Caucasus. Again, having seen Indian cattle branded with the image of a club, they used this as an argument to prove that Heracles had visited India. Eratosthenes is equally skeptical about similar tales of Dionysus's wanderings, but for my own part, I am content to maintain neutrality in these matters. On reaching the Indus, Alexander found that Hephaestion had already bridged it, and collected a large number of small boats and 2 30-oared galleys. Gifts from Taxiles the Indian were awaiting him. 200 talents of silver, 3,000 oxen, and over 10,000 sheep for sacrificial purposes, and some 30 elephants. A cavalry contingent, 700 strong, also came from Taxiles to join Alexander's forces, and the town of Taxila, which is the most considerable between the Indus and the Hydaspes, was given into his hands. Here Alexander offered sacrifice to the gods whom it was his custom to honor, and held a contest of athletics and horsemanship by the river. The omens from the sacrifice were favorable for the crossing. The Indus is bigger than any river in Europe, and than any other in India except the Ganges. It rises somewhere west of the Parapamesus or Caucasus range, and flows into the Indian Ocean to the southward. It has 2 mouths, and in both of them the lower reaches are swampy, like the 5 mouths of the Danube. It forms a delta called Patala in the Indian language, similar to the delta of the Nile in Egypt. All these are accepted facts, and I take the opportunity of recording them here. The 4 Indian rivers, Hydaspes, Achersines, Hydraortes, and the Hyphasis, though much greater than the other Asian rivers, are nevertheless smaller, indeed much smaller, than the Indus, as the Indus itself is smaller than the Ganges. Ctesias, indeed, if his report is worth anything as evidence, says that at its narrowest part the breadth of the Indus is about 5 miles, at its widest about 12 miles, while for most of its course it is somewhere between the two. This, then, was the river which early one morning Alexander crossed with his army, and so entered India. I have not included in this book an account of the Indian way of life, or any description of the strange animals to be found, or of the variety and size of the fish and other aquatic creatures in the Indus, the Hydaspes, the Ganges, and elsewhere. Nor have I mentioned gold-mining ants and gold-guarding griffins, and other queer things which people have invented rather for diversion than as serious history, in the belief that none of the absurd stories they tell about India are likely to be brought to the test of truth. Actually, however, most of these fables were indeed proved or disproved by Alexander and his men, except in a few cases where they themselves were guilty of invention. They proved, for instance, that the Indians have no gold, at any rate the very considerable section of them which Alexander visited in the course of his campaign, and that their domestic arrangements are far from luxurious. The men are taller than any other Asiatics, most of them being over 7 feet, or not much less. They are darker-skinned than any other race except the Ethiopians, and the finest fighters to be found anywhere in Asia at that time. I cannot satisfactorily compare them with the ancient Persians who marched with Cyrus, son of Cambyses, when he wrested the sovereignty of Asia from the Medes and established his control either by force or by consent over so many other peoples as well. For the Persians at that period of their history were a poor nation, and lived in a harsh land, and their way of life was as near as may be to the stern discipline of Sparta. Nor can I make any certain inference from the Persian disaster in Scythia, not knowing if the cause of it was the unfavorable nature of the ground where the battle was fought, or some mistake made by Cyrus, or the actual military inferiority of the Persian soldiers to the Scythians of those parts. However, about India it is my intention to write a special account, based on the most reliable reports from Alexander's expedition and the discoveries of Nearchus, who sailed along the northern coast of the Indian Ocean, and including facts recorded by the two distinguished writers, Megasthenes and Eratosthenes. My account will cover the Indian way of life, any strange creatures to be found in the country, and the actual coastal voyage in the Southern Ocean. For the present I must be content with what I have felt to be adequate simply for the illustration of Alexander's achievements, namely, that the boundary of Asia is the Taurus Range, beginning at Mycale opposite the island of Samos, running north of Pamphylia and Cilicia, and thence to Armenia, whence it continues by way of Parthia and Chorasmia to Media, and in Bactria joins the Parapamesus Range. It was this latter range which Alexander's men called the Caucasus, apparently for the purpose of magnifying his achievement by the suggestion that he reached the further side of the Caucasus in his triumphant advance. It is possible, however, that there is no real break between this Indian Caucasus and the Scythian Caucasus, any more than there is between it and Taurus, and it is for that reason that I have already used the name Caucasus for it, and shall continue to do so. It runs down to the Indian Ocean. Thus all the important rivers of Asia rise either in the Taurus or in the Caucasus Mountains, some of them flowing north and entering either Lake Meotis or the so-called Hyrcanian Sea, itself a gulf of the ocean, others flowing south, such as the Euphrates, Tigris, Indus, Hydaspes, Acesines, Hydraortis, Hypasis, and all the rest between these and the Ganges, which either empty themselves into the sea or disperse into swamp and disappear, as the Euphrates does. Imagine Asia as divided by the Taurus and Caucasus ranges running in an east-west direction, and you will see that the two main divisions are formed by the Taurus, one lying north of it, the other south. The southern part may then again be divided into 4, the largest of which is, according to Eratosthenes and Megasthenes, India. Megasthenes, by the way, spent much time in Arachosia with its governor, Sabirtius, and tells us that he frequently visited the Indian king Sandracotus. The smallest division, bounded on the east by the Euphrates, lies towards the Aegean, and the two remaining divisions, lying between the Euphrates and the Indus, can hardly, when put together, be compared in extent with India. India itself, east and west and right down to the south, is bounded by the Indian Ocean, and on the north by the Indian Caucasus as far as its junction with the Taurus Range. From these mountains to the Indian Ocean, its western boundary is the Indus. Most of the country is plain, generally supposed to be alluvial, and it is a fact that elsewhere, too, the majority of coastal plains have been formed by the silt of rivers, which was also presumably the reason why in ancient times the name of the country was the same as that of its river. For example, there is a plain of Hermus, a river which rises in the mountain of Dendemene, the Great Mother, in Asia, and flows into the sea near Smyrna in Aeolia. Then there is the Casta, which gives its name to a plain in Lydia, the Caicus in Mysia, and the Meander in Caria, after which is named the whole coastal strip as far as Miletus in Ionia. The historians Herodotus and Hecataeus, if the latter is indeed the author of the book in question, both call Egypt the gift of the river, and Herodotus has proved the point by very clear evidence. In this case, too, the river gave its name to the country, for that Aegyptus was originally the name of the river now known both in Egypt and elsewhere in the world as the Nile. There is sufficient evidence in Homer, where we find the statement that Menelaus brought up at the mouth of the Aegyptus. If, therefore, in various parts of the world, one river, and a comparatively small one at that, can, on its course to the sea, build up a large area of land by means of the mud and silt which it brings down from the uplands where it rises, there is surely no reason why one should not admit that India, too, is for the most part an alluvial plain. For if one added together the Hermus, Casta, Caicus, Meander, and all the other Asian rivers which flow into the Aegean, they would not, for sheer volume of water, compare with any single one of the rivers of India, to say nothing of the greatest, the Ganges, with which not even the Egyptian Nile or the great European river the Danube is to be mentioned in the same breath. Indeed, combine all those rivers into one, and they would not equal in volume even the Indus, which is a mighty stream right from its source, and receives the waters of 15 tributaries, all of them bigger than the rivers of Asia, and imposes its name upon the country as it flows down to meet the sea. That is all I will say here about this great country. I must keep the rest for my other book, The History of India. There is no mention in the accounts either of Aristobulus or Ptolemy, my two principal authorities, of the method employed by Alexander in bridging the Indus, and I should myself hesitate to express an opinion as to whether a permanent bridge was constructed, or a bridge of boats such as Xerxes made for crossing the Hellespont, or Darius for crossing the Bosphorus and the Danube. Nevertheless, I am inclined to think that the latter method was used, if only because the depth of water is too great to allow the construction of a permanent bridge, and because, even had so astonishing a feat been accomplished, it could not possibly have been completed so quickly. Again, granting that boats were used, I still cannot say for certain whether they were lashed together and moored in line as in the bridge over the Hellespont, which Herodotus describes, or whether the method was that employed by the Romans in their bridges over the Danube and the Celtic Rhine, or on the various occasions when they had to bridge the Tigris and the Euphrates. In any case, the Roman method of bridging by boats is the quickest I know of, and I shall describe it here, if only for its interest. At the word of command, the boats are allowed to float downstream, stern first, while their way is checked by a rowing boat which maneuvers them into position. Once they are in position, pyramid-shaped wicker baskets filled with rough stones are lowered from the bows to hold them against the current. As soon as one vessel is securely moored, another is brought up alongside of it, bows onto the current, at the proper distance to ensure a sufficiently strong base for the superstructure. Then timbers are rapidly laid athwart ships from one vessel to the other with planks across them to make the structure rigid. The same process is repeated from vessel to vessel, as many as are needed to complete the bridge. On both sides of it, ladders are fixed to serve as a bulwark, and render the passage safer for horses and pack animals, and also to strengthen the structure still further. The whole operation takes little time, and is carried out in an orderly manner, in spite of much noise and bustle. Shouts of encouragement there may be, on one vessel or another, or loud comments on bad work. But through it all the words of command can be heard well enough, and the rapid progress of the work is not impaired. Such, then, is the traditional method employed by the Romans. Precisely how Alexander bridged the Indus, I do not know, for there is no contemporary account. Nonetheless, I expect it was by some very similar method. Perhaps it was not, but no matter. Once across the river, Alexander offered his customary sacrifice and continued his march to Taxila, a large and prosperous town, indeed the largest between the Indus and the Hydaspes. Here he was courteously received by Taxiles, the governor, and the Indians of the district, and he granted them, in return, as much of the territory bordering on their own as they asked for. He was also visited by representatives from anabasis, king of the Indian hill tribes, with his brother and other distinguished personages among them, and by representatives from the local governor, Doxarius. All of them brought presents. Here, as elsewhere, Alexander offered his usual sacrifices and held public games with contests in athletics and riding. Then, after appointing Philip, son of Machatus, as governor of this district, he proceeded to the Hydaspes, leaving in Taxila any men who were sick and unfit for service. News had already reached him that Porus, with all the troops he could muster, was on the other side of the Hydaspes, determined either to prevent his crossing or to attack him should he attempt it. Alexander, accordingly, sent Caenas, son of Polymocrates, back to the Indus with orders to cut into sections the boats which had been used at the crossing of that river, and transport them to the Hydaspes. The order was carried out, the smaller vessels being cut in half, the 30-oared galleys into 3, and the sections carried in carts to the bank of the Hydaspes, where they were reassembled, so that the whole flotilla was once again to be seen, as it had been seen upon the Indus. Then, with the forces he had brought to Taxila, and 5,000 Indian troops under Taxiles and the local chieftains, he marched for the Hydaspes. From the position he took up on the bank of the river, he was able to see Porus, with all his forces, including his squadron of elephants on the further side. At the point immediately opposite Alexander, Porus remained on guard in person, and sent pickets, each under command of an officer, to the various other points along the river where a crossing was practicable, for he was determined to stop the Macedonians from getting over. Alexander's answer was by continual movement of his own troops to keep Porus guessing. He split his force into a number of detachments, moving some of them under his own command, hither and thither all over the place, destroying enemy possessions and looking for places where the river might be crossed, and putting others under the command of various officers with instructions to keep constantly on the move, now in this direction, now in that. As supplies continued to come in for his army from all parts of the country west of the Hydaspes, it was clear to Porus that he meant to remain in the neighborhood of the river until in the course of the winter the water fell sufficiently to enable him to effect a crossing at any one of a number of places. Moreover, the continual movement of Alexander's boats up or downstream, the manufacture of skin floats filled with hay, and the sight of troops, cavalry, and infantry constantly massed on the river bank, gave Porus no chance to relax his vigilance or to concentrate his defensive preparations upon any one point rather than another. The water was high at that time of year, the summer solstice, in all the Indian rivers, and the current in them swift and turbulent, for there are heavy rains at this season, and these, added to the melting snow from the Caucasus, where most of the rivers rise, greatly increase the volume of water, while during the winter the flow is checked again, the water becomes less turbid, and the level of it drops, so that here and there it is possible to get across. The Indus and the Ganges, and perhaps one other, are never fordable, but what I have said is certainly true of the Hydaspes. Alexander openly declared his intention of waiting for the season in which the water in the river should fall, if he were prevented from crossing immediately. Nevertheless, he remained in the neighborhood and kept a sharp lookout for any possible opportunity of getting his men over by a swift and unexpected movement. It was clear to him that he could not effect the crossing at the point where Porus held the opposite bank, for his troops would certainly be attacked, as they tried to gain the shore, by a powerful and efficient army, well equipped and supported by a large number of elephants. Moreover, he thought it likely that his horses, in face of an immediate attack by elephants, would be too much scared by the appearance of these beasts and their unfamiliar trumpetings to be induced to land. Indeed, they would probably refuse to stay on the floats, and at the mere sight of the elephants in the distance would go mad with terror and plunge into the water long before they reached the further side. The river had to be crossed, so, as it could not be done openly, Alexander determined to attain his object by cunning. Every night he kept moving the greater part of his mounted troops up and down the bank of the river, making as much noise as possible, shouts, war cries, and every sort of clatter and shindy which might be supposed to precede an attempted crossing. Porus, bringing up his elephants, followed these movements, guided by the noise, and Alexander gradually led him to make these marches, parallel to his own, a regular thing. This went on for some time, until Porus, finding that the Macedonians never went beyond shouts and yells, gave it up. Clearly, it was a false alarm. So he ceased to follow the movements of the enemy cavalry, and stayed where he was, in his original position, with lookouts posted at various points along the river. Thus, Porus, no longer expecting a sudden attempt under cover of darkness, was lulled into a sense of security. And this was Alexander's opportunity. At a sharp bend in the river there was a projecting spit of land, thickly wooded with different sorts of timber, and just off this promontory lay an uninhabited island, also well wooded. Alexander did not fail to observe the opportunity which this offered. The dense woodland, both on the island and on the river bank beyond it, was just the thing to conceal his attempt. So this was the spot where he determined to make the crossing. It was some 18 miles from his main position, and all along the river he had stationed pickets, close enough to enable them to keep contact with each other, both by sight and sound, and to hear without difficulty any orders passed from any point along the line. For several nights in succession, over a wide area, noise and bustle were kept going, and fires burning. The decision once made, Alexander began his preparations openly. Craterus was left in charge of the original position with his own cavalry regiment, the mounted contingents from Arachosia and the Parapamisidae, part of the Macedonian infantry consisting of the battalions of Alcetus and Polysperchon, the local Indian chieftains, and the 5,000 troops under their command. His orders were not to attempt a crossing until Porus had moved from his position to attack Alexander, or until he was sure that Porus was in retreat and the Macedonians victorious. But if, Alexander added, Porus opposes me with a part only of his force, and leaves the rest, together with elephants, where it is now, you must stay where you are. If, on the other hand, he moves his whole contingent of elephants against me, leaving in his present position only some portion of his other forces, then you must lose no time in getting across. The only real danger to our horses, as we put them ashore, is elephants. Nothing else will worry them." Between the island and the main camp, of which Craterus was left in charge, Meleager, Attalus, and Gorgias were posted with the mercenary cavalry and infantry. Their instructions, too, were to effect a crossing in sections as soon as they saw that the Indians were fairly engaged. The mounted troops which Alexander selected to operate under his own command consisted of the special squadron of the Companions, the cavalry regiments of Hephaestion, Perdiccas, and Demetrius, the contingents from Bactria and Sogdiana, the Scythian cavalry, and the mounted archers of the Da'i. From the infantry units he chose the guards, the battalions of Clitus and Caenus, the archers, and the Agrianes. He took the precaution of moving at some distance from the river in order to conceal his march to the point where he proposed to cross, the island, namely, and the spit of land opposite to it. To this point the floats had already been conveyed some time previously, and now, under cover of darkness, they were filled with hay and carefully sewn up. During the night a deluge of rain helped to conceal the preparations for the coming attempt. The clatter of arms, shouted orders, and the commotion they caused could not be heard across the river through the noise of the storm and the claps of thunder. Besides the skin floats, most of the boats, including the 30-oared galleys, had already arrived. These had been cut into sections, and were now reassembled and concealed among the trees. Just before dawn the rain stopped, and the wind fell light. The mounted troops were embarked on the floats, the boats taking as many of the infantry as they would hold, and the crossing began, screened by the island, to prevent discovery by Porus's scouts before the island was passed, and the whole flotilla already near the opposite bank. Alexander himself crossed in one of the galleys with half of the guards, the remainder following in other galleys. He was accompanied by 3 officers of his personal guard, Ptolemy, Perdiccas, and Lysimachus, and by Seleucus, the Seleucus who afterwards became king. Once past the island, the approach to the river bank was in full view of the enemy patrols, who galloped off with all the speed their horses could muster to report to Porus. Alexander was the first ashore, and promptly took charge of the troops from the other galleys. The cavalry had had orders to disembark first, and these he proceeded to marshal as each squadron came off the floats. He then moved forward in battle order. To Alexander this was all strange country, and it so happened that he had, without knowing it, landed on another island, and not on the mainland at all. It was an island of considerable extent, and therefore all the more difficult to recognize as such, and was separated from the mainland beyond by a branch of the river of no very great size. Nevertheless, the torrential rain throughout the previous night had increased the volume of water, and the mounted troops were unable to find a practicable place for crossing. For a time they were faced with the disagreeable prospect that all the labor they had gone through would have to be repeated. At last, however, a ford was found, and Alexander led the way over. It was no easy task, as the water in the deepest part was up to the men's armpits, and the horses' necks. Once this second crossing was successfully accomplished, Alexander again marshalled his troops. His royal squadron and the best of the other mounted regiments he brought round to the right wing, stationing the mounted archers in the van. In the rear of the cavalry he posted the royal regiment of guards under Seleucus, then the royal regiment of the heavy infantry, in close touch with the other guards' divisions, according to their precedence for that day. The archers, Agrianes, and javelin men took their position on either wing of the main body of infantry. Having thus made his dispositions, he gave orders for the infantry, nearly 6,000 strong, to follow in order of march, while he himself, with only the cavalry, numbering some 5,000, in which he thought he had the advantage over the enemy, moved forward rapidly. Tauron, captain of the archers, was instructed to advance in the rear of the cavalry with all the speed he could make. The idea in Alexander's mind was that if Porus's army should attack in force, he would either settle them straight away by a cavalry charge, or, failing that, fight a delaying action until his infantry could come to his support. If, on the other hand, the Indians proved to be so badly shaken by the bold and unexpected crossing of the river that they took to their heels, he would be able to press hard on the retreating army, and the more men they lost during their withdrawal, the lighter his own task would subsequently be. There are, however, somewhat conflicting accounts of these operations. According to Aristobulus, Porus's son arrived on the scene with 60 chariots before Alexander effected his second crossing, from the island, that is, and in view of the fact that the crossing was no easy matter even without opposition, he might have prevented it altogether if his Indians had left their chariots and attacked on foot Alexander's leading troops as they were trying to get on shore. But in point of fact he merely drove past and permitted Alexander to cross without molestation. Against this force Alexander sent his mounted archers, and it was broken up without difficulty, many of the men being wounded. Other writers state that there was a fight at the actual landing between Alexander's cavalry and a force of Indians commanded by Porus's son, who was there ready to oppose them with superior numbers, and that in the course of the fighting he wounded Alexander with his own hand and struck the blow which killed his beloved horse Bucephalus. Ptolemy, son of Lagus, gives a different account, which I myself accept. According to him, Porus did, as other writers relate, send his son, but not with only 60 chariots, for it is hardly likely that, on a report from his scouts, that either Alexander himself, or at any rate some portion of his army, had crossed the Hydaspes, he would have sent his own son to oppose the landing with so trivial a force, on the one hand, unnecessarily large for mere reconnaissance and unsuitably equipped for a rapid withdrawal, and on the other totally inadequate either to prevent a proposed crossing or to attack an enemy which had already succeeded in getting over. Ptolemy's actual statement is that Porus's son had with him 2,000 mounted troops and 120 chariots when he reached the spot. But Alexander had been too quick for him, and had already effected his final crossing from the island. Against this force Alexander first sent his mounted archers, while he himself moved on with the cavalry, thinking that Porus was on the way to engage him with the main strength of his army, and that this cavalry contingent, posted in the van, preceded the rest of the Indian troops. But as soon as Alexander received an accurate report of the enemy's numbers, he attacked at once, and the Indians, seeing Alexander there in person, and his massed cavalry coming at them in successive charges, squadron by squadron, broke and fled. The Indians' losses in the action were some 400 mounted men, Porus's son being himself among the killed. Their chariots and horses were captured as they attempted to get away. Speed was impossible, and the muddy ground had rendered them useless even during the fight. The Indians who did succeed in getting away reported to Porus that Alexander had crossed the river in force, and that his son had been killed in the action. Porus was faced with a difficult choice, for the troops under Craterus, who had been left behind in Alexander's original position opposite the main Indian army, could now be seen making their way over the river. Swiftly he made up his mind. He determined to move in force against Alexander, and to fight it out with the king of Macedon himself and the flower of his men. Then, leaving behind a small force with a few elephants to spread alarm among Craterus's cavalry as they attempted to land on the river bank, he marched to meet Alexander with all his cavalry, 4,000 strong, all of his 300 chariots, 200 elephants, and the picked contingents of his infantry, numbering some 30,000 men. Much of the ground was deep in soft mud, so he continued his advance till he found a spot where the sandy soil offered a surface sufficiently firm and level for cavalry maneuver, and there made his dispositions. In the van he stationed his elephants at intervals of about 100 feet on a broad front, to form a screen for the whole body of the infantry, and to spread terror among the cavalry of Alexander. He did not expect that any enemy unit would venture to force a way through the gaps in the line of elephants, either on foot or on horseback. Terror would make the horses uncontrollable, and infantry units would be even less likely to make the attempt, as they would be met and checked by his own heavy infantry, and then destroyed by the elephants turning upon them and trampling them down. Behind the elephants were the foot soldiers, though not on a front of equal extent. The various units, forming a second line, were so disposed as to fill the intervals in the line of elephants. There was infantry on both wings as well, outflanking the elephants, and finally, on both flanks of the infantry were the mounted units, each with a screen of war chariots. Noting that the enemy was making his dispositions for battle, Alexander checked the advance of his cavalry to allow the infantry to come up with him. Regiment by regiment they made contact, moving swiftly until the whole force was again united. Alexander had no intention of making the fresh enemy troops a present of his own breathless and exhausted men, so he paused before advancing to the attack. Meanwhile, he kept his cavalry maneuvering up and down the line, while the infantry units were allowed to rest until they were once more in good heart for battle. Observation of the Indian dispositions decided him against attempting an assault upon their centre, where the heavy infantry was massed in the intervals of the protecting screen of elephants, and his reluctance to take this course was based precisely upon Porus's own calculations. Relying instead on his superiority in cavalry, he moved the major portion of his mounted troops towards the enemy's left wing, to make his assault in that sector. Caenus was sent over to the Indians' right with Demetrius's regiment and his own, his orders being that when the enemy moved their cavalry across to their left to counter the massed formations of the Macedonian mounted squadrons, he should hang on to their rear. The heavy infantry was put in charge of Seleucus, Antigones, and Tauron, with orders not to engage until it was evident that the Indians, both horse and foot, had been thrown into confusion by the Macedonian cavalry. Once the opposing armies were within range, Alexander launched his mounted archers, 1,000 strong, against the enemy's left wing, hoping to shake it by the hail of their arrows and the weight of their charge, and immediately afterwards himself advanced with the companions against the Indian left, intent upon making his assault while they were still reeling under the attack of the mounted archers, and before their cavalry could change formation from column into mass. The Indians, meanwhile, withdrew all the cavalry from other sections of their line, and moved it across to meet and counter Alexander's movement towards their flank, and it was not long before Caenus's men could be seen following, according to orders, close in their rear. The Indians were thereupon compelled to split their force into two. The larger section, containing the best troops, continued to proceed against Alexander, while the remainder wheeled about in order to deal with Caenus. This, of course, was disastrous, not only to the effectiveness of the Indians' dispositions, but to their whole plan of battle. Alexander saw his chance, precisely at the moment when the enemy cavalry were changing direction. He attacked. The Indians did not even wait to receive his charge, but fell back in confusion upon the elephants, their impregnable fortress, or so they hoped. The elephant drivers forced their beasts to meet the opposing cavalry, while the Macedonian infantry, in its turn, advanced against them, shooting down the drivers and pouring in a hail of missiles from every side upon the elephants themselves. It was an odd bit of work, quite unlike any previous battle. The monster elephants plunged this way and that among the lines of infantry, dealing destruction in the solid mass of the Macedonian phalanx, while the Indian horsemen, seeing the infantry at one another's throats, wheeled to the assault of the Macedonian cavalry. Once again, however, the strength and experience of Alexander's mounted troops were too much for them, and they were forced back a second time on the elephants. During the action, all the Macedonian cavalry units had, by the exigencies of the fighting rather than deliberate orders, concentrated into a single body, and now its successive charges upon this sector or that inflicted heavy losses on the enemy. By this time the elephants were boxed up, with no room to maneuver, by troops all round them, and as they blundered about, wheeling and shoving this way and that, they trampled to death as many of their friends as of their enemies. The result was that the Indian cavalry, jammed in around the elephants, and with no more space to maneuver than they had, suffered severely. Most of the elephant drivers had been shot. Many of the animals had themselves been wounded, while others, riderless and bewildered, ceased altogether to play their expected part, and, maddened by pain and fear, set indiscriminately upon friend and foe, thrusting, trampling, and spreading death before them. The Macedonians could deal with these maddened creatures comfortably enough. Having room to maneuver, they were able to use their judgment, giving ground when they charged, and going for them with their javelins when they turned and lumbered back, whereas the unfortunate Indians, jammed up close among them as they attempted to get away, found them a more dangerous enemy even than the Macedonians. In time the elephants tired, and their charges grew feebler. They began to back away, slowly, like ships going astern, and with nothing worse than trumpetings. Taking his chance, Alexander surrounded the lot of them, elephants, horsemen, and all, and then signaled his infantry to lock shields and move up in a solid mass. Most of the Indian cavalry was cut down in the ensuing action. Their infantry, too, hard-pressed by the Macedonians, suffered terrible losses. The survivors, finding a gap in Alexander's ring of cavalry, all turned and fled. Craterus and the other officers who had been left on the bank of the river began to cross as soon as they saw Alexander's triumphant success, and their fresh troops, taking over the pursuit from Alexander's weary men, inflicted upon the vanquished Indians further losses no less severe. Nearly 20,000 of the Indian infantry were killed in this battle, and about 3,000 of their cavalry. All their war chariots were destroyed. Among the dead were 2 sons of Porus, Spetoses, the local Indian governor, all the officers in command of the elephants and chariots, and all the cavalry officers and other commanders of high rank. The surviving elephants were captured. Out of Alexander's original 6,000 infantry, some 80 were killed. In addition to these, he lost 10 of the mounted archers, who were the first unit to engage, about 20 of the companions, and 200 of the other cavalry. Throughout the action, Porus had proved himself a man indeed, not only as a commander, but as a soldier of the truest courage. When he saw his cavalry cut to pieces, most of his infantry dead, and his elephants killed or roaming riderless and bewildered about the field, his behavior was very different from that of the Persian king Darius. Unlike Darius, he did not lead the scramble to save his own skin, but so long as a single unit of his men held together, fought bravely on. It was only when he was himself wounded that he turned the elephant on which he rode, and began to withdraw. The wound was in his right shoulder, the only unprotected part of his body. No missile, as he moved here and there in the thick of the fighting, could touch him anywhere else because of the corselet which he wore, a corselet exceedingly tough and closely fitting, as all who subsequently saw him could observe. Alexander, anxious to save the life of this great and gallant soldier, sent Taxiles, the Indian, to him. Taxiles rode up as near as he dared, and requested him to stop his elephant and hear what message Alexander sent him, as escape was no longer possible. But Taxiles was an old enemy of the Indian king, and Porus turned his elephant and drove at him to kill him with his lance. And he might indeed have killed him if he had not spurred his horse out of the way in the nick of time. Alexander, however, far from resenting this treatment of his messenger, sent a number of others, the last of whom was an Indian named Meroez, a man he had been told had long been Porus's friend. Porus listened to Meroez's message, stopped his elephant, and dismounted. He was much distressed by thirst, so when he had revived himself by drinking, he told Meroez to conduct him with all speed to Alexander. Alexander, informed of his approach, rode out to meet him, accompanied by a small party of his companions. When they met, he reined in his horse and looked at his adversary with admiration. He was a magnificent figure of a man, over 7 feet high, and of great personal beauty. His bearing had lost none of its pride. His air was of one brave man meeting another, of a king in the presence of a king, with whom he had fought honorably for his kingdom. Alexander was the first to speak. "What," he said, "do you wish that I should do with you?" "Treat me as a king ought," Porus is said to have replied. "For my part," said Alexander, pleased by his answer, "your request shall be granted. But is there not something you would wish for yourself? Ask it." "Everything," said Porus, "is contained in this one request." The dignity of these words gave Alexander even more pleasure, and he restored to Porus his sovereignty over his subjects, adding to his realm other territory of even greater extent. Thus he did indeed use a brave man as a king ought, and from that time forward found him in every way a loyal friend. Such was the result of the battle with Porus and the Indians beyond the Hydaspes. It was fought in the month of May, during the archonship of Hegemon at Athens. Near the scene of the battle and the spot where he crossed the Hydaspes, Alexander founded 2 cities. One he called Nicaea, to commemorate his victory, the other Bucephala, in memory of his horse Bucephalus, who died in that country, not of hurts received in battle, but of old age and exhaustion. He was about 30 and worn out. In former days he had shared with Alexander many a danger and many a weary march. No one ever rode him but his master, for he would never permit anyone else to mount him. He was a big horse, high-spirited, a noble creature. He was branded with the figure of an ox head, whence his name, though some have said that the name came from a white mark on his head, shaped like the head of an ox. This was the only bit of white on his body, all the rest of him being black. In Euxia once, Alexander lost him, and issued an edict that he would kill every man in the country unless his horse was brought back, as he was promptly. The story is evidence both of the fear which Alexander inspired and of his devotion to Bucephalus. But I must say no more. What I have written in Bucephalus's praise, I have written for Alexander's sake. When the funeral rites for the men who fell in the battle had been duly performed, Alexander offered the customary sacrifices in thanksgiving for victory, and celebrated games with athletic and equestrian contests at the place of his first crossing of the Hydaspes. Then, leaving Craterus with part of the army to superintend the building and fortification of the newly founded settlements, he proceeded against the Indians across the border of Porus's kingdom. Aristobulus calls this tribe Glaugonaiki, Ptolemy Glauci, but never mind that. The name hardly matters. Alexander entered their territory with half of the companions, picked troops from each battalion of heavy infantry, the archers, the Agrianes, and the whole contingent of the mounted archers. The natives surrendered to a man. Some 37 towns were taken, the smallest having not less than 5,000 inhabitants, and many of them more than double that. A large number of villages hardly less populous also fell into Alexander's hands. All this territory he handed over to Porus. He also brought about reconciliation between Porus and Taxiles, and sent Taxiles back to his own people. About this time, Alexander was visited by a delegation from Anabasis offering the surrender of himself and his territory, and this in spite of the fact that before the battle on the Hydaspes, his intention had been to join Porus. His own brother was now among the envoys, entrusted with a gift of money and 40 elephants for Alexander. The Free Indians also sent a delegation, and yet another came from a chieftain who also bore the name Porus. Alexander promptly sent for Anabasis, adding a threat that, should he fail to appear, he would soon see the Macedonian army and its commander-in-chief in an unwelcome spot. Meanwhile, Phrataphernes, the satrap of Parthia and Hyrcania, arrived with Thracians left there under his command, and at about the same time a message came through from Sisacotus, the satrap of Ascania, that the Greek governor had been assassinated, and the people had thrown off their allegiance to Alexander. Alexander accordingly dispatched a force under the command of Philip and Teriaspes to restore order in the province. He then marched for the river Acasines. The Acasines is the only Indian river of which Ptolemy, son of Lagus, has mentioned the size. By his account, at the point where Alexander's men crossed it on boats and floats, it is a little under 2 miles wide and very swift. It is fouled by large jagged rocks over which the water pours violently with much noise and commotion. The floats go over easily enough, but of the boats a number came to grief, being swept onto the rocks, where they were broken up, and their occupants drowned. From this description it is reasonable to infer that other writers are pretty accurate when they give the average breadth of the Indus as 5 miles, contracting to 2 at the points where it is narrowest and deepest. Indeed, 2 miles is its breadth over a good part of its course. I am inclined to think, moreover, that Alexander deliberately crossed the Acasines at its widest point, to take advantage of the slower current.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Alexander the Great by Arian. Translated by Aubrey de Selencourt. After crossing, he left Chinos with his own battalion to superintend the passage of the remainder of the troops who were to bring up the grain and other supplies from those parts of the country which were already in his hands. Porus was then sent back to his people with instructions to rejoin later with the pick of his troops and any elephants he happened to have. The other Porus, the one who had disgraced himself and was reported to have fled his country, Alexander proposed to pursue with the most mobile units of his army. This second Porus, so long as there was hostility between Alexander and his nobler namesake, had sent Alexander repeated offers to surrender himself and his territory, not indeed because he liked Alexander, but because he hated his namesake. Then, learning that the latter had not only been released, but had also been granted a large accession of new territory, he became alarmed, and fled his country with as many fighting men as he could persuade to share his fortunes. What frightened him was not Alexander so much as the threat to himself of his rival's increase in power. Alexander's route in pursuit of him brought him first to the Hydraotes, a river as broad as the Acasines, but not so swift. At all strategic points throughout the territory on the hither side of the Hydraotes, he left troops, so that Craterus and Kinos in their foraging expeditions might be able to go pretty well anywhere without risk. He then instructed Hephaestion to proceed with 2 battalions of infantry, his own and Demetrius's cavalry regiment, and half the contingent of archers to the territory of the renegade Porus, which he was to hand over to the other Porus, together with any independent Indian tribes he might find on the Hydraotes. These 2 were to be taken over and submitted to Porus's authority. These arrangements made, he crossed the Hydraotes, which, unlike the Acacenes, caused him no trouble, and advanced along the further bank. Most of the tribes in this region surrendered to him without resistance, including a few who had begun by offering a certain show of hostility. A few others tried to elude him, but were caught and subdued by force of arms. It was reported to Alexander that a tribe of independent Indians, known as Kathai, was, among certain others, preparing resistance in the event of an invasion and calling for the support of its neighbors. Sangala, the town where they were proposing to make their stand, was said to be a strong one, and they themselves were reputed to be excellent soldiers and brave men. The defiant attitude of these people was shared by 2 other tribes, the Oxydraci and Mali. Not long before, Porus and Abasares had undertaken an expedition against these people. They had induced a number of other independent tribes to support the attempt. But even so, they had achieved nothing. Nothing, at any rate, commensurate with the magnitude of their preparations. The effect of this report was to put Alexander on the move against the Kathai without an instant's delay. 2 days' march from the Hydraotes, he reached a town named Pimprama, belonging to a tribe known as the Adreisti. They offered no resistance. On the following day, he rested his men and then proceeded against Sangala. The Kathai, with the neighboring tribes who had joined them, had taken up a position on a hill in front of the town. The hill was less steep in some places than in others, and all round it they had put carts to form a triple defensive ring, within which they lay encamped. Alexander modified his tactics to suit the circumstances. In view of the enemy's strength and the nature of his position, he immediately ordered forward the mounted archers with instructions to ride along the enemy's front, shooting at long range, to prevent a sortie before the rest of his troops were in position, and to cause as much damage as possible before they left their defensive position to engage in force. Meanwhile, he brought Clytus's mounted regiment and the special cavalry squadron round to the right wing of his army, with the guards and Agrianes in close touch, and on the left posted Perdiccas's cavalry regiment and the battalions of heavy infantry. The archers were in 2 divisions, 1 on each wing. Before his dispositions were completed, the rear guard, both horse and foot, arrived on the scene. The cavalry was used to strengthen the wings, and the additional infantry units to increase the solidity of the phalanx. This done, Alexander took control of the mounted troops on his right and advanced against the line of baggage carts on the Indian left, where they were spaced out somewhat more widely, and the conformation of the ground seemed to offer not too awkward an approach. The cavalry threat did not draw the Indians out from their defenses. They climbed onto the carts and met the advance with bows and arrows at long range. Alexander saw that cavalry in these circumstances would be ineffective, so he promptly dismounted and in person led his infantry to the assault. The enemy were driven without difficulty from the first line of carts, but, falling back on the second, they rallied, and were better able to defend themselves. Holding a smaller ring, they were consequently in closer order, and the Macedonians had no longer the advantage of advancing over open ground. On the contrary, they had to clear the outer ring of carts out of their way, and push through individually as best they could wherever there was room. They managed it, however, and once again the Indians were forced to withdraw. This time they made no further stand. Without attempting to hold the third line of carts, they hurriedly retreated and shut themselves up in the town. Alexander did not press his offensive any more that day. So far as he could, with the number of infantry troops at his disposal, he surrounded the town. But the extent of its defences was too great to allow a complete encirclement. At one point there was a break in the defences, and in front of this, at no great distance, was a lake. Round this lake, Alexander took the precaution of posting his mounted men, as the water was evidently shallow, and he guessed that the Indians, severely shaken as they were by their previous defeat, would attempt to get out of the town under cover of darkness. His guess proved right. About the second watch, most of them slipped out and fell into the arms of the cavalry patrols. Many were killed, and the rest, realizing that there were enemy patrols all round the lake, retired into the town again. All round the town, except where the lake formed a natural barrier, Alexander now erected a double stockade and saw to it that the lake itself was more efficiently guarded. His intention had been to bring up siege engines to breach the town's defences, but he was informed by deserters that the Indians had decided to make their escape that very night. Their purpose was to slip out by the lake, where there was a break in the stockade. Accordingly, he ordered Ptolemy, son of Lagus, to take up his position at that point with the 3 guards regiments, all the Agrianes, and a brigade of archers. Pointing to the place where he guessed the enemy would make their attempt to get through. "The instant," he said to Ptolemy, "you see them at it, stop them, and order the trumpeter to sound the alarm. On this signal, the rest of you officers will take your men promptly to the scene of action, wherever the trumpet calls you. And mark you, I shall be there myself." Ptolemy collected all the carts he could out of those the Indians had left behind after their initial repulse, and sent them across the line of the Indians' escape, to act as booby-traps in the darkness and confusion. He also gave orders that the posts which had been cut for the stockade, but not yet erected, should now be used to construct a barrier on either side between the lake and the wall of the town. His men completed the work, despite the fact that most of it was done in darkness. At approximately the 4th watch, the Indians, just as Alexander's informants had said they would do, opened the town gates which led to the lake, and made their way with all speed towards it. Ptolemy and his guards were ready for them. At once the trumpeters sounded the alarm, and Ptolemy led his men fully armed and in good order against the enemy. Their way of escape was already blocked by the carts and the new section of palisade, and when the trumpets sounded, and they found Ptolemy's troops on top of them, cutting down every man who managed to struggle through between the carts, they gave it up, and withdrew once more into the town, with a loss during their retreat of some 500. By this time, Porus had arrived with the rest of his elephants, and 5,000 Indian troops. Alexander had had his siege engines assembled, and they were already being brought into position. But they proved unnecessary, for before a breach was made in the wall, which was of brick, the Macedonians undermined it, erected scaling ladders at numerous points all round, and took the town by assault. Up to 17,000 Indians were killed in this operation, and over 70,000 taken prisoner. 500 mounted men and 300 war chariots were also captured. Throughout the siege, Alexander lost a little under 100 men. The number of wounded, however, was disproportionately large. Over 1,200, among them being Lysimachus of Alexander's personal guard, and other officers. After the burial of the dead with all customary ritual, Alexander sent his secretary, Eumenes, with 300 mounted men to the 2 towns which had joined Sangala in refusing submission. His instructions were to report the capture of Sangala, and to give the people an assurance that if they stayed where they were, and admitted Alexander as a friend within their gates, they would have nothing to complain of in their treatment. No more, indeed, than any of the other independent tribes which had voluntarily submitted to him. Both towns, however, had already had the news that Sangala had been taken by assault, and such was the consternation it caused that the people had fled. Alexander pursued them hotly as soon as he knew that they were on the move, but as the report took some time to reach him, most of them had had time to get clear away. A certain number of sick, perhaps 500, had been abandoned by their comrades in their dash for safety, and these were caught and killed. Alexander soon broke off the pursuit, returned to Sangala, and razed it to the ground. The land belonging to it he handed over to the Indian tribes who had given up their former independence, and voluntarily attached themselves to his cause. Porus was then sent with his troops to the towns which had surrendered, with orders to garrison them, and Alexander himself marched for the river Hypasis, bent upon still further conquest. So long as a single hostile element remained, there could, he felt, be no end to the war. Reports had come in that the country beyond the Hypasis was rich and productive. The people were good farmers and fine soldiers, and lived under an orderly and efficient social system. The governments in that region were mostly aristocratic, but by no means oppressive. The elephants there were more numerous than elsewhere in India, and conspicuous both for size and courage. Such stories could not but whet Alexander's appetite for yet another adventure. But his men felt differently. The sight of their king undertaking an endless succession of dangerous and exhausting enterprises was beginning to depress them. Their enthusiasm was ebbing. They held meetings in camp at which even the best of them grumbled at their fate, while others swore that they would go no further, not even if Alexander himself led them. This state of affairs was brought to Alexander's notice, and before the alarm and despondency among the men could go still further, he called a meeting of his officers and addressed them in the following words. "I observe, gentlemen, that when I would lead you on a new venture, you no longer follow me with your old spirit. I have asked you to meet me that we may come to a decision together. Are we, upon my advice, to go forward, or, upon yours, to turn back? If you have any complaint to make about the results of your efforts hitherto, or about myself as your commander, there is no more to say. But let me remind you, through your courage and endurance, you have gained possession of Ionia, the Hellespont, both Phrygias, Cappadocia, Paphlagonia, Lydia, Caria, Lycia, Pamphylia, Phoenicia, and Egypt. The Greek part of Libya is now yours, together with much of Arabia, lowland Syria, Mesopotamia, Babylon, and Susa. Persia and Media, with all the territories either formerly controlled by them or not, are in your hands. You have made yourselves masters of the lands beyond the Caspian gates, beyond the Caucasus, beyond the Tanais, of Bactria, Hyrcania, and the Hyrcanian Sea. We have driven the Scythians back into the desert, and Indus and Hydaspes, Acacenes, and Hydraotes flow now through country which is ours. With all that accomplished, why do you hesitate to extend the power of Macedon, your power, to the Hyphasis and the tribes on the other side? Are you afraid that a few natives who may still be left will offer opposition? Come, come. These natives either surrender without a blow, or are caught on the run, or leave their country undefended for your taking. And when we take it, we make a present of it to those who have joined us of their own free will and fight at our side. For a man who is a man, work, in my belief, if it is directed to noble ends, has no object beyond itself. Nonetheless, if any of you wish to know what limit may be set to this particular campaign, Let me tell you that the area of country still ahead of us, from here to the Ganges and the Eastern Ocean, is comparatively small. You will undoubtedly find that this ocean is connected with the Hyrcanian Sea, for the great stream of ocean encircles the earth. Moreover, I shall prove to you, my friends, that the Indian and Persian Gulfs and the Hyrcanian Sea are all three connected and continuous. Our ships will sail round from the Persian Gulf to Libya as far as the Pillars of Hercules, whence all Libya to the eastward will soon be ours, and all Asia too. And to this empire there will be no boundaries, but what God himself has made for the whole world. But if you turn back now, there will remain unconquered many warlike peoples between the Anabasis and the Eastern Ocean, and many more to the northward and the Hyrcanian Sea, with the Scythians, too, not far away. So that if we withdraw now, there is a danger that the territory which we do not yet securely hold may be stirred to revolt by some nation or other we have not yet forced into submission. Should that happen, all that we have done and suffered will have proved fruitless, or we shall be faced with the task of doing it over again from the beginning. Gentlemen of Macedon, and you, my friends and allies, this must not be. Stand firm, for well you know that hardship and danger are the price of glory, and that sweet is the savour of a life of courage and of deathless renown beyond the grave. Are you not aware that if Heracles, my ancestor, had gone no further than Tiryns or Argos, or even than the Peloponnese or Thebes, he could never have won the glory which changed him from a man into a god, actual or apparent? Even Dionysus, who is a god indeed, in a sense beyond what is applicable to Heracles, faced not a few laborious tasks. Yet we have done more. We have passed beyond Nysa, and we have taken the rock of Aotnos, which Heracles himself could not take. Come then, add the rest of Asia to what you already possess, a small addition to the great sum of your conquests. What great or noble work could we ourselves have achieved had we thought it enough, living at ease in Macedon, merely to guard our homes, accepting no burden beyond checking the encroachment of the Thracians on our borders, or the Illyrians and the Trebalians, or perhaps such Greeks as might prove a menace to our comfort? I could not have blamed you for being the first to lose heart if I, your commander, had not shared in your exhausting marches and your perilous campaigns. It would have been natural enough if you had done all the work merely for others to reap the reward, but it is not so. You and I, gentlemen, have shared the labor and shared the danger, and the rewards are for us all. The conquered territory belongs to you. From your ranks the governors of it are chosen. Already the greater part of its treasure passes into your hands, and when all Asia is overrun, then indeed I will go further than the mere satisfaction of your ambitions. The utmost hopes of riches or power which each one of you cherishes will be far surpassed, and whoever wishes to return home will be allowed to go, either with me or without me. I will make those who stay the envy of those who return." When Alexander ended, there was a long silence. The officers present were not willing to accept what he had said, yet no one liked to risk an unprepared reply. Several times Alexander invited comment, should any wish to give it and genuinely hold different views from those he had expressed. But in spite of his invitation nothing was said, until at last Cenos, son of Polemarchtes, plucked up his courage to speak. "Sir," he said, "we appreciate the fact that you do not demand from us unreasoning obedience. You have made it clear to us that you will lead us on only after winning our consent, and failing that you will not use compulsion. This being so, I do not propose to speak on behalf of the officers here assembled, as we, by virtue of our rank and authority, have already received the rewards of our services, and are naturally concerned more than the men are to further your interests. I shall speak, therefore, for the common soldiers, not by any means with the purpose of echoing their sentiments, but saying what I believe will tend to your present advantage and our future security. My age, the repute which, by your favour, I enjoy among my comrades, and the unhesitating courage I have hitherto displayed in all dangers and difficulties, give me the right to declare what I believe to be the soundest policy. Very well, then. Precisely in proportion to the number and magnitude of the achievements wrought by you, our leader, and by the men who marched from home under your command, I judge it best to set some limit to further enterprise. You know the number of Greeks and Macedonians who started upon this campaign, and you can see how many of us are left today. The Thessalians you sent home from Bactra because you knew their hearts were no longer in their work, and it was wisely done. Other Greeks have been settled in the new towns you have founded, where they remain not always willingly. Others, again, together with our own Macedonians, continue to share with you the dangers and hardships of war, and of these some have been killed, some, disabled by wounds, have been left behind in various parts of Asia, and more still have died of sickness, so that only a few from that great army are left, a small remnant, broken in health, their old vigour and determination gone. Every man of them longs to see his parents again, if they yet survive, or his wife, or his children. All are yearning for the familiar earth of home, hoping, pardonably enough, to live to revisit it, no longer in poverty and obscurity, but famous, and enriched by the treasure you have enabled them to win. Do not try to lead men who are unwilling to follow you. If their heart is not in it, you will never find the old spirit or the old courage. Consent rather yourself to return to your mother and your home. Once there, you may bring good government to Greece and enter your ancestral house with all the glory of the many great victories won in this campaign. And then, should you so desire it, you may begin again and undertake a new expedition against these Indians of the East, or, if you prefer, to the Black Sea, or to Carthage and the Libyan territories beyond. It is for you to decide. Other troops, Greek and Macedonian, will follow you, young, fresh troops to take the place of your war-weary veterans. Still ignorant of the horrors of war and full of hope for what the future may bring, these men will follow you with all the more eagerness in that they have seen your old campaigners come safely home again, no longer poor and nameless, but loaded with money and fame. Sir, if there is one thing above all others a successful man should know, it is when to stop. Assuredly, for a commander like yourself, with an army like ours, there is nothing to fear from any enemy. But luck, remember, is an unpredictable thing, and against what it may bring, no man has any defence. Caenus's words were greeted with applause. Some even wept, which was proof enough of their reluctance to prolong the campaign, and of how happy they would be should the order be given to turn back. Alexander resented the freedom with which Caenus had spoken, and the poor spirit shown by the other officers, and dismissed the conference. Next day he summoned the same officers to his presence, and angrily declared that, though he would put pressure on no Macedonian to accompany him, he himself was resolved to go on. "I shall have others," he cried, "who will need no compulsion to follow their king. If you wish to go home, you are at liberty to do so, and you may tell your people there that you deserted your king in the midst of his enemies. Thereupon he withdrew to his tent, and for the rest of that day, and for 2 days following, refused to allow anyone to see him, even his companions. His hope was that the various commanders, both of his Macedonian and allied contingents, might change their minds, and become readier to listen to him. For, after all, in a crowd of soldiers, such sudden reversals of feeling are common enough. The silence, however, remained absolute and unbroken. The men were angry at Alexander's burst of temper, and determined not to let it influence them. But in spite of their obvious hostility, Alexander, according to Ptolemy's account of the incident, nonetheless offered sacrifice in the hope of favorable omens for the crossing. When, however, the omens proved to be against him, he at last submitted, and, having sent for the most senior officers of his companions, and those who were his own closest friends, made a public announcement that, as all circumstances combined to dissuade him from a further advance, he had decided upon withdrawal. One can imagine the shouts of joy which rose from the throats of that heterogeneous host. Most of them wept. They came to Alexander's tent and called down every blessing upon him for allowing them to prevail, the only defeat he had ever suffered. The decision made, Alexander divided his men into companies and ordered the construction of 12 altars, as high as the loftiest siege towers, and even broader in proportion, as a thank-offering to the gods who had brought him so far in his victorious progress, and as a memorial of all he had so laboriously achieved. The altars were duly raised, and he offered sacrifice upon them, as his custom was, and held games with contests for both horse and man. The territory as far as the river Hypasis he added to Porus's dominions, and then began his own withdrawal towards the Hydraortes. Crossing this river, he retraced his steps to the Acassines, where he found, already complete, the settlement which Hephaestion had been instructed to build and fortify. Here he settled volunteers from the neighboring Indian tribes, and those of his mercenary troops who were disabled by wounds or sickness, and then began his preparations for the voyage downriver to the Indian Ocean. Meanwhile, Arsaces, governor of the territory which bordered on that of Abasares, presented himself. He was accompanied by Abasares' brother and other relatives, and brought presents for Alexander of the kind most esteemed by the Indians, together with 30 of Abasares' elephants. Abasares himself, he reported, was too ill to come in person. At the same time, Alexander's envoys to Abasares also presented themselves. Alexander readily believed that the facts were as stated, and allowed Abasares to continue to govern his own province, with Arsaces attached to the administration. He assessed the amount of tribute they should pay, and again offered sacrifice. Then, having crossed the Acassines, he marched to the Hydaspes, where he made good the damage done by heavy rains to the 2 settlements of Nicaea and Bucephala, and saw to any other matters which required attention in that part of the country. Book 6. On the Hydaspes, Alexander's preparations were now complete. The various craft for the passage included a number of galleys, some of 30 oars, some smaller, barges for horse transport, and other craft likely to be of service in moving an army by river. The decision was accordingly made to begin the voyage down the Hydaspes to the Indian Ocean. Alexander fancied at this time that he had discovered the source of the Nile, his reason being that he had, on a previous occasion, seen crocodiles in the Indus, and in no other river except the Nile, and had also observed a kind of bean like the Egyptian bean growing on the banks of the anabasis, which, he was told, flowed into the Indus. His notion was that the Nile, under the name of Indus, rose somewhere in that part of India and then flowed through a vast desert tract, where it lost its original name and received that of Nile from the Ethiopians and Egyptians at the point where it began to flow through inhabited country again, ultimately debouching into the Mediterranean. Homer, he remembered, called it Aegyptus, after the country through which it ran. Indeed, in a letter to Olympius on the subject of India, Alexander made a special point of mentioning his belief that he had found the source of the Nile, though in actual fact he based this important conclusion upon the slenderest evidence. Later he went more thoroughly into the question of the geography of the Indus, and learned from the natives that the Hydaspes ceases to be so named at its junction with the anabasis, just as the latter does at its junction with the Indus, which in its turn flows out by 2 channels into the Indian Ocean, and has no connection with Egypt whatever. This information led him to cut out the passage about the Nile from his letter to his mother. He then gave orders for the preparation of the fleet for the proposed voyage down the rivers to the ocean. The crews of the various craft were drawn from the Phoenicians, Cyprians, Carians, and Egyptians serving in the forces. It was at this time that Kinos fell sick and died. He was one of his most loyal and trusted companions, and, so far as circumstances permitted, Alexander gave him a splendid funeral. He then summoned to his presence his companions and such Indian envoys as happened to be present to pay their respects, and proclaimed Porus monarch of all the Indian territory he had by that time conquered. This included 7 nations and a grand total of over 2,000 towns. The army for the coming expedition was organized in 3 divisions. All the guards, the archers, the Agrianes, and the picked cavalry squadron were embarked in the transports under Alexander's personal command. Craterus was instructed to march a part of the infantry and cavalry along the right bank of the Hydaspes, while the bulk of the best fighting troops, together with the elephants, now about 200 in number, were to proceed along the left bank under the command of Hephaestion. These officers had orders to march with all speed for the palace of Sopythes. Philip, governor of the territory on the west, or Bactrian side of the Indus, was to wait 3 days and then follow with his troops. The mounted troops from Nysa were sent home. Nearchus was appointed admiral of the fleet, and the helmsman of Alexander's own vessel was Onesicritus, the man who wrote a memoir about Alexander full of lies, among them the statement that he was an admiral. However, he wasn't. He was just a helmsman. According to Ptolemy, son of Lagus, my principal authority, the river fleet consisted of 80 30-oared galleys, while the total number of boats of all sorts, including horse transports, light galleys, and other river craft, some already in service, others specially built for the occasion, was not far short of 2,000. The final preparations made, the embarkation began at dawn, and Alexander offered his customary sacrifice, not omitting a special offering to the river Hydaspes, according to the soothsayer's instructions. Stepping aboard, he stood in the bows of his vessel, and from a golden bowl poured a libation into the water, solemnly invoking the river and joining with its name the name of Acesines, which he now knew to be the greatest of its tributaries, with the meeting of the waters not far away, and finally calling upon the Indus too, into which both Acesines and Hydaspes run. Then, after a libation to Heracles, his ancestor, and to Ammon and the other gods it was his custom to honor, he ordered the trumpets to sound the signal for departure, and the whole fleet, each vessel in her proper station, began to move downriver. To avoid the danger of running foul of each other, all craft, carriers, horse transports, and warships had instructions to keep their exact distances, the faster vessels being ordered to check their speed so as not to break formation. One may imagine the noise of this great fleet getting away under oars all together. It was like nothing ever heard before, what with the coxswains calling the in, out, for every stroke, and the rowers' triumphant cries as, like one man, they flung themselves upon the swirling water. The lofty banks, often towering above the ships, caught the clamour, and held it, and intensified it, tossing it to and fro across the stream, echoing and re-echoing, while silent and deserted glens on one side or other of the river reverberated with the din and helped to swell it. The natives, who had no tradition that Dionysus's expedition to India had been by water, had never before seen horses on shipboard, and the sight of them crowding the barges filled them with such amazement that all who witnessed the departure of the fleet followed it along the banks for miles, and other friendly tribesmen who were near enough to hear the cries of the rowers and the dash and clatter of the oars came running to the river bank and joined in the procession, singing their barbaric songs. For the Indians, be it said, are an extremely musical race, and have loved dancing ever since the days when Dionysus came with his wild revellers to their country. On the third day the fleet brought up at the spot where Hephaestion and Craterus had been ordered to halt their forces, one on each side of the river. Alexander waited there 2 days, and when Philip joined them with the rest of the troops, he sent him to the Acesines with orders to proceed with his men along its banks. Craterus and Hephaestion were also ordered on again, with careful instructions on the route they were to follow. Then the descent of the Hydaspes was resumed, and was found to be nowhere less than 2.5 miles wide. In the course of the voyage, Alexander put in, when opportunity offered, to the river bank, to deal with the natives of the vicinity. Some surrendered voluntarily, others who offered resistance he subdued. He was, however, anxious to hurry on to the territory of the Malians and Oxydraci. Information had reached him that these people were the most numerous and warlike of the Indians in that part of the country, and it was further reported that they had shut up their women and children in their most strongly fortified towns, with the intention of making a stand against him. Accordingly, he made all possible speed in order to get at them before they were ready to receive him, and while their preparations were still inadequate and incomplete. Getting under way again on the 5th day, he reached the junction of the Hydaspes and the Acesines. At the place where the two streams unite, the river is very narrow, and the current, in consequence, extremely rapid. The surface is roughened and broken, there are dangerous eddies and whirlpools, and the roar of the water can be heard for many miles. Alexander had been forewarned of these conditions by the natives, and he had told his men what to expect. Nonetheless, when the flotilla approached the junction, the water made such an appalling shindy that the men at the oars stopped rowing in sheer panic, and the coxswains, dumb with astonishment, ceased to call the time. Presently, however, just above the actual point of meeting, the men at the helm of the various craft shouted orders to the rowers to put their backs into it, and drive through the narrows with all speed, in the hope that if they kept good way on, they might prevent their vessels from being spun round by the swirling eddies. The barges and short beamier craft were indeed spun about like tops, but, apart from the anxiety of their crews, came to no harm, as the current swept them, stern first or broadside on, in a direct line through the narrows. The warships, on the contrary, got off by no means so lightly. Their inferior buoyancy made it harder for them to cope with the hubbub, and those with 2 banks of oars had great difficulty in keeping the lower tier clear of the water. Some, unable to keep sufficient way on to shoot the rapids successfully, were badly caught and got their oars broken off as they came broadside onto the eddies, and many other craft were in distress, 2 of them running foul of one another and sinking with the loss of many lives. At last, when the narrows were passed, the stream slackened, and the swells and eddies were much less violent, so that Alexander was able to land his men on the right bank of the river, just below a headland, where the force of the current was not felt, and the ships could be beached and floating wreckage collected, together with any survivors who might still be clinging to it. These were accordingly brought to safety, and the damaged vessels repaired, after which Nearchus was ordered to continue downstream as far as the territory of the Malians, while Alexander himself carried out a rapid raid against the natives who had not submitted to him, and thus prevented them from bringing help to the Malians. That done, he returned to the flotilla. At this point he was rejoined by Hephaestion, Craterus, and Philip, sending the elephants, Polysperchon's battalion, the mounted archers, and Philip's contingent over to the other side of the river. He put them under Craterus's command, and at the same time instructed Nearchus to proceed down the river, keeping 3 days' march ahead of the army, which he then split into 3 divisions. Hephaestion was ordered to march 5 days in advance, with the object of intercepting and capturing any native troops which, in their attempt to escape Alexander's own contingent, might be moving rapidly forward. Ptolemy, son of Lagus, with another division, had orders to wait 3 days and then follow, in order to be in a position to catch any of the enemy who, to avoid Alexander, turned back upon their tracks. Further instructions were that, on reaching the junction of the Achersines and Hadraotes, the leading division was to wait until Alexander should himself arrive, and Craterus and Ptolemy join up with him. Under his personal command, Alexander took the guards, archers, Agrianes, Pytho's battalion of heavy infantry, all the mounted archers, and half the companions. With these troops, he marched for the territory of the Malians, a branch of the independent Indians. His route lay over almost waterless country, but in the course of the first day's march he halted by a pond about a dozen miles from the Achersines. There, after a meal and a brief rest for the men, he ordered every available receptacle to be filled with water before proceeding, when, having covered 50 miles during the remainder of the day and the whole of the following night, he reached a town where many of the Malians had taken refuge. The last thing they expected was that Alexander would come by way of this waterless region, and most of them were, in consequence, unarmed and outside the defences of their walls. Obviously, this was the very reason why Alexander had chosen this route. It was a difficult one, and the enemy never thought it possible that he would choose it. He took them completely by surprise, and most of them, unarmed as they were, offered no resistance, and were killed. Some shut themselves up in the town, whereupon Alexander, whose infantry had not yet arrived upon the scene, blocked them up there by throwing a cordon of mounted troops round the walls. As soon as the infantry joined him, he dispatched Perdiccas with his own and Clitus's cavalry regiments and the Agrianes to another Malian town at which large numbers of the Indians had concentrated, and ordered him not to attack till he himself should arrive, but to keep his eyes open to prevent anyone from slipping out of the town and informing the other natives that he was already on the way. He then launched his own attack. The Indians, who had already lost a great many men either killed or wounded in the first surprise attack, abandoned their outer defences, which they had no hope of holding, and took refuge within their inner fortifications, where, as the position was a commanding one and difficult to assault, they managed for a time to hold out. But the strong pressure exerted on every side by the Macedonians, and the ubiquitous pressure of Alexander in the thick of the fighting, soon proved too much for them. The inner fortress was stormed, and all its defenders, about 2,000 in number, were killed. Perdiccas, meanwhile, had reached his objective. He found the town deserted, and learning that it was not long since the inhabitants had fled, he rode with all speed in pursuit of them, his light infantry following at the best pace they could make. Some of the fugitives managed to escape into the marshes. The rest were overtaken and killed. After his meal and a rest for his men, Alexander set forward again at about the first watch. He covered many miles in the course of the night, and at daybreak reached the Hydraotes, where he learned that most of the Malians had already crossed to the other side. Some were still on their way over, and many of these he caught and destroyed. Indeed, without a moment's hesitation, he went over the river among them, and then continued to press his pursuit of those who had got away ahead of him. Many of these, too, he caught and killed, and took a number of prisoners, but the majority of them succeeded in making their escape to a strongly fortified position. Against these, as soon as the infantry rejoined him, he sent Pytho with his own battalion and 2 regiments of cavalry. The attack was successful. They captured the position and reduced to the status of slaves every man who survived the assault. After this exploit, Pytho and his troops rejoined the main body of the army. A report had reached Alexander that a Malian force was preparing to defend itself in one of the Brahmin towns, and he was now on his way thither. On reaching it, he stationed his infantry in a ring round the outer defences and moved up in close formation. The defenders soon saw that their walls were being sapped, and this, together with the weight of the enemy missiles, induced them, as in Alexander's previous operation, to abandon their position and take refuge in their inner stronghold. Here they continued to resist, and not without some success, for they turned and fell upon a small party of Macedonians who had forced their way in with them, driving some of them out again, and killing about 25 before they could get away. Alexander, meanwhile, brought the scaling ladders into position all round the inner stronghold, and ordered sapping operations to begin. A tower soon fell, and the collapse of a section of the wall laid the fortress open to assault, whereupon Alexander, ahead of his men, was up in the moment, and stood there alone, a conspicuous figure holding the breach. The sight of him struck shame into his troops, so up they went after him in scattered groups, some here, some there. Soon the fortress was in their hands. Some of the Indians set fire to their houses or were caught in them and killed. Most died fighting. In all they lost about 5,000 men. They had fought too well for more than a handful to be taken alive. After waiting there a day to rest his troops, Alexander began his advance against the remaining Malian forces. He found their settlements deserted, and gathered by report that they had all fled into uninhabited country. Accordingly, after another day's rest for his men, he sent Pytho and Demetrius, the cavalry officer, back to the river with the troops already under their command, together with some companies of light infantry sufficient for the task in hand. This was to march along the river, and keep a lookout for any of the enemy who might have fled to the woods there. They were very extensive along the river bank, and to kill all of them who refused to give themselves up. They did, in fact, catch and kill a great many of them. Alexander's own next objective was the principal town of the Malian people. It had been reported to him that many of the Malians had left their own settlements and joined their kinsmen there. Nevertheless, on the news of Alexander's approach, this town too was abandoned, and the Indians, having crossed the Hydraotes, took up a strong position on the high ground of the opposite bank, evidently intending to prevent Alexander from coming over. Learning of this movement, Alexander at once advanced with all his available cavalry to the point on the Hydraotes where the Malians had massed, and gave orders for the infantry to follow. Reaching the river, and observing the enemy in position on the further bank, though he still had only the cavalry with him, he plunged, without even waiting to reform after his march, into the ford. When he was halfway over, the enemy withdrew from the river bank rapidly, but in good order. Alexander followed them up, and as soon as they realized that he had only mounted troops with no infantry in support, they checked their withdrawal, turned, and offered a vigorous resistance. Their force was some 50,000 strong. Alexander's infantry had not yet joined him. Accordingly, as the Indians were massed in close formation, he held off for the time being, keeping his cavalry continually maneuvering and making an occasional probe. Presently, however, the Agrianes arrived on the scene together with the archers and some picked units of light infantry, which were serving under his personal command, while at the same time the heavy infantry was already visible at no great distance. Faced by these simultaneous threats, the Indians broke and hurriedly withdrew to the shelter of one of the neighboring settlements, which was strongly fortified. Alexander followed close on their heels, inflicting a number of casualties, and when the fugitives had shut themselves up inside the defences of the town, he promptly ordered his cavalry to draw a cordon round it. Then, when his infantry joined him, he took up a position completely encircling the outer defences, and suspended operations for the day. There were two reasons for the pause: insufficient daylight left for an immediate attack, and the fact that all his men were pretty well exhausted, the infantry by their long march, the mounted troops by their protracted pursuit, and both, not least, by their crossing of the river. Next day, when the attack began, with Alexander himself in command of one division of the army and Perdiccas of the other, the Indians did not hold their positions on the outer defences to receive the Macedonian onset, but withdrew their entire force to the inner fortress of the town. Alexander and his men, by wrenching a gate from its hinges, penetrated into the town far in advance of the troops under Perdiccas, who had met trouble in trying to get over the wall, and were, in consequence, slow off the mark. Most of them, moreover, carried no ladders, as the sight of the wall, bare of defenders, led them to believe that the town was already taken. But they soon realized their mistake, and seeing that the enemy held the inner fortress with large numbers of men posted in front of it, bent upon its defense, they at once began sapping operations, and got scaling ladders into position wherever they could, in an attempt to force their way in. The men with the ladders were not quick enough to satisfy Alexander. In his impatience, he snatched one from the fellow who carried it, and with his own hands reared it against the fortress wall. Then, crouched under his shield, up he went. Bucestus followed him with the sacred shield, the shield from the temple of Athene at Troy, which Alexander kept by him, and had carried before him in battle. Bucestus was followed by Leonatus, an officer of the guard. Then Abraeus, one of the picked soldiers on double pay, mounted by a second ladder. The king had now reached the top. Laying his shield on the coping of the wall, he forced some of the defenders back into the fortress, cut down others with his sword, till he stood there on the battlements alone, not one of the enemy within his reach. The sight of him filled the men of the guards with terror for his safety. Scrambling for precedence, they made a dash for the ladders, but under the excessive load, they broke and hurled the climbers to the ground. The rest were helpless. No Indian ventured to approach Alexander as he stood on the fortress wall, but he was the target of every marksman in the neighboring towers. Men in the town shot at him too, and from no great distance either, as raised ground near the fortress wall brought them within closer range. That it was indeed Alexander who stood there was plain to all. His almost legendary courage, no less than his shining armor, proclaimed him. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. By staying where he was, he might well be killed with nothing accomplished. But if he leapt down into the fortress, he might by that very act spread consternation among the enemy, or at least, if it was his fate to die, death would come not without a struggle, and as the crown of an exploit which would live upon the lips of men. To think was to act. Without further hesitation, he made his leap. Once inside the fortress, he put his back to the wall and made ready to fight. A party of Indians came at him, and he cut them down. Their commander rushed forward all too rashly, and he too fell. First one, then a second, who tried to approach him, he stopped with a well-aimed stone. Others pressed within striking distance, and fell victims to his sword. After that, none ventured again to attack him hand to hand. Keeping their distance, they formed a half-circle round where he stood, and hurled at him whatever missiles they had or could find. By this time, Peucestus, Abraeus, and Leonatus, the only men who succeeded in scaling the wall before the ladders collapsed, had got inside the fortress, and were fighting in defense of their king. Abraeus was shot in the face and killed, and Alexander himself was hit, the arrow penetrating his corslet and entering his body above the breast. Ptolemy tells us that the blood from the wound was mixed with air, breathed out from the pierced lung. Despite the pain, he continued to defend himself so long as the blood was warm. But there was soon a violent hemorrhage, as was to be expected with a pierced lung, and overcome by giddiness and faintness, he fell forward over his shield. Peucestus stood astride of his body, holding up before him the sacred shield from Troy, and Leonatus took his stand on the other side, both men now being the target for the enemy missiles, while Alexander himself was almost unconscious from loss of blood. The Macedonian assault upon the fortress was by now thoroughly out of hand. The men had seen Alexander as he stood on the battlements, the mark of the enemy's missiles. They had seen him leap down on the other side. And now, afraid lest his rash act should be the end of him, and eager to bring help in time, they made a rush for the fortress wall. The ladders were smashed and useless, but on the spur of the moment they used whatever means they could to get up and over. Some drove stakes into the clay of the wall and dragged themselves slowly and laboriously up. Others struggled up by standing on their comrades' shoulders. Each man, as he got to the top, flung himself down on the further side into the fortress. There they saw the king on the ground, and a cry of grief and a shout of rage rose from every throat. Soon a fierce battle was raging, one man after another holding his shield over Alexander's prostrate body, until at last the troops outside had smashed the bolt of the gate in the curtain wall and were beginning to come in, a few at a time. Others then got their shoulders to the half-opened gate, forced it inwards, and so laid the fortress open. Now the slaughter began. Neither women nor children were spared. A party of men carried away the king on his shield. His condition was critical, and no one at this time thought he could live. Some writers have stated that the arrow which hit him was cut out by Critodemus, a doctor from the island of Kos, of the family of Asclepius. Others that Perdiccas, or the king's guard, cut it out with his sword at Alexander's request, no doctor being at hand in this emergency. There was a rush of blood as the arrow was drawn out, and Alexander fainted again, thus checking the hemorrhage. All sorts of other stories about this grave incident have been put on record, most of them false, and tradition has taken them over in their original form and still preserves them, and doubtless it will continue to pass them on to future generations unless a stop is put to it by the account I give in this book. In the first place, it is universally supposed that it was among the Oxydraci that Alexander received his almost fatal wound, but it was not. It was in the territory of the Malians, an independent Indian tribe. The town was a Malian town, and it was the Malians who shot Alexander. They had, to be sure, intended to join the Oxydraci and to continue hostilities in concert with them. But Alexander had been too quick for them. He had come upon them by the desert route before either they or the Oxydraci could do anything to help each other. Nor is this the only point in which popular tradition is at fault. For instance, it is generally said that the final battle with Darius, in which he fled for his life until he was caught and killed by Bessus, with Alexander pressing hard upon his heels, took place at Arbela, while the previous battle was fought at Issus, and the one before that, the first battle, with cavalry, on the Granicus. Now, it is true enough that there was a cavalry engagement on the Granicus, and that the next encounter with Darius took place at Issus. But the historians have stated that Arbela was, at the largest estimate, 75, and, at the smallest, rather more than 60 miles from the scene of the final battle between Darius and Alexander. Actually, both Ptolemy and Aristobulus declare that this battle was fought at Gaugamela, near the river Bumodus. Now, Gaugamela was only a large village, not a town. It was not a well-known place, and the name itself has a somewhat unpleasing sound, and I fancy that it was for these reasons that the town of Arbela was allowed to have the honor of being the scene of this great battle. How absurd! If we are expected to believe that the battle was fought at Arbela, miles and miles from its actual scene, we might as well pretend that the sea fight at Salamis took place at the Isthmus of Corinth, or that the engagement at Artemisium in Euboea took place at Aegina, or Sunium. Again, all writers agree that Peucestus was one of the men who held his shield over Alexander during those critical moments. But there is no agreement either about Leonatus or Abraeus. One story is that Alexander reeled and fell from a blow on the helmet with a club, but got to his feet again, and was then shot in the breast, the arrow piercing his corslet. But Ptolemy, son of Lagus, states that he was shot in the breast only. The most glaring error of all is, in my opinion, the statement of some writers about Alexander's campaigns to the effect that Ptolemy, son of Lagus, went up the ladder with Alexander, accompanied by Peucestus, and protected him with his shield when he lay wounded on the ground, thereby winning the title of Saviour, whereas Ptolemy himself has made it quite plain that he was not present at this action at all, but was at the time commanding his own division and other actions elsewhere. I think I must be allowed this digression. These events are of the highest importance, and what I have said should help future historians to record less carelessly the facts connected with them. For some time, Alexander was kept where he was, under medical treatment, and the first report to reach the base camp was that he had died of wounds. The bad news swiftly spread, and the whole army was in the deepest distress. Recovering from the first shock of grief, the men were plunged into helpless despair. Who would be their new commander, as both in Alexander's view and in their own, a number of officers had an equal reputation for ability? How could they get safely home, encircled as they were by many warlike tribes, some of which had not yet submitted, and seemed likely to fight hard for their freedom, while others seemed certain to revolt now that the dread of Alexander's name was a thing of the past? They were, or so they thought, hemmed in by impassable rivers, and every difficulty seemed hopelessly insoluble without Alexander to get them through. When at last the news came that he was alive, they could hardly believe it, and were unable at first to persuade themselves that he would really recover. Then he wrote them a letter, saying that he would soon be visiting them at headquarters. But such was their state of mind that they could not believe it was genuine, and most of them thought it had been forged by his officers and guards. Alexander's first thought on learning of this state of affairs was to prevent a breakdown of discipline among the men. So at the first possible moment he had himself carried to the Hydraotes, and proceeded to travel downstream. The troops were in camp at the junction of the Hydraotes and the Acacenes, where Hephaestion was in charge of the land forces, and Nearchus had the fleet, and when his vessel had nearly reached them, he ordered the awning over the stern to be taken down so that everyone might see him. Even then the troops were incredulous and supposed that what they saw on board was Alexander's body. At last, however, the vessel was brought in to the river bank. Alexander raised a hand in greeting to the men, and immediately there was a shout of joy, and arms were stretched towards him in welcome or lifted to heaven in thankfulness. So unexpected was the sense of relief that many, despite themselves, burst into tears. As he was being moved from the ship, a party of his guards brought him a stretcher, but he refused it, and called for his horse. He mounted, and at the sight of him, once more astride his horse, there was a storm of applause so loud that the river banks and the neighboring glens re-echoed with the noise. Near his tent he dismounted, and the men saw him walk. They crowded round him, touching his hands, his knees, his clothes. Some, content with the sight of him standing near, turned away with a blessing on their lips. Wreaths were flung upon him, and such flowers as were then in bloom. We are told by Nearchus that he was annoyed with some of his friends, who blamed him for exposing himself in advance of his men, and taking risks which no commander ought to take. And I fancy that his resentment was due to the fact that he was well aware that their criticism was justified. The truth is that he was fighting mad, and such was his passion for glory that he had not the strength of mind, when there was action afoot, to consider his own safety. The sheer pleasure of battle, as other pleasures are to other men, was irresistible. Nearchus goes on to say that a Boeotian soldier, an oldish man whose name he does not mention, aware of Alexander's resentment at his friend's criticism, and observing the glum expression on his face, came and said to him in his rustic dialect, "Action is a man's job, my lord," and then quoted a line of verse, something to the effect that he who acts bravely must expect his meed of suffering. The fellow's stock must expect his meed of suffering. The fellow's stock went up immediately, and from that time on he enjoyed Alexander's warm approval. Representatives of the remaining Malians now came to Alexander with the offer of surrender. A similar offer came at the same time from the Uxedraci, the deputation consisting of the governors of their various towns and districts, accompanied by 150 other dignitaries, all acting as plenipotentiaries to discuss a settlement, and bringing with them the most precious Indian gifts. They urged that their failure to treat with him earlier was a pardonable offense, as, like certain other tribes, though in a greater degree, they desired to be independent, and to keep the freedom which they had enjoyed from the time when Dionysus visited India, right up to the present day. However, as it was generally believed that Alexander, too, was of divine descent, they were willing, if that were his pleasure, to accept any governor he should appoint, pay any tribute he should please to demand, and give as many hostages as he should require. Alexander asked for 1,000 of their leading men, and said he would either keep them as hostages, or, if it proved more convenient, make them serve in his army until the end of his Indian campaign. The men were duly sent, all being chosen for their influence and importance, and with them, as an unsolicited gift, 500 war chariots with their drivers. Alexander then appointed Philip as governor of these people and of the surviving Malians. The hostages he returned, but retained the chariots. During Alexander's convalescence, many new river craft had been built, and now, when the matters just mentioned were satisfactorily settled, he ordered aboard 1,700 of the companion cavalry, the same number as before of the light infantry, and about 10,000 regular infantry, and set off down the Hydraotes. Actually, the voyage down the Hydraotes was a short one, for at its junction with the Acacenes it takes the name of the latter river. So it was down the Acacenes that he found himself sailing as far as its junction with the Indus. 4 great rivers, all navigable, pour their waters into the Indus, but some of them lose their original names before they get there. The Hydaspes joins the Ocasines, by which name, after the junction, the united streams are known. The Ocasines keeps its name after its meeting with the Hydraotes and also after receiving the tributary waters of the Hypasis, until its junction with the Indus, when it surrenders it. From that point on, I can well believe that the Indus, before it splits into its delta, is as much as 12 or 13 miles wide, and perhaps more in its lowest reaches, where it is more like a lake than a river. Alexander waited at the junction of the Ocasines and Indus until the arrival of Perdiccas's contingent. Perdiccas, on his way to rejoin, had subdued the Abastani, an independent people. About this time, too, the fleet was reinforced by the addition of some new galleys and cargo vessels built for Alexander in the territory of the Zathri, another independent tribe which had submitted to him, and envoys from the Osadians, also an independent people, presented themselves with an offer of surrender. He fixed the Ocasines and Indus, where they converged to their point of meeting, as the boundaries of Philip's province, and left under his command the whole Thracian contingent and such troops from the other units as seemed sufficient to garrison the country. He instructed Philip to found a settlement at the actual junction of the two rivers, in the hope that the place would grow and become a world-famous town. He also ordered the construction of dockyards there. During this period he was visited by Oxyates the Bactrian, father of his wife, Roxanne. He conferred upon him the governorship of the Parapamisadi in place of Teriaspes, the former governor, whom he removed from office on a report of mismanagement. Before moving on, he sent Craterus over to the left bank of the Indus with the elephants and most of the troops, as it appeared to be easier going for an army with heavy equipment on that side, and the neighboring tribes were not everywhere friendly. Then he set off downstream for the royal palace of Sogdia. There he built and fortified a new settlement, had dockyards constructed, and his damaged vessels repaired. He appointed Pytho to govern the country from the junction of the Indus and Ocasines to the sea, together with the whole coastal region of India. Having given Craterus orders once again to proceed by land, he then went on down the river to the kingdom of Musicanus, which according to report was the richest in India. Musicanus had not as yet presented himself with an offer of submission, nor had he sent representatives to establish relations. He had, indeed, ignored Alexander, neither sending him such tokens of courtesy as might befit a great king, nor making him any sort of request. Alexander's voyage down the Indus was so rapid that before Musicanus even knew that he had started, he was on the boundaries of his kingdom. This was something of a shock, and Musicanus, in consequence, hastened to present himself before Alexander with all his elephants and such gifts as are considered by Indians to be of the greatest value. He offered the submission of himself and his people, and acknowledged the error of his previous conduct. With Alexander, to acknowledge an error was always the best way to get what one wanted, and the case of Musicanus was no exception. Alexander freely pardoned him. He admired his country and his capital city, and permitted him to retain his sovereignty. Craterus received orders to fortify the inner stronghold of this city, and the work was done and the garrison established there while Alexander was still present, for the neighboring tribes needed watching, and this seemed a convenient base from which to control them. The governor of this district, a man named Oxyacanus, had not yet made any contact with Alexander, either in person or by sending a deputation with offers of surrender. Alexander accordingly undertook an expedition against him with a force consisting of the archers, the Agrianes, and the cavalry he had brought with him down the river. The two largest towns in Oxyacanus's province he took by assault without much trouble, and in one of them Oxyacanus himself was taken prisoner. All the plunder Alexander distributed among his men. The elephants he added to his own force. Other towns in this district surrendered at his approach, and there was no attempt at resistance. an indication of the extent to which the Indians had been cowed by the unbroken chain of Alexander's success. The next move was against Sambus, whom he had himself appointed governor of the Indian hill tribes. Sambus and Musicanus were at enmity, and a report had come in that Sambus had fled on learning that Alexander had treated Musicanus with leniency and allowed him to retain his kingdom. The gates of Sindamana, the capital of Sambus's territory, were opened at Alexander's approach. Sambus's relatives made an inventory of his treasure and came out to meet him with the elephants and pointed out to him that the reason why Sambus had abandoned his capital was not hostility to Alexander, but alarm at his clemency towards Musicanus. Alexander captured another town in the course of this expedition. It had thrown off its allegiance, and he executed the Brahmins, the Indian teachers of philosophy, who had been responsible for the revolt. The Brahman philosophy, such as it is, I will discuss in my book on India. News now came that Musicanus had revolted. The district governor, Pytho, son of Agenor, was dispatched to deal with him at the head of an adequate force, while Alexander proceeded against the various towns in his dominions. Some of these he destroyed, selling the people into slavery. Others he fortified and garrisoned. He then returned to his base, where the fleet was awaiting him. Musicanus, who had been taken prisoner by Pytho, was brought there, and Alexander had him hanged in his own country, together with the Brahmins who had instigated his rebellion. Alexander was also visited at the base by the ruler of Patala, the territory which, as I have already mentioned, consists of the delta of the Indus, larger in extent than the Nile delta in Egypt. He offered surrender of the whole territory, and put himself and all he possessed into Alexander's hands. Alexander sent him back to his country with instructions to make all necessary preparations for receiving the army, and then ordered Craterus to proceed to Carmania by way of Arachosia and Zarangia, with the battalions of Attalus, Meleager, and Antigones, some of the archers, and the members of the companion cavalry and other Macedonian units whom he was already sending home as unfit for further service. Craterus was also given charge of the elephants, and Hephaestion was put in command of all the remaining units except those which were sailing with Alexander down the Indus to the sea. Pytho, with the mounted javelin men, and the Agrianes, was ordered across the river, the opposite side to Hephaestion, with further instructions to settle the towns which had already been fortified, and to deal with any trouble which might occur in the neighborhood before joining Alexander at Patala. On the third day of Alexander's passage downstream, news was brought that the Indian chief in charge of Patala had made off with nearly all his people, leaving his territory empty and undefended. Alexander, in consequence, redoubled his speed and found, on reaching Patala, that the town was indeed deserted, and that not a laborer was left working on the land. He at once sent his most mobile units in pursuit of the fugitives, caught a few of them, and sent them off to tell their friends to come back to their homes without fear, as they were at liberty to live in their town and cultivate their lands as before. Most of them took Alexander at his word and returned. Hephaestion was then ordered to construct a fortress in the town, and parties of men were sent out to dig wells where there was a shortage of water, and to make the surrounding country fit to live in. While the men were at work, they were set upon by natives. The attack was unexpected, and a few were killed, but the natives suffered heavy losses and made their escape into the wilds. The working party was then able to finish its task with the assistance of fresh troops, which Alexander sent out to lend a hand as soon as he heard of the attack. At Patala, the Indus divides into two mighty streams, both of which retain the name of Indus, till they reach the sea. At the point of division, Alexander began the construction of a harbor and dockyards, and as soon as the work was well underway, he decided to sail down the right-hand, or westerly stream, as far as its mouth. Leonatus, with 1,000 mounted troops and about 8,000 light and heavy infantry, was ordered to move on to the delta, or island, of Patala, ready to follow by land the progress of the flotilla down the river, and the voyage began. Alexander had selected for the purpose his fastest vessels, all the 30 oars, the 1.5 bankers, and some of the light galleys. But, as the natives of these parts had all made off, he was unable to procure a pilot, and this resulted in serious difficulties. The day after he started, it blew very hard, and the wind, being against the tide, raised a steep, hollow sea, which gave the vessels a thorough shaking. Most of them were badly strained, and some of the 30 oars had their timbers started. However, they managed to run them ashore before they actually fell to pieces. Other ships, therefore, were built. A party of light infantry was then sent out to bring in some prisoners from the country adjacent to the river, and for the remainder of the passage these men acted as pilots. But their troubles were not over, for near the mouth of the river, where it attains its greatest breadth of some 25 miles, they encountered a hard wind blowing in from the open sea, and the water was so rough that it was hardly possible to lift the oars clear of the crests, and they were compelled to run for shelter into a small creek under their pilot's direction. Lying in the creek, they were caught by the ebb tide and left high and dry. The tide is, of course, a regular feature of the ocean, but the ebb came as a surprise to Alexander's men, who had had no previous experience of it, and it was an even greater surprise when, in due time, the water returned on the flood and the vessels were refloated. Some of them had settled on soft mud. These were floated again without sustaining any damage, and were able to continue their voyage. But others, which had been caught on a rocky bottom and were not evenly supported when the tide left them, did not fare so well. As the flood came in with a rush, they either fell foul of one another or bumped themselves to pieces on the hard bottom. Alexander effected such repairs as circumstances permitted, and sent 2 light pinnaces downstream with a party of men to take a look at the island, called Kiluta, where his native pilot said he would find an anchorage on his passage to the sea. The men reported that there was, indeed, good shelter, and that the island itself was large and well supplied with fresh water. The rest of the flotilla, accordingly, brought up there, while Alexander himself went on beyond it with some of his fastest vessels, to get a view of the river mouth, and to find out if there was a practicable passage into the open sea. They went on some 25 miles below Kiluta, and then observed, out at sea, another island, whereupon they put back to Kiluta. And Alexander, bringing his vessel to under a headland, offered sacrifice to those gods which he liked to say Ammon had instructed him to honor. On the following day he sailed down to the second island, beyond the mouth of the river, brought up there, and once more offered sacrifice, this time to other gods, and with a different ritual, though still, by his own account, in accordance with the oracular utterance of Ammon. Then, leaving the estuaries of the Indus behind him, he set sail for the open ocean, with the professed object of finding out if there was any other land nearby, though I dare say his chief object was the mere achievement of having sailed in the great sea beyond India. There on the ocean he slaughtered bulls as a sacrifice to Poseidon, and flung their bodies overboard, and poured a libation from a golden cup, and flung the cup too, and golden bowls into the water for a thank-offering, and prayed that Poseidon might grant safe conduct to the fleet which he proposed to send under Nearchus's command to the Persian Gulf and the mouths of the Tigris and Euphrates. This done, he returned to Patala, where he found the construction of the fortress complete, and Pytho already arrived with his mission successfully accomplished. Hephaestion was ordered to make all necessary preparations for fortifying the harbour and for the instalment of docks, as it was Alexander's intention to leave a considerable fleet stationed at Patala, at the junction of the 2 estuaries of the Indus. He now undertook a second voyage to the ocean, this time by the other branch of the Indus, for the purpose of informing himself which of the two offered the easier passage. The mouths of the Indus are about 225 miles apart. On the way down, he came to a great lake. It is really a part of the estuary, and its vast extent is due to the spreading waters of the river, assisted, possibly, by other tributary streams flowing in on this side or on that, so that it resembles, in effect, a gulf of the sea. Moreover, deep-sea fish were to be seen in it, larger than those we find in our own waters at home. Alexander came to an anchor at a spot in the lake which his pilots recommended. Then, leaving behind all the light pinnaces and most of his men in charge of Leonatus, he proceeded with the 30 oars and 1½ bankers down to the mouth of the river, and so, once again, out into the open sea. The passage by this branch proved the easier of the two. Bringing up close offshore, he landed and went 3 days' march with a party of mounted troops along the coast, making observations of the nature of the country along which the coasting voyage would have to be made, and arranging for wells to be dug to provide the fleet with water. Then he returned to his ships, and having sailed up to Patala, sent off a strong working party to the coast with orders to rejoin him when the task was complete. This done, he once again went down river to the lake, where he had another harbour and more docks constructed. Finally, leaving a garrison there, he laid in 4 months' supplies for the troops, and made all other necessary preparations for the coastal voyage. At the moment, however, it was the wrong time of year for a sea voyage. The monsoon was blowing, and unlike our own seasonal winds, the monsoon is not a northerly wind, but blows in off the ocean from the south. But according to the information Alexander received, conditions were suitable for sailing from the setting of the Pleiades at the beginning of winter to the winter solstice, as throughout that period the heavy inland rains give rise to constant, light offshore winds, convenient for a coastal voyage under either sails or oars. While Nearchus, admiral of the fleet, was waiting at Patala for weather, Alexander moved on with his whole force to the river Arabius, and then turned towards the coast and proceeded along it in a westerly direction, taking with him half the total number of guards and archers, the battalions of foot guards, the picked squadron of the companions, a squadron from each of the other cavalry regiments, and all the mounted archers. His object was, first, to have wells dug in order to ensure a good supply of water for Nearchus's men during their coastal passage, and, secondly, to make a surprise attack on the Oraiti, a local Indian tribe which had long been independent and had hitherto made no gesture of friendship towards Alexander and his army. Hephaestion had command of the troops left behind at Patala. The Arabitai, another independent tribe near the Arabius, thought they were no match for Alexander. They did not, however, surrender when they learned of his approach, but made off into the wilds. Alexander accordingly crossed the river, which was hardly more than a shallow stream, crossed in the course of the night the greater part of the uninhabited country, and by dawn found himself close to the occupied regions again. Then, instructing his infantry to follow in marching order, he entered the Oraitan territory with his mounted troops, dividing them into squadrons to enable them to cover as much ground as possible. All the natives who attempted resistance were killed. Many were taken prisoner. He then made a temporary halt near a small stream, and as soon as he was rejoined by Hephaestion, continued his advance as far as the village called Rambakia, the largest settlement in the Oraitan territory. The sight of this place impressed him favorably, and feeling that if a town were built there, it might well become great and prosperous, he left Hephaestion on the spot to put the work in hand. His next objective was the frontiers of the Oraiti and Gedrosians, and thither he now proceeded with a force consisting of 1/2 of the guards and Agrianes, his crack cavalry regiment, and the mounted archers. A report had come in that the approach was by a narrow pass, and that the combined forces of these two peoples had taken up a position in front of it with the purpose of stopping Alexander from getting through. This was, in fact, true, but as soon as they knew of his approach, most of them abandoned their post and left the pass undefended, while the chiefs of the Oraiti came to Alexander with an offer of surrender for themselves and their people. Alexander ordered them to round up the scattered members of their tribe and send them back to their homes, adding an assurance that they should come to no harm. As governor there, he appointed Apollophanes, and left Leonatus, officer of the guard, in the territory of the Orians, to support him. He put under Leonatus's command all the Agrianes, certain units of archers and cavalry, and a number of Greek mercenary troops, both horse and foot, and added instructions that he was to wait for the arrival of the fleet off the coast in those parts, to attend to the new settlement, and help to introduce such order and discipline among the Oraiti as might induce them to be more obedient to their governor. Then, when Hephaestion had rejoined him with the troops left behind at Rhambacia, he moved forward with the greater part of his army towards Gedrosia, mostly through desolate and uninhabited country. In this wild region, Aristobulus records, myrrh grows in great abundance, the trees being larger than the common species. The Phoenicians, who accompanied the expedition for what they could make out of it, used to collect the gum and load their pack animals with it. It was indeed extremely plentiful, for it had never been collected before, and the trunks which exuded it were of such uncommon size. The country also produces nard, both abundant and sweet-smelling, and this too was gathered by the Phoenicians. This grew in such profusion that much of it was trampled underfoot by the marching men, and the crushed plants spread a delicious fragrance for miles around. Other trees grow there too. One with a leaf like laurel is found growing below high water mark on the seashore. This tree is left high and dry by the ebb tide, and on the succeeding flood looks as if it were growing in the sea. Some of them, growing in hollows which do not dry at low tide, are never out of the water, but even so take no harm from the constant immersion of their roots. Some trees are as much as 45 feet in height, and were in blossom when Alexander saw them. The flower is rather like the white violet, but much more fragrant. The region also produces a sort of thistle with great strong spikes. Sometimes, as the men rode by, the spikes would catch their clothes, and so tough were they that, rather than break off, they pulled the rider from his horse. It is said that passing hares get these thorns entangled in their fur, and indeed they used to be caught in this way, as birds are with lime or fish with hooks. The stem of this plant could be easily cut through, and when it was, it exuded juice more in quantity and more pungent than that of early figs. From there, Alexander marched through Gedrosian territory. The route was a difficult one, and no supplies were to be had. Worst of all, in many places there was not even water for the men. They were forced to cover great distances at night, going some way inland in spite of the fact that Alexander was anxious to work along the coast in order to see what possible anchorages there were, and, so far as he could in the brief time at his disposal, to assist the fleet by digging wells, and doing what could be done to provide markets and shelter for the ships. There was nothing of any kind to be had in the whole southern strip of Gedrosia, so he sent Thoas, son of Mandradoras, down to the sea with a party of mounted troops to find out if there was any sort of shelter for ships thereabouts, or any fresh water near the coast, or anything else which might be of use to the fleet. Thoas brought back a report that he had found a few fishermen on the beach, living in stifling huts built of shells and roofed with the backbones of fish. They made do with very little fresh water, getting what they could by scraping away the shingle, and even this little was brackish. At last Alexander reached a part of Gedrosia where provisions were more or less plentiful. He had what he was able to obtain distributed among the baggage trains, put his personal seal upon it, and gave orders that it should be taken down to the coast. But during the stage of his march which brought him nearest to the sea, the men, including the guards, in spite of the fact that the provisions were officially sealed, took them for their own purposes, and shared them out among those of their fellows who were suffering most acutely from hunger. So great was their distress that the future prospect of Alexander's anger and the chance of punishment was, not unreasonably, of less concern to them than the opportunity of averting the death which stared them in the face. As it happened, Alexander pardoned them when he realized the severity of the need which induced them to disobey his orders. To provision the troops who would be sailing with the fleet, Alexander, by scouring the country, got together what he could, and sent Cretheus of Calatis to see to its safe delivery. The natives, too, were ordered to bring to the coast from the inland districts as much ground grain as they could, together with a supply of dates and sheep for the army to purchase. Telephus, one of the companions, was sent to another place with a small supply of flour. The next objective was the town of Gedrusia, situated in a district named Pura. The march thither from Oria occupied in all 60 days. Most historians of Alexander's campaigns have stated that the sufferings of his men on that march were out of all proportion greater than anything they had had to endure in Asia. Alexander did not choose that route because he was unaware of the difficulties it would involve. Nearchus is our one authority for this. He chose it because, apart from Semiramis on her retreat from India, no one, to his knowledge, had ever before succeeded in bringing an army safely through. Even Semiramis, according to local tradition, got through with no more than 20 survivors, and Cyrus, son of Cambyses, with only 7. For it is a fact that Cyrus came here with the intention of invading India, but found the going so bad, and the country so wild and barren, that he lost nearly all his men before he could do so. Alexander heard these old stories. They inspired him to go one better than Cyrus and Semiramis, and that was the reason, combined with the hope of being able to keep contact with the fleet and procure supplies for it, why, according to Nearchus, he marched by that route. The result was disastrous. The blazing heat and the lack of water caused innumerable casualties, especially among the animals, most of which died of thirst or from the effects of the deep, burning, sun-baked sand. Sometimes they met with lofty hills of sand, loose, deep sand, into which they sank as if it were mud or untrodden snow. Sometimes, climbing or descending, the mules and horses suffered even greater distress from the uneven and treacherous surface of the track. Not the least hardship was the varying length of the marches, as the fact that they never knew when they would find water made regular, normal marches impossible. It was not so bad when they found water in the morning after covering the requisite distance during the night, but when there was still further to go, and they found themselves plodding on and on as the day advanced, the double distress of heat and raging thirst was almost intolerable. Casualties among the animals were very numerous. Indeed, most of them perished. Often they were killed deliberately by the men who used to put their heads together and agree to butcher the mules and horses whenever supplies gave out, and then eat their flesh and pretend they had died of thirst or exhaustion. As every man was involved and the general distress was so great, there was no one to bring actual evidence of this crime, though Alexander himself was not unaware of what was going on. He realized, however, that the only way to deal with the situation was to feign ignorance, which would be better than to let the men feel that he connived at their breach of discipline. It was, moreover, no easy task when men were sick or fell exhausted in their tracks to get them along with the rest, for there were no transport animals left, and even the wagons were being continually broken up, as it became more and more impossible to drag them through the deep sand. In the early stages of the march, they had often been prevented, for this reason, from taking the shortest route, and compelled to seek a longer one, which was more practicable for the teams. So there was nothing for it but to leave the sick by the way, and any man rendered incapable by exhaustion or thirst or sunstroke. No one could give them a helping hand. No one could stay behind to ease their sufferings, for the essential thing was to get on with all possible speed, and the effort to save the army as a whole inevitably took precedence over the suffering of individual men. Most of the marching was at night, and many men would fall asleep in their tracks. The few who had strength left to do so followed the army when they woke up again, and got safe through. But the greater number perished, poor castaways in the oceans of sand. There was yet another disaster, perhaps the worst for all concerned, men, horses, and mules. In Gadrosia, as in India, it rains heavily during the monsoon. The rain falls not on the plains, but on the mountains, the summits of which arrest the clouds carried thither by the wind, and cause them to condense in rain. It so happened that the army bivouacked by a small stream, for the sake of the water it afforded, and about the second watch of the night it was suddenly swollen by rain. The actual rain was falling far away, out of sight, but the stream nevertheless grew into such a torrent that it drowned most of the camp followers, women and children, and swept away the royal tent with everything it contained, and all the surviving animals, while the troops themselves barely managed to escape, saving nothing but their weapons, and not even all of those. Another trouble was that when plenty of water happened to be found after a hot and thirsty march, most of the men drank so immoderately that the result was fatal to them. And for this reason Alexander usually made his halts a couple of miles or so from water, to stop his men from flinging themselves indiscriminately upon it to their own destruction and that of their beasts, and to prevent those who had least self-control from plunging right into the spring or stream, or whatever it was, and so spoiling the water for the others. At this point in my story, I must not leave unrecorded one of the finest things Alexander ever did. Where it actually took place is uncertain. Perhaps here, perhaps, as some historians have declared, in the country of the Parapamisadi, some time previously. The army was crossing a desert of sand. The sun was already blazing down upon them, but they were struggling on under the necessity of reaching water, which was still far away. Alexander, like everyone else, was tormented by thirst, but he was nonetheless marching on foot at the head of his men. It was all he could do to keep going, but he did so, and the result, as always, was that the men were the better able to endure their misery when they saw that it was equally shared. As they toiled on, a party of light infantry, which had gone off looking for water, found some. Just a wretched little trickle collected in a shallow gully. They scooped up with difficulty what they could, and hurried back, with their priceless treasure, to Alexander. Then, just before they reached him, they tipped the water into a helmet and gave it to him. Alexander, with a word of thanks for the gift, took the helmet, and, in full view of his troops, poured the water on the ground. So extraordinary was the effect of this action, that the water wasted by Alexander was as good as a drink for every man in the army. I cannot praise this act too highly. It was a proof, if anything was, not only of his power of endurance, but also of his genius for leadership. To add to their difficulties, the time came when the guides admitted that they no longer knew the way. All the marks, they declared, had been obliterated by the blown and drifting sand. There was nothing in the vast and featureless desert to determine what course they should take. No trees, as elsewhere, by the roadside. No hills of solid earth rising from the sand. Moreover, the guides had never practiced the art of finding their direction by the stars at night and by the sun in the daytime, as sailors do, the Phoenicians setting their course by the Little Bear, the rest of us by the Great Bear. Alexander, accordingly, took the matter into his own hands. Feeling that the route should be more towards the left, he rode ahead with a small party of mounted men. The horses soon began to succumb to the heat, so he left most of his party behind and rode off with only 5 men. At last they found the sea, and scraping away the shingle on the beach, came upon fresh, clear water. The whole army soon followed, and for 7 days marched along the coast, getting its water from the beach. Finally, the guides once more recognized their whereabouts, and a course was set for the interior again. At the capital city of Gedrosia, the troops were given a rest. Alexander, finding that Apollophones, the governor, had failed to carry out any of his instructions, dismissed him, and appointed Thoas in his place. Thoas subsequently died and was succeeded by Sybaricius, who had recently been made governor of Carmania, where, on being given control of both Arachosia and Gedrosia, he was succeeded by Telepolemus, son of Pithophanes. Alexander was already on his way to Carmania when a report reached him of the death of Philip, governor of India. The mercenaries had hatched a plot to assassinate him, and his Macedonian guards had executed the assassins, some caught red-handed, others after subsequent arrest. Alexander accordingly sent written orders to Eudemus and Taxiles in India to take charge of the territory formerly administered by Philip until he sent out a new governor. After his arrival in Carmania, he was rejoined by Craterus, with the troops under his command, and the elephants. Craterus also brought Ordanes with him, under arrest for disaffection and troublemaking. A number of other officers and officials here presented themselves. Stasinor, governor of Aria and Zorangia. Parasmanes, son of Phrataphernes, governor of Parthia and Hyrcania, and the officers left with Parmenio in command of the troops in Media, Cleander, Sitalces, and Heracon, with most of their men. Both the natives and the army had brought a number of charges against Sitalces and Cleander, alleging that they had plundered temples, disturbed ancient tombs, and committed other crimes of a violent and tyrannical nature against the people of the province. Immediately he received the report, Alexander had both officers executed, as an example to other government officials of whatever rank, who would thenceforth realize that if they were guilty of similar irregularities, they would suffer the same punishment. If there was one thing more than another which conduced to orderliness and obedience among the numerous and widely separated peoples which found themselves, either by conquest or alliance, under Alexander's sway, it was this, that under his empire no sort of oppression by local government officials was ever permitted. The other officer, Heracon, was cleared for the time being. But soon afterwards, some people at Susa had him convicted of robbing the temple there, and he too was executed. Stasinor and Phrataphernes, on learning that Alexander was marching to Gedrosia, correctly foresaw the difficulties he would encounter in the desert, and had brought with them, in consequence, a number of draught animals, including camels. Their arrival was certainly fortunate, and the camels and mules were a most timely addition. In due proportion to their number, Alexander distributed them among his forces, among the officers individually, and so many to each squadron, company, and platoon. Certain writers have told the improbable story that Alexander made a progress through Carmania in a sort of double-sized chariot, specially constructed, in which he reclined with his intimate friends, listening to the music of flutes, while the troops accompanied him, making merry as on holiday, and with garlands on their heads, and that the people of the country, all along the route of the procession, had provided food and every imaginable luxury for their delectation. All this is supposed to have been Alexander's notion of imitating the Dionysiac revels, or triumphal marches, in accordance with the legend that Dionysus, after his conquest of India, traversed the greater part of Asia with this sort of pomp and ceremony. Theriambus, or triumph, was one of the titles of Dionysus, and the same word, theriambi, triumphs, was used to describe his ceremonial procession after victories in war. There is no mention of this either in Ptolemy, son of Lagus, or in Aristobulus, or indeed in any other writer whom one might consider to give reliable evidence in such matters. In any case, there is the story. I do not believe it, and that is all I propose to say. I do, however, put on record, on Aristobulus's authority, that while he was in Carmania, Alexander offered sacrifice in gratitude to heaven for his conquest of India and the escape of his army from the desert of Gedrosia, and that he held a festival with public competitions in athletics and the arts. He promoted Peucestus to be a member of his personal guard. He had already decided to make him governor of Persia, but in view of the special service he had rendered in the battle with the Malians, he wanted him to enjoy this mark of honor and confidence before taking over his governorship. Up to that time, Alexander's personal guards were 7 in number: Leonatus, son of Antaeus, Hephaestion, son of Amyntor, Lysimachus, son of Agathocles, Aristonus, son of Paisius, all 4 from Pella, Perdiccas, son of Orontes, from Orestis, Ptolemy, son of Lagus, and Pytho, son of Cratylus, from Iordaia. Now there was an 8th, Peucestus, the man who held his shield over Alexander's prostrate body. Meanwhile, Nearchus had completed his voyage along the coasts of the Orians, Gedrosians, and Ichthyophagi, and arrived at the inhabited parts of the Carmanian seaboard. From there he made his way inland with a few companions, and gave Alexander his report of the ocean voyage. Alexander sent him back to the fleet with orders to continue his voyage as far as Susia, and the mouths of the Tigris. I propose to give a detailed account of his voyage from the Indus to the mouth of the Tigris in the Persian Gulf in a separate volume, basing it on Nearchus's own story. This book, like the present one, will be a Greek history written in Alexander's honor. It will be a work for some future date, when I am in a proper mood, and the spirit moves me to embark upon it. Alexander now ordered Hephaestion to proceed to Persia with the elephants, the baggage train, and the greater part of the army. His instructions were to take the coastal route, because it was now winter, and he would find in the coastal regions of Persia both warm weather and an abundance of supplies. At the same time, he moved forward himself with the most mobile infantry units, the companion cavalry, and some regiments of archers along the road to Pasargadi. Stasanor he sent home. Arrived at the Persian frontier, he found that Pressaortes, the governor, had died while the Indian campaign was still going on. The reins of government were in the hands of Oxenes, who had not indeed been regularly appointed, but considered himself, in the absence of any other governor, a proper person to serve Alexander by keeping Persian affairs running smoothly. At Pasargadi, Alexander was visited by Atripates, governor of Media. He brought with him a Mede named Baryaxes, whom he had arrested for wearing his cap upright in the royal fashion and proclaiming himself king of the Medes and Persians. With him, also under arrest, were his associates in the attempted coup. They were all executed. Aristobulus relates that Alexander found the tomb of Cyrus, son of Cambyses, broken into and robbed, and that this act of profanation caused him much distress. The tomb was in the royal park at Pasargadi. A grove of various sorts of trees had been planted round it. There were streams of running water and a meadow with lush grass. The base of the monument was rectangular, built of stone slabs cut square, and on top was a roofed chamber, also built of stone, with access through a door so narrow that only one man at a time, and a little one at that, could manage with great difficulty, painfully, to squeeze himself through. Inside the chamber there was a golden coffin containing Cyrus's body, and a great divan with feet of hammered gold, spread with covers of some thick, brightly colored material, with a Babylonian rug on top. Tunics and kandies, or Median jackets of Babylonian workmanship, were laid out on the divan, and, Aristobulus says, Median trousers, various robes dyed in amethyst, purple, and many other colors, necklaces, scimitars, and inlaid earrings of gold and precious stones. A table stood by it, and in the middle of it lay the coffin which held Cyrus's body. Within the enclosure, by the way which led up to the tomb, a small building had been constructed for the Magi, who guarded it, a duty which had been handed down from father to son ever since the time of Cyrus's son Cambyses. They had a grant from the king of a sheep a day, with an allowance of meal and wine, and 1 horse a month to sacrifice to Cyrus. There was an inscription on the tomb in Persian, signifying, "O man, I am Cyrus, son of Cambyses, who founded the empire of Persia and ruled over Asia. Do not grudge me my monument." Alexander had always intended, after his conquest of Persia, to visit the tomb of Cyrus, and now, when he did so, he found that all it contained, except the divan and the coffin, had been removed. Even the royal remains had not escaped desecration, for the thieves had taken the lid from the coffin and thrown out the body. From the coffin itself they had chipped or broken various bits in an attempt to reduce its weight sufficiently to enable them to get it away. However, they were unsuccessful, and went off without it. Aristobulus tells us that he himself received orders from Alexander to put the monument into a state of thorough repair. He was to restore to the coffin what was still preserved of the body, and replace the lid, to put right all damage to the coffin itself, fit the divan with new strapping, and to replace with exact replicas of the originals every single object with which it had previously been adorned. And finally, to do away with the door into the chamber by building it in with stone, covered by a coat of plaster, on which was to be set the royal seal. Alexander had the Magi who guarded the monument arrested and put to the torture, hoping to extort from them the names of the culprits. But even under torture they were silent, neither confessing their own guilt, nor accusing anybody else. So, as they could not be convicted of any sort of complicity in the crime, Alexander released them. He then went to the palace of the Persian kings, which on a previous occasion he had set on fire, as I have already related. I remarked, when I mentioned this act, that I could not commend it, and Alexander himself regretted it when he saw the place for the second time. As for Oxenes, who took charge of Persian affairs after Phraseortes' death, a number of damaging stories were told about him by the Persians, and he was convicted of robbing temples and royal tombs, and of illegally putting many Persians to death. He was, accordingly, hanged by Alexander's agents. Peucestus, of Alexander's personal guard, was appointed governor, in recognition of his exceptional loyalty on all occasions, and especially on the occasion of his heroic act during the fight with the Malians, when, at the risk of his own life, he helped to save Alexander. Apart from this, he was also a suitable person for the post, as he liked Oriental ways. He showed this clearly enough as soon as he was appointed, being the only Macedonian to adopt the Median dress. He also learned the Persian language, and in all other ways took to living as the Persians lived. Alexander thoroughly approved of this conduct, and the Persians themselves were gratified to find that he preferred their manner of life to that of his own country. Book 7. On reaching Pasargadi and Persepolis, Alexander had a sudden impulse to sail down the Euphrates and Tigris into the Persian Gulf. He had already seen something of the mouths of the Indus and of the waters beyond them, and now he wished to do the same with the Tigris and Euphrates. We find in some writers the statement that he intended to sail right round Arabia, Ethiopia, and Libya, pressing forward past the nomads, beyond Mount Atlas to Gadara, and so into the Mediterranean. Thus, had he added Libya and Carthage to his conquests, he could with full justification have claimed the title of King of all Asia, unlike the Median and Persian kings, who, ruling as they did only a fraction of that continent, could not properly call themselves great kings at all. Some authorities say that he proposed subsequently to sail into the Black Sea and on to Scythian territory by the Sea of Azov. Others that he meant to make for Sicily and southern Italy to check the Romans, whose reputation, being greatly on the increase, was already causing him concern. Personally, I have no data from which to infer precisely what Alexander had in mind, and I do not care to make guesses. One thing, however, I feel I can say without fear of contradiction, and that is that his plans, whatever they were, had no lack of grandeur or ambition. He would never have remained idle in the enjoyment of any of his conquests, even had he extended his empire from Asia to Europe and from Europe to the British Isles. On the contrary, he would have continued to seek beyond them for unknown lands, as it was ever his nature, if he had no rival, to strive to better his own best. I have always liked the story of the Indian sages, some of whom Alexander chanced to come upon out of doors in a meadow where they used to meet to discuss philosophy. On the appearance of Alexander and his army, these venerable men stamped with their feet and gave no other sign of interest. Alexander asked them, through interpreters, what they meant by this odd behavior, and they replied, "King Alexander, every man can possess only so much of the earth's surface as this we are standing on. You are but human, like the rest of us, save that you are always busy and up to no good, traveling so many miles from your home, a nuisance to yourself and to others. Ah, well, you will soon be dead, and then you will own just as much of this earth as will suffice to bury you." Alexander expressed his approval of these sage words, but in point of fact his conduct was always the exact opposite of what he then professed to admire. On another occasion he is said to have expressed surprise at a remark made by Diogenes of Sinope. He was marching somewhere in the isthmus with a contingent of guards and infantry companions, and chancing to see Diogenes lying in the sun, he stopped and asked him if there was anything he wanted. "Nothing," replied the philosopher, "though I should be grateful if you and your friends would move to one side and not keep the sun off me." One must admit, then, that Alexander was not wholly a stranger to the loftier flights of philosophy. But the fact remains that he was, to an extraordinary degree, the slave of ambition. In Taxila, once, he met some members of the Indian sect of wise men, whose practice it is to go naked, and he so much admired their powers of endurance that the fancy took him to have one of them in his personal train. The oldest man among them, whose name was Dandamis, the others were his pupils, refused either to join Alexander himself, or to permit any of his pupils to do so. "If you, my lord," he is said to have replied, "are the Son of God, why, so am I. I want nothing from you, for what I have suffices. I perceive, moreover, that the men you lead get no good from their worldwide wandering over land and sea, and that of their many journeyings there is no end. I desire nothing that you can give me. I fear no exclusion from any blessings which may perhaps be yours. India, with the fruits of her soil in due season, is enough for me while I live, and when I die, I shall be rid of my poor body, my unseemly housemate." These words convinced Alexander that Dundamis was, in a true sense, a free man, so he made no attempt to compel him. On the other hand, another of these Indian teachers, a man named Calanus, did yield to Alexander's persuasion. This man, according to Megasthenes' account, was declared by his fellow teachers to be a slave to fleshly lusts, an accusation due no doubt to the fact that he chose to renounce the bliss of their own asceticism, and to serve another master instead of God. I have mentioned this because no history of Alexander would be complete without the story of Calanus. In India, Calanus had never been ill, but when he was living in Persia, all strength ultimately left his body. In spite of his enfeebled state, he refused to submit to an invalid regimen, and told Alexander that he was content to die as he was, which would be preferable to enduring the misery of being forced to alter his way of life. Alexander, at some length, tried to talk him out of his obstinacy, but to no purpose. Then, convinced that if he were any further opposed, he would find one means or another of making away with himself, he yielded to his request, and gave instructions for the building of a funeral pyre under the supervision of Ptolemy, son of Lagus, of the personal guard. Some say Calanus was escorted to the pyre by a solemn procession, horses, men, soldiers in armor, and people carrying all kinds of precious oils and spices to throw upon the flames. Other accounts mention drinking cups of silver and gold and kingly robes. He was too ill to walk, and a horse was provided for him, but he was incapable of mounting it, and had to be carried on a litter, upon which he lay with his head wreathed with garlands in the Indian fashion, and singing Indian songs, which his countrymen declare were hymns of praise to their gods. The horse he was to have ridden was of the royal breed of Nicaea, and before he mounted the pyre, he gave it to Lysimachus, one of his pupils in philosophy, and distributed among other pupils and friends the drinking cups and draperies, which Alexander had ordered to be burnt in his honor upon the pyre. At last he mounted the pyre, and with due ceremony laid himself down. All the troops were watching. Alexander could not but feel that there was a sort of indelicacy in witnessing such a spectacle. The man, after all, had been his friend. Everyone else, however, felt nothing but astonishment to see Calanus give not the smallest sign of shrinking from the flames. We read in Nearchus's account of this incident that at the moment the fire was kindled, there was, by Alexander's orders, an impressive salute. The bugles sounded. The troops, with one accord, roared out their battle cry, and the elephants joined in with their shrill war trumpetings. This story, and others to a similar effect, have been recorded by good authorities. They are not without value to anyone who cares for evidence of the unconquerable resolution of the human spirit in carrying a chosen course of action through to the end. About this time, Alexander sent out Atropates to his province. He had himself gone on to Susa, where he had Abuletes arrested and put to death for abusing his office as governor. Abuletes' son, Ozathres, shared the same fate. In the various countries subdued by Alexander, there had been a great many irregularities on the part of government officials, acts of violence against individuals, and robbing of temples and tombs. The reason is not far to seek, for Alexander had been away for a very long time in India, and nobody really felt he was ever likely to return from the innumerable hostile nations of the East, not to mention the elephants, but would find a grave somewhere beyond the Indus, Hydaspes, Achersines, and Hyphasis. Again, the disasters in the Gadrosian desert were a further encouragement to the governors of these more westerly parts to shrug off the idea of his ever getting safely home. Nonetheless, it must be admitted that, by all accounts, Alexander at this period had become readier to accept as wholly reliable the charges which were made to him against officials, and to inflict severe punishment even for minor offences, in the belief that the sort of attitude which allowed an official to commit some petty irregularity might also lead him to serious crime. Here at Susa he held wedding ceremonies for his companions. He also took a wife himself, Barsine, Darius's eldest daughter, and, according to Aristobulus, another as well, namely Paracetis, the youngest daughter of Ocus. He had already married Roxine, daughter of Oxyates of Bactria. To Hephaestion he gave Drypetis, another of Darius's daughters, and sister of his own wife Barsine, as he wanted to be uncle to Hephaestion's children. To Craterus he gave Amostrine, daughter of Darius's brother Oxyarchus, and to Perdiccas, a daughter of Atropates, governor of Media. The bride of Ptolemy, of the god, was Autocama, daughter of Artabasis, and Eumenes, the king's secretary, had her sister Autonis. Nearchus was given the daughters of Barsine and Mentor, Seleucus the daughter of Spitamenes of Bactria. Similarly, the other officers, to the number of 80 all told, were given as brides young women of the noblest Persian and Median blood. The marriage ceremonies were in the Persian fashion. Chairs were set for the bridegrooms in the order of precedence, and when healths had been drunk, the brides entered and sat down by their bridegrooms, who took them by the hand and kissed them. The king, who was married just as the others were, and in the same place, was the first to perform the ceremony. Alexander was always capable of putting himself on a footing of equality and comradeship with his subordinates, and everyone felt that this act of his was the best proof of his ability to do so. After the ceremony, all the men took their wives home, and for every one of them Alexander provided a dowry. There proved to be over 10,000 other Macedonians who had married Asian women. Alexander had them all registered, and every man of them received a wedding gift. This also seemed a fitting occasion to clear off the men's debts, and Alexander ordered a detailed schedule to be prepared, with a promise of settlement. At first only a few entered their names, suspecting that the order might be a scheme of Alexander's for detecting the spendthrifts who had failed to make do with their army pay. Alexander was annoyed when he learned that most of the men were refusing to enter their names and concealing their possession of covenants to pay, and told them in no uncertain terms what he thought of their suspicions. The king, he declared, is in duty bound to speak nothing but the truth to his subjects, who, in their turn, have no right to suppose that he ever does otherwise. He had tables set up in the army quarters, with money on them, and instructed the clerks in charge to pay off the debts of every man who produced an IOU, without even registering their names. After that, the troops could not but believe in Alexander's good faith, and they were even more grateful for the concealment of their names than for having their debts paid. This gift to his men is said to have amounted to 20,000 talents. He also made a number of other money awards for distinguished conduct in the field, or in recognition of a man's reputation for good service generally. A special decoration, consisting of a gold crown, was granted to certain officers for conspicuous bravery. The recipients were Peucestus, for saving the king's life; Leonatus, also for saving the king's life, for hard service in India, for his victory in Oria, for facing and defeating in battle, with the forces left under his command, the rebellious Oraiti and their neighbors, and his satisfactory settlement of affairs in general in Oria. Nearchus now also arrived at Susa for his voyage from India along the coasts of the Indian Ocean, Onesicritus, master of the royal galley, and, finally, Hephaestion and the other members of the personal guard. Here in Susa, Alexander received the various officials in charge of affairs in the newly built towns and the governors of the territories he had previously overrun. They brought with them some 30,000 young fellows, all boys of the same age, all wearing the Macedonian battle dress and trained on Macedonian lines. Alexander called them his epigoni, inheritors, and it is said that their coming caused much bad feeling among the Macedonians, who felt it was an indication of his many efforts to lessen his dependence for the future upon his own countrymen. Already the sight of Alexander in Median clothes had caused them no little distress, and most of them had found the Persian marriage ceremonies by no means to their taste. Even some of the actual participants had objected to the foreign form of the ceremony, in spite of the fact that they were highly honored by being, for the occasion, on a footing of equality with the king. They resented, too, the growing Orientalism of Peucestus, governor of Persia, who, to Alexander's evident satisfaction, had adopted the Persian language and dress, just as they resented the inclusion of foreign mounted troops in the regiments of the companions. Bactrians, Sogdians, Aracosians, Sarangians, Aryans, Parthians, and the so-called Euarchi from Persia were all introduced into the crack Macedonian cavalry regiments, provided they had some outstanding personal recommendation, such as good looks, or whatever it might be. Besides this, a 5th Mounted Regiment was formed. It did not consist entirely of Oriental troops, but the total cavalry strength was increased, and a certain number of foreign troops were posted to it. Foreign officers were also posted to the special squadron. Cophin, son of Artabasis, Hydarnes and Artibales, sons of Mazias, Sisinnes and Phradaspes, sons of Phrataphernes, the satrap of Parthia and Hyrcania, Histanes, son of Oxyartes and brother of Alexander's wife Roxanne, Altavares and his brother Mithrabius. The command over them was given to Hystaspes, a Bactrian, and the Orientals were all equipped with the Macedonian spear in place of their native javelin. All this was a cause of deep resentment to the Macedonians, who could not but feel that Alexander's whole outlook was becoming tainted with Orientalism, and that he no longer cared for his own people or his own native ways. Hephaestion now received orders to move down to the Persian Gulf with more than half the total number of infantry battalions. The fleet had already come up the Gulf to the territory near Susa, and Alexander embarked for a voyage down the Iulius to the sea. He took with him the guards, the special squadron, and a few other companions. He left most of his ships, including all which were in need of repair, just inside the mouth of the river, and went on with the fastest he had along the seacoast from the Iulius to the mouths of the Tigris. The rest of the fleet turned up the Iulius to the canal which joins it with the Tigris, and passed through. The Tigris and Euphrates, as everybody knows, enclose a portion of Syria called, for that reason, Mesopotamia by the people who live there. The Tigris flows through much lower-lying country than the Euphrates. It receives the water from a number of cuts from the Euphrates, and also from many other tributary streams, and consequently increases in volume until, by the time it reaches the Persian Gulf, none of its water having been drawn off for purposes of irrigation, it is a river of considerable size, and at no point fordable. The river, indeed, cannot be used for irrigation of the surrounding country at all, for such cuts or canals as there are, connecting it with other rivers, flow into, not from it, as the land on both banks is above the level of the stream. The Euphrates, on the contrary, runs through higher country, and throughout its course flows flush and full. Consequently, at many points the water is led off through cuttings, some of them permanent, and a regular source of supply to the natives on either side. Others are dug to provide water for the land during a temporary shortage. There is little rain in this part of the world, so this is a necessary procedure. For these reasons, the Euphrates becomes, near its mouth, a more or less shallow swamp. Alexander sailed offshore along the stretch of coast between the Iulius and the Tigris, and then proceeded up the Tigris to the place where Hephaestion and the whole army were encamped. From there he went further up the river to Opis, a town on its bank. During the passage upstream he had the weirs demolished, thus restoring the river to the same continuous level throughout. The weirs had been constructed by the Persians to prevent a victorious naval force from coming up the river to invade their country. A remarkable piece of engineering for a non-maritime people. Their existence, at frequent intervals, made the passage upriver a very awkward business. Alexander declared that no power which enjoyed military supremacy would ever bother with such contrivances. In his own case, a safeguard of that sort was pointless and irrelevant. And, indeed, the very ease with which he destroyed these works, which the Persians had labored so hard to complete, was sufficient proof that they were not worth much. At Opis he summoned an assembly of his Macedonian troops, and announced the discharge from the army of all men unfit through age or disablement for further service. These he proposed to send home, and promised to give them on their departure enough to make their friends and relatives envy them, and to fire their countrymen with eagerness to play a part in similar perilous adventures in the future. Doubtless he meant to gratify them by what he said. Unfortunately, however, the men already felt that he had come to undervalue their services, and to think them quite useless as a fighting force. So, naturally enough, they resented his remarks as merely another instance of the many things which, throughout the campaign, he had done to hurt their feelings, such as his adoption of Persian dress, the issue of Macedonian equipment to the Oriental Epigoni, and the inclusion of foreign troops in units of the companions. The result was that they did not receive the speech in respectful silence, but, unable to restrain themselves, called for the discharge of every man in the army, adding in bitter jest that on his next campaign he could take his father with him, meaning, presumably, the god Ammon. Alexander was furious. He had grown by that time quicker to take offense, and the oriental subservience to which he had become accustomed had greatly changed his old, open-hearted manner towards his own countrymen. He leapt from the platform with the officers who attended him, and pointing with his finger to the ringleaders of the mutiny, ordered the guards to arrest them. There were 13 of them, and they were all marched off to execution. A horrified silence ensued, and Alexander stepped once again to the rostrum, and addressed his troops in these words: "My countrymen, you are sick for home. So be it. I shall make no attempt to check your longing to return. Go whither you will. I shall not hinder you. But if go you must, there is one thing I should have you understand. What I have done for you, and in what coin you will have repaid me. First, I will speak of my father Philip, as it is my duty to do. Philip found you a tribe of impoverished vagabonds, most of you dressed in skins, feeding a few sheep on the hills, and fighting, feebly enough, to keep you from your neighbors, Thracians and Trebalians and Illyrians. He gave you cloaks to wear instead of skins. He brought you down from the hills into the plains. He taught you to fight on equal terms with your enemy on your borders, till you knew that your safety lay not, as once, in your mountain strongholds, but in your own valor. He made you city-dwellers. He brought you law. He civilized you. He rescued you from subjection and slavery, and made you masters of the wild tribes who harried and plundered you. He annexed the greater part of Thrace, and by seizing the best places on the coast, opened your country to trade and enabled you to work your mines without fear of attack. Thessaly, so long your bugbear and your dread, he subjected to your rule, and by humbling the Phocians, he made the narrow and difficult path into Greece a broad and easy road. The men of Athens and Thebes, who for years had kept watching for their moment to strike us down, he brought so low, and by this time I myself was working at my father's side, that they who once exacted from us either our money or our obedience, now, in their turn, looked to us as the means of their salvation. Passing into the Peloponnese, he settled everything there to his satisfaction, and when he was made supreme commander of all the rest of Greece for the war against Persia, he claimed the glory of it not for himself alone, but for the Macedonian people. These services which my father rendered you are indeed intrinsically great, yet they are small compared with my own. I inherited from him a handful of gold and silver cups, coin in the treasury worth less than 60 talents, and over 8 times that amount of debts incurred by him. Yet to add to this burden, I borrowed a further sum of 800 talents, and marching out from a country too poor to maintain you decently, laid open for you at a blow, and in spite of Persia's naval supremacy, the gates of the Hellespont. My cavalry crushed the satraps of Darius, and I added all Ionia and Aeolia, the 2 Phrygias and Lydia to your empire. Miletus I reduced by siege. The other towns all yielded of their own free will. I took them and gave them you for your profit and enjoyment. The wealth of Egypt and Cyrene, which I shed no blood to win, now flows into your hands. Palestine and the plains of Syria and the land between the rivers are now your property. Babylon and Bactria and Susa are yours. You are masters of the gold of Lydia, the treasures of Persia, the wealth of India, yes, and of the sea beyond India too. You are my captains, my generals, my governors of provinces. From all this which I have labored to win for you, what is left for myself except the purple and this crown? I keep nothing for my own. No one can point to treasure of mine, apart from all this which you yourselves either possess or have in safe keeping for your future use. Indeed, what reason have I to keep anything, as I eat the same food and take the same sleep as you do? But there are epicures among you who I fancy eat more luxuriously than I. And this I know, that I wake earlier than you, and watch, that you may sleep. Perhaps you will say that, in my position as your commander, I had none of the labors and distress which you had to endure to win for me what I have won. But does any man among you honestly feel that he has suffered more for me than I have suffered for him? Come now, if you are wounded, strip and show your wounds, and I will show mine. There is no part of my body but my back which has not a scar. Not a weapon a man may grasp or fling, the mark of which I do not carry upon me. I have sword cuts from close fight. Arrows have pierced me. Missiles from catapults bruised my flesh. Again and again I've been struck by stones or clubs, and all for your sakes, for your glory and your gain. Over every land and sea, across river, mountain, and plain, I led you to the world's end, a victorious army. I married as you married, and many of you will have children related by blood to my own. Some of you have owed money. I have paid your debts, never troubling to inquire how they were incurred, and in spite of the fact that you earn good pay and grow rich from the sack of cities. To most of you I have given a circlet of gold as a memorial for ever and ever of your courage and of my regard. And what of those who have died in battle? Their death was noble, their burial illustrious. Almost all are commemorated at home by statues of bronze. Their parents are held in honor, with all dues of money or service remitted. For under my leadership, Not a man among you has ever fallen with his back to the enemy. And now it was in my mind to dismiss any man no longer fit for active service. All such should return home to be envied and admired. But you all wish to leave me. Go then, and when you reach home, tell them that Alexander, your king, who vanquished Persians and Medes and Bactrians and Saki, who crushed the Euxi, the Aracosians, and the Drangi, and added to his empire Parthia, the Chorasmian waste, and Hyrcania to the Caspian Sea, who crossed the Caucasus beyond the Caspian gates, and Oxus and Tanais, and the Indus, which none but Dionysus had crossed before him, and Hydaspes, and Acesines, and Hydraortes, yes, and Hyphasis too, had you not feared to follow, who by both mouths of the Indus burst into the great sea beyond, and traversed the desert of Gedrosia, untrodden before by any army, who made Carmania his own, as his troops swept by, and the country of the Orytans, who was brought back by you to Susa, when his ships had sailed the ocean from India to Persia. Tell them, I say, that you deserted him, and left him to the mercy of barbarian men, whom you yourselves had conquered. Such news will indeed assure you praise upon earth, and reward in heaven. Out of my sight. As he ended, Alexander sprang from the rostrum, and hurried into the palace. All that day he neither ate nor washed, nor permitted any of his friends to see him. On the following day, too, he remained closely confined. On the third day he sent for the Persian officers, who were in the highest favor, and decided among them the command of the various units of the army. Only those whom he designated his kinsmen were now permitted to give him the customary kiss. On the Macedonians the immediate effect of Alexander's speech was profound. They stood in silence in front of the rostrum. Nobody made a move to follow the king, except his closest attendants and the members of his personal guard. The rest, helpless to speak or act, yet unwilling to go away, remained rooted to the spot. But when they were told about the Persians and Medes, how command was being given to Persian officers, foreign troops drafted into Macedonian units, a Persian corps of guards called by Macedonian name, Persian infantry units given the coveted title of companions, Persian silver shields and Persian mounted companions, including even a new royal squadron in process of formation. They could contain themselves no longer. Every man of them hurried to the palace. In sign of supplication, they flung their arms on the ground before the doors and stood there calling and begging for admission. They offered to give up the ringleaders of the mutiny and those who had led the cry against the king, and swore they would not stir from the spot, day or night, unless Alexander took pity on them. Alexander, the moment he heard of this change of heart, hastened out to meet them. And he was so touched by their grovelling repentance and their bitter lamentations that the tears came into his eyes. While they continued to beg for his pity, he stepped forward as if to speak, but was anticipated by one Calines, an officer of the companions, distinguished both by age and rank. "My lord," he cried, "what hurts us is that you have made Persians your kinsmen. Persians are called Alexander's kinsmen. Persians kiss you, but no Macedonian has yet had a taste of this honor." "Every man of you," Alexander replied, "I regard as my kinsman, and from now on that is what I shall call you." Thereupon Calines came up to him and kissed him, and all the others who wished to do so kissed him too. Then they picked up their weapons and returned to their quarters, singing the song of victory at the top of their voices. To mark the restoration of harmony, Alexander offered sacrifice to the gods he was accustomed to honor, and gave a public banquet in which he himself attended, sitting among the Macedonians, all of whom were present. Next them, the Persians had their places, and next to the Persians, distinguished foreigners of other nations. Alexander and his friends dipped their wine from the same bowl, and poured the same libations, following the lead of the Greek seers and the Magi. The chief object of his prayers was that Persians and Macedonians might rule together in harmony as an imperial power. It is said that 9,000 people attended the banquet. They unanimously drank the same toast, and followed it by the paean of victory. After this, all Macedonians, about 10,000 all told, who were too old for service or in any way unfit, got their discharge at their own request. They were given their pay not only up to date, but also for the time they would take on the homeward journey. In addition to their pay, they each received a gratuity of 1 talent. Some of the men had children by Asian women, and it was Alexander's orders that these should be left behind to avoid the trouble among their families at home, which might be caused by the introduction of half-caste children. He promised to have them brought up on Macedonian lines, with particular attention to their military training, and added that when they grew up, he would himself bring them back to Macedonia and hand them over to their fathers. It was a somewhat vague and unsatisfactory promise. He did, however, give the clearest proof of how warmly he felt for them, and of how much he would miss them when they had gone, by his decision to entrust them on their journey to the leadership and protection of Craterus, the most loyal of his officers, and a man he loved as dearly as his own life. When he said goodbye to them, his eyes, and the eyes of every man among them, were wet with tears. Craterus's instructions were to take them home, and on arrival there to assume control of Macedonia, Thrace, and Thessaly, and assure the freedom of Greece. Antipater received orders to bring out fresh drafts to replace the men sent home. Polysperchon was sent with Craterus as his second-in-command. Craterus was in poor health, and thus Alexander ensured that if anything happened to him during the journey, the men should have someone to take charge of them. There are always plausible and malicious people ready to start whispering campaigns about court secrets, and the more secret, the better they like it, and to put the worst possible interpretations upon what appear to most of us perfectly straightforward actions. So it was in this matter of Alexander and Antipater. The rumor was that Alexander was beginning to be influenced by his mother's calumnious statements about Antipater, and for that reason wished to get him out of the country. It may well be, however, that his recall was in no way meant to discredit him, but was merely to prevent the quarrel between him and Olympias from reaching a point beyond Alexander's power to heal. Both of them were constantly writing to Alexander. Antipater's letters were full of the queen's headstrong character and violent temper, and her determination, most unsuitable for Alexander's mother, to have a finger in every pie. Indeed, the stories of her behavior gave rise to a much-quoted remark of Alexander's, to the effect that she was charging him a high price for his 9 months' lodging in her womb. Olympias, for her part, continually complained that Antipater's position, and the respect to which it entitled him, made him insufferably arrogant. He no longer remembered, she wrote, who had put him where he was, but claimed absolute preeminence among his fellow countrymen and the rest of Greece. It cannot be denied that the stories which tended to blacken Antipater's good name did seem to gain more and more influence over Alexander, for such things would naturally alarm anyone in his position. Nevertheless, we hear of nothing he either did or said which would serve as ground for the conclusion that he did not continue to regard Antipater as highly as ever. At this point, a page has been lost. We now continue. Eumenes was ready for a reconciliation, and this argument was enough to induce Hephaestion, though against his will, to make up the quarrel. It was in the course of this journey that Alexander is said to have seen the plain called the Plain of Nisaea, where the royal mares were pastured. Herodotus tells us that the mares were always known as Nisaean. There were once about 150,000 of them, but when Alexander saw them, there were not more than 50,000, as most of them had been stolen. There is a story that while Alexander was there, Atropathes, the governor of Media, sent him 100 women who, he declared, were Amazons. They were equipped like cavalrymen, but carried axes instead of spears, and light targs instead of the ordinary cavalry shield. According to some writers, their right breasts were smaller than their left, and were bared in battle. Alexander sent the women away to avoid trouble, for they might well have met with unseemly treatment from the troops, Macedonian or foreign. However, he told them to inform their queen that he would visit her one day and get her with child. This story is not to be found in Aristobulus or Ptolemy, or indeed in any other reliable writer. Personally, I doubt if the Amazons still existed at that date. Indeed, Xenophon, writing before Alexander's time, never mentions them, though he has references to Phasians and Colchians and other barbarian peoples which the Greeks encountered on every side of Trapezus, where they would have certainly found Amazons, had there still been any. I cannot, however, bring myself to believe that this race of women, whose praises have been sung so often by the most reputable writers, never existed at all. There is the tradition, for instance, that Heracles was sent to them, and brought back to Greece a girdle belonging to their queen, Hippolyte, and that Theseus and his Athenians were the first to defeat them in battle and prevent their invasion of Europe. There is a picture, too, by Cimon of the battle between the Amazons and the Athenians, just as there is of the battle between the Athenians and Persians. Herodotus, moreover, has frequently referred to these women, and all Athenians who have pronounced eulogies on those who fell in war have made particular mention of the fight with the Amazons. If Atropathes really did present some female cavalry troopers to Alexander, I should imagine they must have been women, of some nationality or other, who had been taught to ride and equipped in the traditional Amazon style. At Ecbatana, Alexander offered sacrifice, as it was his custom to do to celebrate a happy occasion. He also held a festival with literary and athletic contests, and drank deep with his closest friends. About this time Hephaestion fell sick. On the 7th day of his illness, it so happened that there was a big crowd at the stadium to watch the boys' races, which were then taking place. During the races a message was brought to Alexander that Hephaestion's condition was serious. He hurried away, but his friend was dead before he could reach him. The accounts of Alexander's grief at this loss are many and various. All writers have agreed that it was great, but personal prejudice for or against both Hephaestion and Alexander himself has colored the accounts of how he expressed it. Many writers have told us of things which were beyond all bounds of propriety, those friendly to him apparently wishing us to believe that whatever he said or did in his grief for this friend, whom he loved better than all the world, could but enhance his glory. His critics, on the other hand, indicating that such excesses were discreditable and unfitting not only for a great potentate like Alexander, but for any king. We are told, for instance, that he flung himself on the body of his friend, and lay there nearly all day long in tears, and refused to be parted from him until he was dragged away by force by his companions, and again that he lay stretched upon the corpse all day, and the whole night too. Some have said that he had Glaucius, the doctor, hanged for giving the wrong medicine. Others because he had seen Hephaestion drinking too much, and had made no attempt to stop him. I do not, however, think it unlikely that Alexander cut his hair short in mourning for his friend, for he might well have done so, if only in emulation of Achilles, whose rival he had always felt himself to be, ever since he was a boy. Then there is the story, to me quite incredible, that he personally drove for a short distance the funeral carriage with Hephaestion's body in it, and again that he ordered the shrine of Asclepius in Ecbatana to be razed to the ground. A thing one might have expected from an oriental despot, but utterly uncharacteristic of Alexander. Indeed, it reminds one of the absurd story of Xerxes, who, with his reckless disregard of what men hold sacred, punished the Hellespont by pretending to bind it with chains. Another story, to me a not wholly improbable one, is that on the road to Babylon, Alexander was met by a number of deputations from Greece, with some representatives from Epidaurus among them. Alexander granted the Epidaurians' requests, and gave them something to take home and dedicate as an offering to Asclepius in his shrine. And yet, he said, Asclepius has not treated me kindly, for he did not save the friend I valued as my own life. Most authorities have said that he ordered sacrifice to be always offered to Hephaestion as a demigod, and some declare that he sent to inquire of Ammon if he would permit sacrifice to be offered to him as a god, but Ammon refused. All the accounts, however, agree in telling us that for 2 whole days after Hephaestion's death, Alexander tasted no food, and paid no attention in any way to his bodily needs, but lay on his bed, now crying lamentably, now in the silence of grief. He had a funeral pyre prepared in Babylon at a cost of 10,000 talents, or more if we can believe some accounts, and ordained a period of mourning throughout the East. Many of the companions, out of respect for Alexander, dedicated themselves and their arms to the dead man, a gesture initiated by Eumenes, who, as I mentioned just now, had quarrelled with him. His object, no doubt, was to prevent Alexander from thinking that he was glad to have him gone. Alexander made no fresh appointment to the command of the companion cavalry. He wished Hephaestion's name to be preserved always in connection with it. So Hephaestion's regiment it continued to be called, and Hephaestion's image continued to be carried before it. Alexander held funeral games in his honor, with contests in literature and athletics. The festival was far more splendid than ever before, both in the number of competitors and in the money spent upon it. In all, 3,000 men competed in the various events, and these same men took part soon afterwards in the games at Alexander's own funeral. Alexander's distress was long drawn out, but at last he began to get over it, and the proffered consolation of his friends to have more effect. Once he was himself again, he undertook an expedition against the Cossians. These people, neighbors of the Euxians, were a warlike tribe of mountaineers, living in village strongholds high in the hills. On the approach of an enemy, their practice was to abandon their positions, either altogether or in small parties as occasion offered, and slip away, thus frustrating any attempt by an organized force to get at them. Then, when the enemy was gone, they would return to their normal life of brigandage. Alexander, however, destroyed them. It was winter when he made his raid, but Alexander was never held up by either bad weather or bad country, and the same may be said of Ptolemy, son of Lagus, who was in command of part of the army on this expedition. Alexander, indeed, once he was embarked upon any of his enterprises, never found anything to stop him from carrying it through. On the way back to Babylon, he was met by representatives from Libya, who, with congratulatory speeches, offered him a crown in recognition of his sovereignty over Asia. Bruttian, Lucanian, and Etruscan envoys also arrived on the same mission from Italy. It is said that Carthage, too, sent a delegation at that time, and that others came from the Ethiopians and European Scythians, not to mention Celts and Iberians, all to ask for Alexander's friendship. It was the first time that Greeks and Macedonians had ever heard the names of these peoples, or set eyes upon their unfamiliar dress and equipment. We are told that they even appealed to Alexander to arbitrate in their domestic quarrels, with the results that then, if ever, both he and his friends felt that he was indeed master of the world. Two of the writers on Alexander's career, Aristus and Asclepiades, declare that Rome sent him a delegation, and that when he met the delegates and observed the proud freedom of their bearing, their obvious devotion to duty and order, and had learned the nature of their political principles, he prophesied something, at least, of the future greatness of their country. I record the story, which may or may not be true, but the fact remains that no Roman has ever made any reference to this delegation, any more than the two writers on Alexander, who are my principal authorities, Aristobulus and Ptolemy, son of Lagus. Moreover, it would have been out of character for the Republican Romans, who enjoyed at that date entirely free institutions, to send a delegation to a foreign king, especially at such a distance from their own country, when they had nothing either to fear or to gain from him, and were, of all people in the world, the most violently averse to kings, the very word being anathema to them. After these events, Alexander sent Heraclides, son of Argeus, with a party of shipwrights to Hyrcania, with orders to fell timber in the hills and build warships, some decked, some undecked, on the Greek model. The reason for this order was the fancy which had taken him to extend his geographical knowledge by the exploration of the Caspian or Hyrcanian Sea. He wished to determine what other sea it was connected with, whether it joined the Black Sea, or whether it was merely a gulf of the great Indian Ocean to the eastward. The Persian, or Red Sea, as it is sometimes called, he had proved to be a gulf of the ocean, and it might, he thought, turn out to be the same with the Caspian. The limits or origins of the Caspian had never yet been discovered, in spite of the fact that its shores are inhabited by a considerable number of peoples and navigable rivers flow into it. From Bactria, for instance, the Oxus, the greatest river of Asia outside India, runs into it, and also the Jaxartes, after following its course through Scythia, and, as is generally supposed, the Araxes, after passing through Armenia. Apart from these three great rivers, there are also many tributaries which join them, and thus discharge their waters too into the Caspian. Some of these were discovered by Alexander's armies. Others, of course, are far to the north, in the wholly unknown country of the nomad Scythians. On his march to Babylon, Alexander, after crossing the Tigris, was met by some wise men of the Chaldeans, who drew him aside and begged him to go no further, because their god, Bel, had foretold that if he entered the city at that time, it would prove fatal to him. Alexander replied by quoting to them the line of Euripides, "Prophets are best who make the truest guess." "My lord," said the Chaldeans, "look not to the west. Do not march westward with your army, but turn about and go eastward." But this was not easy for Alexander to do, as the country to the east was impracticable for troops. The truth was that fate was leading him to the spot where it was already written that he should die. Who knows? Perhaps it was better for him to make his end while his fame was unimpaired, and the world most grieved for his loss, and before he was overtaken by the ill fortune which, at one time or another, is the lot of all men. That, doubtless, was why Solon advised Croesus to look to the end of a life, however long, and never to say that a man is happy till that end had come. Even in Alexander's case, Hephaestion's death had been no small calamity, and I believe he would rather have been the first to go than live to suffer that pain, like Achilles, who surely would rather have died before Patroclus than have lived to avenge his death. Alexander had some suspicion that the Chaldeans' attempt to prevent him from marching to Babylon on that occasion was not, in fact, based upon a prophecy of impending disaster at all. On the contrary, its object, he felt, might well be to secure their own advantage. In Babylon stood the great temple of Bel, a huge edifice of baked bricks, set in bitumen. Like the other shrines in the city, it had been destroyed by Xerxes on his return from Greece, and Alexander had proposed to restore it. According to some accounts, he intended to rebuild upon the original foundations, and for that reason the Babylonians had had instructions to clear the site. Others say he intended a still larger building than the old one. The workmen, however, once he was out of the way, dawdled over their job, so he proposed to set all his own troops to work upon it. Now, a great deal of land and considerable treasure had been devoted by the Assyrian kings to the god Bel, and from this the temple, in the old days, used to be maintained and the sacrifices offered to the god. But at the time of which I am speaking, the Chaldeans themselves had the disposal of the god's property, as there was nothing upon which the income could be spent. For these reasons it had occurred to Alexander that they might not want him to enter the city, lest the rebuilding of the temple might be rapidly completed, and they, in consequence, lose the benefit of the money. Nevertheless, Aristobulus tells us that Alexander, so far as changing his direction was concerned, was ready to yield to their wishes. On the first day he halted his men on the Euphrates, and on the next advanced, keeping the river on his right hand, with the intention of first passing the western section of the city, and then wheeling to the eastward. But it turned out that by this route the going was too bad for the army to get through, as anyone approaching the west side of the city and then turning east is bound to get bogged down in swampy land. The result was that Alexander disobeyed the divine command, half deliberately, and half because he could not help it. In Aristobulus's account we find the following story about Apollodorus of Amphipolis. Apollodorus, one of the companions and closely associated with Alexander, was in command of the force which had been left with Marsyas, the governor of Babylon. After Alexander's return from India, he had not been long in his company before he observed the severity with which he was punishing the various provincial governors. He accordingly wrote a letter to his brother Pythagoras, a seer who practiced divination by the entrails of animals offered for sacrifice, asking him to use his art to foretell whether or not any danger threatened himself. Pythagoras asked in reply who was the principal cause of the foreboding which made him desire the service of divination, and he wrote another letter in which he said that it was the king and Hephaestion. Pythagoras then proceeded to offer sacrifice, first to secure a prophecy in the case of Hephaestion, and as no lobe could be found on the victim's liver, he sent a sealed message to Apollodorus in Ecbatana, assuring him that Hephaestion would soon be out of their way, and that there was therefore nothing to fear from him. Aristobulus declares that Apollodorus received this communication the day before Hephaestion's death. Pythagoras then offered a second sacrifice, this time for information about Alexander. Once again, the victim's liver had no lobe, and Pythagoras wrote another letter to his brother in similar terms to the first. Apollodorus made no attempt at concealment, but told Alexander what the letter contained, in the belief that he would be doing him a good turn if he warned him to be on his guard against impending danger. Alexander thanked him, and on his arrival at Babylon asked Pythagoras the nature of the warning sign which had induced him to write to his brother as he did. The victim's liver, was the answer, had no lobe. What, Alexander asked, does that sign portend? Something, Pythagoras replied, of the utmost gravity. Far from being angry with Pythagoras, Alexander treated him with all the more consideration for having told him the truth without concealment. This story Aristobulus declares he heard from Pythagoras' own lips. He adds, moreover, that Pythagoras, on a later occasion, practiced his art of divination to foretell the fates of Perdiccas and Antigonus. In each case the same warning sign appeared, and in each case the warning proved true, for Perdiccas was killed in his campaign against Ptolemy, and Antigonus was killed in the battle of Ipsus against Seleucus and Lysimachus. There is a similar story of Calanus, the Indian wise man. According to this, on the way to the pyre where he was to meet his death, he made his farewells to Alexander's personal friends, but refused to speak any word of the sort to Alexander himself. saying that he would give him his greetings when they met in Babylon. At the time, nobody paid much attention to this incident, but when, later on, Alexander died in Babylon, all who had been present on the occasion remembered what Calanus had said, and realized that his words were inspired by some mysterious foreknowledge of Alexander's death. In Babylon, Alexander was visited by delegations from Greece, for purposes which have not been recorded. Most of them, I fancy, were to offer him the victor's crown and congratulate him on his many successes, especially his triumphant campaign in India, and to express their pleasure in his safe return. We are told that he received the envoys graciously, and paid them all the honors due to their position before dismissing them. He also entrusted to their care the statues, images, and other votive offerings which Xerxes had taken from Greece and brought either to Babylon, or Pasargadae, or Susa, or any other Asian city. And this was the means by which the bronze statues of Harmodius and Aristogiton and the Chalcean Artemis were restored to Athens. Aristobulus writes that the fleet was in Babylon when Alexander arrived there. Nearchus's squadron had sailed up the Euphrates from the Persian Gulf. The others, 2 Phoenician quinqueremes, 3 quadriremes, 12 triremes, and about 30 light galleys, had come over from the Phoenician coast. They had been taken to pieces and transported overland to Thapsacus on the Euphrates, where they were reassembled and sailed down the river to Babylon. Apparently, Alexander was having a new flotilla built as well, and for this purpose was felling the cypresses in Babylonia, cypress being the only sort of timber of which there is an abundance in Assyrian territory, which is otherwise badly off for shipbuilding material. Manpower and crews for the new vessels were supplied by shell divers and others whose work was concerned with the sea, from Phoenicia and the neighboring seaboard. He also, by dredging operations, began the construction of a harbor at Babylon, large enough for 1,000 warships to lie in, and equipped with yards. Macallus of Clazomenae was sent to Phoenicia and Syria with a sum of 500 talents to hire or purchase more men familiar with ships and the sea. The fact is, Alexander had ideas of settling the seaboard of the Persian Gulf and the offshore islands, for he fancied it might become as prosperous a country as Phoenicia. The naval preparations were directed against the Arabs of the coast, ostensibly because they were the only people in that part of the country who had sent no delegation to wait upon him, or shown their respect by any other normal act of courtesy. Actually, however, the reason for the preparations was, in my opinion, Alexander's insatiable thirst for extending his possessions. Report has it that Alexander had heard that the Arabs worshipped only 2 gods, Uranus and Dionysus, the former because he is seen to contain within himself not only the stars, but the sun too, the greatest and clearest source of blessing to mankind in all their affairs, and the latter, Dionysus, because of the fame of his journey to India. Alexander accordingly felt it would not be beyond his merits to be regarded by the Arabs as a third god, in view of the fact that his achievements surpassed those of Dionysus. Or at least he would deserve this honor if he conquered the Arabs and allowed them, as he had allowed the Indians, to retain their ancient institutions. Moreover, the wealth of their country was an additional incitement. The cassia in the oases, the trees which bore frankincense and myrrh, the shrubs which yielded cinnamon, the meadows where nard grew wild. Of all this report had told him. Arabia, too, was a large country. Its coast, it was said, no less in extent than the coast of India. Many islands lay off it, and there were harbors everywhere fit for his fleet to ride in, and to provide sites for new settlements likely to grow to great wealth and prosperity. He was further informed of the existence of 2 islands off the mouth of the Euphrates, One of them lay fairly close, at a distance of perhaps 15 miles from that point on the shore where the river joins the sea. This, the smaller of the two, was densely wooded, and contained a temple of Artemis, the regular service of which was performed by the islanders themselves. Deer and wild goats found pasture there, and as they were held sacred to the goddess, it was unlawful to hunt them except for the purpose of sacrifice. For this reason only was the ban upon taking them removed. Aristobulus tells us that Alexander decreed that this island should be called Icarus, after the Aegean island of that name, upon which the legendary Icarus, son of Daedalus, fell when the wax melted with which his wings were fastened. It melted, the story goes, because he disobeyed his father, and instead of flying low, soared aloft in his folly until the heat of the sun softened the wax, and falling to his death, he bequeathed his name to the Isle of Icarus and the Icarian Sea. The second of the two islands, called Tylos, lay off the mouth of the Euphrates, at about the distance a running ship can cover in a day and a night. It was of some size, most of it neither wild nor wooded, but fit to produce all sorts of cultivated crops in their proper seasons. Some of this information Alexander got from Archias, who was sent out in a galley to reconnoitre the coast for the proposed expedition against the Arabs. Archias reached Tylos, but did not venture beyond. Androsthenes, who went in command of another galley, got further, sailing round a part of the Arabian Peninsula, and Hiero, the shipmaster from Soli, made greater progress than either. Alexander put him in charge of a third galley, and gave him instructions to circumnavigate the whole peninsula as far as the Egyptian town of Hierapolis, on the Red Sea. But even he found his courage failed him, though he had sailed round the greater part of the Arabian coast. He turned back, and stated in his report to Alexander that the peninsula was of immense size, nearly as big as India, and that a great headland ran far out into the ocean. This headland had indeed been sighted at no great distance by Nearchus's men on their voyage from India, before they altered course for the Persian Gulf, and they were on the point of crossing over to it, as Onesicritus, the pilot, advised them to do. Nearchus, however, says in his account of the voyage that he refused his permission, as, after completing his survey of the coast of the Persian Gulf, he would have to report to Alexander on the object of the voyage, and that object was not to explore the ocean, but to examine the coast, and collect information about the coastal peoples, and how they lived, the fertility or otherwise of the various districts, and the places where anchorages and fresh water were to be found. And this, he adds, was what enabled Alexander's navy to come through in safety. It would have been quite useless to take it across to the desert coast of Arabia, for that is said to have been the reason for Hiero's turning back. While the new warships were under construction and the work of dredging the harbour proceeded, Alexander sailed from Babylon down the Euphrates to the river known as Palakopus, about 100 miles downstream from the city. The Palakopus is not actually a river rising from an independent source, but a canal leading off from the Euphrates. Now the Euphrates, which rises in the mountains of Armenia, is in winter a shallowish river, and runs well within its bank. But in spring, and especially round about the summer solstice, its volume is greatly increased by the melting snow in the Armenian mountains, so that the water, rising above the level of its banks, floods the neighboring Assyrian plains. At least, this flooding would inevitably occur were it not for the cutting by which its waters are diverted along the Palakopus into the marshes and lakes, which continue from that point almost into Arabia, and passing thence over a vast area of swampy land, finally reach the sea by a number of ill-defined channels. In autumn, after the snows have melted, the level of the Euphrates drops, yet even so much of its water continues to find its way along the canal into the lakes. Thus, unless the canal were closed by a sluice to block the entrance of the river water and allow it to flow along its proper channel, it would, at this season of the year, empty the Euphrates completely, and so prevent the irrigation of the Assyrian plains. The construction of such a sluice was undertaken by the governor of Babylonia. It proved a tremendous task, and the result was unsuccessful, as the soil at that point is mostly soft, wet clay, which is easily penetrated by the water of the river. Consequently, it was no easy matter to keep it from percolating into the canal, though for 3 months over 10,000 Assyrian workmen were kept on the job. When these facts came to Alexander's knowledge, he was anxious to do something to improve Assyria's prospects. Accordingly, he proposed to construct a really efficient sluice at the junction of the canal and the river. However, at a spot some 4 miles lower down, he observed that the soil was of a harder and stonier nature, and it occurred to him that if a new cutting were carried from that point into the Palakopos Canal, the problem might be better solved, for the water would be unable to penetrate the hard, impermeable ground, and could easily be shut off by the sluice at the proper times. This, then, was the project which took Alexander to the Palakopos, and down the canal to the lakes in the direction of Arabia. Happening to observe a good site, he built and fortified a new town, and settled some of the Greek mercenaries in it, making up the numbers with volunteers and men who were either incapacitated or too old for active service. It now seemed that he had proved the Chaldeans' prophecy to be nonsense. They had foretold disaster in Babylon. None had occurred. He had marched safely out of the city before any mischance could catch him. Accordingly, with renewed confidence, he sailed again for the lakes, proceeding to the southward. Some of his ships went astray among the narrow channels through the lakes and swamps, and he had to send them a pilot to get them back into the main stream. The greater number of the tombs of the Assyrian kings were built in the lakes and marshland, and the story goes that Alexander, while his vessel with himself at the helm was passing through, was wearing a sun hat, bound with the diadem or band signifying royalty. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew the hat off, which fell into the water, but the light band went flying away, and caught on a reed in a reed bed near one of the ancient royal tombs. This in itself was a presage, but there was more to come. One of the sailors swam off after the hat band, and finding when he had taken it off the reed that he could not bring it back in his hands without wetting it as he swam, he bound it round his head. Most historians state that Alexander gave the man a talent by way of reward for his willing service, and then had him beheaded in obedience to the prophecy which warned him not to leave untouched the head which had worn the diadem. Aristobulus, however, though he confirms the gift of money, says that the punishment for putting on the band was only a flogging. He adds that the man concerned was one of the Phoenician sailors. Some writers say it was Seleucus, and declare that the incident portended Alexander's death and Seleucus's inheritance of his vast empire. And Seleucus was, in actual fact, the greatest king among Alexander's successors. There can, I think, be no two opinions about this. He had the royalest mind of them all, and after Alexander himself, ruled over the greatest extent of territory. Returning to Babylon, Alexander found Peucestus back from Persia with 20,000 Persian troops. The force also included a considerable number of Kosayan and Tapurian fighting men, as it was generally supposed that of all Persia's neighbors, these peoples produced the best soldiers. Here, too, he was joined by Philoxenus, with troops from Caria, by Menander from Lydia, and by Menidos, with the cavalry which had been serving under his command. Successive delegations from Greece also presented themselves, and the delegates, wearing ceremonial wreaths, solemnly approached Alexander and placed golden chaplets on his head, as if their coming were a ritual in honor of a god. But for all that, his end was near. He took this opportunity of thanking the Persian troops for their loyalty and obedience to Peucestus, and of congratulating Peucestus himself on his orderly and successful government. The Persians were then enrolled in the various Macedonian units, so that the decad, or section, now consisted of a Macedonian leader, 2 of his compatriots, one of them a double-pay man, the other a 10-stater man, so-called from the pay he received, which was less than that of the double-pay soldiers, but more than that of the ordinary rank and file. 12 Persians, and last another Macedonian 10-stater. 4 Macedonians, that is, the section leader and 3 others on extra pay, and 12 Persians. The Macedonians wore native equipment. The Persians were armed either with bows or light javelins. Fleet exercises were constantly held at this time. There was much rivalry between the trireme crews, besides the few quadriremes which were on the river, what with frequent rowing races and trials of skill for the ship's masters, and prizes for the winners. Some time before this, Alexander had sent special envoys to the shrine of Ammon, to inquire what honours he might with propriety pay to the dead Hephaestion. The envoys now returned with the news that Ammon permitted sacrifice to be offered him as to a hero, or demigod. Alexander was much pleased, and from that day forward saw that his friend was honoured with a hero's rights. About this time he wrote a letter to Cleomenes, an official with a bad criminal record in Egypt. Insofar as this letter showed his love for Hephaestion, a love which persisted even beyond the grave, I can find no fault with it. But there were other things in it which, I think, were highly reprehensible. The letter contained instructions for the erection of a shrine in Hephaestion's honour in the city of Alexandria, and another on the island of Pharos, where the lighthouse is, both to be of great size, and built regardless of expense. Cleomenes was to see to it that the shrines were named after Hephaestion, and that all mercantile contracts should bear his name. So far, so good, except that too much feeling was wasted upon matters of too little importance. It is what followed that I cannot approve. If, the letter went on, I find that everything connected with Hephaestion's shrines in Egypt is in proper order, I will grant you free pardon for your former crimes, and henceforward you will suffer no punishment at my hands for anything you may do, however heinous. A remark of this kind, in a letter from a great king to the governor of a large and populous country, and a scoundrel at that, is, to my mind, shocking. Alexander's end was now rapidly approaching. Another portent of what was so soon to come is mentioned by Aristobulus. While the king was engaged in incorporating in the various Macedonian units the troops which had come from Persia with Peucestus, and from the coast with Philoxenus and Menander, he happened to feel thirsty, and getting up from where he was sitting, moved away and left the royal throne empty. On either side of the throne stood couches with silver feet on which his attendants had been sitting. But they had got up and gone away with the king, and only the guard of eunuchs was left standing round the throne. Now some fellow or other, some say a prisoner under open arrest, seeing the throne and the couches unoccupied, made his way up through the eunuchs and sat down on the throne. The eunuchs, according to some Persian custom, did not turn him off, but began to tear their clothes and beat their breasts and faces as if something dreadful had happened. Alexander was at once told, and ordered the man to be put to the torture in an endeavour to find out if what he had done was part of a prearranged plot. However, all they could get out of him was that he acted as he did merely upon impulse. This served to strengthen the seer's forebodings of disaster. A few days later, Alexander was sitting at dinner with his friends and drinking far into the night. He had previously celebrated the customary sacrificial rites with a view to his success, adding certain other offerings in obedience to his seer's advice, and had also, we are told, distributed wine and sacrificial victims among the various units and sections of the army. According to some accounts, when he wished to leave his friends at their drinking and retire to his bedroom, He happened to meet Medius, who at that time was the companion most closely in his confidence, and Medius asked him to come and continue drinking at his own table, adding that the party would be a merry one. The royal diaries confirm the fact that he drank with Medius after his first carouse. Then, they continue, he left the table, bathed, and went to sleep, after which he supped with Medius and again set to drinking, continuing till late at night. Then, once more, he took a bath, ate a little, and went straight to sleep, with the fever already on him. Next day, he was carried out on his bed to perform his daily religious duties as usual, and after the ceremony lay in the man's quarters till dark. He continued to issue orders to his officers, instructing those who were to march by land to be ready to start in 3 days, and those who were going with himself by sea to sail 1 day later. From there he was carried on his bed to the river, and crossed in a boat to the park on the further side, where he took another bath and rested. Next day he bathed again, and offered sacrifice as usual, after which he went to lie down in his room, where he chatted to Medius, and gave orders for his officers to report to him early next morning. Then he took a little food, returned to his room, and lay all night in a fever. The following morning he bathed and offered sacrifice, and then issued to Nearchus and the other officers detailed instructions about the voyage, now due to start in 2 days' time. Next day he bathed again, went through his regular religious duties, and was afterwards in constant fever. Nonetheless, he sent for his staff as usual, and gave them further instructions on their preparations for sailing. In the evening, after another bath, his condition was grave, and the following morning he was moved to the building near the swimming pool. He offered sacrifice, and, in spite of his increasing weakness, sent for his senior officers and repeated his orders for the expedition. The day after that he just managed to have himself carried to his place of prayer, and after the ceremony still continued, in spite of his weakness, to issue instructions to his staff. Another day passed. Now, very seriously ill, he still refused to neglect his religious duties. He gave orders, however, that his senior officers should wait in the court, and the battalion and company commanders outside his door. Then, his condition already desperate, he was moved from the park back to the palace. He recognized his officers when they entered his room, but could no longer speak to them. From that moment until the end he uttered no word. That night and the following day, and for the next 24 hours, he remained in a high fever. These details are all to be found in the diaries. It is further recorded in these documents that the soldiers were passionately eager to see him. Some hoped for a sight of him while he was still alive. Others wished to see his body, for a report had gone round that he was already dead, and they suspected, I fancy, that his death was being concealed by his guards. But nothing could keep them from a sight of him, and the motive in almost every heart was grief, and a sort of helpless bewilderment at the thought of losing their king. Lying speechless as the men filed by, he yet struggled to raise his head, and in his eyes there was a look of recognition for each individual as he passed. The diaries say that Pytho, Attalus, Demophon, and Peucestus, together with Cleomenes, Menodos, and Seleucus, spent the night in the temple of Serapis, and asked the god if it would be better for Alexander to be carried into the temple itself in order to pray there, and perhaps recover. But the god forbade it, and declared it would be better for him if he stayed where he was. The god's command was made public, and soon afterwards Alexander died. This, after all, being the better thing. The accounts of both Ptolemy and Aristobulus end at this point. Other writers have added that the high officers most closely in his confidence asked him to name his successor, and that Alexander's reply was the best man. There is also a story that he went on to say that he knew very well there would be funeral games in good earnest after he was dead. I am aware that much else has been written about Alexander's death. For instance, that Antipater sent him some medicine which had been tampered with, and that he took it with fatal results. Aristotle is supposed to have made up this drug because he was already afraid of Alexander on account of Callisthenes' death, and Antipater's son Cassander is said to have brought it. Some accounts declare that he brought it in a mule's hoof, and that it was given Alexander by Cassander's younger brother Aeolus, who was his cupbearer, and had been hurt by him in some way shortly before his death. Others state that Medius, who was Aeolus's lover, had a hand in it, and support that view by the fact that it was Medius who invited Alexander to the drinking party. He felt a sharp pain after draining the cup, and left the party in consequence of it. One writer has even had the face to declare that when he knew his death was imminent, he went out with the intention of throwing himself into the Euphrates, in order to disappear without trace, and make it easier for posterity to believe that one of the gods was his father, and he had gone away to join them. His wife Roxanne, this writer continues, happened to see him as he left the building and stopped him, whereupon he gave a great cry and bitterly reproached her for grudging him the eternal fame of divine birth. I do not wish to appear ignorant of these stories, but stories they are. I put them down as such, and do not expect them to be believed. Alexander died in the 114th Olympiad, in the archonship of Hagasius at Athens. He lived, as Aristobulus tells us, 32 years and 8 months, and reigned 12 years and 8 months. He had great personal beauty, invincible power of endurance, and a keen intellect. He was brave and adventurous, strict in the observance of his religious duties, and hungry for fame. Most temperate in the pleasures of the body, his passion was for glory only, and in that he was insatiable. He had an uncanny instinct for the right course in a difficult and complex situation, and was most happy in his deductions from observed facts. In arming and equipping troops, and in his military dispositions, he was always masterly. Noble indeed was his power of inspiring his men, of filling them with confidence, and, in the moment of danger, of sweeping away their fear by the spectacle of his own fearlessness. When risks had to be taken, he took them with the utmost boldness, and his ability to seize the moment for a swift blow before his enemy had any suspicion of what was coming was beyond praise. No cheat or liar ever caught him off his guard, and both his word and his bond were inviolable. Spending but little on his own pleasures, he poured out his money without stint for the benefit of his friends. Doubtless, in the passion of the moment, Alexander sometimes erred. It is true he took some steps towards the pomp and arrogance of the Asiatic kings. But I, at least, cannot feel that such errors were very heinous, if the circumstances are taken fairly into consideration. For, after all, he was young. The chain of his successes was unbroken, and like all kings, past, present, and to come, he was surrounded by courtiers who spoke to please, regardless of what evil their words might do. On the other hand, I do indeed know that Alexander, of all the monarchs of old, was the only one who had the nobility of heart to be sorry for his mistakes. Most people, if they know they have done wrong, foolishly suppose they can conceal their error by defending it, and finding a justification for it. But in my belief there is only one medicine for an evil deed, and that is for the guilty man to admit his guilt, and show that he is sorry for it. Such an admission will make the consequences easier for the victim to bear, and the guilty man himself, by plainly showing his distress at former transgressions, will find good grounds of hope for avoiding similar transgressions in the future. Nor do I think that Alexander's claim to a divine origin was a very serious fault. In any case, it may well have been a mere device to magnify his consequence in the eyes of his subjects. In point of fact, I account him as great a king as Minos or Icus or Rhadamanthus, whose claims to be sons of Zeus were not felt by the man of old to be in any way dangerously arrogant. And the same may be said of Theseus's claim to be the son of Poseidon, and Ion's to be the son of Apollo. Surely, too, his adoption of Persian dress was, like his claim to divine birth, a matter of policy. By it, he hoped to bring the Eastern nations to feel they had a king who was not wholly a foreigner, and to indicate to his own countrymen his desire to move away from the harsh, traditional arrogance of Macedonia. That was also, no doubt, the reason why he included a proportion of Persian troops, the so-called Golden Apples, for instance, in Macedonian units, and made Persian noblemen officers in his crack native regiments. As for his reputed heavy drinking, Aristobulus declares that his drinking bouts were prolonged not for their own sake, for he was never, in fact, a heavy drinker, but simply because he enjoyed the companionship of his friends. Anyone who belittles Alexander has no right to do so on the evidence only of what merits censure in him. He must base his criticism on a comprehensive view of his whole life and career. But let such a person, if blackguard Alexander he must, first compare himself with the object of his abuse. Himself, so mean and obscure, and confronting him, the great king with his unparalleled worldly success, the undisputed monarch of 2 continents, who spread the power of his name over all the earth. Will he dare to abuse him then, when he knows his own littleness, and the triviality of his own pursuits, which, even so, prove too much for his ability? It is my belief that there was, in those days, no nation, no city, no single individual beyond the reach of Alexander's name. Never in all the world was there another like him, and therefore I cannot but feel that some power more than human was concerned in his birth. Indications of this were, moreover, said to be provided at the time of his death by oracles. Many people saw visions and had prophetic dreams, and there is the further evidence of the extraordinary way in which he is held, as no mere man could be, in honor and remembrance. Even today, when so many years have passed, there have been oracles, all tending to his glory, delivered to the people of Macedon. In the course of this book, I have, admittedly, found fault with some of the things which Alexander did, but of the man himself I am not ashamed to express ungrudging admiration. Where I have criticized unfavorably, I have done so because I wished to tell the truth as I saw it, and to enable my readers to profit thereby. Such was the motive which led me to embark upon this history, and I, too, have had God's help in my work. Epilogue by William W. Tarn. Alexander the Great died on June the 28th, 323 B.C. His son by Roxanne, also known as Alexander, was born a few months later. This son, Alexander, and his uncle, Philip, as joint kings, were placed under the guardianship of Perdiccas, Python, and Antipater in succession. After the death of Antipater in 319 BC, Roxanne fled with her son to Epirus, and was afterwards taken back to Macedonia, together with Olympias by Polysperchon. All three fell into the hands of Cassander. Alexander and his mother Roxanne were, in 310 or 309, put to death by order of Cassander. When all is said, we come back at the end to the personality of Alexander the Great, not the soldier or the statesman, but the man. Whatever Asia did or did not get from him, she felt him as she has scarcely felt any other. She knew that one of the greatest of the earth had passed. Though his direct influence vanished from India within a generation, and her literature does not know him, he affected Indian history for centuries. For Chandragupta saw him, and deduced the possibility of realizing in actual fact the conception, handed down from Vedic times, of a comprehensive monarchy in India. Hence, Alexander indirectly created Asoka's empire, and enabled the spread of Buddhism. Possibly his example even inspired the unification of China under the first Han dynasty. Both flanks of the Hindu Kush were once full of hill chieftains who claimed descent from the man who left none to succeed him. On the Indian side they once ruled in Chitral, Gilgit, Nagir, Hunza, and elsewhere, and we ourselves have seen a Mir of Hunza who was descended from Alexander and bore a British title. It is said that at one time they intermarried only with each other, and some families on both sides of the mountains seem to have acquired the Alexander descent by marriage. The white Kafirs of Kafiristan became, and still are, Alexander's Macedonians, and in the Middle Ages an Arab writer made his line still rule as far afield as Menagra, near the Indus Delta. On the Bactrian side, the Alexander descent used to be claimed by the ruling families, now mostly extinct, celebrated by Marco Polo. In Magellan of Fergana, his red silk banner used to be shown, and his tomb honored as a shrine. The Mirs of Badakhshan used to cherish a debased Greek patera, now in London, as an heirloom, and their very horses descended from Bucephalus. In the Indian Northwest, innumerable stories attach to his name. Some may be folk memory, but some are Greco-Bactrian, Islamic, or even later. At least one new one has appeared under British rule, but all the countries claimed him as theirs. In Persian story, he became a son of Ochus by Philip's daughter. In Egyptian, a son of the last native pharaoh, the magician Nectanebo, who in the guise of Ammon had deceived Olympias. In Jewish legend, he was the two-horned, the precursor of the Messiah, and as Dulkarnain, the two-horned, he became one of the heroes of Islam. The Bedouin thought that Napoleon was Iskander, come again. In France, he ended as a knight of chivalry. In Abyssinia, as a Christian saint. Hardly was he dead when legend became busy with his terrible name, and strove to give him that world kingdom which he never sought in life. Around him the whole dream world of the East took shape and substance. Of him every old story of a divine world conqueror was told afresh. More than 80 versions of the Alexander Romance in 24 languages have been collected, some of them the wildest of fairy tales. They range from Britain to Malaya. No other story in the world has spread like his. Long before Islam, the Byzantines knew that he had traversed the Silk Route and founded Chubdan, the great Han capital of Xianfu, while the Greco-Egyptian romance made him subdue both Rome and Carthage, and compensated him for his failure to reach the Eastern Ocean by taking him through the gold and silver pillars of his ancestor Heracles to sail the Western. In Jewish law, he becomes master of the throne of Solomon, and the high priest announces him as ruler of the fourth world kingdom of Daniel's prophecy. He shuts up Gog and Magog behind the iron gate of Dariel, and bears on his shoulders the hopes of the whole earth. One thing alone is forbidden him, to enter the cloud-girdled earthly paradise. The national legend of Iran, in which the man who in fact brought the first knowledge of the Avesta to Europe persecutes the fire worshippers and burns the sacred book, withers away before the romance of the world ruler. In Persian story he conquers India, crosses Tibet, and subdues the Phagpur of China with all his dependencies. Then he turns and goes northward across Russia till he comes to the land of darkness. But Babylon, as was fitting, took him farthest, for the Babylon-inspired section of the romance knows that he passed beyond the darkness and reached the well of life at the world's end, on the shores of the furthest ocean of them all. The real impression that he left on the world was far different, for whatever else he was one of the supreme fertilizing forces of history. He lifted the civilized world out of one groove and set it in another. He started a new epoch. Nothing could again be as it had been. He greatly enlarged the bounds of knowledge and of human endeavor, and gave to Greek science and Greek civilization a scope and an opportunity such as they had never yet possessed. Particularism was replaced by the idea of the inhabited world, the common possession of civilized men. Trade and commerce were internationalized, and the inhabited world bound together by a network both of new routes and cities, and of common interests. Greek culture, heretofore practically confined to Greeks, spread throughout that world, and for the use of its inhabitants, in place of the many dialects of Greece, there grew up the form of Greek known as the Koine, the common speech. The Greece that taught Rome was the Hellenistic world which Alexander made. The old Greece counted for little till modern scholars recreated Periclean Athens. So far as the modern world derives its civilization from Greece, it largely owes it to Alexander that it had the opportunity. If he could not fuse races, he transcended the national state. And to transcend national states meant to transcend national cults. Men came to feel after the unity which must lie beneath the various religions. Outwardly, this unity was ultimately satisfied in the official worship of the Roman emperor, which derived from the worship of Alexander after his death. But beside this external form, there grew up in men's hearts the longing for a true spiritual unity, and it was Alexander who created the medium in which the idea, when it came, was to spread. For it was due to him that Greek civilization penetrated Western Asia, and even if much of the actual work was done by his successors, he broke the path. Without him they would not have been. Consequently, when at last Christianity showed the way to that spiritual unity after which men were feeling, there was, ready to hand, a medium for the new religion to spread in, the common Hellenistic civilization of the inhabited world. Without that, the conquests made by Christianity might have been as slow and difficult as they became when the bounds of that common civilization were overpassed. But if the things he did were great, one thing he dreamt was greater. We may put it that he found the ideal state of Aristotle, and substituted the ideal state of Zeno. It was not merely that he overthrew the narrow restraints of the former, and, in place of limiting men by their opportunity, created opportunities adequate for men in a world where none need be a pauper, and restrictions on population were meaningless. Aristotle's state had still cared nothing for humanity outside its own borders. The stranger must still be a serf or an enemy. Alexander changed all that. When he declared that all men were alike sons of one father, and when at Opis he prayed that Macedonians and Persians might be partners in the commonwealth, and that the peoples of his world might live in harmony and in unity of heart and mind, he proclaimed for the first time the unity and brotherhood of mankind. Perhaps he gave no thought to the slave world, we do not know, but he, first of all men, was ready to transcend national differences, and to declare, as St. Paul was to declare, that there was neither Greek nor barbarian. And the impulse of this mighty revelation was continued by men who did give some thought to the slave world. For Zeno, who treated his slave as himself, and Seneca, who called himself the fellow-slave of his slaves, would, though Alexander might not, have understood St. Paul when he added, "There is neither bond nor free." Before Alexander, man's dreams of the ideal state had still been based on class rule and slavery. But after him comes Eumbulus's great sun-state, founded on brotherhood and the dignity of free labor. Above all, Alexander inspired Zeno's vision of a world in which all men should be members one of another, citizens of one state without distinction of race or institutions, subject only to and in harmony with the common law immanent in the universe, and united in one social life, not by compulsion, but only by their own willing consent, or, as he put it, by love. The splendor of this hopeless dream may remind us that not one, but two of the great lines of social-political thought which until recently divided the world go back to Alexander of Macedon. For if, as many believe, there was a line of descent from his claim to divinity through Roman emperor and medieval pope to the great despotisms of yesterday, despotisms by the grace of God, there is certainly a line of descent from his prayer at Opis through the Stoics and one portion of the Christian ideal to that brotherhood of all men which was proclaimed, though only proclaimed, in the French Revolution. The torch Alexander lit for long only smouldered. Perhaps it still only smoulders today, but it never has been and never can be quite put out. Coda to the Epilogue by Mary Renaud. Alexander the Great died on a hot June day in Babylon. Wailing spread through the city. His body squires wandered about in tears. The Persians shaved their heads in mourning. The temples quenched their fires. His generals plunged into a dazed and chaotic power struggle. In one of its episodes they fought about his bier, where he may still have been alive in a terminal coma, for the freshness and lifelike color of his corpse, left some time untended, were much wondered at. At length the embalmers came, approaching him with awe, and, after praying that it might be right and lawful for mortals to handle the body of a god, began their work. Roxanne's child was still unborn. If Alexander named his successor on his deathbed, no one admitted to having heard. There was no established heir whose own prestige would be invested in the splendor of his obsequies. For decades, Greece and Asia would be riddled with intrigue and shaken with the tramp of armies, as his generals tore off their portions of his empire. Yet steadily for 2 years, as war elephants moved ponderously in the train of war leaders changing sides, gold and gems by the talent's worth poured into the workshop, where Greek master craftsmen were perfecting a funeral car worthy of its burden. It was accepted like a law of nature that the catafalque must be unsurpassed in memory, history, or legend. The coffin was of beaten gold, the body within it embedded in precious spices. Over it was spread a pall of gold-embroidered purple, on which was displayed Alexander's panoply of arms. Upon all this was erected a golden temple. Gold Ionic columns twined with acanthus supported a vaulted roof of gold scales set with jewels, topped with a scintillating gold olive wreath, which flashed in the sun like lightning. At each of its corners stood a golden victory holding out a trophy. The gold cornice below it was embossed with ibex heads, from which hung gold rings supporting a bright multicolored garland. Its ends were tasseled, and from the tassels hung large bells with clear and carrying voices. Under the cornice hung a painted frieze. Its front panel showed Alexander in a state chariot, a very splendid scepter in his hands, attended by Macedonian and Persian bodyguards. Another had a procession of Indian war elephants, a third cavalry in battle order, the last a fleet of ships. The open spaces between the columns were filled in with golden net, screening the draped sarcophagus from sun and rain, but not from the viewer's eyes. It had an entrance guarded by golden lions. The axles of the gilded wheels ended in lion heads, whose teeth held spears. Something had been devised to protect their burden from shock. The edifice was drawn by 64 mules, pulling on 4 yoke poles in teams of 4. Each mule had a gilded crown, a gold bell hanging at either cheek, and a collar set with gems. Diodorus, who apparently took this description from an eyewitness's, says it was more magnificent when seen than when described. Alexander himself had always buried his dead with splendor. Funerals in his day were more gifts of honor than displays of mourning. Because of its wide fame, it drew together many spectators, for from every city it came to, the people came out to meet it, and followed beside it when it went away, never wearied of their pleasure in the sight. Week after week, month after month, at the pace of its laboring mules, preceded by road makers, and pausing while they smoothed its passage, 15, 10, 5 miles a day, stopping at towns where sacrifices were offered and epitaphions sung, the huge gold shrine, ringing and glittering, trundled across 1,000 miles of Asia. The shock absorbers, whose construction has defeated scholars, protecting in death the body so careless of itself in life. North along the Euphrates, east to the Tigris, stopping at Opis, that crucial station on the royal road to the west, northward to skirt the Arabian desert. Ptolemy, moreover, doing homage to Alexander, went to meet it with an army as far as Syria. Ptolemy's homage was a reverent hijack. Kings of Macedon had been buried by ancient custom at Aegae, its ancient hill-fort capital. There was a prophecy that when this failed, the royal line would end. Ptolemy, a kinsman of the house, must have known it well, but he had shrewdly chosen his share of the fissured empire. Egypt, where the Macedonian conquest had been hailed as a liberation, where Alexander had honored the shrines profaned by a Persian king and received divinity, where Ptolemy himself had got rid of a bad governor and was very popular. To Egypt, he declared, Alexander had wished to return. Where else but to his father, Ammon? Ptolemy was probably right. Since he crossed the Hellespont eastward at 22, Alexander had shown no disposition to go home. He had planned to center his empire on Babylon. He had turned himself from a young Macedonian conqueror into an impressive Persian great king. He was Derekine, and so without exception were the ambitious young officers who had followed him. Ptolemy's loyalty had been proved in early years, when, materially, he had had more to lose than gain by it. If now the prestige of entombing his friend was immense for Egypt, if it enabled Ptolemy to found a dynasty, he had fair cause to think that Alexander would be grateful. Had his body reached Macedon, sooner or later it would have been destroyed by the implacable Cassander. In Alexandria it would have centuries of veneration. Southward from Syria, therefore, went the awe-inspiring cortege, augmented now by a satrap of Egypt and his army, past the patched-up walls of Tyre, on through Judea. At city after city, the mingled host of the escort, Macedonian, Persian, Egyptian, set up its tents about the tabernacle of the dead god, from whose divinity Ptolemy, savior Pharaoh-to-be, would later derive his own. He would take care it was well displayed and its advent heralded. One cannot suppose that Alexander would have wished it otherwise. He had loved his fame. Like Achilles, he had traded length of days for it. He had trusted in the gods to keep their bargain, and like Achilles, not in vain. Children who had been unborn, or in arms when he rode that way alive, gaped at a sight they would still be talking of in 60 years. Pointing to the pictures on the painted frieze, they asked the story, and believed whatever they were told. And that progress must have begun 1,000 years of legends. In Egypt, the sarcophagus, still in its famous car, rested some years in Memphis, a magnet for sightseers, while in Alexandria they built the tomb. When the mausoleums of the whole Ptolemaic dynasty had been assembled round it, the tomb it always remained. Perdiccas, Alexander's deputy when he died, was extremely angry with Ptolemy and made war on him in due course. But Alexander's proverbial fortune, which caused people to wear his image cut in rings, passed like a grateful bequest to his boyhood friend. Of all the great generals who contended for his empire after his death, Ptolemy alone died peacefully in bed. He was 84. He had kept his people's regard, completed his respected history, and established in his lifetime the succession of his favorite son. For nearly 3 centuries, while Macedon became a Roman province, the Ptolemies ruled in Egypt, and the priests of the deified Alexander served his shrine. At last, in 89 BC, when the line had grown degenerate, the effete and bloated Ptolemy IX, rejected by his army and needing pay for mercenaries, took the gold sarcophagus and melted it down for coin. All Alexandria was outraged. To no one's surprise, he was killed within the year. The embalmers had been master craftsmen. Alexander's 300-year-old face had set into distinguished beauty. The Alexandrians piously rehoused him in a sarcophagus adorned with colored glass. 50 years later, the house of Ptolemy was extinguished by Cleopatra's asp. The tomb remained. Caesar visited. No doubt Mark Antony, too, with envy. Augustus left an imperial standard as tribute. The legends gathered. The eventual fate of Alexander's tomb and corpse are a mystery. It has been suggested that the tomb and corpse were disposed of during the 4th or 5th century AD, while the Roman Empire was under the control of Christian emperors. Or perhaps the Muslims may have disposed of this surviving relic of paganism during the 7th or 8th century. No one knows. No one has ever known. Thank you for listening to this audio connoisseur production. We are dedicated to bringing the world's finest literature to an audience of discriminating listeners. And thank you again. We value every single listener.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.